Awakening abruptly from his unconsciousness, Su Yun found his mind in a disoriented haze, momentarily impeding his cognitive faculties. After several moments, clarity gradually returned, allowing Su Yun to discern his surroundings. His gaze swept across an endless expanse of arid desert, where withered grasses swayed in the breeze, and distant, rugged mountains loomed against the horizon. The sky above possessed an uncanny, ochre hue, starkly contrasting with the familiar azure skies of Earth. Suddenly, a voice emanated from his wrist. Instinctively, Su Yun raised his hand, noticing a faintly glowing bracelet affixed to it, the source of the sound. Individuals aged 18 to 60 from Earth have been selected to participate in the Survivor Challenge. Welcome, participants, to the Survivor Challenge. Survivors over 35 years of age will have their physical condition restored to that of a 35-year-old. Those with physical impairments, illnesses, or other conditions will have their bodies returned to a normal state. This game will take place on this planet, primarily consisting of desolate wastelands and sparse oases with scattered cabins. Within these cabins, resource cards can be found. Opening a card may yield necessary supplies or something that could lead to your demise. Each survivor will initially receive a resource card, which can be opened and stored within the survivor's bracelet. Draw a vehicle and drive it to search for cabins in the wilderness. Cabins contain the supplies you need. Note: the wilderness is exceedingly dangerous at night. Only a vehicle can conceal your presence. Upon reading this, a wave of elation washed over Su Yun, whose parents had tragically passed away in an accident during his early years. 2 days prior, he was tragically diagnosed with terminal cancer. Initially resigned to the grim prospect of merely awaiting death, he now found himself in this unfamiliar realm, which inexplicably felt like a second chance at life. Reflecting on this, Su Yun murmured to himself, "Since I have arrived, I might as well make the most of it." The instructions are clear. Let me draw a card first. As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon a white card, quietly resting on the ground. Su Yun picked up the card and examined it closely. It was the size of a playing card, adorned with enigmatic patterns. At its center, a countdown was displayed. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 6 seconds. Must I open it within the allotted time? He pondered, testing its rigidity with his fingers. Indeed, it was remarkably sturdy. Just as he was about to unveil the resource card, a thought struck him. He activated his wristband to review the information he had previously overlooked. Let me first assess the situation of others before making any plans. Upon opening the wristband, a holographic screen materialized, revealing several categories: World Channel, Regional Channel, Trading Center, Private Messages, Personal Information, and Workbench. Switching to the World Channel, an overwhelming tide of messages flooded in. Does anyone know what is happening? I just opened my eyes and found myself in this dreadful place. Could this be an alien invasion? My father is the wealthiest man in Jinhai. Regardless of your organization, release me, and I will offer you 10 million. Mom and Dad, are you there? Xiao Xue, reply me if you see this. Help! How did I end up here? I had just ordered takeout and was about to take off my pants. Hey upstairs, was your takeout legitimate? Humorous, ha ha ha. I have finally traversed dimensions. I am the protagonist. Behold my unparalleled authority. Such a statement implies we possess billions of protagonists. Alas, is there a kind soul who might assist me? I am quite frightened. I implore you to refrain from excessive chatter. The announcement is abundantly clear. Hasten to procure provisions, lest you meet your demise. The information was variegated, interspersed with emotions of trepidation, elation, and bewilderment. Despite the restriction of 1 message per person per day, the sheer multitude rendered it arduous for Su Yun to glean pertinent information. Su Yun furrowed his brow, realizing that such aimless perusal was futile. Consequently, he transitioned to the regional channel, populated by 10,000 individuals. In contrast to the global channel, despite the allowance of 10 messages per person, the volume of information was considerably diminished. Su Yun perused the records and, indeed, unearthed valuable intelligence. Pray tell, has anyone activated a card? Would they be so kind as to share the particulars? I appreciate the invitation, but I have only just awakened and am thus uninformed. Furthermore, your mention of activation evoked associations with mundane employment. Alas, would any gentleman be inclined to safeguard me? Your incessant simpering is quite tiresome. You are ubiquitous. Brothers, do not activate the cards. Danger lurks within. Elaborate, I beseech you. What transpired? Heaven's peril abounds. Upon activating a resource card, a beam of light emanated forth, materializing into an all-terrain vehicle before me. As I hastened towards it, a canine emerged from behind the vehicle and bit me. Is this voracious? I have not encountered such a circumstance. It is indeed factual. I encountered a vulpine entity, but fortunately, I evaded it with sufficient alacrity and vanquished it. However, upon its demise, it vanished. Alas, such misfortune, to commence with a canine and to be bitten by it. Peril lurks at every turn. I must hasten to procure provisions with my wondrous vehicle. Surveying the discourse, some recounted encounters, while others did not. Evidently, fortune varies for each individual, and vanquishing them yields naught. Can provisions only be obtained through resource cards? Reflecting upon this, Su Yun retrieved a stone, gauging its heft. Are the initial beasts merely a trial? I hope to avoid them, for expending energy is troublesome. The hour for drawing cards has arrived. Delay any longer, and others will have ventured far ahead. With these words, he positioned the resource card above his wristband, whereupon a beep resounded. The wristband transformed into a beam of light, darting forth and shimmering upon the ground. Observing this, Su Yun felt a surge of apprehension, for this was his crucial reliance for survival in this unfamiliar world. As the radiance dissipated, a seemingly serviceable pickup truck materialized before him. Su Yun did not immediately approach, but cautiously observed the vehicle. Grasping the stone, he advanced warily. According to the information received, these were but small creatures. As long as one avoided the initial bite, the danger was largely averted. Having circled the vehicle without detecting any anomalies, he prepared to crouch down and inspect the undercarriage. Suddenly, a premonition flashed through his mind, causing Su Yun's hackles to rise, and he swiftly leaped backward. A dark form emerged from beneath the chassis, and Su Yun, regaining his footing, instantly hurled the stone with great force. The silhouette was instantly struck, and Su Yun, relieved, identified it as a cobra. The cobra's head was crushed by the stone, its body convulsing as it gradually dissolved into nothingness. Without further contemplation, Su Yun approached the pickup truck. A musty odor emanated from it. Upon opening the door, the dashboard flickered dimly, like an LED light with insufficient power. Various buttons were sunken, and the leather of the seats was torn, exposing the foam beneath. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yun couldn't help but lament. The exterior is presentable, but the interior looks like it was salvaged from a battlefield. However, the truck bed in the back could accommodate a substantial amount of cargo. Su Yun settled into the driver's seat and attempted to start the vehicle. It emitted a faint hum. Aside from the ability to start, other functions were absent. Information materialized above the dashboard, displaying the vehicle's status. Designation: a dilapidated, pre-owned pickup truck tier. 1 fuel. Gasoline 400 units, 1 unit 500 units, electricity 0. 1 units, 1 unit 10 degrees per unit cargo. Empty. Upon observing the energy reserves, it seemed that there was sufficient fuel for 400 kilometers of conventional travel. The primary objective now was to locate sustenance and water, followed by a means of replenishing the gasoline supply. Chapter 2. The mysterious dice. As Su Yun stood before the vast expanse of wilderness, he found himself ensnared in contemplation, uncertain of which direction to pursue. At that moment, an unbidden thought surfaced in his mind. 2 o'clock. Instinctively, he maneuvered his off-road vehicle slowly towards that direction. After traversing a mere 10 meters, a sudden shock jolted him, prompting him to slam on the brakes. What is this sensation in my mind? Is it the system? Or perhaps the old man? Su Yun exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him as if his head were on the verge of exploding. Time became an abstraction as Su Yun gradually regained his composure, processing the influx of information, his lips involuntarily twisting into a crooked smile. It dawned on him that earlier that morning, while preparing for his hospital stay after checking out, he had chanced upon a crystal die. Captivated by its beauty, he had carelessly pocketed it. The origins of this enigmatic die remained undisclosed, yet it seemed to have absorbed something during its journey with him, thus awakening its powers and binding itself to Su Yun. This die, akin to an ordinary one, bore 6 faces adorned with numbers ranging from 1 to 6, each representing distinct traits. Currently, the die was crystalline, symbolizing fate. Fate. 1. Bestowal. Each time the die is cast, one shall receive a boon from fate, granting a quantity of items equivalent to the die's face value, though these items cannot be rolled again. 3 times per day. 2. Insight. The ability to glimpse significant information for the day. 1 time per day. 3. Warning. Alerts will be provided in the face of danger or opportunity. As the dice are cast a certain number of times, they ascend, thereby unlocking additional abilities. After absorbing the information swirling in his mind, excitement still sparkled in his eyes. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, as if holding the key to a new world. Su-Yun gradually pressed down on the accelerator, and the pickup truck emitted a deep, resonant roar, akin to an aged behemoth reluctantly shifting its bulk, crunching over gravel and lurching forward. Outside the window, the desolate landscape swiftly blurred past. The withered wild grasses swayed wildly in the fierce wind, while the distant mountains undulated like slumbering giants beneath a darkened sky, exuding an aura of peril. During his journey, Su-Yun took a moment to glance at the regional channel, but no one had yet shared any pertinent information. A select few were still boasting about their vehicles, engaging in light-hearted banter. None had discovered the so-called wilderness cabin. Some individuals recognized the inherent dangers of traversing this seemingly desolate wasteland alone and shared their experiences on the channel. Su-Yun diligently absorbed their insights, as his previous knowledge was limited to wilderness survival and shelter construction. Thus, at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, he drove for 2 hours, his head spinning and his rear growing numb. The searing sun scorched the earth, and the air felt thick with heat, further exacerbating his growing sense of unease. As he gazed upon the boundless expanse of the wilderness before him, he involuntarily uttered, "Damn, when will this end?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a quaint wooden cabin suddenly appeared about 100 meters ahead. Although Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback by the sight, he instinctively pressed the brakes and craned his neck for a better view. It struck him as peculiar that he had not noticed the cabin's abrupt emergence. Just moments ago, the landscape had been nothing but endless desolation. Soon, Su-Yun discerned the crux of the matter. He reversed the car a few meters, and indeed, the cabin vanished from sight. This indicated that it was only visible from a certain distance. With this realization, he ceased to ponder further and drove towards it. Although he was prepared to approach, Su-Yun, well versed in the ways of survival, understood that the closer one got to danger, the more vigilant one must be. As he drew near, Su-Yun scrutinized the unremarkable little cabin, which possessed but a solitary door. After observing for a moment and detecting no anomalies, he opened the car door, stepped out, and casually picked up a stone as he advanced. Creak. He slowly pushed the door open and surveyed the interior layout. The wooden cabin was rather modest, measuring no more than 6 or 7 square meters, completely devoid of furnishings, save for a supply card hanging on the wall directly opposite the entrance. Just as Su-Yun was making his way towards it, a surge of danger surged through his mind, prompting him to leap backward. He swiftly reacted, following the instinctive warning. As he landed, the floor ahead split open, revealing a pit bristling with spikes. How treacherous! The trap had been cunningly laid. While Su-Yun had anticipated a potential beastly attack, he had not foreseen such a perilous snare. Not only did he lament the perilous nature of this wretched game, far exceeding his expectations, but he also realized that it was not merely the treacherous environment and feral beasts he had to contend with, but also an array of cunning traps. Early warnings had been issued in the regional channel, yet he had overlooked them. Brothers and sisters, heed this. You must keep a safe distance from the cabin to see it clearly. There are traps. Almost met my end there. Wow. Someone has already found the cabin so swiftly. Thank you for the heads up. Grateful for the warning. Had it not been for this message, I would have been struck. Are you all so quick? After narrowly escaping disaster, Su-Yun cautiously maneuvered around the pit and approached the supply card, reaching out to grasp it. He took a moment to sense his surroundings, detecting no signs of danger, and then carefully retrieved the supply card from the wall, examining it closely. This card was distinctly different from the one he had at the beginning. It was entirely gray and bore a countdown of 2 hours. Su-Yun speculated that the varying colors might signify different types of supplies or levels, yet the scant information available left him at a loss for further insight. At this juncture, Su-Yun hesitated over whether to utilize the gift. Should this card summon beasts, he would have to confront multiple foes. Well, I'll activate one. If there's danger, I can refrain from using the others, he mused, tapping his forehead in determination. With that, He gazed at the card in his hand, delving deep into his consciousness, where a crystal die, radiating an aura of mystery, materialized before him. Seizing it, he tossed it upward, watching it spin gracefully before it descended to chest height. The die showed a 6, transforming into a brilliant light that shot toward the supply card in his grasp. In a flurry, the supply card split into 6 identical cards. Am I truly this fortunate? Su Yun beheld the scene before him, an involuntary expression of exhilaration gracing his visage. Alongside the initial card, he now possessed a total of 7 resource cards, which he activated in place. After utilizing the dice, their colors appeared notably dimmed. However, what truly preoccupied Su Yun was the prospect of unveiling the resource cards. He placed the cards upon his wristband, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped them, absorbing their essence. With bated breath, he observed as the screen of the wristband flickered to life, emitting a sound that announced, acquired, bottled mineral water, 500 milliliters, X2, acquired, X, common, X1, acquired, metal X5. Chapter 3. Trading resources. The fleeting content before him allowed Su Yun to relax, exhaling a sigh of relief. The appearance of the axe and mineral water elicited a sense of surprise within him. Heaven knows how long he had been wielding a mere stone. He had finally obtained a weapon of substance. Moreover, the 2 bottles of water were a boon in the sweltering wilderness, where the sun scorched the very air. Driving an unair-conditioned metal vehicle, he would have surely succumbed to the heat had it not been for the breeze through the open windows. Those 2 bottles of water were indeed a lifeline. Regrettably, there was no gasoline or food, yet Su Yun felt a sense of contentment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Grasping the axe, he swung it against the wall. With a resounding thud, the wall remained unscathed, not even a dent to be seen. It appeared that this small abode was impervious. Regrettably, it could not be dismantled. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, Su Yun quickly composed himself and resolved to return to the vehicle to activate the remaining cards, for he still had 6 resource cards awaiting discovery. Upon returning to the vehicle, Su Yun opened all the resource cards in his possession. After a dazzling display of light, he found himself in command of 14 bottles of mineral water and 7 axes. Gazing at this trove of supplies, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Subsequently, he retrieved a bottle of water and drank heartily from it. After quenching his thirst, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he accessed the regional channel, noticing that the list had dwindled by several individuals, thus seeking information from other survivors. Has anyone found water? I'm on the brink of collapse. Please share some with me. Why have I yet to see even a single small cabin? It was mentioned early on that one must be at a certain proximity to spot a cabin. I finally managed to obtain a resource card, only to discover a few scraps of metal. All newcomers, who among us possesses any surplus? Apologies, I have 2 bottles of water. Brother, could you spare me a bottle? Sister has some wonderful benefits to share with you. Father, I humbly request a bit of water. Big brother, I'm on the verge of collapse. Please share a sip with me. Everyone, I apologize. I have already consumed a bottle, yet I still require more. Brothers, I'm in desperate need of help. I am in a small hut, my arm pierced by an arrow from the hole, and the pain is unbearable. Alas, the brother above, I am powerless to assist. Brother, do not remove the arrowhead, or you may bleed to death. Given the current circumstances, it is akin to awaiting demise. In the spirit of camaraderie, if you could share your resources with me, I shall recite prayers for your transcendence. I curse you, you scoundrel. I would rather perish than grant you anything. Brothers, who could spare me some water? I can exchange it for blueprints. Su Yun happened to see this message and clicked on the person's profile. Observing the clear and foolish expression in his avatar, he seemed to be a university student named Xia Meng. Su Yun, hello, I have water. What will you trade for the blueprints? Xia Meng, that is wonderful, brother. Without water, I feel I might perish from thirst. Xia Meng, this blueprint is something I painstakingly acquired. It's worth at least 5 bottles of water. Su Yun, do I appear to be a fool? You might as well keep it. Xia Meng, hey, brother, let us negotiate. Isn't trade about you haggling with me and me haggling with you? Su Yun, be sincere, I'll give you 1 bottle. If that is agreeable, splendid. If not, then so be it. Xia Meng, no way, you can't haggle like this. Su Yun, 1 bottle, blueprints are not sustenance. To survive is to utilize blueprints. Xia Meng, brother, let us negotiate further. Su Yun, what is your blueprint? Xia Meng, Su Yun, Xia Meng, a blueprint for a quilt. However, Temperatures will drop at night, and once it's made, it will come in handy. Su-Yun, have you asked others? They probably won't trade with you. At this point, Su-Yun understood the situation. Even though the temperature would drop at night, people often cling to the hope that they could endure a night curled up in their vehicle. Furthermore, when faced with an imminent crisis, the prospect of future hardships seemed trivial. Moreover, even if one were to purchase it, there was no guarantee of having the materials needed for the creation. Just then, a message from the dice in his mind suddenly sparked to life, conveying an urgent piece of information. The temperature would plummet tonight. Su-Yun furrowed his brow. This message from the dice was undoubtedly significant. The imminent drop must be severe, perhaps even life-threatening, indicating that preparations were in order. At that moment, Xiaoming continued to send messages. Xiaoming, brother, 2 bottles will suffice. Xiaoming, brother, are you still there? Xiaoming, brother, even 1 bottle will do, cries profusely. Su-Yun, I can give you 1.5 bottles. Xiaoming, really? Brother, you are too kind. Su-Yun, I have no choice. It's because of my kindness. Let us make the trade swiftly. Xiaoming, all right, thank you, brother. I've listed you for the trade. Su-Yun opened Xiaoming's trading center. And soon 1 bottle of water along with half a bottle vanished from his possession, while he acquired a blueprint in return. As he gazed at the blueprint, he couldn't help but reflect on his own tendency towards excessive kindness during the transaction. Learning diagram for quilts. After learning, one can create a simple quilt using the materials. Required materials: cotton X 2 units, fabric X 0.5 units. As Su-Yun gazed upon these materials, a sense of frustration washed over him. Up to this point, he had only procured some bottled water and axes. It seemed he would have to engage in trade with other survivors. He opened the regional channel. Su-Yun, does anyone have cotton or fabric? I can exchange them for water and weapons. 4 bottles of water and 2 axes. First come, first served. Su-Yun preferred to keep his communications concise, avoiding excessive attention, and intended to negotiate through private messages gradually. Brother, this is truly impressive. Master, how many resource cards have you opened to acquire such abundance? Unfortunately, I have neither cotton nor fabric. Would you be interested in metal scraps? I have none of what you seek. Could you spare me a little? Brother, please share some water with your sister, and I will show you something amazing. I don't possess what you desire either. Su-Yun, if you have any blueprints, that would suffice. Message me privately. We can negotiate a fair price. Such a distinguished individual. I can hardly fathom what a blueprint entails. Soon after, Su-Yun was inundated with private messages, some threatening, others pleading for water. After blocking several threatening individuals, he began to sift through the messages. One particular private message captured his attention. Zhongyuga Master, I possess a blueprint for a hanging system upgrade. I would like to trade it for 3 bottles of water and 2 axes. Su-Yun felt a flicker of interest upon reading this message from Zhongyuga, as the tumult of the past 2 hours of driving had left him somewhat disoriented. Though the specifics of the upgraded blueprints remain unclear, their literal meaning is discernible. However, he is unwilling to pay such a steep price. Su-Yun, this merely enhances comfort. It is not a necessity. 1 bottle of water for 1 axe. Zhongyuga, 2 bottles of water for 1 axe. The blueprint is evidently quite rare. Su-Yun, no matter how rare it may be, it cannot enhance survival. Zhongyuga, all right, I shall contemplate it. With that, Su-Yun ceased his replies and continued sifting through the materials, unable to suppress a sigh. Ultimately, he exchanged 7 bottles of water and 5 axes for 50 units of metal, 60 units of wood, 25 units of plastic, 13 units of rubber, 5 units of fabric, and 1 lighter, yet he had not managed to procure cotton or blueprints. Chapter 4. Acquiring the crossbow. Currently, the population in the area is still too sparse, resulting in a sluggish pace of progress. Even if valuable items were available, they would not be traded unless absolutely necessary. The reason he refrains from broadcasting on the World Channel is that he intends to make a significant announcement later tonight, as only 1 message can be sent per day. He opened the trading center, where most individuals had already accessed the resource cards. Although each person possesses scant resources, many remain unfamiliar with the trading process. Nonetheless, the sheer number of people has led to a bustling trading center filled with substantial materials, metal, soil, wood, and more, though the prices are steep, demanding a bottle of water for a piece of scrap wood. Essential resources such as water and food are conspicuously absent, as most individuals are still in dire need and thus cannot afford to list them. After closing the trading center, Su-Yun placed the resources in the rear compartment and decided to move on. Restarting the vehicle, he adhered to his original route and continued onward. After over an hour of jarring motion, Su Yun felt nauseous, regretting his choice, wishing he had opted for the upgraded blueprint instead. Following a series of bumps, he finally caught sight of the small wooden cabin. He pressed the accelerator and steered towards it, executing a rather clumsy drift that halted at its entrance. Clutching an axe, Su Yun cautiously exited the vehicle to survey the area. Upon confirming that there were no immediate dangers, he approached the wooden door and slowly pried it open with his axe. Suddenly, the dice emitted a warning, prompting Su Yun to drop to the ground without hesitation. An arrow shot forth from inside the cabin. Had he not acted swiftly, it would have surely embedded itself in his skull. Rising and brushing off the dust, merely a trivial inconvenience, he proceeded into the cabin. It appeared unchanged, maintaining the same layout as before. After taking a couple of steps, he paused, and with no warning from the dice, felt assured of his safety. Navigating with familiarity, he retrieved the supply card. Holding it in hand, he deftly summoned the dice. Tossing it into the air, it spun and landed, revealing a 6. In a flurry, 7 supply cards materialized in Su Yun's grasp. Today seemed to be fortuitous. May the dice continue to bestow their favor upon him. As he spoke, he extracted one card to activate. With axe at the ready, he braced himself. In a flash of familiar light, a wolf suddenly appeared before him. The device on his wrist mechanically announced the findings. Acquired, Metal X5. Acquired, Crossbow Blueprint. Acquired, Crossbow Bolt Learning Blueprint. Su Yun had no time to glance at the details. He swung his axe towards the wolf's head. The creature swiftly dodged to the side, crouching slightly while fixating intently on Su Yun, emitting a low, menacing growl. In the depths of his heart, Su Yun felt a sense of trepidation, yet he understood that retreat was no longer an option. Gripping his axe firmly, he defiantly fixed his gaze upon the wolf's eyes. Suddenly, the wolf lunged forward, charging towards him with ferocity. Su Yun reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping gracefully while swinging his axe with all his might, aiming to slice open the wolf's abdomen. The wolf, agile in midair, deftly twisted its body, evading the lethal blow. Nevertheless, Su Yun's axe still struck true, drawing forth a stream of blood. Injured and enraged, the wolf renewed its assault with heightened ferocity. Su Yun evaded once more, counterattacking in the process, though this time his strike fell short of its target. The wolf paused, attempting to circle around Su Yun in search of a weakness. Yet its wounded leg afforded it little opportunity. After a brief standoff, the wolf launched another frenzied offensive, heedless of its own peril as it charged at Su Yun. He continued to dodge, all the while retaliating with his axe. Amidst the fierce exchange, Su Yun gradually sensed his strength waning, but the wolf, too, was not in a much better state due to its injuries. The wolf lunged again, but a stumble from its wounded leg provided Su Yun with a perfect opening. Seizing the moment, he swung his axe with great ferocity, targeting the wolf's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as the creature convulsed and collapsed heavily, ultimately falling silent after a few moments. Exhausted, Su Yun collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He gazed upon the lifeless body of the wolf, his heart brimming with gratitude for having survived this harrowing encounter. Ding, wolf carcass detected. Would you like to decompose it? Could it be that all resources derived from cards are considered materials? Then why did the card for the vehicle disappear? Might it be that card not belong to the category of resources? Su Yun wore a perplexed expression as he decomposed the spoils. Acquired. Common meat X10, wolf skin X1. Wolf tooth X2. The middleman has taken too much, hasn't he? And what purpose do the wolf teeth serve? Seeing a wolf, he felt a surge of indignation at the thought of having to decompose it. This was a life or death endeavor for him. He then recalled that he had 6 resource cards, all featuring wolves, which plunged him into a state of deep despondency. However, a fleeting thought brightened his spirits. He had successfully drawn a crossbow, a formidable weapon indeed. Once crafted, it could transform the Wolf King into a mere husky. At the very least, it would enable him to walk without fear of wolves. With this in mind, Su Yun swiftly devoted himself to studying the 2 blueprints he had obtained. Crossbow Blueprint. Upon learning, it can be crafted at the workbench to produce X1 crossbow. A powerful ranged weapon. Required materials: metal X10 units, rubber X2 units, metal X15 units. This blueprint was distinct. Crafting blueprints could only be fashioned at the workbench, and each blueprint would vanish upon completion. Arrow Blueprint. Upon learning, it allows for the crafting of crossbow bolts from materials. An essential product for the crossbow. Required materials, metal X0. 1 units, wood X0. 5 units. Unlike the crossbow bolts, the arrow blueprint did not require the workbench for crafting. Once learned, they could be made at any time. Su Yun examined the list of materials and found that he had everything ready. Without hesitation, he proceeded to learn and clicked to craft. He decided to utilize metal materials entirely for the crossbow, reserving rubber for future tire production. Acquired, crossbow, common, X1 before long. The crossbow was completed and stored in the workbench's inventory. This storage space is where all items created at the workbench are placed. Once removed, they cannot be returned. However, the crossbow bolts are different, as they do not require the workbench for crafting. Once learned, they can be made at any time. Su Yun took out the crossbow, gripping this formidable tool, and took aim, feeling a profound sense of security. He then retrieved several arrows, aimed at the open ground outside, and with a swift whoosh, one flew forth, embedding itself into the earth. With this powerful weapon in hand, Su Yun felt confident enough to open the remaining resource cards. As a brilliant light appeared, a wolf manifested within the cabin, caught off guard. In an instant, a sharp whoosh echoed as its skull was pierced. Afterward, Su Yun stowed away the crossbow. Having just opened the remaining resource cards one by one, he now assessed his haul. Metal X25, common meat X70, wolf skin X3, wolf bone X3, wolf fang X6, leather X4. The dismemberment of the wolf yielded random results, and as for the 2 remaining sets of 6 blueprints, Su Yun had yet to devise a suitable plan for them, so he decided to set them aside for the time being. Having organized his belongings, Su Yun returned to the vehicle. After the recent skirmish, he felt fatigued, hungry, and thirsty, so he refrained from rushing back on the road. Instead, he took out some wood and constructed a simple rack, preparing to roast a piece of meat. Chapter 5. Vehicle Air Conditioning. He then glanced at the regional channel's chat. Brothers, take a look at this image chicken. Wow, it is indeed clucking. Brother, where did you catch it? I have no idea. When I opened the card, this chicken suddenly appeared before me. We can feast on roasted chicken now. Could this be considered a resource? When I opened the card, a rabbit appeared, but it managed to escape. I advise you to be cautious. I nearly got bitten. Fortunately, I was inside the car when it showed up outside. It couldn't reach me and fled instead. Image wild dog. Brother, you are fortunate. Had it been in a small cabin, we would have been in grave danger. Su Yun. I encountered one too, but it was a wolf. Image cooked meat, preparing to enter my stomach. The channel fell into a sudden silence. Subsequently, an overwhelming flood of messages erupted. Big shot. Is this for real? This meat looks incredibly appetizing. I am so tempted to taste it. It is not delicious at all, lacking any seasoning. But, oh great one, how do we trade the meat? Brother, grant me a bite of meat, and I shall exchange it for my original flavor. It's quite marvelous. The sister upstairs, with her incessant marveling, is quite tiresome, isn't she? Big shot. How did you manage this? Su Yun. It relies on this image of a bloodied axe. If you wish to survive here, you must wield a sharp weapon. Currently, I have 1 axe left. Those interested should message me privately. I only trade for blueprints. This is Su Yun's objective. He has realized that blueprints and workbenches are exceedingly convenient, allowing for the crafting of numerous items. Su Yun desired more blueprints, so he boldly placed an advertisement, hoping that amidst the hunger and thirst of some, he might find a fortunate opportunity. If I possessed an axe, why would I fear that dog? With an axe in hand, even you may not match the prowess of the great ones. Even if you could eliminate it, a single bite would seal your fate. Su Yun, for those who wish to savor roasted meat, feel free to message me for a trade. With that, he closed the regional channel, disregarding whatever others might say next, for his roasted meat was ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun eagerly seized the meat. Although lacking seasoning, its quality was unparalleled, tender and delectable. He devoured it voraciously, finishing it in mere moments before retrieving another piece to roast. Then, unhurriedly, he grabbed a bottle of water and opened his private messages, which had surged to over 99 notifications due to his earlier advertisement. Su Yun meticulously perused his messages, searching for something that piqued his interest. Tang Yao, I have blueprints for a car air conditioner. I'll trade them for 2 bottles of water, an axe, and 5 pieces of roasted meat. Su Yun, that's excessive. This is not crucial for survival. 1 bottle of water and 2 pieces of roasted meat will suffice. Tang Yao, add an axe, and I'll include 2 electronic components, which may be vital materials for electronic products. Su Yun pondered carefully, After reviewing numerous offers, Tang Yao's proposal stood out as the most favorable, while the others consisted solely of basic materials. With just over half a day passed, some had acquired blueprints. But not everyone was willing to trade, and others who had learned were unable to exchange at all. Su Yun agreed to the transaction of axes and water, while the meat was being roasted. Soon, he found himself in possession of a blueprint. Vehicle Air Conditioning Blueprint. Upon study, it allows the crafting of a vehicle air conditioner X1 at the workbench, a device for installation in a vehicle. Required materials: metal X20 units, plastic X5 units, rubber X2 units, electronic components X5 units. Upon examining the materials needed, Su Yun decided it was not urgent to create the air conditioner just yet. His immediate priority was to roast 2 pieces of meat for her. As he continued to browse through his private messages, he came across a message from Octopus earlier that morning. Zhang Yuga, boss, I am willing to exchange a suspension upgrade blueprint for 2 bottles of water. I simply cannot endure this any longer. Su Yun, haven't you found any water yet? Zhang Yuga, to be honest, I haven't come across any water today. It's all been trivial items. Not wanting to pry further, Su Yun deduced that Zhang Yuga had managed to find food and weapons. Su Yun, very well, let us proceed with the trade. No longer needing to endure the discomfort, Su Yun glanced at the blueprint and instinctively touched his rear. Suspension Upgrade Blueprint. After use, it allows the enhancement of vehicle suspension, increasing ride comfort. Required materials: metal X20 units, rubber X4 units. Seeing the materials required caused him a moment of regret. Yet for the sake of comfort, he proceeded with the upgrade. The blueprint transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the vehicle. Following a brief flash, while the exterior of the vehicle remained unchanged, subtle alterations had occurred within. Su Yun promptly handed the freshly grilled meat to Tang Yao, then climbed into the vehicle to seek a sense of comfort. With 2 resounding thuds, Su Yun bounced twice in his seat, expressing his satisfaction. His gaze shifted towards the chunks of meat in the passenger seat, pondering their viability in the sweltering heat. Initially intending to convert the meat into cured provisions, he found himself lacking the necessary seasonings, which made the process rather cumbersome. Thus, he decided it would be more prudent to exchange a portion for essential materials. With this thought in mind, he opened his private messages to contact a recent correspondent. Su Yun, fresh raw meat, does anyone want it? Boss, I need it. Through a series of transactions, over 50 pieces of meat were exchanged for a substantial amount of basic materials. Not only did he acquire a wealth of essential supplies, but he also managed to gather the materials needed for a blanket and the vehicle's air conditioning system, along with a knife perfectly suited for cutting the meat. He retained merely a dozen pieces for himself, which would serve as his sustenance until he found more food. Due to the cramped space within the vehicle, Su Yun relocated the recently acquired metal and some wood to the truck bed at the back. Observing the exposed bed, he realized he would need to search for blueprints to upgrade it to a proper cargo area. Having organized his belongings, Su Yun set forth once more on his journey. As afternoon approached, the heat intensified, with the scorching sun baking the earth like a griddle. Su Yun had long since crafted the vehicle's air conditioning system, relishing the refreshing coolness it provided. Meanwhile, the channels were filled with pleas for water and relief from the heat. Brothers, does anyone have water? I feel utterly depleted. The heat is unbearable. I feel as though I am running inside a microwave. My sister has developed a fever from the heat and can only cool down by shedding her clothes. I desperately wish for a sip of water. Which unfortunate soul upstairs is responsible for this? Sister, let's converse privately. A group of seasoned individuals still attempts to engage in frivolous chatter. There are people on the World Channel offering water. In an instant, the channel fell silent, and Su Yun promptly switched over to the World Channel, where someone was selling 1,000 milliliters of water, with the caveat that one must provide their own container. How astonishing that someone is so quick to respond. Esteemed individual, please offer a bit more. I have yet to seize any. A little-known fact, urine is also potable. Su Yun clicked on that person's profile and noted the name, Li Shiping. He surmised that this individual might possess equipment capable of generating water. Chapter 6. A clever scheme to vanquish the tiger. Su Yun inquired whether he was interested in buying or selling equipment, but after a prolonged silence, he wondered if the individual was preoccupied with transactions. Su Yun believed that this person, having capitalized on the sale of water, would undoubtedly be among the foremost survivors in the future, assuming, of course, that he remained alive. Passing through an exceptionally flat expanse, Su Yun noticed the lack of a response and gradually accelerated, focusing intently on driving. After several hours of continuous travel, fuel levels dwindled to 50 units, prompting Su Yun to stop for refueling. Along the way, he encountered 2 small cabins and, after 2 attempts, discovered one card containing 100 units of fuel, sufficient for an additional 100 kilometers. Due to both cards being commonplace resources, 2 hamburgers, 10 units of wood, 10 units of metal, and 20 pieces of meat, Su Yun chose not to utilize the gift. He still had 1 use remaining, which he intended to reserve for a critical moment. After a short while, having refueled, Su Yun set off on his journey. He had scarcely traveled 10 kilometers when he encountered a cabin, at which point the dice suddenly issued a warning. Su Yun hastily pressed the brake, cautiously surveying his surroundings. After a considerable time, he noticed nothing unusual. The barren expanse of the Gobi Desert presented no cover, leading him to suspect that any danger might originate from within the wooden structure. With deliberate care, Su Yun drove toward the cabin. Upon exiting the vehicle, he left it running and the door ajar, just in case. He armed himself with a crossbow and stealthily approached the cabin, picking up a stone to throw at it. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and suddenly, it seemed as if the atmosphere had stilled. Su Yun's breathing slowed as he focused intently on the scene before him. Without warning, a thunderous roar erupted from within, a sound imbued with an almost soul-shaking power, causing the entire cabin to tremble. Su Yun's body stiffened, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The sound struck a familiar chord within him, reminiscent of a tiger's roar, truly a formidable presence that could send all creatures into a frenzy. The primal instinct of fear surged within Su Yun, compelling him to retreat step by step back to his vehicle. Once back inside, he remained shaken for a considerable time, struggling to regain his composure. He pondered why he consistently encountered ferocious beasts, while others seemed to encounter nothing but the likes of a chicken or a dog. Su Yun mused, could it be the influence of the dice? Perhaps the saying held true, the gifts of fate are always subtly marked with their price. However, he did not yield. For every effort there is a reward. Xiangzi once remarked that the fiercer the storm, the costlier the fish. This matter necessitates careful deliberation. Su Yun drove the vehicle to a remote area behind the house, avoiding any potential damage. He retrieved some timber and, wielding an axe, cleaved it into pointed stakes. With a kitchen knife, he sharpened the tips further. On the ground before the entrance, he meticulously excavated a series of small, deep pits, and once the stakes were prepared, he arranged them neatly within, angling their tips toward the cottage. He struck them deeper with the axe, firmly compacting the soil around them. Standing outside the house, Su Yun envisioned the ferocious tiger lurking just behind the closed door, ready to pounce at any moment. In his grip, he held a crossbow, its cold sheen offering a modicum of reassurance. Taking a deep breath, he positioned the crossbow before him and cautiously approached the door, each step laden with gravity. The image of the tiger, bearing its fangs and claws, plagued his thoughts. At last, Su Yun forcefully pushed the door open, and an overwhelming stench assailed his senses. The tiger, alerted by the disturbance, abruptly turned, its blood-red eyes glinting with malice. It emitted a deafening roar and lunged towards Su Yun. Swiftly, he released an arrow, not pausing to consider its accuracy before sidestepping. The tiger missed its mark, plunging into the trap he had meticulously laid. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the tiger's agonized growls, several of its body parts were pierced by the jagged branches. Yet, it did not succumb easily. It thrashed desperately, seeking to escape the snare, blood pouring forth, its ferocity intensifying in its gaze. Seizing the moment while the tiger was still disoriented, Su Yun hurled his axe with force, striking down upon the beast's forehead. The tiger emitted a tortured roar, lowering its head and shaking it violently before lunging once more at Su Yun. Aware of the tiger's slowed movements due to its injury, Su Yun swiftly reloaded his crossbow with hands as quick as the wind, and steadied himself to release the second bolt. Perhaps fortune favored him, for this shot struck true, piercing the tiger's eye, eliciting a mournful howling cry. Each step the beast took was accompanied by anguished whimpers. Nevertheless, the murderous intent in its gaze remained fixated on Su Yun as it laboriously advanced step by step. With unwavering resolve, Su Yun aimed and pulled the trigger, and with a swift whoosh, the bolt shot forth like lightning, striking the tiger's other eye. The animal let out a pained roar before crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to rise, but Su Yun loosed several more arrows, and finally, With a feeble and pitiful cry, the tiger convulsed a few times before falling still. Exhausted, Su Yun collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A wave of relief flooding over him as he realized he had survived. The crossbow in his hands trembled slightly with his shaking. Regaining his composure, he turned to gaze at the supply card mounted on the wall. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a green supply card. Could this signify a different level of cards? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. However, he chose not to dwell on it for long. Opening the card was of greater importance. Before doing so, he glanced at the time on his wristband and decided to utilize his final gift. As night approached, he might not find any other supply cards. The dice tumbled, landing on 3, granting him 3 additional green cards. A brilliant light flashed, and Su Yun readied his crossbow, aiming at the dog before him, which resembled a German shepherd, preparing to shoot. The dog, whether intimidated by Su Yun's imposing presence or startled by the sight of the tiger's carcass, trembled uncontrollably. Tucking its tail between its legs, yet still managing to cast a sycophantic glance at Su Yun. Observing Su Yun's lack of reaction, it flopped onto the ground, exposing its belly in submission. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun mused that food was not in short supply at present. In dire circumstances, this creature could serve as a valuable source of sustenance. He bent down and gently patted the dog's head, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall be your master. You seem quite canine, so I shall call you Dogsy." The dog appeared to comprehend, immediately springing to its feet, grinning and wagging its tail as it circled around Su Yun. "Roll over," Su Yun said, pushing the dog away with his foot to keep it at bay. It was only then that he began to examine the recently unlocked supplies. Acquired, Level 1 Vehicle Engine Upgrade Blueprint. Acquired, 50 units of gasoline. Acquired, Long Gun Blueprint. Acquired, 3 bottles of Russian liquor, 250 milliliters. Acquired, Level 2 Vehicle Module. First time unlocking green supply card. Su Yun leapt up in excitement. Startling Dogsy, for the sight of the gun blueprint was utterly captivating. Not to mention the vehicle upgrade blueprint, which was evidently of great significance. He hastily retrieved the long gun blueprint and, upon studying it, proceeded to Chapter 7, Crafting the Long Gun. Long Gun Blueprint, upon use. It allows the crafting of a long gun, a conventional cold weapon. Required materials, 2 units of wood, 2 units of metal. Su Yun was puzzled. Was it truly possible to create a firearm with so little material? He quickly set about crafting one, and before long, a king of the cold weapon era, the gun, materialized in his hands. Su Yun gazed at the firearm in his hand, rendered speechless. This could indeed be deemed a gun. Alas, it bore no ammunition. This weapon might serve merely to slice through the chives, a momentary diversion that allowed him to confront reality. He examined the resources card and resolved to utilize all of it. Upon activation, 3 dogs and a man with 1 dog stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. How could I have overlooked this? Su Yun mused, observing the scene unfold. Suddenly, 1 dog barked, followed by the cacophony of 3 barking dogs, as if engaged in a dialogue. Intrigued, Su Yun watched as the dogs appeared to reach a consensus, lowering their heads and wagging their tails in submission. After contemplating, he decided to accept these potential rations, thinking they could gnaw on the bones. Henceforth, he designated them as Ergo, Singo, and Seago. He led them to the tiger's carcass. The 4 dogs, timid and hesitant, lingered nearby. Unable to contain himself, Su Yun muttered a curse under his breath. Upon disassembling the carcass, he acquired 20 ordinary meat chunks, 10 exquisite meat chunks, 20 milliliters of splendid beast blood, 2 tiger bones, 1 tiger hide, and 2 tiger claw gloves. Not bad, he thought. Yet what precisely distinguished the ordinary from the exquisite? Su Yun then scrutinized the information regarding the exquisite meat chunks and splendid beast blood. Exquisite meat chunk. Consuming it increases strength attribute by 0.01. Exquisite beast blood. For every 10 milliliters consumed, it increases constitution attribute by 0.1. Upon noticing the potential for attribute enhancement, Su Yun promptly accessed his personal information. Name, Su Yun, human, ID, 107-261-730-1653 strength, 8. 0, 10, constitution, 8. 20, 10, agility, 10. 0, 10, spirit, 11. 0, 10. Su Yun scrutinized the rather rudimentary interface and the disheartening figures, doubting their accuracy. He felt certain that his constitution and agility had been mistakenly swapped. After some calculation, he realized that consuming the meat chunk would yield an increase of 0.1 in strength, while the beast blood would augment his constitution by 0.2. He couldn't help but lament the arduous challenge of enhancing his personal attributes. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Su Yun resolved to spend the night in this location. The night in the wilderness was pitch dark, rendering driving perilous. Moreover, the warnings had indicated that nighttime was fraught with danger. He gathered the materials for traps, constructed a rudimentary bonfire, and set up a rack to roast several meat chunks. A few dogs lingered nearby, drooling in anticipation. Frustrated, Su Yun scolded, "You haven't done any work, yet you wish to feast. Go on, keep watch elsewhere." The dogs seemed to comprehend his command, barking in acknowledgement before patrolling the vicinity. Meanwhile, Su Yun began to devise a significant plan. Utilizing the Level 1 vehicle engine upgrade blueprint enables the enhancement of a Level 1 engine to Level 2, requiring materials: metal X500, plastic X10, rubber X5. Insufficient materials result in upgrade failure. Su Yun opened the regional channel, seeking solace in the lamentations of others. Currently, there remained 9,862 individuals. Such anguish. After an entire day of driving, he had accomplished so little. Alas, I too narrowly escaped being gored by a bull. Is this survival? Or merely awaiting demise? You all are struggling. Look at me. I have already savored roasted corn. The numbers dwindled. Many had vanished. It was unclear whether they perished in vehicular mishaps or due to other calamities. Help me. My wheel is stuck, and there is a wolf outside. How did you encounter that? I have yet to see a living creature. I am driving a vehicle. How is it that you have not encountered any? Indeed, I have encountered none of those, only a few minor traps. Su Yun observed and could not help but marvel at the fortunate individual. He had narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, yet his gains were substantial. He briefly speculated whether the use of dice influenced luck, but he knew that without such means, he could not surpass the other survivors. Based on his experience, the individual who encountered the wolf must possess valuable items, prompting him to swiftly post an advertisement in the channel. I have a spear, a cold weapon. As the saying goes, an inch of length brings an inch of strength, and a gun reigns supreme among weapons. Contact me if in need. Upon sending the message, Su Yun's private messages began to illuminate incessantly. He first replied to the individual being stalked by the wolf. Wu Mingming, boss, how do we trade for the gun? Su Yun, what do you have? I don't possess many either. Wu Mingming, I only have a few scraps of materials, not much else. Su Yun, if you are sincere, we can still negotiate. Wu Mingming, I have 2 antibiotics, some bandages, and a few materials. Su Yun, do you have any blueprints? Wu Mingming, don't jest. I still need this blueprint. Su Yun, if you lose your life, what is the point of discussing survival? Wu Mingming, perhaps not. I will not part with this blueprint. Su Yun, very well, I 1T pressure you. 1 antibiotic, 1 bandage, and 10 basic materials. Wu Mingming, all right, I accept. After Su Yun exchanged the long gun, he chuckled. The weapon was made from materials, and he could produce as many as he desired. Trading it for pharmaceuticals and materials yielded a tenfold profit, and perhaps the other party would even express gratitude. He understood the significance of the blueprint deeply and hurriedly crafted a few more, seeking opportunities to exploit. Meanwhile, Wu Mingming also smiled, possessing a full bottle of antibiotics, over 20 capsules. Initially, he feared being taken advantage of, but to his surprise, the other party did not pressure him for the blueprint and was reasonable in their dealings. Exchanging a trivial amount for a long gun was indeed a remarkable gain. Wu Mingming mused that there are still many good people in the world, and he looked forward to collaborating more in the future. As for whether he could use the long gun to eliminate that wolf, such considerations were beyond his current thoughts. After a series of operations, Su Yun acquired a wealth of foundational materials, along with 2 blueprints: the planting box learning blueprint and the vehicle insulated window production blueprint. Su Yun aspired to utilize the insulated windows. However, lacking the requisite glass materials, he was compelled to set this ambition aside. As twilight descended, Su Yun gazed upon the expanse of the land, where boundless openness stretched before him, and the sky appeared to meld with the earth at the horizon. A shiver coursed through him as the temperature began to drop. Chapter 8. Trading for blankets after consuming 2 exquisite pieces of roasted meat. He fed several dogs a few morsels, which sent them into a joyful frenzy. Su Yun regarded these dogs with disdain and, ignoring them, ascended into the vehicle. The anxious dogs outside barked furiously and scratched at the door, as though Su Yun had abandoned them. With a sense of resignation, he called them to join him in the vehicle, knowing that the materials were already secured in the truck bed, and the back seat was not overly cramped. Once settled, Su Yun opened the channel, contemplating how to reap the rewards of the market. How delightful it is. After the sun has set, the temperature has dropped, and at last, the oppressive heat has subsided. The sweltering days had nearly melted me away. I must admit, I celebrated too prematurely. You, the enigmatic one, utter such disheartening words. Huh, brothers. I have fortuitously discovered a cozy cabin where I intend to spend the night. I strongly advise against such a choice. The warnings indicate that only vehicles can mask your presence, suggesting potential peril. You are overthinking this. I have tested the cabin, and it is invulnerable. Secure the door, and nothing can harm you. It is futile to offer sound counsel to such fools. Nonsense, you are the true fool here. Silence. Let us cease this bickering. It will not lead to anyone's demise. I believe that brother is right. Safety lies within the confines of the vehicle. We shall see. Tonight, I shall remain in the cabin. Su Yun scanned through this information, shaking his head in disbelief. Even at this moment, they remained so naive and immature. He then turned his attention away, retrieving the beast's blood, which bore no distinction from ordinary pig's blood. A few dogs, for reasons unknown, gazed at the beast's blood with eyes filled with longing. Su Yun paid them no mind, downing it in one swift motion, only to be met with a grimace of agony, his features contorted in distress. How utterly repulsive it was. He assessed his body. Perhaps the intake was insufficient, as he felt no significant change. Subsequently, he began to extract the supplies he would require, preparing for the plans that lay ahead. Materials required for the quilt: cotton X 2 units, fabric X 0, 5 units. Currently, Su Yun possesses cotton X 50 and fabric X 37. These are the materials he prioritizes for his substantial trades twice daily. Thus, he decided to attempt crafting a quilt, which turned out to be indistinguishable from a standard white cotton quilt. The process of manufacturing the quilt was not overly complex. After combining the materials, it was merely a matter of a flash of light. He had placed all his bets on this crucial piece of information. As time was still early, Su Yun quietly observed the screen, occasionally glancing out the window to admire the scenery of this otherworldly realm. Moments passed, and he began to feel the temperature drop. A chill swiftly enveloped him, prompting an involuntary shiver. He spread a tiger skin rug beneath him and draped the quilt over his body, instantly feeling significantly warmer. Brothers, it's so cold. Is this normal? We crossed over, yet I'm not surprised by anything. I arrived wearing only shorts, and now I'm frozen stiff. Haha. Thankfully I have a down jacket. Do the ones upstairs sell down jackets? It's freezing. I'm warming myself by the fire outside, which is hardly necessary. Hey upstairs. Have you considered the possibility of being ambushed at night? In the World Channel, others similarly lamented the abrupt drop in temperature, while some were peddling warm items at inflated prices, hoping to capitalize on the situation. After a little while, as the temperature approached 0 degrees, Su Yun sensed that the moment had arrived. Your savior has arrived. Allow me to rescue you. Su Yun declared as he composed the message and simultaneously disseminated it across the global channel. With the temperature plummeting drastically, he could not bear to see his compatriots suffer in the cold. He introduced blankets that could be obtained through a modest exchange of 4 units of cotton and 2 units of fabric, available on a first-come, first-served basis until supplies ran out. After sending the message, Su Yun commenced the production of blankets, preparing them for those lacking the necessary materials. He aimed to gather as many useful items as possible. The channels erupted with activity. What was once an expensive commodity had now become remarkably affordable. Thank you, great benefactor. May you enjoy a lifetime of peace. The government's disaster relief supplies have arrived. I don't have cotton. Can I trade something else for a blanket? Brother, please give me a blanket. I promise I can share the same bed with you. Is there anyone with materials? I have none. What should I do? Su Yun swiftly received an abundance of resources. He busied himself with the blanket production, though his pace was somewhat constrained. At that moment, a private message arrived, accompanied by a video call, leaving Su Yun puzzled. It was the first time someone had initiated a video call. Upon inspecting the name, Xiaoming, he realized it belonged to the earnest university student who had sold him the blanket blueprint. Initially reluctant to answer, Su Yun decided to see what the student desired. As he accepted the video call, a visage of keen intellect filled the screen. Su Yun, what is it? Are you regretting your decision and seeking retribution? Xiaoming, the big shot is truly youthful and handsome. Hee, I have nothing to boast about. The items I traded were entirely my own accord. Su Yun, no need for excessive flattery. What brings you here? Xiaoming, hee, esteemed one, I wish to exchange 2 blankets. I lack the necessary materials and would like to barter with other items. Su Yun, no problem. Are you still seeking blueprints? Xiaoming, let us not jest, esteemed one. I am in need of upgrade blueprints, specifically for the transmission. Su Yun, why not simply utilize them? Xiaoming, well, is it that I do not wish to use them? I lack materials. Today, I have nothing for sustenance. Xiaoming, I intend to trade you 2 blankets, along with 10 pieces of meat and a weapon. Su Yun, that's rather excessive. 1 blanket and 5 pieces of meat, and I shall provide you with 2 rifles. Xiaoming, but these are blueprints, precious blueprints. Su Yun, I suspected as much. This upgrade likely requires hundreds of materials. Xiaoming, deal. By the way, esteemed one, there are individuals in the channel targeting you. Su Yun noticed this, closed the video, and switched to the channel. It appeared that as Su Yun's transactions progressed, an increasing number of people had benefited, leading to a frenzy of picture sharing within the channel. Those without materials expressed their discontent, accusing Su Yun of profiting from the middleman's margin, urging others to refrain from trading. Some pointed out that as compatriots, it was unjust to profit from unscrupulous means. Su Yun ought to share freely. Sellers of warm items further fueled the flames, resulting in a heated exchange of insults. Su Yun, disinterested in the commotion, found little opportunity for conversation and subsequently sought out Xiaoming. Su Yun, I propose a collaboration on a certain matter. Xiaoming, what is going on, my friend? Su Yun, I am selling you 200 quilts. I will accept any materials. Xiaoming, you need not haggle with them. They are mere jesters. Su Yun, will you proceed? Xiaoming, yes, it is imperative. Su Yun, then listen to me. Xiaoming, my friend, you have a heart of stone. Chapter 9. Vehicle upgrades. Upon witnessing Su Yun's withdrawal, the individuals in the channel began to voice their grievances, engaging in heated disputes. As an increasing number of warm items entered the market, many found themselves with greater options, leading to a gradual calming of tensions. However, cotton and fabric remained in short supply. At this juncture, Xiaoming stepped forward. I possess a substantial quantity of quilts, and I am willing to accept any materials, requiring only 10 basic materials. This is the mark of a true hero. I can finally afford it. Thank you, my friend. At long last, I shall no longer suffer the cold. A mere chill shall soon pass. I fear that you may succumb to it. The 200 quilts were provided to Xiaoming by Su Yun, who deposited 10 of the quilts with the system as a guarantee, allowing Su Yun to retain 90 along with all the blueprints. Su Yun instructed Xiaoming to raise prices as necessary to maximize profits. Meanwhile, Su Yun offered supplies to the regional channel, facilitating trade in all manners of goods. Su Yun, I am listing 100 quilts in the trading center. I am also seeking to acquire, at a premium, blueprints for gearbox upgrades, chassis upgrades, and various other schematics. After sending this message, he paid no heed to their ensuing discussions. Tang Yao, I possess a blueprint for crafting a statue of Thor's hammer. What do you think it could be exchanged for? Su Yun, what purpose does this blueprint serve? Tang Yao, I've acquired some information. In Norse mythology, Thor's hammer symbolizes strength and protection, rendering ferocious beasts unable to approach you and granting immunity to animal harm. Su Yun, oh, a flicker of interest sparked within Su Yun. How intriguing that it intertwines with mythology. Tang Yao, indeed. Consider this. The weapon of the thunder god may augment strength and offer protection against beastly assaults, truly worth its weight in gold. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Could it truly be so remarkable? Yet, it was available for trade. But at that moment, the dice in his mind began to flicker incessantly, prompting Su Yun to take the matter seriously. Su Yun, what do you intend to exchange for it? Tang Yao, a simple quilt would suffice. Su Yun was elated and hastily agreed to the transaction. After concluding the exchange, he retrieved the blueprint for the thunder god statue. Blueprint for Thor's hammer statue. Upon learning, you may craft 1 Thor's hammer statue at the workbench. Thor's hammer embodies the formidable power of the thunder god, providing a chance to avoid encounters with beasts. Required materials would X50. Upon reviewing this information, Su Yun comprehended Tang Yao's motives for the trade. Most survivors relied on beasts for their meat supply. Even amidst danger, they were a vital source of sustenance. Without beasts, one must barter their materials with others. Moreover, the immunity to beastly harm rendered the concern for damage moot. Had it not been for the flickering dice, Su Yun would not have considered crafting it. He clicked to proceed with the creation. A statue resembling Thor's hammer, though its authenticity remains uncertain, appeared in Su Yun's grasp. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a die emerged, intent on devouring the statue. Su Yun made no attempt to intervene, and soon the statue was consumed by the die. He was presented with the choice of increasing his gifts by one or acquiring a new skill, avoidance. The information resonated within him, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and burst into laughter, having discerned the die's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he opted to increase his gifts once more, for he understood that greater risks yield greater rewards. At that moment, Xiaming sent a message. Xiaming, boss, I have fulfilled my promise. The supplies have been transmitted to you. Thank you for leading me to prosperity. Su Yun refrained from further conversation, patiently awaiting the completion of his own transaction center, which had sold out. Most individuals had engaged in mutual exchanges, with some even acting as intermediaries for Su Yun's goods. The market was particularly low on essential materials such as cotton and fabric. Su Yun, having already profited from the initial wave, was disinclined to offer high prices for further acquisitions, believing it prudent to allow the market to stabilize for future gains. To Su Yun's astonishment, he had obtained blueprints for gearbox and chassis upgrades. Many might have deemed the required materials too extensive, opting not to rush their upgrades, perhaps unaware of the vehicle module's significance. Consequently, these items were put up for trade. However, this was of little concern to Su Yun, as he could now upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. He initially intended to inventory his supplies, but the materials had become so plentiful that they overflowed outside the vehicle, leaving no room for additional storage. He finally realized, to his astonishment, that he had been continuously changing materials, not anticipating that the vehicle could not accommodate such a large quantity. With tears of frustration welling up, Su Yun gazed at the heap of materials, resigned to upgrading the vehicle first before assessing the situation further. Donning the military coat he had traded for, he cautiously grasped the crossbow and, accompanied by his dog, disembarked from the vehicle. Surveying the surroundings, he was confronted by an all-encompassing darkness that sent a shiver down his spine. "Goodness, it's freezing," he muttered, steeling himself to proceed with the upgrades. Fortunately, the dice did not emit any warning signals. He utilized the level 1 vehicle engine upgrade blueprint, which would elevate the engine from level 1 to level 2, requiring the following materials: 500 units of metal, 10 units of plastic, and 5 units of rubber. Next, he employed the level 1 vehicle chassis upgrade blueprint, capable of enhancing the chassis from level 1 to level 2, necessitating 800 units of metal, 30 units of plastic, and 100 units of rubber. Lastly, he activated the level 1 vehicle transmission upgrade blueprint, designed to upgrade the transmission from level 1 to level 2, which required 100 units of metal, 5 units of plastic, and 10 units of rubber. A green light enveloped the entire vehicle, dissipating within a mere 5 seconds. Yet there was no discernible change in the vehicle's appearance. It remained the same, the tires unchanged except for a slight widening. Without checking the vehicle's information, Su Yun proceeded directly to utilize the module in his hand, a diamond-shaped object adorned with intricate patterns, featuring a button at its center. He activated it, but at that moment, the dice manifested before the module, extracting several other modules from within. 4 modules swiftly floated above the vehicle, beginning to merge and flow like liquid, emitting eerie, lightning-like green streaks that gradually seeped into every inch of the automobile. A cacophony of crackling sounds ensued, startling a few dogs that scampered behind Su Yun. The vehicle seemed to defy the laws of energy conservation, as a phantom form continuously expanded in size and stature, eventually coalescing into substance. A robust pickup truck materialized before Su Yun. The previously dilapidated and rusted exterior now gleamed with a mirror-like smoothness, radiating a cold, metallic luster. The vehicle measured an impressive 7.5 meters in length, 2.9 meters in width, and 3.1 meters in height, boasting a massive body and rugged contours. The enormous bumper and air intake grille dominated the front facade, while the prominent headlights enhanced its formidable presence, giving the entire vehicle the appearance of a powerful beast. The rear cargo area transformed into a closed cabin, offering ample space, complemented by a towing system at the back and 2 fuel tanks. Awestruck by the vehicle's imposing aura, Su Yun took a moment to regain his composure. He then clumsily stepped onto the vehicle, where the interior revealed even more astonishing changes. The original dashboard had metamorphosed into a sleek screen, and the antiquated buttons had all been replaced with technologically advanced alternatives, along with several new buttons. Chapter 10. The Misty Shadows. The rear seating area was remarkably spacious, the seats having been removed to create a soft and comfortable single bed, with a small door on the right leading directly to the cargo area. Su Yun opened the vehicle information interface, and his eyes instantly brightened. Name: heavy-duty pickup truck level. 2 energy. Gasoline 1400 units, 5 units km, 2500 by 2. Electricity 5 units, 50 units loading. Onboard air conditioning trait. Item stacking level 1. 4 identical items can be stacked together. Is this the correct way to activate the module? Each module represents a multiplier for the foundational skills of the traits. If he could seize more modules, it would indeed provide more capacity. However, Su Yun quickly regained his composure and noted that upgrading the stacking requires a level 2 module. Had it not been for the dice's gift and reminder that allowed him to exploit a loophole, he wouldn't have been able to stack level 1 items 4-fold. Higher level modules would likely require advanced cards, and it seemed premature to contemplate that now. He set aside his contemplations and prepared to exit the vehicle, intending to transfer all the supplies to the truck bed. Fortunately, the rear of the truck was equipped with a lift gate. Otherwise, it would have taken ages. The dogs proved useful as well, assisting in fetching some lighter provisions. After a considerable amount of time, he finally completed the task, panting as he hurried back into the vehicle, feeling the temperature had now dipped below freezing. Upon boarding the vehicle, I commenced an inventory of the remaining supplies for the evening. 735 units of metal, 580 units of wood, 260 units of plastic, 150 units of rubber, 40 units of fabric, 110 units of cotton, 170 units of quartz sand, 75 electronic components, 30 units of soil, 2 barrels of gasoline, each containing 200 units. For units of leather, 7 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters each, 31 units of ordinary meat, 7 units of premium meat, 100 grams of salt, 60 grams of pepper, 1 capsule of antibiotics, 1 bandage, 12 bottles of vodka, and 1 pound of rice. Additionally, various miscellaneous items such as animal skins were not included in the tally. As for weaponry and schematics, I possessed 1 crossbow, 1 axe, along with learning schematics for crossbow bolts and spears, which could be crafted freely given the necessary materials. The schematics included planting box learning schematic, glass crafting learning schematic, insulated vehicle window manufacturing schematic, explosion-proof tire manufacturing schematic, vehicle refrigerator manufacturing schematic, crossbow manufacturing schematic, X6, crossbow bolt learning schematic, X6, spear learning schematic, X3, and level 1 vehicle engine upgrade schematic, X3. After completing the inventory, I lay paralyzed on the bed, contemplating how to maximize the benefits of these schematics. Mastery of the planting box was essential, as it would allow for the cultivation of vegetables, requiring only 5 units of wood for its construction. However, without any news regarding glass, I was unable to proceed with the window manufacturing. The explosion-proof tires were crafted with ease, exchanging 40 units of rubber for 4 wide and sturdy tires. The vehicle refrigerator had already been placed in the left-hand section of the rear compartment, accessible upon entry, though it remained empty for the time being. As for other matters, apart from the crossbow, some transactions could indeed be made with others. A few bottles of Russian vodka could also be put on the shelf. While contemplating the future plans, Su Yun suddenly recalled a perplexing issue. Despite a night spent bustling about, no imminent danger seemed to lurk anywhere. Was the announcement merely a ruse? With this thought in mind, Su Yun opened the regional channel to gauge the sentiments of others. At this hour, nearing 11 o'clock according to the system's time, most individuals were still awake on this first night, with little inclination to sleep, instead engaging in idle chatter. The long, sleepless night posed a contradiction to the warnings of danger after dusk. Why do I see no signs of peril at all? One person remarked. Heisey, come forth. Who deserves to die? I'm merely roasting by the fire in the little wooden house. Heisey, why the silence? It seems the wooden house poses no threat. I'm going there too, it's freezing. I advise you all to remain inside the vehicle. Better safe than sorry, another cautioned. I beg to differ. As we all know, the wooden house is invincible. Once the door is shut, no beast can enter. What if it's a ghost? We must trust in science. The announcement merely states that vehicles can mask our presence, not that the wooden house is dangerous. In contrast to the tranquility of the World Channel, the regional channel buzzed with amicable exchanges, one group asserting the superiority of vehicles for safety, while another maintained that the wooden house posed no threat. However, overall, a greater number of individuals preferred to avoid risk and remain in the relative safety of their vehicles. After observing for a while, Su Yun began to feel drowsy and instructed the dog to alert him if anything occurred, before wrapping himself in 3 heavy blankets and sinking into a deep slumber. As Su Yun slumbered peacefully, a sudden, muffled barking broke the tranquility. Startled, he grasped the crossbow from beneath the bed and crouched behind the passenger seat. Casting a wary glance at the dogs, who were intently watching the front of the vehicle. Crouching low, Su Yun cautiously peered outside, only to discover that the world beyond had been enveloped in a thick, impenetrable fog. The mist hung heavily, resembling a solid wall that obscured all visibility. Within that haze, vague, colossal shadows drifted aimlessly, their indistinct forms instilling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Everything outside seemed to whisper to Su Yun of the immense danger lurking beyond. He held his breath, the dogs instinctively sensing the peril and settling into silence. Eager to uncover the truth of the situation, Su Yun activated the regional channel, only to be struck with terror as he noted the number of participants had plummeted to 8,114 out of 10,000. Over 1,000 souls had seemingly vanished from existence. What on earth had transpired? In the blink of an eye, the world had morphed into something so frightening. I am truly afraid. Is there a gallant soul out there to rescue me? I shall share my stunning photographs. Wow, dear sister. You are on the brink of demise yet still cannot resist exclaiming in astonishment. Has anyone noticed that numerous lives have been lost? I have been vigilantly observing. And as the clock struck midnight, these transformations began to unfold. Is it conceivable that those departed were not even aboard the vehicles? Little cabin brother's profile has darkened. I had advised him against residing in the cabin, yet he scolded me, calling me a detractor. Alas, so many have perished. All due to the misdeeds of little cabin brother. Everyone must refrain from disembarking, take care, and prioritize safety. It is time to rest. Subsequently, discussions regarding these changes commenced, and Su Yun consolidated much of the information. As the clock struck midnight, a thick fog enveloped the land, bringing forth various unknown entities that roamed this earth, seeking the essence that does not belong to this realm, while the survivors themselves were out of place. However, vehicles shield humanity's scent, unlike the cabin, which succumbs to the encroaching fog as night falls. Afterward, the circumstances became unclear, and those who possessed knowledge had vanished. Su Yun felt a sense of relief upon realizing the vehicles were secure, just as he prepared to rest and replenish his energy for the morrow's inquiries. The dice emitted a cryptic message. Chapter 11, The Cabin Diary. Following the dice's guidance, Su Yun navigated laboriously through the ink-like fog. The wheels crushed the ground, producing a dull thud. Within the mist, colossal silhouettes wandered across the earth and drifted through the skies. Their forms were indistinct, their outlines barely discernible within the haze. The headlights flickered and danced in the fog, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Su Yun's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, while his heart raced violently in his chest as if attempting to burst forth. Each time he braked, accelerated, or maneuvered the wheel, he did so in accordance with the guidance of the dice. In this world of diminished visibility, where danger lurked at every turn, he could only navigate forward with great difficulty, relying on the dice's direction. At last, after enduring a harrowing journey filled with trepidation and the dice's various warnings, a faint outline of a small house emerged in the distance. As the vehicle drew nearer, a quaint abode with a courtyard came into view. The yard was enclosed with stone, leaving an entrance unbarred, while the walls bore the marks of time. The mist seemed unable to encroach upon this place, as if warded off by some unseen force. Unlike other wooden dwellings, this house was a 2-story structure with a flat roof, crafted from stone and exuding a raw, primitive charm. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Yun parked in the yard, observing a figure lingering in the distance. Out of caution, he chose not to exit the vehicle. He reached out to sense the dice once more, but they offered no response. Taking a deep breath, he readied his crossbow, a rare source of reassurance in this perilous world. To survive better in such a realm, his sole recourse was to trust the information imparted by the dice. Regaining his composure, Su Yun grasped an arrow, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the car door, unceremoniously tossing the dog, Erguzzi, out before swiftly closing the door again. The dog stood bewildered, momentarily stunned, before it began to bark frantically at the closed door. Su Yunja sat within the vehicle, gazing into the distance. Perhaps it was the local canine's nature that rendered the surroundings uneventful. After observing for a considerable time, Su Yun resolved to alight and explore. He opened the car door, disregarding the dog's mournful gaze, and slowly stepped out. Crouching beside the door, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, finding no immediate threat. The colossal figure in the distance continued its relentless wandering, oblivious to Su Yun's presence. "Stay here and do not stray," he instructed as a few dogs promptly scattered to stand guard around the vehicle. Su Yun then approached the house, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sounds, but there was none. With a gentle push, he opened the door, his muscles taut, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Creaking, the door revealed a circular stone platform with a diamond-shaped indentation at its center. To the right, against the wall, stood a table and a chair, while a staircase on the left led to the second floor. Ascending the stairs, Su Yun found the layout of the second floor equally simple, featuring a bed, an iron chest, and a rudimentary table. Upon the table rested an iron box, which captured Su Yun's attention. He approached the table and scrutinized the box closely. It was an ordinary iron container, roughly the size of a mooncake box, with a slight gap that alleviated concerns of toxic gas within. Armed with an axe, Su Yun swiftly severed the lock, and without any warning, the box opened to reveal a notebook. Flipping through several pages, he discovered it was a diary, inscribed in English, a curious find indeed. Thanks to the demands of his work, Su Yun was able to decipher some of the text. "Today marks the second day since my arrival in this world. In the beginning, we paid little heed to this divine game. It was not until last night's night of mist that we witnessed the devastation of half our territory and the ascension of countless azure beings to the heavens. Perhaps I shall be next, for my troops are merely goblins. Thus, I might seek an audience with the Almighty to inquire whether we have been forsaken. Today marks the third day. Many survived the night of mist, each fighting valiantly for their existence. I count myself fortunate, as I led my forces to hunt successfully, allowing us a hearty meal at last. A friend informed me that some have ascended to a level 4 territory. Perhaps only they can uncover the truth lurking behind this ordeal. Today is the fourth day. My dear friend reached out to me once more, teetering on the brink of death. In his final moments, he entrusted me with the core of his territory, revealing that his troops were of the sci-fi race. He urged me to survive and hope to ascend to paradise. I have finally gathered enough stones to elevate our territory to level 2, and my troops have likewise advanced. However, the fabled property of the houses is merely luck. Yet, is not my arrival in this world the greatest misfortune of all? Today is the 5th day. Indeed, luck is not without its merit. I opened a chest today to find a spatial ring within. However, it came at a cost, as I sustained some injuries and was compelled to trade for medicinal supplies. Oh, these wretched merchants, fellow azure beings, their hearts have been tainted by this world. Today is the 6th day. Fortune has not bestowed upon me the luck I so desired. Though I have once again acquired abundant resources, I find myself injured anew. Whispers abound of a discovered journal, revealing that we are not the first indigenous inhabitants to arrive. This revelation fills me with profound dread, for their script mirrors our own, sharing similar tribulations. O God, have you fashioned the azure beings in disparate realms, imparting identical cultures, and enclosing us within? On the 7th day, today marks the day of calamity. I am uncertain if I shall endure this day unscathed. The mist thickens, the rain intensifies, and countless monstrous eyes gaze upon us from the depths. Some assert that only fire can instill fear in them, yet the flame has long been claimed by the divine. Perhaps, in my final moments, I too should leave behind some remnant. Su Yun furrowed his brow, attempting to turn to the next page, only to discover the journal had vanished. It is possible that this individual did not survive the so-called day of calamity, yet myriad questions linger in Su Yun's mind. Moreover, the peculiar trait of this person's territory is fortune, fortuitously revealed to Su Yun, stirring a chill within him. Daring not to ponder further, he shook his head, burying his thoughts deep within. The foremost priority now is survival. Only by living can one uncover the truth. Su Yun approached the chest in the corner and opened it, reassured that as long as the dice did not issue a warning, he need not tread so cautiously. Within the chest lay but a solitary ring and 2 territorial modules. Su Yun surmised one belonged to the journal's owner, while the other belonged to a dear friend. Good heavens, this must be a remnant left by the journal's proprietor, accompanied by a letter. Su-Yun picked it up and glanced at it. It was nothing more than a cliché opening line about seeing this letter. He tossed it aside and examined the ring and territory module. Chapter 12, The Four Dogs Drive, acquired. Level 3 territory module. First time unlocking a blue treasure chest. Level 3 territory module. Used to upgrade level 2 territory requirements. Foundation level 2. Walls level 2. Fence level 2. Acquired. Spatial folding ring X1. Spatial folding ring. Contains a 2x2x2 folding space, suitable for storage. He scrutinized the module closely. It bore no distinction from the car module. However, it held little value for him, while the spatial ring was considerably more useful. Though it was of no benefit to Su-Yun, it proved advantageous for the die, which conveyed a message, absorption. That the die could absorb was perplexing. Why hadn't he absorbed the module previously? Su-Yun found himself confused, yet the die offered no response. He resolved to cease pondering it, and prepared to replicate the gift module. The die transmitted another message. The gifts bestowed by fate are never reclaimed, but must instead be repaid in another form. Suddenly, Su-Yun comprehended. Was this what fate intended? He had traveled a great distance to present this to you, thus settling his dues with destiny? The die flickered momentarily, and Su-Yun chose to dismiss the issue. As long as it wasn't a conspiracy, he felt relieved. Summoning the die, he absorbed the territory module, and this time, Su-Yun found he had a choice. Before long, the die manifested an additional skill. Fate. 1. Gift. Each roll of the dice bestows upon you a quantity of single-type items, determined by the numbers rolled. These gifted items cannot be utilized during the toss, limited to 4 times daily. 2. Insight. You may glean significant information pertaining to the day, once per day. 3. Forewarning. Alerts will be issued in the event of danger or opportunity. 4. Fortune. You are perpetually favored by luck. This expression of dissatisfaction with fortune reveals a grievance. Luck is ever so elusive and unpredictable. Moreover, another facet of luck remains unused, as a premonition suggests it will be needed in the future. After this, he retrieved his spatial ring for inspection, which indicated the necessity of binding it. Following the instructions, he promptly secured the binding. Upon opening the spatial ring, he discovered it brimming with stones, wood, and a few metallic fragments, with the only discernible items being medicinal supplies. He noted there were 23 capsules of antibiotics and 2 bottles of 100 milliliters iodine solution. After thoroughly examining the room and finding no additional items, he carried the box downstairs. He discarded the useless materials from the spatial ring into the yard, contemplating the mist outside. A question arose in his mind. Why does the territory remain untainted by the encroaching fog, while the small cabin succumbs to its grasp? Shaking his head in bewilderment, he chose not to dwell on it, and with his dog, he climbed into the car. Overall, this venture yielded bountiful rewards, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a night of heightened tension, he lay in bed, gradually drifting into slumber. At the break of dawn, Su-Yun was jolted awake by the frantic forewarnings of the dice. He hastily rose from his slumber and drove away from the confines of the territory. As the fog gradually dissipated, the colossal figure in the distance vanished along with it, rendering the territory increasingly ethereal, as if it existed in a different dimension altogether. Ultimately fading from Su-Yun's sight. Was it possible that at night, we transitioned into an alternate dimension, while the cabin, sharing our dimension, entered the realm of the territory and the mist? Yet, why was the vehicle unscathed? It felt as though one needed to be particularly astute to comprehend this complexity. Su-Yun rubbed his temples. Reasoning had never been his forte. In the grand scheme of things, food reigned supreme. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 6:03. With that, he decided against further rest and began preparing breakfast. After exiting the vehicle, he tossed a few pieces of meat to the dogs, set up a cast-iron pot, brought water to a boil, added rice, and sliced the fine cuts of meat to concoct a porridge. During the cooking process, Su-Yun could not resist eavesdropping. I dared not sleep a wink last night. It felt as if something passed by outside. I felt it too. There were constant howls echoing, leaving me trembling. Now I'm both exhausted and drowsy. What transpired last night? Why are so many missing? Brother, you must have a heart of steel to sleep through this. I turned in early. Otherwise, how could I have the energy to drive today? You must have slept quite deeply. Soon, the porridge was ready. As he faced the rising sun amidst the boundless wilderness, Su-Yun sat on the tailgate, savoring his first breakfast in this extraordinary world. After swiftly finishing the porridge and tidying up his mood, he called out to a few dogs, urging them to stop their playful antics. The dogs, caught in their mischief, scampered onto the vehicle, gnawing on bones with a guilty demeanor. Su-Yun cast a glance at them, muttering, "All you do is chew bones and play. Next time, I might just make you into soup." The vehicle roared to life, continuing its journey ahead. An hour passed without encountering any small cottages, and Su-Yun found his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, the dog in the passenger seat barked sharply, startling him awake. He swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a large rock ahead, his body drenched in cold sweat. Shaking his head, he slapped his face in an attempt to rouse himself. The dog beside him continued barking, and in irritation, Su-Yun dismissed it. "Go on, go on." In response, the dog mimicked holding the steering wheel. Su-Yun, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you suggesting you can drive?" The dog nodded, and the others joined in with excited barks. Astounded, Su-Yun glanced at the vast wilderness outside and then back at the dogs. He quickly moved aside, primarily driven by curiosity to witness how the dogs would handle the vehicle. Before long, the dog in the passenger seat leaped into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel with both paws. Another dog settled into the passenger seat, acting as the navigator, while a third dog pressed down on the brake and accelerator. The fourth dog and the third took turns in their roles. The dogs barked commands, with the third dog accelerating upon receiving a signal and braking at another bark, while the second dog similarly directed the third with barks of its own. Fortunately, it is a dual-clutch automatic transmission. Behind him, Su-Yun was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. "Bruce, I have believed in you since childhood." The dogs, with expressions of pride, seemed to convey that they had earned every morsel of food. Su-Yun patted them on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Bruce." After some contemplation, he realized that these dogs exhibited quick reflexes in the face of danger. Moreover, the dice would offer warnings, leading him to decide to trust them with the task at hand. As the adage goes, those who cannot lead a team must toil alone until exhaustion. He instructed them to awaken him in the event of encountering a cabin, wild beasts, other vehicles, or any threats. With that, Su-Yun peacefully drifted off to sleep. Not long after, the four dogs rushed to his side, barking to rouse him. Su-Yun yawned and rubbed his eyes, glancing at the distant cabin. It turned out that the dogs had already located the cabin. Astutely, they had avoided danger and refrained from approaching. Observing his surroundings carefully, Su-Yun encouraged the dogs, "Head towards the entrance." The dogs, understanding his command, barked twice as the vehicle slowly made its way forward. It must be said that after 2 hours of travel, the dogs exhibited an extraordinary level of coordination, akin to that of a seasoned driver with a decade of experience. Their skill made Su-Yun break into a sweat. He wished to capture the moment on camera to show those without a driver's license how Bruce operated the vehicle. Chapter 13. The Burning Beehive. Su-Yun seized the crossbow, pushed open the car door, and nimbly leaped out, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He then stealthily approached the cabin. Skillfully pressing against its wall to listen intently, the cabin emitted not a single sound. Hiding behind the wall, he gently pushed open the door with a stick. Beyond the threshold, contrary to his expectations of triggering a trap, all was remarkably serene. He leaned forward and tossed the stone he held inside. It arced gracefully through the air before landing with a resounding thud. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a shower of deadly arrows cascaded from the ceiling like raindrops, swiftly covering every inch of the room's floor. Outside, Su-Yun wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled. Although these arrows were incompatible with his crossbow, they could fetch a handsome price. He then stepped into the room, retrieving a supply card from the wall, a blank white card. Su-Yun chose not to employ the dice, as he intended to invest in more advanced supplies that promised greater value. With a swift motion, he dispatched a venomous snake that lunged at him, then began to examine the supplies. Acquired. Crazy Thursday Family Bucket X1. Acquired. Bottled Water X2. Acquired. Solar Panel Blueprint. It seemed that he would no longer have to worry about a lack of electricity when crafting electrical devices. Su-Yun gathered the supplies and set off towards his next destination, once again letting the dog drive while he kept a watchful eye on the screen. How vast this world is. Despite the passage of time, not a single soul has been encountered. It seems a jest, for if one were to meet another, would it lead to violence and plunder? The channel fell into silence. I ponder, perhaps if attacked, there would still be time to report it. Let us not be naive. The depraved need not rely on resource cards for their sinister pursuits. Those with dark intentions harbor malevolent thoughts. Seeking protection, little sisters will willingly share their resources with their elder brothers, as long as their meals are provided. Dear sister, where art thou? Your brother shall shield you. Oh my! Such imagination. Yet, she cannot even fill her own belly. Su Yun, a significant sale of long guns and arrows, self-defense artifacts for remote hunting, has been modified for the trading center. Ah, it is the esteemed Su. How does one achieve such feats? Lu Yu, brother, are you there? Su Yun, do you want a long gun, oh my? Lu Yu, oh dear brother, just call me Xiao Yeye. Su Yun, very well, oh my, do you want a gun? Lu Yu, yes. Brother, I need a small gun for self-defense. I will exchange it for my exceptionally stunning photos. Su Yun was taken aback, having encountered shamelessness before, yet never to such an extent. Thus, he chose to ignore her. After crafting several guns and trading with a few individuals, he acquired dozens of basic materials. After a considerable time, no further trades occurred. It dawned upon Su Yun that as time progressed, most individuals had armed themselves, rendering the long guns less enticing. However, he remained exceedingly hesitant to sell the crossbow. Even with a warning, he was reluctant to allow anyone access to long-range weaponry. Nevertheless, he decided to sell the blueprints for the long gun to someone he was familiar with. Opening his private messages, he noticed that the girl was still messaging him, insisting she was not joking anymore and that she needed a long gun, offering supplies in exchange. Lu Wei, brother, please help me out. I'm not joking anymore. I need a long gun. I can trade supplies. Su Yun, don't waste time, be quick. Lu Yue, how about 10 medals? Su Yun, 15, including compensation for emotional distress. Lu Yue, all right, brother. Yeye hopes you can forgive her. Upon reading this, Su Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. He resolved that he could no longer engage in transactions with her. It was entirely abnormal, and dealing with her felt like a waste. After the trade, he would cease all communication. Lu Wei, brother, do you have any other treasures? I recall you mentioned acquiring blueprints. Su Yun retracted a previous vow. Su Yun, what blueprints do you possess? Lu Yue, I have a blueprint for making a rice cooker. What would you be willing to offer? Su Yun, I have a blueprint for learning to craft a long gun and for upgrading an engine. Which one do you desire? Su Yun cast out a bait, hoping to catch something substantial. The girl appeared rather manipulative. It was not uncommon for her to have one or two admirers who were generous, as devoted acolytes often shower their deities with gifts. She likely possessed something valuable. Lu Yu exclaimed, wow, brother, that's incredible. I want both of them. I also possess a blueprint for a storage locker and a ventilation system. Su Yun responded, the long gun is a blueprint, you understand, right? Moreover, there is a secret. Engine upgrades are related to vehicle enhancements. Lu Yu asked, is that true, brother? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? After her inquiry, Lu Yu fell silent for quite a while, and Su Yun chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, fortune smiled upon the dog, as they unexpectedly stumbled upon a wooden cabin. As Su Yun was about to disembark, he turned back to pat the dog's head, absorbing its good fortune. Upon exiting, before making his way toward the cabin, he was met with a resounding buzz emanating from within. Su Yun, wary and hesitant, refrained from opening the door, suspecting it was filled with bees or wasps. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to employ a fiery approach. He retrieved a long-stored bottle of Russian vodka and transferred it to another container, filling glass bottles with gasoline and fashioning makeshift Molotov cocktails by wrapping oil-soaked cloth around the necks. In total, he prepared 5 incendiary devices and stealthily approached the cabin. Upon reaching the threshold, he acted without hesitation, kicking the door open and igniting one of the bottles. Initially intending to hurl it into the interior, he was taken aback by the sight of a massive beehive, prompting a change of heart. As he turned to flee, he tossed the lit bottle at the entrance. With a resounding bang, the bottle shattered, and flames erupted like a ravenous demon, engulfing the area at the door. Almost immediately, the enraged bees swarmed out in a furious exodus. Initially, they surged forth like a black tide, intent on rushing towards Su Yun to exact a frenzied revenge. However, the searing heat of the flames mercilessly thwarted their advance. Numerous bees were engulfed by the inferno, emitting a sizzle as they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Those few that managed to escape the fiery abyss found themselves crippled, their wings singed, and they fell helplessly to the ground. Su Yun stood vigilant nearby, keenly observing to prevent any straggling bees from launching an unexpected attack. As time passed, the buzzing of the bees gradually diminished, and the flames slowly subsided. Leaving the area before the wooden cabin in disarray, the air thick with a pungent, charred odor. Once assured that the danger had abated, Siyun ignited the torch in his hand and cautiously approached the cabin, ready to commence a thorough cleanup. A massive beehive clung to the central wall, with a few remaining bees still assaulting Siyun. Utilizing the torch, he swiftly eradicated the last of the bees and, employing a dining knife, severed the hive to collect it for storage in the refrigerator. Chapter 14. Acquiring the forge lacking alternative containers. He procured several glass bottles of varying sizes from the trading center to gather the honey. During this process, a few bees continued to resist fiercely, but Siyun systematically dispatched them. After clearing the hive, he uncovered a green resource card hidden behind it. Overjoyed, Siyun summoned the dice, cast them, and rolled a 3. The green resource card in his hand instantly quadrupled. Subsequently, he played another card. Acquired. Orange cow X12. Acquired. Eggs X12. Acquired. Blueprint for electric oven. Acquired. Furnace. Workbench. Electric oven blueprint. Upon learning, one can craft an electric oven X1 at the workbench, which allows for the cooking of food. Required materials: 10 units of metal, 5 electrical components. Acquired. Furnace. Workbench, which enables the crafting of a smelting furnace X1 at the workbench, capable of refining basic materials into advanced materials. Required materials: 10 units of metal, 40 units of stone. At last, the furnace has appeared. Siyun had long been lacking glass, and it was nowhere to be found in the market. However, with this furnace, quartz sand can be transformed into glass. Yet, a pained expression crossed his face. Just days prior, he had discarded all his stones. Fortunately, stones were abundant in this area. Accompanied by his dog, he began to collect stones, and soon enough, he had gathered the required amount. He clicked to craft. System, detected the presence of a furnace. Would you like to load it into the workbench? System, note that the equipment is quite large. Please find an appropriate location for placement if necessary. Without hesitation, Siyun chose to add it to the workbench. After incorporating it, he examined the furnace. The furnace could refine basic materials into advanced ones. Basic materials include natural substances such as metal, stone, quartz sand, and ceramics, which can be processed into superior materials. Siyun then took out his glass crafting learning blueprint to study. After completing his studies, he commenced the synthesis of glass. The equation 1 quartz, sand 1 quartz, sand 1 glass is exceedingly simple, yet there exist other formulas. However, Siyun currently possesses only quartz sand. Before him, the material vanished in less than 2 seconds, and a piece of crystal clear, impeccably smooth glass materialized before his eyes. Siyun was taken aback. This rapid transformation touched upon his knowledge gap. He found himself unable to elucidate the phenomenon, merely marveling at the prowess of the system. Consequently, Siyun produced 20 pieces of glass, utilizing them to fabricate solar panels and insulated car windows. Blueprint for solar panel manufacturing. Materials required: metal X20, glass X4, rubber X1. Electronic components X2. Blueprint for vehicle insulated windows. Materials required: glass X16, detected loadable component. Solar panel, detected replaceable component. Insulated window. Siyun placed the solar panel atop the vehicle, which automatically connected to the battery inside, ushering him into an era of electric living. The insulated windows effectively blocked 80% of the heat, diminishing the need for constant air conditioning. With excitement, Siyun embarked on his journey, feeling a rare sense of joy after replenishing his supplies of food and modern necessities. Just as he reveled in this happiness, a private message from Wasaime arrived. "Luyu, is my brother there? I have just received a blueprint for cold-resistant gloves. But I also possess some cola, basic materials, and a few seeds. What should my brother choose? I wouldn't mind sharing my private photos either. Siyun, I desire all your blueprints, including the cola and the cabbage seeds. Upgrading the engine is far more crucial than you might imagine. Luyu, brother, you're a bit heartless, but who could resist loving you? Please, let us trade. Siyun, you're quite delusional." With that, Siyun chose to ignore her. After listing the items in the trading center, the blueprint from the Wasaime quickly exchanged hands. Electric rice cooker blueprint. Now, I can enjoy steamed rice. The materials are minimal for its creation. Storage cabinet blueprint. This is excellent. I can store my food and snacks, placing it conveniently beside the refrigerator. Ventilation system blueprint. This is quite useful too. I won't have to worry about odors while using the electric grill in the car. Cold-resistant gloves blueprint. I should study this first. What captured Su Yun's attention the most were those cabbage seeds. After constructing the planting box, she promptly sowed the seeds. Once she finished her tasks, Su Yun opened a bottle of orange soda and glanced at the other survivors in the channel lamenting their fates. I'm so hungry, thirsty, and hot. It seems today has a higher probability of food drops. I have both. I concur, though I'm not lacking in food. What I require are materials. Oh, is that so? I have just awakened and have yet to set forth. Upon seeing this, Su Yun could not help but wonder whether his heart was too large or if he was simply naive. You truly are something, my friend, just waking up. I'll trade you some materials for food. I'm famished. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl who had just completed her transaction with Su Yun gazed at the engine upgrade blueprint in her hands, murmuring to herself, once I upgrade the engine, I will also have a level 2 vehicle. It turned out she had already acquired the module and understood that the 3 essential components of the car required level 2. With sufficient materials at her disposal, she pondered how her tiny camper would transform. After speaking, she casually plucked a strawberry from the nearby planter and indulged in it. At that very moment, Su Yun was savoring a bucket of fried chicken, watching the dogs laboriously drive, and decided to reward them with a few treats. The dogs, elated, almost toppled over, and the dice ominously warned, causing Su Yun's face to pale. Fortunately, the dogs' exceptional skills allowed them to recover just in time. Su Yun contemplated whether this could be considered a crisis, as they had narrowly avoided a rollover, which might offset the earlier gifts given. In the boundless wilderness, an off-road vehicle sped through the terrain. Lu He, once a middle-aged butcher, found his stable life irrevocably shattered the moment he arrived in this unfamiliar world. Initially overwhelmed, his heart raced like a turbulent tide, threatening to engulf him. Yet, the courage and decisiveness honed over years of butchering proved invaluable in this foreign realm. With sheer determination and adept skill, he successfully hunted a wild boar, thus alleviating his immediate hunger concerns. Once life had settled into a semblance of stability, the longing to seek out his wife and daughter burgeoned in his heart like wild grass. How could he forget the newly constructed house that symbolized the hopes of their family? The radiant smile of his daughter upon her acceptance into a prestigious university was his greatest pride. And then there was his wife, who had toiled tirelessly throughout their lives together. He had hoped to finally grant her some well-deserved peace. Yet, fate played its cruel tricks. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a world devoid of familiar faces, with the images of his wife and daughter's smiles etched in his mind. All he could do was silently pray for their safety. At that moment, his eyes brightened as he spotted a small wooden cabin ahead, beside which stood a massive pickup truck. Goodness, he exclaimed, astonished by the size of the vehicle. After hesitating for quite some time, he finally resolved to approach it. Grasping the long gun he had exchanged with a powerful figure, he stealthily made his way forward. Chapter 15. Upgrade traits acquired. Braised beef instant noodles X2. Acquired. Bottled water X3. Acquired. Cigarettes X1 pack. Why was it all food? The cigarettes, however, seemed somewhat appealing. Su Yun had grown somewhat disdainful of these items. He extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. For someone who had not smoked in a long while, the sensation was indescribable. As he gazed at the familiar packaging and the warning about the health risks of smoking, he carefully tucked it away. Just as Su Yun was reveling in the clouds of smoke, he heard the urgent barking of dogs outside. Without a moment's thought, he raised his crossbow and stepped out into the open. A few dogs were seen chasing a robust middle-aged man as he ran around a vehicle, glancing back in fear. Upon spotting Su Yun, he shouted, "Brother, I mean no harm. I merely came to see." Yet, Su Yun remained steadfast, his crossbow aimed at the man. Pondering how one could be pursued by dogs without ill intent, it was evident that he had grown weary from watching the dogs, having rested in the vehicle. If this man had not opened the door, the dogs would not have been unleashed upon him. Observing Su Yun's lack of response, it became clear that the scattered individuals in this place needed to unite. As he spoke, the dogs began to encircle him, and Lu Hagong, overwhelmed by urgency, dashed towards his own vehicle, casting a fleeting glance back at Su Yun. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in Lu Hagong's back before he could comprehend what had transpired. Another arrow struck him swiftly, and only then did he register the searing pain radiating from his rear. His pace slowed, despair evident in his eyes, and soon he was overtaken by the pack of dogs. They pounced on him, gnashing their teeth ferociously, and gradually, Lu Hagong succumbed to the darkness of death. Su Yun commanded a few dogs to drag the corpse back, He could not permit them to feast on human flesh, as it was essential to uphold at least a modicum of moral integrity. He placed Lu Hugong's lifeless body in a small wooden cabin, ensuring it was not left to decay in the wilderness, a gesture of compassion for a fellow being. Internally, Su Yun reminded himself not to be so overly benevolent in the future. After attending to the body, as he prepared to depart, Su Yun noticed Lu Hugong's wristband and wondered if it was not bound to a specific individual, contemplating the possibility of its use by another. With that thought, he began to examine it. Upon inspecting the wristband, it became apparent that, aside from personal information, all data pertained to Lu Hugong's circumstances prior to his demise, and it had ceased to update. Su Yun climbed into the vehicle, where he discovered a long gun marked conspicuously with a lip imprint. He patted the nearby dog, admonishing it not to play with such items. The dog leaped up, barking excitedly. Ignoring the creature, Su Yun returned the gun to the rear compartment and drove towards the other vehicle. It was only when the two cars were adjacent that he discerned the stark contrast. His pickup was excessively large, while Lu Hugong's off-road vehicle appeared diminutive beside it. After rummaging through the contents, he found Lu Hugong's supplies to be relatively abundant, sufficient for a couple of instant noodle meals with added sausages, 41 pieces of meat, 1 beer, 3 bottles of mineral water, 20 sausages, 1 mask filter, and various basic materials. Once he transferred the supplies to the back of his pickup, Su Yun regarded the off-road vehicle with a sense of dilemma. He could not operate 2 vehicles simultaneously. Otherwise, he would have replicated his own vehicle long ago. Leaving it here would be wasteful. At that moment, the wristband emitted a sound, indicating, "The owner of this vehicle has been detected as deceased and it is in an empty state. Would you like to dismantle it?" Su Yun, filled with surprise, responded affirmatively. Dismantling complete. Acquired. Level 2 Vehicle Module X1, Metal X200, Rubber X200, Electronic Components X200, Glass X200, Plastic X200. Was this truly the system's assessment? For such a large vehicle, only this paltry amount of materials? Moreover, could there really be 200 units of glass? The system remained silent, yet the dice began to flicker, eager to absorb the vehicle module. Su Yun momentarily ignored him, preoccupied with transferring materials to the rear compartment. Fortunately, the items were foldable, yet the space was filling rapidly. After a while of laboring, Su Yun began to experience shortness of breath, primarily due to the sweltering heat. Sweat poured from him as if he were in a sauna. Once inside the vehicle, he reveled in the refreshing blast of cool air, retrieving a chilled cola to savor. The exhilarating sensation washed over him. This was life. After finishing the drink in one go, he continued driving for another 10 minutes. At this juncture, Su Yun found himself grappling with a dilemma, whether to allow the dice to absorb more. When he retrieved the module from the vehicle, a notification appeared on the dashboard screen. Detected Level 2 Vehicle Module can be utilized to enhance vehicle trait level. By enhancing item folding, he could store more supplies. Yet the dice craved absorption. After pondering, he ultimately decided to enhance the trait, reasoning that he could always acquire another module for the dice later. He tossed the dice, landing a roll of 2, and wondered if the dice was in a foul mood. Upgrading to Level 1 with a Level 2 module was swiftly completed. The trait now read, Item Stacking LV2, similar items X8 can be stacked together. He still had 1 module left, but regrettably, after using Bestow, the dice could not absorb it. Once the upgrade was finalized, Su Yun examined the requirements for reaching Level 3, Level 1 modules X100, or Level 2 modules X10, and 1 Level 3 module. He gasped in astonishment. However, he had a cheat. Now, he simply needed to gather as many modules as possible. The ensuing conflicts would undoubtedly intensify, and for the moment, few had ascended to Level 2. The nature of the traits remained unknown, and those who had upgraded to Level 2 might not yet have encountered others unaware of the enhancement process. Moreover, plundering vehicles of equal rank yields a higher-tier module, providing immense advantages whether for trade or personal use. Once this becomes common knowledge, those reluctant to enhance themselves will merely serve as fuel for others' advancement. This compels every survivor to engage in plunder, perhaps revealing the true nature of existence in this world, where even the novice village may no longer suffice. The path ahead is arduous, and Su Yun has ceased to ponder excessively. It is now time for lunch. Lunch must be substantial. He plugs in the rice cooker to prepare white rice and sets out the electric grill to cook the sliced meat. As the meat sizzles on the grill, the fat is swiftly rendered, transforming the slices into a golden hue, their edges curling slightly. A sprinkle of salt and pepper enhances the aroma, causing the neighbor's dog to drool. The rice is also ready. He fashions 2 sticks into chopsticks and picks up the steaming rice. With each bite of rice followed by a morsel of grilled meat, the flavors are simply divine. Soo-yun abandons all restraint, devouring his meal with gusto. A sip of chilled beer accompanies each bite, epitomizing the beauty of life. As for the dogs outside, tossing them a few scraps suffices. Many canines yearn for a meal. Yet they gnaw on tiger bones and wolf bones, feasting on tiger and wolf meat. Chapter 16. The proxy long gun having indulged in a satisfying meal. Soo-yun lights a cigarette and gazes out the window, relishing the view. After a while, the scenery begins to lose its allure, prompting him to take a glance at the bottle. Brothers, behold what I had for lunch. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, nothing extraordinary. I, however, had stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat. How I envy my brothers. The sister can only drink water. Is there any brother willing to treat the sister to a meal? Brothers, does anyone have medicine? My wound is inflamed, and I am feeling a bit feverish. I have none. No one is willing to trade. Medicine here is akin to a second life. Who would barter with you? Upon receiving a message from Soo-yun, I immediately opened his private message. Soo-yun, I have antibiotics. What do you have to trade? Preferably blueprints. Soo-ji, that's splendid. I have a blueprint for safety shoes. Would you like to see it? Soo-yun, that's insufficient. Such items are of little use for survival. Soo-ji, I can offer materials in exchange, 20 units of metal. This is my final offer. Soo-yun, that's truly all? I possess a blueprint for a long gun. Are you interested in trading? This blueprint could lead to wealth. Soo-ji, do you require materials? If not, I am out of options. At that moment, Soo-yun had a brilliant idea, emulating Xiaomeng's strategy. Soo-yun, I propose a deal. I will rent the blueprint to you for 10 days, and I shall take 80% of the profits. Soo-ji, I will only receive 20%. Soo-yun, indeed, many desire this, yet not everyone can partake. If you wish to proceed, sign the contract. The other half of Soo-ji lay weakly in the driver's seat, pondering for a moment before deciding to acquiesce. This was a risk-free venture. He merely needed to sell it and would receive a free 2%. Soo-ji, all right, I agree. First, hand me the antibiotics. Soo-yun, I no longer require the materials. Merely provide me with the blueprints. As for why Soo-yun refrains from selling the long guns himself, it is primarily due to the excessive attention such an endeavor would attract over time, coupled with his lack of availability to manage it. Conversely, Soo-ji, as a survivor who has agreed to 2/5 of the conditions, is bound to fervently promote the wares. With Soo-yun in possession of the production resources, he can simply relish the fruits of the laborer's efforts. Once the transaction was concluded, Soo-yun gazed at the remaining 6 crossbow manufacturing blueprints and 1 long gun learning blueprint, eagerly awaiting the next fortunate soul. Another 2 hours elapsed without a sight of the small wooden cabin. Soo-yun's impatience grew. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and he still had 3 gifts and 1 glimpse left unused. Fortune often favors the lucky, and soon enough, Soo-yun spotted a small wooden cabin. He patted the dog, which understood the cue and gradually approached, coming to a halt beside the cabin. Soo-yun dismounted the vehicle, leaving the dog to guard the home, and walked toward the cabin. Based on previous experiences, he pressed his ear against the door to listen, detecting no unusual sounds. He then employed the old method of pushing open the wooden door, tossing a stone inside, yet still, there was no response. To his surprise, a green resource card hung prominently on the wall. However, Soo-yun did not rush forward. Instead, he heightened his vigilance and retreated to the vehicle. Looking at the dog, an idea struck him. Dogs, you go first, he commanded. The 3 dogs glanced at the largest one, which attempted to hide but was seized and tossed down by Soo-yun. Unbeknownst to you, there might be nothing for dinner tonight, Soo-yun playfully threatened. The dog, resigned, scurried about the room, yet no danger emerged. With a sense of ease, Soo-yun removed the green resource card and approached the door. He cast the dice, landing on a 1. 2 green resource cards await me here, he mused, slightly exasperated by the solitary outcome. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. After all, opening cards entailed risks. Since acquiring luck, however, there had been no unusual occurrences. Acquired. Dumplings X20. Acquired. Vinegar 500 milliliters X1. Acquired. Watermelon X2. Acquired. Leather chest armor blueprint X1. The leather armor required several materials, all of which Soo-yun conveniently possessed, allowing him to craft it swiftly. Materials needed: leather X2, metal X1, Suyun picked up the leather chest armor and examined it closely. The texture evoked a sense of sturdiness and durability, adorned with neatly arranged rivets. Lacking familiarity with armor, he perused the information on the wristband. Leather chest armor. The leather chest armor offers a degree of protection against light weaponry. It is lightweight, displaying excellent flexibility and breathability, allowing the wearer to maintain high agility during movement. It is suitable for prolonged wear, relatively easy to craft and repair, and incurs a modest cost. After donning the leather armor, Suyun felt a noticeable enhancement in his defense. Urguzi, let us proceed, he urged, taking a bite of watermelon as he prompted the dog to continue their journey. I observe that the prices of materials have surged. Could it be due to an excess of food production? In my opinion, with a touch of prudence, life can still be quite fulfilling. Apart from those who disregarded advice last night, not many have met their demise. Without the obligation of work, it feels as though one is embarking on a solitary road trip, and dwelling here for a lifetime doesn't seem too bad. Suyun watched the channel, where each individual radiated optimism. Such an attitude, however, is destined to falter. Suyun, having journeyed further and gained clarity, chose not to exert himself in reminding them. Instead, he resolved to seek amusement for himself. He recalled possessing a bracelet from Lu Hagong. So he decided to send a message and was pleasantly surprised to find it could be transmitted. Lu Hagong, watermelons are truly delightful. I am indulging in them now. So there is no need to live anxiously for tomorrow. Curse it. I envy you. I wish to partake as well. Brother, let your sister have a taste of the watermelon. She won't mind your saliva. What is the harm? Behold my durian. Image of durian and look at my roasted duck, my friends. The channel quickly filled with various delectable images. Lu Hagong. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. Life continues. I have 16 slices of watermelon available for trade, 1 material each. Please enjoy. First come, first served. Such generosity from the esteemed one. Lu Hagong. Do not call me esteemed. Merely refer to me as brother. Brother is a kind soul. Haha, I've managed to snag some. A bite of watermelon on a scorching summer day is a delight. May a good person enjoy peace throughout their life. Suyun contemplated leveraging Lu Hagong as persona for marketing purposes, whether portraying him as somewhat naive yet affluent or as magnanimous and grand. As those individuals gained fame, reaping the rewards from their families became effortlessly accessible. As for Suyun himself, he certainly chose to remain inconspicuous. He continued to uphold the titles of Lu and Gang, encouraging and inspiring everyone, ultimately arranging to meet for a drink. Had he not stumbled upon a quaint little cabin, he might have forged brotherhood with others. Successfully detaching the white card from the wall, he activated it. A series of clucks resonated, revealing 2 hens before him. These hens signified the freedom of eggs. Having consumed the stockpile, he found himself lacking any eggs to eat. With that, he captured the 2 hens. Obtained, rice X 5 kilograms. Obtained, rice seed X 1 pack. Obtained, flashlight X 1. It appeared that there was always a connection between 1 or 2 items on the material card. As Suyun gazed at the flashlight in his hand, he fell into contemplation. A revelation struck him. He understood why he had consistently received blueprints rather than complete items, necessitating additional materials to craft them. This flashlight, however, was a singular exception, received in its entirety. Chapter 17. A bountiful harvest after much deliberation. It could only be attributed to the reason of gifts. Nevertheless, he had no complaints, for his gains had certainly outweighed his expenditures. At that moment, the wristband emitted a series of urgent beeps. Global announcement. At 1800 hours today, the global walking competition commences. Prior to the event's initiation, all survivors must remain outside their vehicles. Survivors will be randomly teleported within a 25-kilometer radius of their vehicle and must return to it before the fog descends. During the event, the survivor wristband will enhance its navigation function. Throughout the event, supply cards will randomly spawn in the wilderness, with a minimum of quality supply cards, green, and the time restriction on these cards will be lifted. During this period, wilderness cabins will not be visible, and the probability of wild beasts appearing will be randomly increased. In each region, a unique supply card will emerge, and following the event's conclusion, a special cabin will be established in the area of the unique card. After the event, the cabin will increase the likelihood of quality supply cards, green, and enhance the chances of exceptional supply cards, blue. What? This is not what I envisioned. The notes did not mention such circumstances. Suyun, perplexed by this information, glanced at the flashlight in hand. How could such coincidences occur? With an hour remaining, both the global and regional channels had already erupted in chaos. It is your incessant chatter that has led to this predicament. You claim that traversing 25 kilometers in 6 hours is a trivial task. A typical individual can walk at a pace of 4 to 5 kilometers per hour. And if one were to run, the time would indeed be ample. Have you not considered the potential presence of wild beasts or the possibility of detours? Alas, I find myself gasping for breath after merely a few steps. This distance may well take my life. My machete has dulled. Are you suggesting I engage in close combat? What exactly is a refined materials card? Are they not all white? Brother, your luck is truly extraordinary. Su-ji, offering long spears for sale, inquire for pricing privately. Su-yun gazed at Su-ji, unable to suppress his admiration for his cleverness. He then utilized Lu Hagong's wristband to communicate in the regional channel. Lu Hagong, I possess blueprints for breastplates. If anyone has leather, come to me for crafting. For pieces of leather and one metal, since we are all comrades. I shall sacrifice a bit of my time. We shan't profit from ill-gotten gains. Much appreciation to Lu, a truly benevolent soul. Su-yun eagerly accepted materials, unhurriedly preparing a meal to replenish his strength. While cooking, he pondered a question. Should he trade his remaining crossbows now? After all, they are ranged weapons. And he harbored some apprehensions. What if someone aimed a firearm at him? However, Su-yun quickly reassured himself. With his advantages, what was there to fear? After this realization, he seized Lu Hagong's wristband and sent a message to both the world and regional channels. Lu Hagong, I have blueprints for crossbows, the kings of ranged weapons. Available for sincere trade. Please message me with your offers. Upon sending the message, the chatter in both channels diminished significantly, while Lu Hagong's wristband buzzed incessantly with private messages. Su-yun crafted leather armor and meticulously examined a group of individuals via private messages. The treasures he encountered were quite plentiful. The coal kiln blueprint allowed for the transformation of wood into charcoal. Apologies, but I rely on electricity. Additional payment is required, he stated. He discovered compressed biscuits X20, canned tuna X2, a car refrigerator X1. With the refrigerator secured, he lamented that the food supply was rather scant. The folding entrenching tool, sugar X30 ml, prompted a retort. Are you here to provoke me, brother? The repair toolbox piqued his interest, and he decided to pursue it further. After a considerable amount of haggling, he successfully traded for the repair toolbox along with a complete set of camping tools, which included a small battery and a lighting fixture. Through Su-yun's meticulous selection, he acquired the following items: temperature-regulating lamps X2, canned fruits X5, compost bin blueprint, coal kiln blueprint, folding entrenching tool, cabbage seeds, leek seeds, mushroom seeds, sweet potato seeds, bandages, vitamins, and various materials. Among these was a blueprint that he traded in Su-ji's name, moving Su-ji to the brink of devotion. As it was indeed a treasured ally, losing him would be a pity. Ultimately, he retained a substantial 80 of the materials for himself. He crafted a crossbow as a backup and was approached by several old acquaintances. However, Su-yun declined their offers, citing prior transactions. The world felt distant, and the region seemed to linger too long. Su-yun organized his acquired items categorically, constructed several planting boxes, and sowed the seeds he had received into them, equipping them with temperature-regulating lamps. The rear compartment was now overflowing with supplies. Fortunately, with the spatial ring, Su-yun was well equipped with necessary items, weapons, food, as well as over 100 arrows and medical supplies. As the time gradually approached, the marathon event was drawing near. Probing. It is advised to craft more Molotov cocktails today. The sudden activation of the probe took Su-yun by surprise. Without daring to delay, he swiftly poured the remaining 7 bottles of vodka into a container, retrieved gasoline and cotton, and began assembling the Molotov cocktails, along with the original 3. He now possessed 10 of these incendiaries. Su-yun, accompanied by several dogs, disembarked from the vehicle, awaiting patiently in place. The waiting felt interminable and tedious. In a moment of boredom, he glanced at the channel. I won't descend. What can they do to me? I suggest you heed the warning. Those who went down last night met their fate. Indeed, there was a chance of survival upon descent, while remaining in the vehicle was not guaranteed. Su-yun observed the sun gradually setting until the last glimmer of light vanished from the horizon. At that moment, a nearby heavy-duty pickup erupted in brilliant radiance, ultimately transforming into a speck of light and disappearing from sight. Along with it vanished the silhouettes of a dozen individuals in the regional channel. There are always those who refuse to listen to advice. Although darkness enveloped the land, the illumination provided by the two moons overhead allowed for visibility along the path ahead. Su-yun checked his bearings to confirm the direction, while the dogs ventured forth to scout the way. Given the visibility, Su-yun refrained from switching on his flashlight to avoid unnecessary peril, simply following the lead of the dogs. After walking for several minutes, the dice had yet to issue a warning when the dogs ahead suddenly began to bark. It turned out to be a rattlesnake, which had been frightened away by a few dogs. Following the path the rattlesnake had taken, Su-yun noticed a glimmer of green light and hurried over to investigate. After confirming there was no danger, he picked it up, rather than activating the card immediately. He tossed it to the dogs for them to sniff. You will spread out within a distance of 200 meters and follow me in search of such cards. If you find any, bring them to me, and we'll have an extra meal tonight. Upon hearing this, the dogs wagged their tails vigorously, resembling helicopter blades, and scattered in different directions. Once the dogs had dispersed, Su-yun continued on his way. The night wilderness exuded a hint of tranquility as Su-yun traversed the land, seemingly gazing into an endless horizon. Chapter 18. Acquiring the shotgun after walking for several minutes. Aside from the green card brought by the third dog, there was no further discovery. Just as Su-yun pondered whether to quicken his pace, the large dog, which had been lagging behind, came rushing towards him, closely pursued by 3 lions. Su-yun cursed under his breath, "You foolish dog," while instinctively raising his crossbow. Realizing something was amiss, he was taken aback by his own lack of foresight. He retrieved a Molotov cocktail and a lighter, grateful that he still had 3 bottles left from the previous extermination of the bees. After igniting one, he took a few steps back and hurled it towards the direction of the dogs. The dogs, seeing the Molotov cocktail thrown in their direction, instinctively accelerated. Coincidentally, one of the lions lunged for the dogs, but the sudden burst of speed from the dogs caused it to miss. At that moment, the Molotov cocktail descended, erupting in a resounding explosion, creating a massive firestorm, within which one lion struggled desperately. Uncertain whether it was the searing heat of the flames or the harrowing sight of their fallen comrades that rooted the other lions in place, they hesitated, unwilling to advance. A lion, engulfed in flames, charged forth like a fire Kirin from the inferno, racing towards Su-yun. With steady hands, Su-yun lifted his crossbow and, with a swift motion, released an arrow that struck true, sending the ablaze creature crashing to the ground. Yet, 2 lionesses remained on the opposite side, roaring defiantly at Su-yun. As the large dog dashed to Su-yun's side, emboldened by his presence, it barked fiercely, unwilling to cower. Su-yun, with his crossbow at the ready, aimed cautiously at the approaching threats, surmising that these lions belonged to the same pride. At present, only these 3 lionesses were visible. The male lion was yet unseen. Should it be a small pride, there might still be hope, but if it were a larger group, swift action was imperative. Otherwise, the arrival of reinforcements would spell disaster. The 2 lionesses, displaying a cunning intelligence, circled around the flames to flank him. Su-yun understood that a single crossbow could not fell a lion without consequence. He decided to let them draw closer, intending to use a Molotov cocktail for a double kill, all the while retreating slowly. The large dog, sensing its owner's tension, mirrored his anxiety and began to back away rapidly. Suddenly, one lioness lunged at Su-yun with alarming speed, baring her sharp fangs. Su-yun's heart raced as he grasped a Molotov cocktail, preparing to hurl it. The other lioness accelerated towards him as well, while several dogs returned, barking frantically in an attempt to intimidate the lions. In a moment of critical urgency, Su-yun threw the Molotov cocktail into the path of the advancing lioness on the right. With a deafening explosion, the bottle shattered, igniting a roaring inferno that surged forth, engulfing the air in a wave of heat. The lion stood frozen in fear before the sudden blaze. In that moment, Su-yun swiftly readied his crossbow, aimed, and released the bolt with remarkable precision. It soared through the air, embedding itself in the lion's skull. The creature let out a pained roar, while the remaining lions approached within 3 meters of Su-yun. The dice flickered wildly as he wielded his spear, crouching at a 45-degree angle before thrusting it forward, then deftly evading to the side. Drawing a spear from his spatial ring, Su-yun followed the dice's guidance, thrusting forward just as the lion lunged. Its elongated fangs met the spear, which pierced its mouth, causing it to lurch forward instinctively. At that moment, Su-yun had already taken refuge to the side. Another lion, now staggering and unable to cross the fiery barrier, attempted to flee but was ensnared by the dog and eventually collapsed to the ground. Su-yun remained rooted in place, unable to calm his racing heart until the large dog tugged at his pant leg, snapping him back to reality. As he disassembled several lions in preparation for his departure, the dog continued to grasp his trousers, seemingly intent on leading him somewhere. Intrigued by the dog's behavior, Suyun followed, and from a distance, he spotted 2 young lions, one of which was playfully toying with a glowing blue resource card. Filled with elation, he approached, but the 2 cubs, startled, bolted in panic. Suyun swiftly loosed an arrow, taking down one, and then another, sending them to reunite with their mother. Truly, the search had been arduous. Yet fortune smiled upon him as Suyun marveled at the resource card in his hand. Suddenly, 6 or 7 blue cards materialized before him. Indeed, in accordance with the whims of chance, the greater the peril, the higher the potential rewards. Hoping for a stroke of fortune, he longed for the arrival of formidable weaponry. He realized that his current crossbow could no longer bear the weight of destiny. Silently, Suyun offered a prayer, gently caressing the head of his loyal dog, hoping for good fortune to descend upon them. Acquired. Remington M870 Shotgun Blueprint X1. Acquired. 12-gauge shotgun shells X5 boxes, 10 rounds box. Acquired. Metal X100. Acquired. Flower crafting blueprint. Acquired. Furnace upgrade blueprint. Acquired. Outdoor first aid supply kit X1. Acquired. Level 3 vehicle module. First unlock from excellent supply card. Beholding the bountiful supplies, Suyun's spirits soared as he retrieved the shotgun blueprint. Required materials: metal X10 units, plastic X0. 2. The materials needed were not overly demanding, and he hastened to craft the weapon. With the shotgun in hand, measuring a full meter in length and featuring a tubular magazine with a capacity of 7 rounds, Suyun trembled with excitement. Every man harbors a dream of marksmanship. As the saying goes, a firearm is swift beyond 7 paces, yet both rapid and precise within that distance. Armed with this truth, Suyun felt emboldened. Even a pride of lions would pose little challenge. Regrettably, he possessed only 50 rounds, but with the addition of 6 blue cards, he amassed a total of 350 rounds, sufficient for an extended period. By the time he exhausted his ammunition, he might discover methods to craft more bullets or perhaps even uncover new weapons. Upon further examination of the outdoor first aid supply kit and the blueprint for flower production, the former consists of various medications and tools, such as antipyretics, traditional medicinal powders, bandages, sandpaper, and alcohol. The latter outlines the process of transforming wheat into flour. Even if one does not require it personally, it can be bartered with others. Lastly, he reviewed the furnace upgrade blueprint. Suyun had yet to ascertain the effects of the upgrade, as he was unable to utilize the vehicle at his disposal. The most crucial element was the Tier 3 vehicle module. These essential components for upgrading to Level 3 would only require the acquisition of the 3 major upgrade blueprints. However, due to insufficient space in his ring, he had to leave the metal behind, marking the spot and silently praying that no one would pass by. The harvest from this endeavor was remarkably fruitful, despite the considerable risks involved. Suyun pondered that although his resources would not see a significant increase, the essential supplies would undoubtedly multiply. He needed to quicken his pace. Otherwise, even with an advantage, he would fall behind others. In less than an hour, the challenges had proven formidable, leaving him to wonder how much more arduous the journey ahead would be. If someone like him was barely managing, it was likely that others were faring no better. Suyun glanced at the channel's participant count, which had dwindled to 7,850, a reduction of over 200 individuals. Dear family, who understands? Just now, a pride of lions was pursuing me, and I was terrified. I thought my end was near when suddenly, the horizon lit up as if it were ablaze. Then, the leading lion let out a roar and dashed toward that direction, followed by the others. I suspect there is some treasure, so I am now following them. Chapter 19. Slaying the pride. My goodness, brother, you are truly fortunate. You must be the protagonist, right? Suyun realized that this person had likely encountered a different pride of lions than he had. He inquired, brother, how many lions did you encounter? There should be 7 or 8. Along with a male lion. I suspect it is the nearby pride. Then why aren't you running? Otherwise, you might become a meal. During the subsequent rest, Suyun chose not to continue observing. He sent a dog to the rear for vigilance while he hastened his pace. Although armed with the truth, he could not afford to be complacent. 7 or 8 lions posed a grave danger, and a moment's negligence could lead to fatal consequences. However, how could 2 legs outrun 4? Not long after Suyun began to run, he heard an enraged roar behind him. Turning around, he spotted a male lion charging toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was only one, which eased his worries. With a shotgun in hand, he aimed at the lion but refrained from firing at a distance, instead waiting for the lion to draw nearer. The fierce countenance of the lion became increasingly distinct, revealing its long fangs. Just as the lion approached, Su-yun resolutely pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed through the desolate wilderness, accompanied by an exceptionally blinding flash of light. Countless projectiles were expelled at an astonishing velocity, piercing into the head of a majestic lion, which fell as if ensnared by invisible ropes, its massive form crashing to the ground. Su-yun was taken aback by the formidable power of the shotgun. It was his first encounter with firearms and his inaugural experience in slaying a ferocious beast, all without so much as a warning from the dice. As he regained his composure, several lionesses came rushing from a distance, their eyes ablaze with fury, charging towards him without hesitation. Su-yun swiftly fired, taking down 2 lionesses on the spot, causing the remaining ones to halt abruptly and scatter in retreat. After dismantling the slain lions, he obtained 120 ordinary meat chunks, 10 exquisite meat chunks, and 10 milliliters of premium beast blood. He had already consumed the previous exquisite meat chunks, although the enhancement in attributes was not markedly perceptible. He believed that consuming more would eventually bolster his strength to withstand 500 pounds and uproot willows. He downed the beast blood in one gulp and proceeded to instruct his canine companion to disperse in search of resource caches, advising them to head in a unified direction, confident that their keen noses would lead them back should they stray. No longer meandering, Su-yun quickened his pace, reflecting on the fact that an hour and a half had elapsed, and he had traversed only 3 miles. Meanwhile, an amusing incident occurred in the chat. Brothers, while I was following the pride of lions, I think I heard gunshots. Could it be true? Is there someone with a gun? I feel as though I am an NPC, hunted by those who stalk us. What can be done, while I can contend with beasts? How does one fight against those armed with guns? I have ceased searching for supplies. No matter how abundant they may be, they are futile without life. Likewise, it is paramount to return to the vehicle as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Su-yun remains oblivious to the fact that his gunfire has incited misunderstandings, causing some to hastily retreat to their vehicles without daring to linger. As for the veracity of the statements made by others, whether they are true or false remains uncertain. He becomes exhilarated by a blue card before him, casting the dice, and landing on a 3. The entire process has become second nature to Su-yun. Acquired. Vehicle Repair Kit X5. Acquired. Metal X200. Acquired. Vehicle Mounted Intelligence System X1. Acquired. Plastic X200. Acquired. Fragmentation Grenade X5. Another formidable weapon is secured. How splendid. The vehicle repair kits are particularly remarkable. Regardless of the extent of damage to the vehicle, the mere use of a repair kit restores it to pristine condition. With these 2 items in hand, Su-yun feels increasingly confident about the journey that lies ahead. He leaves the metal behind, marking the spot before setting off once more. After traversing a considerable distance, the ominous clouds gradually obscure the sky, casting a deeper gloom over the surroundings. Su-yun is compelled to switch on his flashlight, which restricts his visibility significantly, prompting him to call his 2 dogs back for assistance and vigilance. Thus, he proceeds cautiously, having walked 5 kilometers without encountering any anomalies. During this time, the dogs returned bearing a green card, bringing his total to 3. He also passed by a herd of bison and a pack of hyenas, dispatching several, thus acquiring a substantial amount of meat and leather. Suddenly, Su-yun spotted a glimmer of light at the 10 o'clock position. Hastily extinguishing his flashlight and rushing forward to clamp his hand over the barking dog's mouth. The light source seemed to have noticed as well. Vanishing from Su-yun's line of sight, he crouched down to scrutinize the surroundings. However, the inky darkness obscured any discernible details. It was unclear whether the other party consisted of fellow survivors or something else entirely. A glance at the regional channel revealed no discussions of encounters. Both parties remained concealed in the shadows, each hesitant to reveal their position amidst the uncertainty of friend or foe. Su-yun quickly whispered to the dog, instructing it to flank around. The dog appeared to comprehend his intent, stealthily making its way to the side. They remained in this standoff for several minutes until the dog's bark pierced the stillness of the wilderness, intertwined with a human's anguished scream. The figure across leapt in panic and fled, but the astute dog, having witnessed Su-yun's prowess in hunting beasts, discerned that the bipedal creature was formidable. After taking a bite, it refrained from lunging forward, instead trailing at a safe distance. Observing the fleeing individual, Su-yun brandished his shotgun and pursued. With a thud, the man stumbled over a rock, tumbling to the ground in a flurry, scrambling forward in a desperate bid for escape. By this time, Su-yun had closed the gap. As the man regained his footing, intent on fleeing once more, Su-yun discharged a shot into the air, causing the man to halt abruptly. raising his hands above his head, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I will give you everything." Su Yun lowered his voice, instructing, "Do not turn around. Place your supplies on the ground." The man complied, murmuring, "All right, I'll put them down. Please, don't kill me." After speaking, he crouched and set the supply cart on the ground. With a thud, he collapsed heavily. Having taken the opportunity to draw his crossbow and turn to shoot at Su Yun, it was rather absurd that he failed to grasp the concept of firearms. Perhaps he believed that without any resources, he could not complete the remaining journey and thus had no choice but to gamble everything. Grateful for the supplies, Su Yun approached and collected his 2 green cards along with other materials. Through the wristband, he learned the man's name was Zhang Qiu, a name that would serve as Su Yun's alias in the future. As for the crossbow, Su Yun was uncertain whether it was one he had previously sold. To slay one's own benefactor was indeed a grave sin. After walking another 4 or 5 kilometers, he began to wonder if his luck had run dry. As he encountered no further rewards, the howling wind swept past, carrying with it fine grains of sand that stung Su Yun's face. The temperature had steadily dropped to 10 degrees. Despite wrapping himself in a coat, he still felt cold. He began to suspect that the final trial might be the biting chill, having encountered neither beasts nor supply carts. Chapter 20. The Army Ants. Little did he know. The absence of beasts in a particular area signified that it had become the territory of some apex predator. Unbeknownst to Su Yun, he was already being watched. Having traversed a considerable distance, Su Yun found himself abruptly toppled to the ground. As he illuminated the area with his flashlight, he was met with a shocking sight. A skeleton lay before him, surrounded by an array of bones, a veritable graveyard of both human and beast remains. The dogs, however, were invigorated by the discovery, eagerly seizing the bones. Suddenly, they erupted into frantic barks, as if confronted by a ghastly terror, and dashed away in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the dice, guiding him towards a particular location, frantically urged him to flee, run, run, run. Without pausing to ponder the nature of the guidance, Su Yun instinctively followed suit, prioritizing his survival above all else. Amidst the cacophony, a rustling sound reached his ears, prompting him to glance back. Yet, the darkness persisted, concealing the source of the noise. It was then that he shone his flashlight in that direction, revealing a multitude of army ants surging forth from the earth. They erupted like geysers, inundating the ground in a deluge, a river of ants racing forward. Witnessing the spectacle, Su Yun's legs involuntarily quickened their pace. He could contend with any beast. 1 bullet would suffice, perhaps 2 or 3 if necessary. Yet, it was the insects that posed the greatest vexation, though individually insignificant. Their sheer numbers were daunting, overwhelming in the thousands. Firing a weapon in such a scenario would be folly, especially with limited ammunition. At that moment, he noticed that the army ants ahead were also converging, threatening to sever his escape route. However, there remained a path forward, and he could only cast out more distractions. He hurled 2 items with all his might, successfully creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity before the swarm could close in, he swiftly darted through the gap and fled. The relentless army ants continued their pursuit of Su Yun, a dark line advancing through the wilderness towards the fleeing human. In a desperate bid for survival, Su Yun hurled several Molotov cocktails behind him. The bottles struck the swarm with precision, igniting a fierce blaze that illuminated the night sky. The flames surged forth, enveloping the ants in a scorching wave, their agonized hisses mingling with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Nevertheless, Su Yun dared not linger, for the inferno could only momentarily impede the relentless advance of the ants. Their numbers were overwhelming, and such losses were trivial to them. Once the flames subsided, they would inevitably regroup and resume their chase. After running until he was breathless and on the verge of exhaustion, Su Yun finally paused to rest. Glancing back, he noted that he had managed to escape for merely 2 miles, yet the glow of fire still flickered in the distance, a stark reminder of the danger that loomed. He understood that this distance was far from secure. Had it not been for the beast's blood he consumed, even 2 miles would have been a formidable challenge. Resolutely, he vowed to seek out more methods to enhance his physical strength in the future. After quenching his thirst with a bottle of water, Su Yun rose and pressed onward. Time had slipped away, and he had traversed only half of the journey. Unknown perils awaited him along the remaining path. Any further delay could seal his fate. After covering a grueling 7 or 8 kilometers, Su Yun felt his feet grow numb, the warmth within him dissipating as his body temperature plummeted to freezing levels. Despite being swathed in layers of thick cotton clothing, the bone-chilling cold seeped into every crevice, relentlessly invading the body. Everyone hunched their shoulders, hands buried deep within pockets, and hurried their steps, desperately seeking a sliver of warmth amid the frigid air. Now, they trudged forward, encumbered by their garments, each step a laborious endeavor. The atmosphere was rife with complaints, as many had opted for convenience over adequate preparation for the bitter cold. Each person battled against the chill, their progress fraught with difficulty. It was feared that more souls would succumb to hypothermia on this treacherous journey than would fall prey to the claws of wild beasts. As the final hour approached, Su-Yun found himself too frozen to think, his rigid body merely obeying the instinct to follow the designated path. Meanwhile, the dogs, summoned back by Su-Yun's call, were no better off, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a flicker of blue light caught Su-Yun's eye. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a blue card, stirring a flicker of awareness in his numbed senses. Just as he prepared to advance, a warning from the dice jolted him to a halt, compelling him to drop to the ground. A shadow swept past overhead, missing its mark, and vanished into the darkness. Su-Yun dared not let his guard down. He hurled a Molotov cocktail in an attempt to frighten off the unknown creature, hoping the ensuing flames would offer some warmth to his frozen form. He raised his shotgun, scanning the surroundings, illuminated only by the glow of the burning bottle, while the rest remained cloaked in darkness. At that moment, the now-warm dog sniffed the air and began barking incessantly in a particular direction. Swiftly, Su-Yun redirected his weapon, aimed, and fired a shot, echoing through the night as a cry of distress erupted from the unseen creature ahead. Su-Yun swiftly hurled a Molotov cocktail, yet it failed to harm the unidentified creature. However, the flames illuminated the surroundings, providing ample visibility. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced to inspect the area, noticing bloodstains trailing into the darkness. Hesitant to venture into the shadows, he opted to retrieve the blue card instead. Following the recent events, warmth had returned to his body, and he wasted no time. Urgently accompanied by his dogs, he fled the scene, heading towards the direction of the vehicles. Utilizing the remaining 2 Molotov cocktails for intermittent warmth, he persevered through the arduous journey to the parking area. Just as Su-Yun was engulfed in exhilaration, the dice issued another warning. A sudden rush of wind from behind tightened his chest, and he instinctively reacted, rolling to the side like a bullet discharged from a gun. Upon landing, he smoothly positioned himself on the icy ground, executing the movement without a hint of hesitation. Subsequently, he steadied his hands, raising the shotgun, its dark barrel accurately aiming ahead. A bleeding snow leopard burst into his line of sight, obstructing Su-Yun's path to the vehicles. The leopard's emerald eyes fixated on him, radiating a fierce intensity. Meanwhile, his dogs confronted the snow leopard, but after a moment, it became evident that the leopard lacked the patience for a standoff. With a piercing howl, it propelled itself forward, leaping over the dogs and lunging at Su-Yun. Clearly outmatched, the dogs, already numbed by the cold, could not match the leopard's agility. As Su-Yun beheld the snow leopard lunging towards him, his pupils constricted instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger, producing a thunderous crack. The snow leopard's body convulsed mid-air as countless steel pellets mercilessly pierced its chest. It emitted a mournful cry of agony before its agile form crashed heavily before Su-Yun, stirring up a cloud of dust. Slowly, Su-Yun rose to his feet, the shotgun in his grasp still emitting wisps of smoke. Chapter 21. The intelligent system. After dispatching the snow leopard, he approached to disassemble it. Once this task was completed, he hastened towards the pickup truck parked not far away. Struggling to navigate through the underbrush, he climbed into the vehicle, opened the door, and tossed his belongings to the floor at his feet. He then reclined on the bed of the truck, closed his eyes, and took deep, labored breaths. The arduous escape had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Before long, he drifted into a gentle slumber, remaining so until the following morning. "Get off me, you big dog." Su-Yun was roused from his sleep by the enthusiastic licks of a large dog, which presented him with one of his favorite treats, a sizable sausage. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Su-Yun took a moment to gather his thoughts. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the previous night, a wave of dread washed over him. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The sound of his growling stomach interrupted his reverie. Patting his belly and glancing at the eager eyes of the dogs around him, he resolved to prepare them a sumptuous meal. After all, they had been of immense help the night before. He fed them several sausages, then proceeded to grill some choice cuts of meat alongside a few ordinary pieces. Following this event, he began to prioritize improving his physical condition, determined to prevent a recurrence of the previous night's ordeal. While awaiting the barbecue, I took the opportunity to boil some dumplings and poured myself a glass of Russian vodka. Before long, as the meat cooked, the dogs were each presented with several chunks of meat. Without waiting for Su-Yun to give the signal to feast, they indulged, their mouths glistening with grease. Su Yun observed the dogs, approaching to stroke their heads for the first time, finally acknowledging their presence. As he began to eat, he turned his attention to the news channel. The broadcast was filled with lamentations, due to the lack of displayed numbers. One could only glean the dire circumstances of the previous night through snippets of others' comments. In fortunate areas, encounters with beasts were fewer, merely requiring endurance against the extreme cold, resulting in minimal losses. Conversely, in less fortunate regions, packs of wolves had decimated the survivor count by over 70%. Our own area fared little better. With nearly half the population gone, the entire channel now had just over 4,000 individuals remaining, each steeped in despair. Woe is me, I no longer wish to play. I long to return home. I do not wish to perish unnoticed in some forsaken corner. Such lamentations seemed futile. Death is inevitable, whether early or late. And survival here had never been a consideration. It was only the third day, and already half the population had perished. One could only wonder when it would be our turn. To be precise, it was the second night. Half had fallen the previous evening. Dear friends, let us strive. Let us search, let us explore and discover ways to survive. The remarks from above seemed excessively dramatic, leading me to suspect the speaker was the protagonist. I too hope for a hero to cling to. Oh, how I wish for my demise to be noted, should someone stumble upon my remains. I would desire a monument in my memory. I dread the thought of fading away without a trace. Su Yun gazed at the information, inevitably feeling a sense of melancholy akin to a hare mourning a dead fox. Although one life was extinguished by his own hand, witnessing the disappearance of so many others left him in a state of bewilderment. He found himself uncertain about his own survival. If he were to remain the sole survivor, what path should he pursue? This contemplation inadvertently brought to mind the dice in his mind. Perhaps the answer lay within them. I am counting on you, dice. Su Yun murmured, and the dice seemed to flicker in response. Once he had satiated his hunger and gathered his thoughts, Su Yun resolved to set aside these existential quandaries regarding the future. His immediate priority was to enhance his own capabilities. He began meticulously examining the blueprints he had acquired the previous night. The flour production machine blueprint allowed him to create a machine capable of producing flour, enabling him to craft a variety of flour-based foods once wheat became available. The furnace upgrade blueprint, when employed, transformed the furnace into a material conversion center. Beyond the functions of a traditional furnace, it could also refine materials into more intricate forms, such as aluminum alloy, steel, gold, and silver. Each type of metal served distinct applications, yet Su Yun found the necessity of this upgrade perplexing. It seemed inherently contradictory to create a conversion center when a unit of metal already encompassed all its constituents. However, he soon dismissed these concerns. To him, the furnace remained unutilized, and the material conversion center would not be of immediate use. Yet, the in-vehicle intelligence system captured Su Yun's attention far more than the material conversion center. According to the introduction, intelligence systems comprise onboard sensors, onboard processors, human-machine interaction interfaces, and auxiliary functions. In Su Yun's view, these are merely superfluous elements, merely adding an identity verification feature for unlocking doors and enabling a hands-free driving system. Su Yun already has a dog that drives and guards the house. As he puts it, these are all unnecessary components. Once the blueprints were completely utilized, he promptly retrieved the resource cards he had not used the previous night, 5 green cards and 1 blue card. For the time being, Su Yun did not intend to activate the 5 green cards, as he required sufficient space to accommodate the resources from the blue card and the metallic materials left on the road from the previous night. Planning to activate them once he had ample space, he first employed the dice gift on the blue card, successfully adding 3 blue cards, and then opened one. Acquired, Triangle Crawler Tire Blueprint. Acquired, Level 3 Vehicle Engine Upgrade Blueprint. Acquired, Quartz Sand X200. Acquired, Telescopic Handling Claw Blueprint. Acquired, 10 barrels of gasoline, this time. Su Yun placed significant emphasis on the Level 3 Vehicle Engine Upgrade Blueprint and the Onboard Handling Claw Blueprint. The former is essential for upgrading to a Level 3 vehicle, while the latter allows for the transportation of resources without the need to manually load them onto the vehicle when one possesses an abundance of materials. The materials required for upgrading the engine are double those needed for a Level 2 upgrade. Required materials: metal X1000, plastic X50, rubber X20. Currently, the metal materials for the upgrade are sufficient, and even after utilization, there will still be a surplus. However, Su Yun does not intend to upgrade so hastily. Instead, he decided to first construct the transport claws, then returned to the location where he had abandoned metallic resources during his escape last night to retrieve the materials. Along the way, he intended to explore the area indicated by the dice, sensing that it might be a region where special cards were active. Although he was uncertain about the nature of these special cards, the very notion of them being distinctive suggested their extraordinary significance. As for the track tires, they were not yet needed, so he would hold onto them for now, deciding on their production only after assessing his supplies. Once everything was prepared, he set off towards the direction he had come from the previous evening. This time, he refrained from allowing the dogs to drive. Instead, he let them rest properly. Last night, they had scattered, and it was uncertain whether they would remember the route. As he once again embarked on this path, a wave of different emotions surged within Soo-Yun. Just the night before, he had trudged along this road in a state of disarray. Yet now he was commanding a formidable pickup truck, speeding forth, crushing the gravel beneath him and roaring past. Soo-Yun rolled down the window, letting the wind tousle his hair as he gazed upon the endless wilderness ahead, his heart brimming with exhilaration and ambition. The past, filled with despair and confusion, seemed to have been left far behind by the wheels of his vehicle. After driving for a considerable time, he finally spotted the mounds of earth that marked the ant colony, with a quaint two-story building standing resolutely among them. He exhaled deeply, gently pressed the brake, and the pickup truck came to a steady halt. The anthill seemed to awaken as the dense swarm of ants, disturbed by the vibrations of the pickup truck, poured forth in an unending stream from their nest. The army ants flowed down the edge of the mound, swiftly converging towards Soo-Yun. Anticipating this, Soo-Yun skillfully maneuvered the claw of his loader to grasp a barrel of open oil, charging his pickup towards the anthill. Oil was scattered along the path until it reached the base of the nest, where he discarded the barrel and tossed another one aside before retreating from the area. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation sparkled in Soo-Yun's eyes. As soon as the pickup came to a halt, he swiftly retrieved his crossbow, followed by a lighter from his pocket, igniting the oil on the arrowhead. Meanwhile, the ants continued to pour out, oblivious to the impending danger. Soo-Yun squinted, aiming at the intersection of the two trails of oil on the ground, took a deep breath, and decisively pulled the trigger. The flaming arrow soared through the air, heading straight for the oil. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur, merely igniting the oil. Without hesitation, Soo-Yun produced a hand grenade, quickly removed the safety pin, raised his arm high, leaned back slightly to gather strength, and then hurled it forward. The grenade traced an arc through the air, accurately targeting the oil beside the anthill. With a thunderous roar, the grenade exploded, sending shockwaves that distorted the surrounding air. The barrel of oil erupted into countless burning droplets, igniting a fierce blaze that spread with astonishing speed, transforming the area around the anthill into a terrifying sea of fire. In an instant, the ant colony was engulfed in chaos. Those diminutive bodies appeared alarmingly fragile amidst the consuming flames. Countless ants were ignited by the inferno, vanishing into the blaze. As time gradually passed, the fire began to diminish, and Soo-Yun cautiously steered his pickup truck closer to the still smoldering ant nest. Although the flames had subsided, a pungent smoke and oppressive heat lingered in the air. He deftly maneuvered around the remaining hotspots, halting the vehicle at a relatively secure distance from the heart of the nest. Upon disembarking, Soo-Yun gripped his shotgun, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Despite the majority of the colony being dispersed by the flames, a few scattered ants charged toward him, desperately attempting to defend their home. With a deft swing of his entrenching tool, he dispatched the approaching ants one by one, steadily advancing toward the center of the small dwelling. This two-story abode was shrouded in a foreboding blackness, exuding an aura of eeriness and peril that deterred direct gaze. Taking a deep breath, Soo-Yun raised his shotgun and cautiously pushed open the door. The creaking entrance groaned like a whisper from the abyss. He carefully peered inside, revealing a room cloaked in darkness, save for the staircase leading to the second floor, leaving the space barren and devoid of contents. He tossed a stone into the room. It thudded against the ground and rolled a few times. Yet, no event transpired, amplifying the sense of unease. With his shotgun raised, Soo-Yun stepped slowly into the mysterious interior. Upon entering the room, the door suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang, startling Soo-Yun and causing her heart to race. She quickly turned around and approached the door, attempting to pull it open, yet it seemed to be firmly locked, yielding no response. At that moment, low growls echoed from the staircase, prompting Soo-Yun to swiftly aim her weapon in that direction. A shadow gradually emerged from the staircase, with her shotgun raised. Despite the tension coursing through her, her hand remained steady as she focused on the shadowy figure. As the shadow fully revealed itself before her, Soo-Yun did not hesitate to fire, unleashing two shots that resonated with a thud as the figure collapsed to the ground. In disbelief, she remarked on the eerie atmosphere and the frightening setup, only to find it had culminated in an unexpected encounter. As she approached to inspect the figure, she realized it bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary orc, a creature standing 2 meters tall, with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Clad in tattered armor, the armor, riddled with holes from steel pellets, could scarcely protect the creature, which lay in a pool of its own blood, wielding a massive axe. Upon examining the body, Suyun found no indication of a corpse. Instead, the giant axe and armor vanished, replaced by a reward of 50 metal materials. Stepping over the fallen figure, she ascended slowly to the second floor. In the center of the second floor stood a stone platform reminiscent of a sanctuary she had encountered before. Upon the platform lay several cards, one of which was white, yet distinct from the vehicle card she had previously obtained, as it bore a hint of green patterns. Could this be a special card? Suyun pondered as she picked it up, scrutinizing it for any differences. After a prolonged examination, she still failed to discern any notable distinctions. At that moment, Yu Guang noticed a groove on the stone platform, reminiscent of the core of the shelter. Suyun had already confirmed that this must indeed be the remnants of the once thriving refuge. Yet, he felt no inclination to delve into the underlying truths at that moment. After retrieving a special card, he retraced his steps to the vehicle, summoned the die, and rolled a 2, thereby adding 2 more special cards to his possession, transforming his hold into 3. With a heart full of trepidation, he opened the special card. Acquired. Superior Attribute Potion X1. Suyun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat disheartened that after all his efforts, he had obtained merely this item. However, his disappointment was short-lived. Superior Attribute Potion, upon consumption, randomly increases one attribute by 10 to 20 points. The prospect of such a boon stirred within him an excitement he could scarcely contain. His most significant shortcoming lay in his physical prowess. Despite having consumed a bit of exquisite meat and beast blood, there had been little substantial improvement. This potion promised to address his most glaring deficiency, potentially enhancing his attributes by at least 30 points. Without further hesitation, Suyun seized the glass vial containing the verdant potion and downed it in one swift motion. The peculiar taste lingered oddly as the liquid coursed down his throat, and in an instant he felt an extraordinary and overwhelming force surging within him. It was as if every cell in his body awakened from slumber, fervently absorbing the mysterious energy released by the potion. His physical form underwent a profound metamorphosis, as if each pore were inhaling deeply, and every muscle rejoiced in its revival. As the transformation subsided, he looked down to explore his body, finding it solid and firm. His gaze settled on the chiseled abdominal muscles that had manifested, and a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. Upon reviewing his attributes, his strength had increased by 14 points. Chapter 23. Core of the Territory. He promptly consumed the remaining 2 potions in one gulp, resulting in an additional 18 points in Constitution and a 20-point enhancement in Spirit. Opening his personal information panel, he noted, name, Suyun, human, strength, 22. 210, Constitution, 26. 410, speed, 10, spirit, 31, 10. The surge in spirit instantly revitalized Suyun, filling his mind and body with boundless vigor. He glanced around, contemplating how to test his newfound strength. Seizing a piece of metallic material, which once felt somewhat heavy, he now found it remarkably light. Previously, he could only lift over 20 units of metal, but now he was capable of handling over 80 units, approximately weighing over 80 kilograms. This was no longer a mere addition of 1 and 1 equating to 2. Rather, his overall strength had increased by 3 to 4-fold. As for the enhancements in Spirit and Constitution, he planned to gradually acclimate and perceive them in the days to come. His primary focus was on gathering the remaining metallic materials to upgrade the engine, wishing to avoid any potential delays. Driving swiftly, he encountered no lions along the route, leaving Suyun uncertain whether they had fled to another location or were deliberately hiding, thus leaving his thirst for vengeance unquenched. With no unforeseen incidents, Suyun swiftly collected the last of the metallic materials. The engine upgrade consumed 70% of the metal, and the previously compressed chassis rose slightly. The upgraded engine has reduced fuel consumption by 1.5 units, now consuming only 3.5 units per hour, while achieving a maximum speed of 350 kilometers per hour. Of course, Suyun cannot push the vehicle to its limit here. After upgrading the engine by 3 levels, only the chassis and transmission remain to elevate the vehicle to level 3, resulting in a substantial enhancement of power. Upon completing the engine upgrade, Su-Yin utilized the 6 resource cards for the shotgun. Previously, he rolled a 6 on the dice and used 1 card, leaving him with 6. Acquired. Remington M870 Shotgun Blueprint X1. X6 acquired. 12 gauge shells X5 boxes, 10 rounds box, X6 acquired. Metal X100, X6 acquired. Flower Production Blueprint, X6 acquired. Furnace Upgrade Blueprint, X6 acquired. Outdoor First Aid Kit X1, X6. Su-Yun's heart surged with excitement as he beheld these rewards. He still possessed 3 blue cards and 5 green cards, but due to limited vehicle space, their immediate effect was minimal. He would wait to unlock them until he found the chassis and transmission blueprints. With everything in order, Su-Yun set forth on his journey once more. Observing the dog steadily driving, he resolved to explore the channel for gold. After experiencing a frantic battle for survival the previous night, the surviving seekers must surely possess a wealth of valuable items. Behold, my magnificent vehicle has transformed into a mere cargo truck. While it may exude a certain majesty, it pales in comparison to your grand truck. My SUV has metamorphosed into a mobile abode. Though it offers comfort, it lacks the imposing stature of your cargo vehicle. Am I truly the only one still at level 1? I had believed I was not alone. Why, then, do I still possess the capacity to advance? How is this possible? The reality aligns with Su-Yun's musings. The majority have experienced elevation, while a select few remain stagnant. It is indeed a boon to advance, especially since I have been troubled by the inability to sell nuclear modules. This is the first level module from the disassembled vehicles of Liu and Gang, which neither absorbs the dice nor allows for further upgrades, compelling me to trade it for resources. Su-Yun senses that as the number of survivors dwindles, encounters among them will become more frequent, leading to animosity and alliances. To avoid drawing attention, he opts to trade the wristbands of Zhang Qiu, whom he killed during his escape, along with Liu and Gang's wristband. Zhang Qiu offers a first-level vehicle module, noting its potential for enhancement, which requires a level 3 chassis or level 3 transmission upgrade blueprint. Coincidentally, Liu and Gang has just what I need, a level 3 vehicle engine upgrade blueprint, also requiring a level 3 chassis or level 3 transmission upgrade blueprint. In an instant, the channel is inundated with messages. Are you also remarkable? I find myself envious. As fellow humans, why does your style differ so greatly from mine? We suffered significant losses last night. You ought to extend your assistance to the vulnerable survivors. I propose that you should selflessly contribute. Ignoring the envious and jealous remarks in the regional channel, Su-Yun opened his private messages to select. Apart from the need for communication with the persona of Liu Gu, he disregarded any unseemly comments made by others. On Liu and Gang's wristbands, a few familiar strangers approached. First was Wu Ming, a survivor who had previously traded antibiotics with Su-Yun. Wu Ming, brother, would you like to join our alliance? We help each other out. Liu and Gang, alliance. Su-Yun expressed surprise. He had anticipated that teams would emerge in the later stages, but did not expect that survivors would form a team by the 3rd day. However, he had no intention of joining the alliance. If he could acquire another wristband, he would not mind joining the alliance in a less significant role. Wu Ming, yes. We are the Justice Alliance with over 100 members. The leader was among the first to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle, and resources are shared within the alliance. Liu and Gang, I am not currently interested in that. Do you have anything to trade? Su-Yun scoffed at such a juvenile alliance. Claiming resource sharing seemed absurd. Would others truly expose their resources? Even if they did, wouldn't they still be concentrated in the hands of a select few? Wu Ming, what a pity. Since my brother is unwilling to join, I shall refrain from further discourse. I seek to exchange the engine upgrade blueprints. I possess a level 3 chassis upgrade blueprint. Su-Yun consented to the transaction, yet his heart brimmed with anxiety. They had concentrated their resources on a single individual, and the urgency of the upgrades was palpable. Su-Yun's trepidation stemmed from the anticipation of further events that were likely to unfold that night. Perhaps some form of nocturnal activity. After concluding the exchange, he once again perused his private messages, disregarding those who sought to barter blueprints for juicers and massage chairs. To his surprise, Zhang Qiu offered a module along with a blueprint for flower production in exchange for a gearbox blueprint, thereby amassing the 3 essential components of the vehicle. Presently, he possessed 5 engine upgrade blueprints and resolved to utilize his primary account to procure resources. Su-Yun traded the level 3 vehicle engine upgrade blueprint. Opting not to contest the blueprints with the major players, he was open to any trade. In an instant, his primary account's private messages inundated him once more. He selected 2 individuals offering high-value resources, one of whom was a previous trading partner in roasted meat. Suyun decided to upgrade the vehicle first, ensuring ample space before trading the remaining blueprints for resources. He extracted the level 3 module, and in a flash, it soared like an arrow released from a bow, hovering steadily above the pickup truck. Shortly thereafter, the module radiated with brilliance, transforming into a dazzling spectacle that entered the pickup truck at an astonishing velocity. The dice materialized once again, along with the 4 other modules. Suyun intended to retain one for upgrade stacking and embedded it within the vehicle, only to suddenly realize that the territory core had also been delivered by the dice. Chapter 24. Summoning troops. Suyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated upon the extraordinary scene before him, time seemed to stand still, and after a brief moment, the light and shadows gradually dissipated, revealing a modified pickup truck that emanated an entirely new aura, slowly materializing in front of Suyun. It had transcended its former identity as an unremarkable vehicle, transforming instead into a formidable metallic beast, exuding an overwhelming presence that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers, as if it were poised to shatter the very confines of the heavens and the earth at any moment. Standing at a remarkable height of 6 meters and stretching 18 meters in length, it boasted an extraordinary size, with a chassis elevated 2 meters off the ground, resembling a mobile fortress that instilled unparalleled pressure. The design of the truck's cab was audaciously innovative, eschewing traditional side windows and doors in favor of 2 small panes of glass embedded at the center. Against the backdrop of its colossal body, these panes resembled the piercing, profound eyes of a colossal creature, emanating a chilling aura of intimidation through their icy gaze. To enter this enigmatic cockpit, one must ascend via a gradually rising lift, reminiscent of scenes from a science fiction film where one boards a spaceship, imbued with a sense of futurism. Inside the cockpit, the layout was minimalist, featuring 3 seats, with an additional seat behind the co-pilot. As Suyun explored, he discovered that this was an adjustable observation seat, equipped with a skylight that operated not by traditional means but through a lifting mechanism. When the seat rose, the skylight would ascend and unfold, providing an unobstructed view while shielding the occupant from the sun's glare, creating an exceptionally comfortable experience. Suyun discovered that despite the absence of traditional windows, there were elongated rectangular observation and shooting ports on both sides that could be opened. Below these ports, high-definition screens captured external images in real time, ensuring an unobstructed view. Activating the vehicle's front display, information about the vehicle promptly appeared. Name: Remote Heavy Transport Vehicle from the Future Level. 3 Energy: Gasoline 5,000 units, 10 units km, 10,000 x2. Electricity 50 units, 1,000 units load. Intelligence System: Integrated air conditioning, solar panels. Complete set of onboard appliances traits. Item stacking level 3. 24 similar items can be stacked together. Vehicle shield level 1. Can activate a defense shield with X50 protection at the cost of energy. The vehicle had been upgraded, and a new trait was unlocked, a protective skill that provided Suyun with immense security. Several level 3 modules directly increased the base multiplier of the shield to 50, and leveling up to level 2 would elevate it to 100. Rising to his feet, he pushed open a small door, revealing a cozy space reminiscent of a camper. To the right, a fully equipped enclosed kitchen. To the left, a bed resembling a closed space capsule offered a resting place. At the end of the space, there were independent shower and restroom facilities catering to daily living needs. Moreover, at the very end of this space, a small door led to the expansive rear compartment of the vehicle. Stepping into the compartment, Suyun was astonished by the spaciousness, illuminated by several rows of lights overhead. In the center stood a territory stone platform, and upon closer inspection, the core of the territory was embedded within the stone platform. Is this truly the core of the territory? Suyun was astonished as he observed the fusion of the territory's core and the vehicles. Territory: Unnamed. Level: 2 summons troops once daily, 10 individuals each time, refreshes at midnight. Troop type: Sci-fi human race, endowed with intelligence, possessing a vast and efficient industrial system. Renowned for swiftly producing various weapons, equipment, and structures. Trait: Intelligence 20. Population: 0. Upon reading this, Suyun's eyes seemed to gleam with a verdant light, and his body trembled involuntarily. This signified that he could summon troops just like his territory, and furthermore, his territory was mobile, while others remained solitary. He might potentially command an army of millions in the future. Without delay, he promptly initiated the daily summon. A brilliant light emerged, and beside the stone platform appeared 10 individuals clad in attire reminiscent of modern uniforms. Upon noticing Su Yun's approach, they hurriedly bowed in deference to their lord. Su Yun quickly urged them, "No need for formalities. Rise. You are my troops, correct?" Pointing to the first one, he declared, "I shall name you from right to left." Sui to Sushur. The 10 responded in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing us with names." Subsequently, Su Yun inquired, "Where do you come from?" Su-yi and Su-shur exchanged puzzled glances, and after a moment, Su-yi stepped forward to respond. "My lord, we hail from Gaia. After our demise, we were brought to this world by the divine to pledge our loyalty to you." After hearing this explanation, Su-yun found himself even more perplexed, contemplating the hidden schemes behind their arrival. Unbeknownst to them, Su-yi and his companions were even more perplexed, for according to the fundamental information they had received, a lowly lord should be residing in a primitive societal stage, yet from this vantage point, the environment was replete with advanced technology. Observing Su-yun deep in thought, Sui and the others refrained from interrupting him. After a while, Su-yun returned to the present, first instructing Su-yi and the others to take a moment to rest. Su-yi expressed his confusion regarding the esteemed lordess' intentions, questioning whether they should embark on a hunt or gather resources. Su-yun assured them that it was unnecessary and that he would elaborate further in due course. To the right, a staircase wound upwards, leading to the enigmatic realm of the second floor. Ascending the steps, the second floor revealed itself in all its spaciousness, even more expansive than the first. To the right, another staircase awaited. The ceiling was designed to accommodate temperature-regulated lighting, undoubtedly rendering this space an ideal locale for creating a large-scale greenhouse. Su-yun could almost envision a future where a myriad of plants flourished within these walls. At the top of the staircase lay the roof of the vehicle, which featured a railing that could rise to a height of 1.2 meters to prevent anyone from falling. Standing upon the roof, Su-yun gazed into the distance, with the vast, boundless sky above and the solid, substantial earth below. A surge of noble spirit welled up within him. The distant horizon melded seamlessly with the skyline, painting a magnificent yet mysterious tableau. He was no longer the ordinary individual shackled by the trivialities of life, but rather a warrior on the cusp of an adventure, his heart brimming with aspirations and an indomitable spirit for the future. After expressing their sentiments, Su-yun and Su-yi placed the household appliances and snack cabinet in the small kitchen, then commenced trading. They exchanged surplus flour makers, furnace upgrade blueprints, and engine upgrade blueprints, laboring diligently for most of the day in exchange for a plethora of materials and minor items. Subsequently, recalling the 5 green cards they still possessed, they activated them, resulting in a substantial influx of supplies. In addition to various materials, they also acquired several blueprints for household items such as microwaves, gaming consoles, televisions, and juicers, along with a water collector and a crossbow. Once their tasks were completed, Su-yun escorted Su-yi from the vehicle and began to elucidate the rules and circumstances of this world. Upon hearing Su-yun's discourse, Su-yi and the others frequently expressed their astonishment. It was then that Su-yun suddenly pondered the idea of utilizing gifts to duplicate a few vehicles, thus alleviating the congestion of so many individuals sharing a single car. Chapter 25. The caravan set sail, yet he hesitated, fearing that if he duplicated them now, he might be unable to use the gifts further down the line. However, upon reflection, with levels 4, 5, and 6 ahead, the possibilities seemed endless. Surely, they could always upgrade together. He turned to Su-yi and inquired whether they could drive. Su-yi promptly replied, "My lord, driving is a trivial matter for us." Su-yi had never anticipated that they would transition from a primitive existence, devoid of adequate clothing and sustenance, to a life enriched by modern technology. Hearing this, Su-yun felt a wave of relief wash over him and swiftly utilized the dice, rolling a 4. In an instant, a series of radiant lights flashed, and 4 imposing vehicles materialized, the sight of 5 side by side instilling an immediate sense of pressure. Upon witnessing the arrival of 4 vehicles, Su-yun was struck by a thought and hurriedly approached to inspect them. The configuration was identical, and even the supplies were precisely the same, along with a stone platform. The territory had been replicated as well. Unable to contain his laughter, Su-yun erupted into joyous guffaws, declaring, "What alliance? What guild? I alone represent the entire organization." After a surge of exhilaration, Su-yun began to organize his team. Sui, Su-er, and Su-san were tasked with 1 vehicle carrying 3 dogs, accompanied by a Lu and gang wristband. Meanwhile, Su-si, Su-woo, and Su-lu would manage another vehicle with 4 dogs, along with a Zhangqiu wristband. The 2 teams would operate independently, maintaining contact with Su Yun through their wristbands, managing their own arrangements. He then summoned 4 additional personnel from the other vehicles, bringing the total to 8 combatants alongside Su Yun, ensuring that each vehicle was manned by 3 individuals. The first vehicle, led by Su Yun and supported by Su Qi and Su Ba, would be followed by the second vehicle, consisting of Su Jiu, Su Shi, and Su Shiri, and the third vehicle comprised of Su Shi Air, Su Shi San, and Su Shi Si. Su Yun had no intention of reclaiming their shotguns. They would utilize them, as the shotguns and ammunition had been replicated during the vehicle's duplication process. Once all arrangements were made and with noon approaching, Su Yun decided it was time for a hearty meal together, instructing them to set off. Before their departure, he briefed Liu and gang on their roles and Zhang Qiyu on his mission, encouraging him to infiltrate the enemy ranks if the opportunity arose. Watching their departing figures, Su Yun felt a surge of inspiration. In a mere 3 days, they had transformed from a battered pickup truck into a formidable convoy. After a moment of reflection, he resumed his journey, ready to face the challenges ahead. 3 colossal vehicles roared to life, their formidable presence causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. Dust billowed from their sides, reminiscent of smoke rising from a battlefield. Thus commenced a journey fraught with challenges and uncertainties, heralded by the thunderous growl of engines. With a pair of gunshots echoing through the air, a rhinoceros fell before them. Leaning against one of the vehicles, Su Yun savored a slice of watermelon, observing Su Qi and Su Ba as they collected supplies from the green cart. Meanwhile, vehicles 1 and 2 stood vigilant in the distance. "My lord, the supplies have been gathered," Su Qi reported as he approached. Su Yun handed over a piece of watermelon, saying, "You've worked hard. Take this and share it amongst yourselves." Gratefully accepting it, Su Qi replied, "Thank you, my lord," and hurried off to distribute the fruit. Dogsy bounced alongside Su Qi, eagerly anticipating a share. This idyllic scene, however, was soon disrupted. Xiaomeng found Su Yun once more, conveying a crucial piece of information. "Xiaomeng, boss, do you still have the engine upgrade schematics?" "Su Yun, I no longer possess them. You arrived too late. Perhaps I can trade them to you later." "Xiaomeng, thank you, boss. By the way, I must warn you of something." "Xiaomeng, if you encounter vehicles adorned with skulls, do not trust or approach them. This group possesses the skills to locate survivors and specializes in hunting them down. It is said that a significant number of them have gathered together." Su Yun furrowed his brow. Though he was not a paragon of virtue himself, he held no intention to indiscriminately harm survivors without substantial costs. "Su Yun, how did you come to know this news?" "Xiaomeng, this was shared by a member of our Unity group, and the channel has already seen discussions about it." At this point, Su Yun recalled that the channel had recently been inundated with trivial complaints and sporadic chit-chat, leaving little room for valuable information, which is why he seldom checked it. He opened the regional channel and scrolled up to catch up on the updates. "Brothers, there is a group of individuals specializing in murder and plunder. Everyone must remain vigilant. My friend barely managed to level up his vehicle to level 3, yet he couldn't escape. They seek both wealth and life. I know who the leader of this group is. His name is Li Shiping. Those who dare insult our leader should beware. We will annihilate all of you without hesitation." "So what if they insulted us, brothers? We must unite. Welcome to our dawn. Let us band together against the skull-headed fiends. Currently, I am the sole member. Anyone who joins will become an elder." The subsequent messages were filled with further insults directed at Li Shiping and calls for recruitment. Su Yun chose not to continue reading, instead focusing on the name Li Shiping, which struck a chord of familiarity. Upon reflection, he recalled that this individual had previously engaged in extensive water trading, and Su Yun had speculated that he had acquired water collection equipment. To his surprise, just 3 days later, he had already assembled a team. "Xiaomeng, esteemed leader, would you care to join our Unity Society? We could foster mutual communication." "Su Yun, no, I do not intend to join any organization at present. I possess the engine blueprints. I shall speak with you later." Having said this, he disregarded Xiaomeng and sent a message to Su Si. "Su Yun, find a way to join another team swiftly. Investigate the group with the skull insignia and relay any intelligence to me promptly." Zhang Qiyu understood. Despite this, Su Yun remained deeply troubled. He had acquired several vehicles through gifts, and based on past experiences, a severe crisis was imminent. Xiaomeng, arriving with news, seemed to carry a hint of fortune, yet the lack of any tangible developments left him unprepared. He could only search for resources and seek solutions, hoping to find more powerful tools. "Come back. We are setting off," he called to Guzi. After informing Su Qi and Su Ba, Su Yun got into the vehicle. started the engine, and the convoy continued its journey. Less than an hour after Su-Yun set off, a Level 3 giant truck accompanied by 6 Level 2 vehicles arrived at the site. This truck was even larger than Su-Yun's vehicle, with an astonishingly spacious cargo area. Resembling a mining truck, the lead Level 2 vehicle came to a halt. Its occupants disembarked to examine the traces on the ground and hurriedly approached the leader of the Level 3 truck. They discovered evidence indicating that someone had indeed lingered here. A voice from the giant truck emerged. "Good, we have finally caught up. Pursue them." "Captain, I observed the traces. It appears that 3 Level 3 vehicles were involved." A voice tinged with anxiety emerged, questioning what was to be feared with such a treasure at hand. Even tanks could not intimidate them. With that, a group of individuals clamored and hastily drove off in pursuit. Chapter 26. The initial skirmish of the convoy. The sound of screeching brakes pierced the air as Su-Yun's vehicle came to a halt before a quaint cabin. Su-Chi and Su-Ba alighted in succession and entered the dwelling. As they opened the door, 2 leopards lunged at them. Reacting swiftly, they drew their firearms and dispatched the beasts, seizing the green card affixed to the wall. With additional manpower at his disposal, Su-Yun felt increasingly at ease. Often, he found that he need not intervene at all, as Su-Chi and Su-Ba adeptly resolved issues on their own. Just as they departed the cabin, a procession of vehicles surged past without pause. The observation post of Su-Yun's convoy, comprising 3 vehicles, detected an anomaly. "My lord, there is an irregularity. A convoy is tailing us," reported one observer. Su-Yun remained unperturbed, having anticipated this development. He alerted everyone to prepare for combat. With that, he gestured towards the other observation posts to signal readiness for battle, while another individual armed with a shotgun made his way to the rooftop. Meanwhile, the enemy's massive truck had spotted the figure on the roof and blared its horn, attempting to alert the vehicles ahead. The secondary vehicles in front seemed oblivious to the warning, mistakenly interpreting it as a prompt to hasten their pace, and instead accelerated towards the rear of Su-Yun's convoy. Su-12 raised his shotgun, aiming at the driver's seat of a Level 2 vehicle below. With the driver's face contorted in terror, he pulled the trigger. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, but it was evident that it was too late. A spray of blood splattered against the glass, and the vehicle spiraled out of control, colliding with an adjacent Level 2 car, causing it to overturn abruptly. Witnessing the chaos, other drivers hastily reduced their speeds, hesitant to advance. The driver of a massive truck muttered a curse under his breath, deeming the situation a display of incompetence, before accelerating forward. The second vehicle suddenly decelerated and came to a halt, allowing the Level 2 car behind it to respond quickly, slamming on the brakes with a screeching sound as tires protested against the pavement, barely stopping in front of the second vehicle. Just as the Level 2 driver released a sigh of relief and lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of a burly man wielding a shotgun, who smiled at him. After the gunshot rang out, consciousness slowly ebbed away from him. In less than 3 minutes, 3 Level 2 vehicles had been incapacitated. The remaining 3 swiftly activated their vehicle abilities. One vanished into thin air, though the tire tracks on the ground betrayed its presence. Su-7 observed this scene. Realizing the nature of the ability, it was invisibility. The other 2 vehicles became semi-transparent, and the observer promptly relayed this information to Su-Yun. Furrowing his brow, Su-Yun recalled the existence of vehicle abilities, nearly forgotten amidst the chaos. "Ignore them and accelerate our retreat. I refuse to believe they can maintain this state indefinitely. Observe closely what types they are," he commanded, and the vehicles began to speed away. Meanwhile, the Phantom vehicle approached the third vehicle, prompting Su-12 to fire a shot, which missed entirely. The steel pellets passed through the ethereal car and struck the ground, and Su-12 silently noted this peculiar occurrence. Upon realizing the futility of further aggression, Su-11 ceased his attacks and signaled for acceleration towards the observation point. Another colossal truck silently sped up behind vehicle number 2, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with remarkable force against the rear of the opposing vehicle. Fortunately, the observer aboard vehicle No. 2 had sensed something amiss and commanded the activation of the protective shield. With a deafening bang that echoed like a bomb exploding nearby, vehicle number 2 lurched forward violently, its entire body trembling. However, the robust protective shield, akin to an impenetrable fortress, absorbed the fatal blow, incurring only a minor reduction of 10 in its integrity. Once vehicle number 2 steadied itself, Su-9 seized a grenade and expertly hurled it towards the rear of the colossal truck. The truck's driver attempted to activate the protective shield, but it was too late. In the midst of the driver's terror-stricken gaze, the grenade arced through the air and struck the underside of the truck, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed the front of the vehicle in flames. Thick smoke billowing upward. The truck's tires erupted, careening erratically towards the roadside, ultimately crashing against a large boulder. Tragically, the enormous truck met its demise without ever having the chance to fulfill its purpose. Following the destruction of the truck, the other vehicles seemed to come alive. As a cloaked vehicle suddenly materialized beside vehicle number 1. The driver, wielding a crossbow, aimed at Su-Yun's tires. The hidden vehicle had anticipated the protective shield's time limitation and had bided its time nearby, but alas, it miscalculated and paid the ultimate price. Su-7 casually tossed a grenade, sending the concealed vehicle tumbling through the air. In response to the unfolding situation, the 2 other vehicles promptly reversed their course and fled the scene. The driver of the massive truck, however, was consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, and the bitterness within him surged like an unstoppable tide. In a swift motion, he leaped from his vehicle, brandishing an RPG. His adept handling of the weapon betraying an intimate familiarity with it. With a deep, thunderous roar, he squeezed the trigger. The rocket soared forth like a streak of black lightning, enveloped in a searing gust of air, racing towards Su-Yun's vehicle. The trajectory of the rocket resembled a lethal arc, igniting the very air around it, which crackled ominously. With a deafening explosion, flames instantly engulfed Su-Yun's vehicle. A sinister grin spread across the truck driver's face, confident in his apparent victory. Yet, amidst the inferno, a translucent energy shield gradually illuminated, resembling a colossal bubble, steadfastly safeguarding Su-Yun's vehicle. The tremendous shockwave and scattering shrapnel from the explosion were met with an invisible force upon contacting the energy shield, deflecting them away. Waves rippled across the surface of the shield, its light flickering as it endured immense pressure, yet it remained resolutely unyielding. Witnessing this scene, the truck driver's smile was abruptly frozen. His eyes, once filled with madness and malice, now reflected terror and despair. His hands fell limply to his sides, the RPG clattering to the ground. Weakness overtook him, and he collapsed, as if all strength had been siphoned from his body. At that moment, the roar of engines grew louder, as 3 colossal trucks, akin to black behemoths, swiftly approached before him. The immense bodies of the trucks cast expansive shadows overhead, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The driver of the giant truck tilted his head upwards, gazing at the towering vehicle, as an overwhelming dread surged within him. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He could only curl helplessly on the ground, awaiting an uncertain judgment. A squad of individuals promptly leaped from the trucks, their movements synchronized and disciplined. Pairing off in twos, they swiftly formed 2 lines, each armed with a shotgun, the metallic sheen of their weapons glinting coldly in the sunlight. 2 teams hastened with urgency towards the damaged vehicle, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings meticulously, leaving no corner unexamined in search of survivors. Meanwhile, another team approached the incapacitated giant truck driver with steady strides. They fanned out in a crescent formation, gradually encircling the driver. Chapter 27. The summoning. Once more Su-Yun stepped before the giant truck driver, gently lifting his chin with the muzzle of the shotgun, and coldly proclaimed, "I ask. You answer. Be wise, and you may yet be spared." The colossal truck driver trembled all over, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I will tell you everything." "What is your name? How did you all come together?" Su-Yun inquired. "My name is Li Honglong. It was our leader who gathered us. He possesses a radar that can detect vehicles within a certain range. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but he manages to locate each of us one by one, coercing and enticing us to join the organization he has created." The colossal truck driver divulged everything without reservation. Some others were brought together through private messages, sharing their locations. Coordinates as well? Su-Yun suddenly realized he had overlooked the feature of sending location through private messages. He noted that it was something worth exploring in the future. Is your leader Li Shiping? Does the radar indicate the level of the vehicles? Su-Yun continued to press for information. Yes, it is Li Shiping. He informs us when there are individuals in a certain direction, and we pursue them, only to return to our original position afterward. We follow the clues they leave behind to catch up and meet them. The radar should not display levels. The last time, our third team encountered a level 3 vehicle and nearly overturned. At this point, the colossal truck driver cast a furtive glance at Su-Yun, thinking that if it had displayed levels, he would not be here as a captive. Unaware of the driver's expression, Su-Yun pressed further. "How many of you are there? What is your strength? Tell me everything." "We have 6 squads, each with 1 level 3 vehicle and 2 level 2 vehicles. Our leader's squad is considered the inner circle, consisting of a total of 4 level 3 vehicles, armed with heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and rifles. The colossal truck driver did not hold back at all. Listening intently, Su Yun calculated the information, while Su Qi, who had returned from the search, approached to report the situation. My lord, all surviving hostile personnel have been eliminated, and the supplies are currently being gathered and accounted for. Upon hearing this, the driver of the giant truck panicked instantaneously, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I will divulge everything. Just let me go. Upon hearing this, Su Yun reassured him. Indeed, I am a man of my word. I shall not lay a hand on you. You may leave. The truck driver, relieved, promptly expressed his gratitude and fled. Su Yun exchanged a glance with the soldiers nearby before proceeding towards the level 3 giant truck. With a resounding thud, he utilized the vehicle repair kit. The vehicle, modeled after him, had the capability to summon troops. He preferred to avoid reckless charges unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he required a shield to guard against incoming fire. Naturally, a solitary vehicle could not suffice for such protection. After repairing the giant truck with the vehicle repair kit, he examined its information. He inquired of Su Qi, "How is the inventory assessment progressing?" "My lord, the inventory has been completed. We have 300 basic supplies, along with a few household appliances. There are no blueprints. 1 rocket launcher, 4 rounds of ammunition remaining, for crossbows, 1 pistol with 18 rounds of ammunition, and 7 wristbands." Su Yun frowned upon hearing this. It appears that the supplies are all within their convoy. We must concentrate all resources onto this vehicle. After dismantling 6 level 2 trucks, he acquired 6 modules, which he then placed onto the giant truck. Su Yun was poised to use the dice to replicate this giant truck, naturally. Placing the supplies onto it would also result in their duplication. Fortune smiled upon him as he rolled a 6, a broad smile gracing Su Yun's face. Utilizing 10 modules, the protective shields of 10 vehicles were elevated to level 2, while an additional 30 units were employed to enhance the shields of 3 original vehicles to level 3. Once all tasks were completed, Su Yun summoned the 16 types of troops available today. Soon, a formidable convoy of 10 level 3 vehicles emerged upon the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, exuding an intimidating aura. Surrounding each vehicle were well-trained soldiers, standing tall with resolute expressions, weapons firmly in hand, ever vigilant. The entire convoy comprised 31 individuals, their presence akin to a stone cast upon a still lake, introducing a rare vitality to the lifeless Gobi landscape. After allocating the wrist-mounted weaponry to the vehicles, the convoy began to retrace its route, the wheels stirring up clouds of dust. Upon reaching their original encampment, Su Yun and his companions halted their vehicles. Su Qi stepped forward to meticulously examine the tracks on the ground. After confirming the direction, he nodded towards Su Yun. The convoy then set forth again in the indicated direction. At this moment, Su Qi inquired of Su Yun, "My lord, according to Li Henglong, the radar on the opposite side has detected our presence. What should we do?" "It matters little whether they detect us or not. 2 vehicles have fled, and this news will soon spread. Rather than allowing them to launch a surprise attack, why not take the initiative? Furthermore, his radar is incapable of detecting the caliber of the vehicles. They might still presume we are after their level 2 cars," Su Yun explained to Su Qi. Su Yun himself felt a lack of confidence. Ideally, given his disposition, he should have avoided confrontation. However, failing to address that group would leave him apprehensive about future resource hunts, always wary of their ambushes. At present, he could not devise a better strategy, relying solely on reckless audacity. After following the traces for the better part of the day, he still had not caught up with the opposing convoy, prompting Su Yun to exclaim in frustration, "Are these people rabbits? How can they run so fast?" Shortly thereafter, Su Ba's voice reached him, "My lord, we have identified the target, but there is only 1 vehicle." On the other side, Li Shiping had already locked onto Su Yun with his radar. Seated in the driver's seat, he gazed at the red dot on the radar, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Once merely a small employee at a company, leading a mundane 9-to-5 existence, he had never imagined his life would take such a turn until the global challenge for survival reshaped his destiny, altering the trajectory of people worldwide. In the early stages of the challenge, when resources were scarce and fresh water was a precious commodity, he fortuitously activated a water collector. With his keen business acumen, while others floundered, he was able to gather clean drinking water daily through this device, ensuring his survival and swiftly trading for a substantial amount of goods. With these resources, he upgraded to a level 2 vehicle, navigating through the first night with relative ease. As the event commenced, he fortuitously acquired a radar capable of detecting survivors. Indeed, this radar was not designed for locating vehicles, but rather for identifying fellow survivors. accompanied by a formidable machine gun. During the course of the event, he utilized the radar and weaponry to rescue a trio of brothers who had congregated together. Uncertain whether it was out of gratitude or a desire for protection, the brothers chose to follow him. Li Shiping, well aware of the challenges of solitary endeavors, decided to collaborate with the trio. Chapter 28. The Foolish Ones. He swiftly led the brothers, leveraging the radar and armaments to gather survivors along the way. Those who resisted had already become mere fodder for their ascension. Thus, they soon reached level 3. Upon attaining this milestone, they began to allocate some resources, establishing a relatively substantial survival team. The once inconspicuous office worker had now transformed into a leader guiding others through dire circumstances. The expansion of the team signified a burgeoning challenge in resource allocation. For the first time wielding power, Li Shiping sought to exert control over every aspect, unwilling to allow anyone to stray from his ranks or escape his influence. He resorted to using the radar to search for other survivors to plunder. Once he pinpointed the locations of these individuals, he dispatched members to carry out the raids. Those venturing out for the plunder, wary of the radar's detection capabilities, dared not stray far from the group. To distinguish his own from outsiders, he had taken to emblazoning a skull emblem, symbolic of piracy, on each vehicle. Convinced that they were akin to a band of pirates, believing that survival necessitated the relinquishment of humanity. After several successful endeavors, he anticipated that this method would yield a substantial accumulation of resources, placing him in a position of undeniable advantage over other survivors. Unexpectedly, an ambush this afternoon resulted in significant losses for him. Out of caution, he refrained from seeking immediate retribution and instead urged his convoy to advance. To his surprise, the radar indicated only one individual in pursuit, prompting him to halt and await developments. To prevent Su Yun from fleeing, and bolstered by his own confidence, after all, his abilities included phasing and duplication, he concluded that even if he could not overpower his opponent, escaping would be effortless. Thus, he instructed the vehicles to disperse, creating a perimeter to sever all potential escape routes, preparing to ensnare his adversary. As he observed the red dot on the radar drawing nearer, Li Shiping summoned the other members to encircle Su Yun, ensuring he would have no avenue of escape. Upon hearing Su Ba's voice, Su Yun straightened abruptly, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. You've caught up with me, and there's only one vehicle? What are they up to? Su Ba reaffirmed, his tone resolute. My lord, I assure you, there is indeed just one vehicle, and no signs of any ambush nearby. Su Yun furrowed his brows, skepticism etched on his face. Still unable to believe. What? They think a single vehicle can stop me? Simultaneously, Li Shiping was equally astonished, his eyes wide as he beheld 10 imposing third-tier vehicles advancing menacingly. He hurriedly glanced at the radar, where a solitary red dot appeared, with no anomalies displayed. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered, Impossible. This cannot be. How could it be unmanned? The urgency of the situation left no room for further contemplation. Li Shiping, in a flurry of movement, swiftly turned the car around and pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle forward like an arrow released from a bow, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Su Yun, witnessing Li Shiping's retreating figure, once again sought confirmation from Su Ba. Are you absolutely certain there are no ambushes? Su Ba responded with unwavering certainty. My lord, I can assure you there are none. I have only observed his vehicle. Su Yun glanced at the dice in his hand, which offered no warning of danger, yet unease lingered in his mind. Let us send a scout vehicle ahead to probe the route and fire a couple of rockets, just in case there are any traps. The sound of explosions echoed from behind, causing Li Shiping to turn pale with fear. In a state of panic, he activated his phasing ability while desperately calling for help through his wristband. Come quickly. We need assistance. Thus, on the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, a heart-pounding chase commenced. Li Shiping fled frantically ahead, while Su Yun's convoy pursued relentlessly. As Li Shiping's phasing ability began to wane, rockets occasionally surged from the convoy, erupting in explosions that sent dust swirling into the air. Li Shiping weaved left and right, narrowly evading each attack, unable to suppress his cries of alarm. The pursuit continued for the better part of the day, with Li Shiping's margin for error diminishing. On one occasion, he nearly succumbed to a direct hit. Encouraged by this, Su Yun's convoy surged with renewed vigor, their engines roaring deafeningly. Meanwhile, Li Shiping's allies, positioned behind Su Yun's convoy, were equally tenacious, incessantly honking their horns while their firearms intermittently spat flames, attempting to exert pressure on the advancing convoy. In that moment, the Gobi Desert was engulfed in a tempest of dust, where the sounds of engines, explosions, and gunfire intertwined in a cacophony of chaos. A vehicle raced frantically ahead, pursued relentlessly by 10 others, while a cacophony of horns blared from a throng of cars behind, cheering like a fervent crowd. This extraordinary and spectacular scene unfolded against the desolate backdrop of the Gobi Desert, rendering it all the more thrilling. Realizing he had fallen into a dire predicament, Li Shiping felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening his temples. In a moment of life or death, he activated his vehicle's doppelganger. Suddenly, his car split into two, hurtling off in two distinctly different directions with breathtaking speed. Su Yun, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he murmured, "Such a skill exists?" However, the dice in his hand soon emitted a faint glow, slowly directing him to the right. Without a moment to ponder the dice's sudden guidance, he swiftly turned the steering wheel, commanding, "Follow that vehicle on the right. Don't let it escape." Observing Su Yun's change of direction, the other vehicles quickly adjusted their course to pursue as well. Su Yun's convoy surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, the roar of their engines reverberating through the desert, causing the sands and stones to tremble slightly. Ahead, Li Shiping drove his doppelganger, fleeing in a frenzy while glancing anxiously in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with dread and urgency. Yet, the instinct for survival ignited a final surge of strength within him. Gritting his teeth, determination etched in his gaze, he abruptly turned the steering wheel, causing his car to carve an exaggerated arc across the Gobi, charging directly towards Su Yun's flank. Upon witnessing this, Su Yun's expression darkened. Relinquishing control of the vehicle to Su Ba as he moved to the observation station, promptly issuing orders through his wristband, "Do not break formation, concentrate fire to intercept him." 10 Level 3 vehicles swiftly adjusted their trajectories, the soldiers atop raising their rocket launchers in unison, aiming squarely at Li Shiping's vehicle. A deluge of rockets cascaded down like torrential rain. Li Shiping maneuvered his vehicle with remarkable skill and indomitable spirit, narrowly evading the explosive bursts time and again. However, just as he believed he had found a means of escape, one of the vehicles from Su Yun's convoy, its protective shield activated, suddenly surged forward like a frenzied rhinoceros, charging directly at Li Shiping. The combination of the protective shield and the vehicle's formidable mass collided violently with Li Shiping's car, the immense force causing his vehicle to spiral out of control, ultimately flipping over on the desolate Gobi, engulfed in a cloud of dust. Su Yun's forces paid no heed to Li Shiping's fate, as their reinforcements were already in pursuit, necessitating an immediate response. They swiftly recalibrated their focus toward the encroaching threat posed by Li Shiping's men. Chapter 29. The Armored Vehicle. All personnel, heed my command. Adjust formation into a fan-shaped defense. Su Yun's voice resonated with unwavering authority through the vast expanse of the Gobi as he issued his orders via the wrist communicator. The 10 Level 3 vehicles reacted with alacrity, their tires screeching against the sandy terrain, swiftly rearranging themselves as instructed. Li Shiping's forces, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, rallied with fervor, their shouts piercing the air as they unleashed a torrent of gunfire, bullets raining down upon Su Yun's convoy. In response, Su Yun's convoy activated their protective shields, the soldiers atop taking cover behind the barriers while simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterattack. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, as bullets and rockets whizzed through the atmosphere, igniting fierce sparks upon collision. Fortunately, the protective shields of Su Yun's convoy had been upgraded, enabling them to withstand a portion of the damage. In contrast, the adversary's vehicles were not as fortunate. Most were of level 2, and after several waves of rocket fire, more than half of the vehicles lacking life-saving attributes were obliterated. Only a few fortunate ones managed to evade destruction, yet they hesitated to advance. Just as the firepower exchange reached a stalemate, Su Yun suddenly spotted a level 3 heavy armored vehicle within the opposing convoy, accelerating past its companions and approaching them with its protective shield engaged. Su Yun surmised that this armored vehicle possessed an acceleration mechanism. Concentrate fire on the tires of that armored vehicle. Recognizing the threat posed by the armored vehicle, Su Yun promptly issued a new command. Several rockets soared toward the armored vehicle, and amidst a cacophony of explosions, the shield flickered with blue light before shattering, resulting in a precise hit that caused the vehicle to erupt in flames. However, the chaos from the explosion incited panic among Li Shiping's forces. Their already wavering resolve crumbled further, disrupting their formation as individuals began to glance around, their faces etched with fear and hesitation, and thoughts of retreat quietly blossomed within them. Those vehicles that had once surged ahead began to slow involuntarily, their spacing becoming disordered. Su Yun astutely recognized this shift and seized the opportune moment, shouting, "They are disorganized. Charge forward and crush them." The troops atop Su Yun's convoy emerged from behind their shields, weapons ablaze with fiery tongues, launching a more ferocious assault on the bewildered enemy. Amidst the chaos, other vehicles, in a state of panic, began to reverse direction, with some Class 3 vehicles even turning around to flee the battlefield, accompanied by several Class 2 vehicles. Witnessing this, the remaining vehicles followed suit, scattering like frightened birds. Yet, two vehicles, akin to unbridled wild stallions, charged directly towards Su Yun's convoy. With a stern countenance, Su Yun meticulously observed the tumultuous scene, resolutely commanding the movements of the convoy while swiftly devising a counter-strategy. Without hesitation, he issued a command through his wrist device. Vehicles on both sides swiftly converged to form an encirclement. The troops stationed atop the vehicles readied their rocket launchers, awaiting his directive. As his orders were relayed, the Class 3 vehicles on either flank moved towards the center with the precision of well-trained soldiers, transforming the previously fan-shaped defensive formation into a tightly knit encirclement. The two frenzied vehicles showed no signs of retreating in the face of the impending trap. Rather, they surged forward as if provoked beasts, accelerating with heightened ferocity. Activating their protective shields, they kicked up clouds of dust across the desert terrain, barreling towards the encirclement. "Prepare." Su Yun's voice resonated, deep and commanding, causing the entire convoy to tense in anticipation. As the enemy vehicles approached within mere dozens of meters of the encirclement, Su Yun bellowed, "Launch." In an instant, the rockets soared from the rooftops, trailing fierce flames and powerful momentum towards the adversaries. Under the onslaught of the rockets, one vehicle's protective shield shattered, a direct hit from a rocket resulting in a violent explosion that flipped the vehicle onto its side, engulfed in a raging inferno. Meanwhile, the other vehicle adeptly evaded the rocket by utilizing its phasing ability, successfully breaching the encircled perimeter. As soon as it entered the state of phasing, it became evident to him that he was rendered helpless, restricted solely to firing upon Su Yun's convoy, which was akin to a mere tickle for them. Su Yun's counterattacks, in turn, effortlessly pierced through the air, resulting in a stalemate between the two parties. In the midst of despair, the driver glanced at Li Shiping's vehicle in the distance and then at the vast, desolate wilderness. Wiping away tears, he murmured, "I am sorry, boss. My elder brother and second brother perished because of you. The debt has been settled, and should the opportunity arise, I shall avenge you." With that, he utilized the advantage of his vehicle's phasing ability to pass directly through Su Yun's convoy, steering towards the encirclement's periphery. The phasing vehicle, having escaped, kicked up billowing clouds of dust across the Gobi Desert as it sped away in a frantic flight. Su Yun observed the retreating vehicle, his brow furrowed, filled with a sense of unwillingness. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers of allowing this vehicle to escape and resolved not to let it slip away easily. Thus, he swiftly commanded via his wristband, "Leave two vehicles here. The rest, pursue at full speed. Maintain a tight formation and afford them no respite." Su Yun's convoy surged forth like a roaring beast, the engine's thunder reverberating through the Gobi, causing the very sands and stones to tremble. As they pursued, Su Yun calmly analyzed the situation, understanding that although the phasing vehicle seemed to hold the upper hand, the energy drain from prolonged phasing would be substantial. He believed that with sustained pressure, the adversary would inevitably reveal a flaw. Through the wristband, he communicated in real time with his convoy members, continually adjusting their pursuit strategy. Meanwhile, the driver of the phasing vehicle was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Although he successfully escaped the encirclement, his heart was heavy with anguish and helplessness at the thought of his fallen comrades. As he drove frantically, he remained vigilant of the movements behind him, hoping to evade danger before the phasing ended. However, just as the phasing concluded, peril struck with alarming swiftness. The Su Yun convoy launched a rocket, its piercing wail slicing through the air above the desolate expanse, hurtling directly towards the vehicle. The driver sensed the lethal threat approaching from behind, his eyes widening in terror as he frantically twisted the steering wheel, attempting to harness the phasing ability once more to dodge the impending attack. Yet, fate was unkind this time. The rocket struck the rear of the phasing vehicle with deadly precision, engulfing it in a violent explosion that obliterated the entire chassis. The tremendous force propelled the vehicle into the air, before it crashed heavily to the ground, igniting a roaring inferno and billowing thick smoke. After issuing orders to manage the aftermath, Suyun approached Li Shiping's vehicle. It had been severely mangled in the recent violent collision, its body marred by bullet holes and charred remnants of the explosion. Chapter 30, Alteration, card as a bloodied hand slowly emerged. A feeble voice called from within the car. Help, help me. Suyun and Su Qi exchanged glances, reading uncertainty and caution in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Suyun cautiously approached the car door, his weapon still aimed inside. Upon recognizing the occupant, he could not help but frown slightly. It was indeed Li Shiping, bloodied and bearing numerous wounds, his breath faint. You are Li Shiping? Suyun inquired, astonished. It was I, weakly calling for help from Suyun. Save me, Li Shiping. Suyun paid no heed to Li Shiping's pleas, aiming his shotgun directly at him. A tear trickled from the corner of Li Shiping's eye as he thought of his parents. Oh, how I long to see you again. Bang. Suyun fired without hesitation. To him, Li Shiping's death was not unjust. When he took lives and seized goods, he felt no remorse. Once the dust settled, a dozen soldiers began to clear the aftermath, while Suyun commenced an inventory of the day's spoils. Numerous vehicles lay in ruins, reduced to mere shells. And although he lamented the destruction, only Li Shiping's level 3 vehicle remained intact. The others had either fled or been obliterated. After utilizing a vehicle repair kit to restore Li Shiping's war machine, which was originally an off-road vehicle, Suyun noted that the interior space was limited. Its primary attributes were its phasing and duplication abilities. But what truly captivated Suyun was the radar, capable of detecting survivors within a 50-kilometer radius. As he continued his exploration, he discovered the cramped interior overflowing with various supplies. It contained a substantial amount of basic materials and food, including compressed biscuits, canned goods, and an array of individual rations, sufficient to provide ample energy supplies for the soldiers. Additionally, there was an impressive cache of weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies, further enhancing their military capabilities. Li Shiping's 5 heavy machine guns, 2 rocket launchers, 2 sniper rifles, and assorted rifle ammunition lay in a heap. I cannot help but express my discontent. It is rather perplexing that with such an abundance of weapons and ammunition, one chooses to stow them away unused. This seems rather foolish. One cannot entirely blame Li Shiping, having risen from a mere clerk to amass a following through coercion and persuasion. He is understandably wary of potential threats to his position, thus opting to conceal his arsenal. It is only when venturing outside that he dares to allocate a fraction of it. Otherwise, how could the previously cohesive team have suffered such a catastrophic failure? Suyun picked up a repair kit and remarked, Alas, it seems even fate does not favor you, for there is no time to utilize the repair kit. At that moment, a statue of scales caught Suyun's attention. Blueprint for the Underworld Scales statue. Upon learning, one can craft the Underworld Scales statue X1 at a workbench. This statue aids in weighing the hearts of the deceased, granting a 20 chance to unveil a satisfactory material card, albeit at the cost of a small portion of flesh. Since the last gift of a statue, Suyun had not encountered another for quite some time, so he was pleasantly surprised by this immense fortune. The statue was quickly crafted, and as soon as it was completed, the dice eagerly emerged to consume it. After devouring it, the dice presented 2 choices to Suyun, who found himself in a quandary. Peering allows one to glean crucial information of the day at a cost. Manipulation enables one to alter the original cause of fate, leading to a different outcome, also at a price. Both options demand a sacrifice. The former was already within Suyun's grasp, while the latter remained unexplored. However, Suyun grasped the meaning of the second clause conveyed by the dice. A small sacrifice would allow him to transform the items on the resource card into his own possessions, or exchange the tattered objects lying on the ground for those not yet fallen into disrepair on the timeline. As Suyun absorbed the dice's information, he couldn't help but lament. If only you could articulate clearly, without resorting to mystique, it would seem more sophisticated. The dice, unperturbed by Suyun's complaints, fell into silence. After much contemplation, Suyun ultimately opted for alteration. He deemed glimpse sufficient for a single use, capable of uncovering vital information for the night. In contrast, alteration would enable him to procure urgently needed resources at will. Coupled with the ability of bestowal, it would undoubtedly propel his influence far beyond that of others, sparing him the need to aimlessly scavenge for supplies. Yet, the cost associated with this choice warranted further experimentation to ascertain its implications. Summoning the dice, he reviewed his fate. 1. Bestowal. Each roll of the dice grants you a quantity of items equivalent to the rolled number. But these items cannot be rolled again, for times day. 2. Glimpse. Allows you to uncover significant information for the day, one-time day. 3. Forewarning. Alerts you to impending danger or opportunity. 4. Fortune. You are perpetually fortunate. 5. Alteration. By incurring a cost, you may modify the original cause of fate, yielding a different outcome. With yet another skill added to his repertoire, Su-Yun could not contain his exhilaration. The significance of the statue had risen to paramount importance in his mind. He promptly dispatched messages to the battalion's wristbands, urgently instructing them to seek out the shadow of the statue. Su-Chi reported the quantity of wristbands and modules to Su-Yun. My lord, we have currently collected 25 wristbands, along with 21 level 3 modules and 4 level 4 modules. Excellent. Distribute the wristbands and place the modules in the radar vehicle. Su-Yun refrained from taking them today, as he had one final opportunity for a gift he did not intend to utilize. However, the level 4 module could be absorbed by a die to enhance the gift count, while the level 3 modules, having already been absorbed once, would not be absorbed again. With 21 level 3 modules, it was sufficient to upgrade 2 attributes of the colossal truck. Contemplating this, Su-Yun allowed one level 4 module to be absorbed by the die, rapidly increasing the count of gifts by 1 gift each time the die is rolled. The points will be graced by the gifts of fate, providing you with a quantity of singular items equivalent to the points rolled. The gifted items cannot be utilized during the roll 5 times per day. After the increase, he loaded essential supplies and modules onto the off-road giant vehicle and activated the gift. The point count was 3, and with a few bright flashes, 3 additional vehicles appeared on the desert expanse. Upon their arrival, Su-Yun proceeded to upgrade the attributes of the vehicles with the modules. As for the wristbands, considering the 2 departing vehicles, he had now gathered a total of 34 wristbands, ensuring each individual had 1, which greatly facilitated the issuance of tasks and commands. After organizing the battlefield, he took stock of various supplies. Observing the seeds of fruits and vegetables, Su-Yun decided to free up a vehicle to accommodate planting boxes, compost bins, and temperature-controlled lights, creating a dedicated logistics vehicle for integrated planting, production, and manufacturing. This would ensure a continuous source of food, although currently, they only possessed a flour mill and the confiscated steamer and water collector, resulting in a rather limited food variety. Today proved to be extraordinarily fruitful, yielding a substantial bounty of essential supplies and weaponry, fortifying our logistics while also enhancing the capabilities of our dice. Chapter 31. The Puppeteer Behind the Scenes. From a solitary level 3 vehicle to now a convoy of 14, each vehicle brimming to the brim. Observing this increasingly refined fleet, one cannot help but notice the excitement of others in the channel, rejoicing over their acquisition of a firearm and some supplies, while Su-Yun has filled one vehicle after another with resources. In contrast, other teams lament their leaders for the inequitable distribution of supplies. Su-Yun, however, boasts 30 steadfast subordinates and 4 loyal hounds, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of hope and vanity. Suddenly, the dice S, scrying, revealed a message. Collect stone, soil, compost, charcoal. Befuddled by this cryptic communication, Su-Yun was uncertain of its implications, yet with scrying activated, he felt compelled to comply. Noticing the time had already advanced to 2 p.m., Su-Yun decided against dispersing the convoy for travel today. Instead, he organized the team to gather resources. In the previous days, he had exchanged crossbows for a charcoal kiln blueprint, which could be utilized to produce charcoal. Over 30 individuals divided into 2 groups to collect stone, while Su-Yun leveraged the power of the masses, spending a modest sum on the trading platform to procure a considerable amount of stone. For over 2 hours, a group toiled in the wilderness, diligently gathering and stuffing the necessary materials into the vehicles, gazing at the abundant supplies. He had a premonition that tonight would bring forth some unexpected developments. Once everything was in order, a grand convoy set forth once again. A procession of gleaming vehicles advanced in unison, their tires fiercely grinding against the sandy terrain, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. The convoy continued along the uneven road, and as time slipped away, the horizon revealed only an endless expanse of desert and gravel, devoid of even a solitary dwelling. Moments passed, and the sun of this foreign realm began its descent, elongating the shadows of the convoy, intertwining with the jagged silhouettes of the parched poplar trees and the grotesque rocks scattered across the barren land, creating a majestic and awe-inspiring tableau. Stop, Su-Yun commanded, gazing at the distant sunset. The night was drawing near. It was time to pause and partake in dinner. The convoy gradually came to a halt. and Su Yun turned to issue a command through his wristband. It will soon be dark. Let us set up camp here for a meal and replenish our strength. As his words faded, the soldiers sprang into action, retrieving various cooking tools and ingredients. Meanwhile, Su Yun ascended to the roof of a vehicle, lighting a cigarette as he watched the sun sink below the horizon. At that moment, Su Qi approached with a cup in hand. My lord, I happened to find some lemons and honey, and I've prepared a special lemon honey drink, which is beneficial for the body. Su Yun accepted the lemon honey concoction. Taking a couple of sips, the sweet and tangy flavor danced upon his palate, instantly dispelling fatigue and heat, infusing his body with renewed vigor. He relished this rare moment of comfort and nourishment. Unable to refrain from praising Su Qi, he remarked on her commendable skills and offered a cigarette. Su Qi, with a hint of trepidation, accepted the gesture, expressing her gratitude to the Lord. The two sat in tranquil silence beside the carriage, each indulging in their smoke. At that moment, Su Yun broke the silence, his voice low and tinged with a contemplative confusion. Do you believe this game was conceived by a divine entity? His gaze remained fixed on the setting sun, as if posing the question to Su Qi, yet also to himself. Su Qi hesitated, her fingers momentarily pausing around the cigarette. And after a brief silence, she replied, I cannot say for certain, but I understand that the will of the Lord guides us towards our destined path. Disregarding her words, Su Yun extinguished his cigarette against the ground and lifted his gaze to the darkening sky, speaking to himself, if this is not a game created by a deity, it could be the work of an immensely powerful organization or force. They may possess unimaginable technology and resources, crafting this game for some ulterior motive. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes before continuing. It is also conceivable that it stems from an existence beyond our comprehension. This entity may not conform to traditional life forms, but could instead be a superintelligent being with self-awareness, or perhaps an unknown entity existing in higher dimensions. Having fashioned this game in a manner we cannot fathom, Su Yuan furrowed his brow, his mind a tumult of speculations and uncertainties. His gaze became unfocused, staring blankly into the distance, where the vast Gobi Desert was slowly engulfed by the encroaching night, as if concealing the secrets of this enigmatic game. In this fleeting yet protracted moment of contemplation, he endeavored to untangle it all, each thought weighing upon his heart like a heavy stone. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking shattered his reverie. It was a group of dogs frolicking nearby, their lively forms contrasting sharply with the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, yet they radiated vitality. Su Yuan exhaled deeply, allowing the tension in his nerves to ease somewhat. He gazed at the carefree dogs, a smile unconsciously curving his lips, softly murmuring, no matter what, survival must precede the quest for truth. In this perilous world of gaming, survival remained the paramount objective. Only by enduring could one seek the truths hidden beneath the surface and unravel the enigmas that lingered in his mind. As Su Yuan was drawn back to reality by the dog's playful barks, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the soldiers had moved the table atop the vehicle, presenting a splendid feast. The rice, steaming and fragrant, was plump and glistening, accompanied by several large bowls of stir-fried dishes, including tender pork stir-fried with vibrant green peppers, beef stew with soft, succulent potatoes that had absorbed the savory broth, and a refreshing cucumber salad adorned with red chili oil and minced garlic, adding a delightful crispness to the sumptuous meal. Su Yuan raised his cup, toasting the other soldiers across the car roof, exclaiming, Brothers, you have all worked hard today. This journey has been made secure thanks to our collective efforts. Cheers. The sound reverberated across the silent Gobi Desert, imbued with strength and fervor. The crowd responded in unison, downing their drinks in one go. The beverage flowed down their throats, dispelling the weariness of the day. Exhaustion mingled with satisfaction on their faces as they indulged in their feast, while sharing amusing anecdotes from the day's skirmishes. One individual animatedly recounted the thrilling moment of evading a rocket, prompting uproarious laughter, while another engaged in earnest discussion about tactical vehicle maneuvers, accumulating wisdom for the next encounter. As Su Yun surveyed the harmonious scene before him, the earlier weight of oppression lifted from his heart, and he felt a sense of optimism begin to blossom within. In this perilous alternate world, these loyal soldiers constituted his most steadfast support. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, while the troops busied themselves with organization, Su Yun lit a cigarette and checked the channel, discovering that discussions about him were underway. Chapter 32. Zombie Terror. Significant news. The wretched skeleton had been severely damaged. Li Shiping and the three miscreants had been defeated. Is this true? Are there teams in this area capable of vanquishing them? Brother, someone has avenged you. Woe is me. Indeed, a member of the wretched skeleton has leaked the news. The time for vengeance has come. Comrades, let us not be overly optimistic. Who knows if that team is akin to Li Shiping? Regardless, it matters not. Let us survive the night. Our own strength is paramount. I wonder what horrors tonight will bring. It's a constant source of unease. With a gentle tap on the screen, the regional channel closed with a soft sound, and the interface fell into an instant silence. In the final moments before closure, those incessantly rolling messages remained vividly etched in memory, replete with resentment and disdain towards Li Shiping. It seemed I had indeed rid the people of a menace. Suyun pondered, would I also be subjected to such vitriol in the future? Yet, he remained indifferent to such sentiments. His actions were executed with a discreet demeanor, unlike Li Shiping's ostentatiousness. As the sky gradually darkened, many halted in their tracks, silently praying for a night devoid of turmoil. Heaven grant us mercy. May this evening be free from any chaotic occurrences. I found some solace in the thought that it might be for the best. Progress must be swift. What was said from above held truth. Whether early or late, death is inevitable. Why not take it slow and savor the journey? Let us joyfully gather resources, fostering unity and mutual assistance. Are you lost in a dream or still in a daze? How naive one can be. As time trickled by, the familiar chime of the wristband suddenly echoed, signaling. Global announcement. Today as system time 18 to 23:59, the global zombie horror event commences. Prior to the event's initiation, all survivors are advised to remain within their vehicles. A multitude of zombies will randomly manifest in the wilderness. Survivors will earn 1 point for every zombie eliminated, which can be used for plundering and trading. During the event, survivors' wristbands will grant access to a marketplace, where points can be exchanged for supply cards. Further details available in the marketplace. Throughout the event, each region will spawn a unique zombie. Defeating the special zombie will yield a special card. Should the special zombie remain unvanquished by the event's conclusion, the zombies in that region will persist. During the event, every hour, the special zombie will emit a high-frequency sound wave, resonating throughout the entire region. During the event, wilderness cabins will not be visible. Attention! Higher vehicle levels will attract more zombies. After the conclusion of this event, the marketplace will close, and the likelihood of obtaining superior supply cards, blue, and exceptional supply cards, purple, will increase. It's a certainty, leveraging my years of experience watching zombie films. This should be a piece of cake. A certainty? If I encounter a horde, I doubt your confidence. I have a brilliant idea. We could resort to fire. Let us siphon some gasoline. My level 3 vehicle can easily handle a few zombies. Did you not see the announcement? The higher the vehicle level, the more zombies it attracts. Following the announcement, a fervent debate erupted in the channel, while Su Yun's expression grew grave. He swiftly assembled the troops, gesturing towards the vehicles beside him, and stated, before the operation commences, all personnel must return to their respective vehicles. Our vehicles will serve as mobile fortresses, ensuring maximum safety. Subsequently, he meticulously assigned tasks, grouping 3 vehicles together for advancement. Each vehicle was designated a specific team, one for rocket launchers, another for grenades, and a third for rifles. The remaining 2 vehicles were manned by personnel operating heavy machine guns and sniper rifles, tasked with concentrated fire and cover. The drivers were instructed to be prepared to flee at a moment's notice, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Once all assignments were complete, he opened the marketplace to peruse the offerings. Random rifle X1 selectable bullets 100 rounds fragmentation grenades X2, 1 point, limited to 1 purchase. Standard supply card, gray, X1 selectable bullets 10 rounds, 1 point. Superior supply card, green, X1 selectable bullets 100 rounds, 10 points. Excellent supply card, blue, X1 selectable bullets 1000 rounds, 100 points. Exceptional supply card, purple, X2, 1000 points. Gazing at the points required for the purple supply card, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that one would need to eliminate 1000 zombies to exchange for 2 purple cards. However, the activity did not push one to the brink of despair. Even without weapons, slaying a single zombie permitted the purchase of arms and ammunition, and at each stage, one could acquire sufficient weaponry. Despite this, Su Yun could not shake off the sense of underlying malice. According to the stipulations, only headshots could effectively dispatch zombies. And aside from extraordinary marksmen, Few could boast perfect accuracy. Moreover, he always felt that something was amiss. The mall's abundant supply of ammunition had lulled him into a false sense of security, leaving him oblivious to the peril that awaited. He intended to gauge the opinions of others. To his astonishment, there were promotional activities offering firearms and ammunition, quite generous indeed. Weapons for sale? Message me if interested. Who would want your inferior weapons? The mall has plenty. It was purely a welfare event. Upon eliminating one foe, he would receive 100 rounds. And if he dispatched another, he would acquire another 100, up to 1,000 rounds. How splendid. But what if your 100 rounds fail to fell 100 foes? Then I shall simply exchange for 1 point. Are you foolish? It's not as if one cannot redeem repeatedly. It's a cycle of warfare. Do you comprehend? Oh, that does seem somewhat logical. As the system clock inched closer to 1800 hours, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suyun arranged for the deployment of troops and vehicles. Standing atop the vehicle, he gripped his firearm tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the desolate wasteland before him. When the countdown reached 0, the wilderness remained eerily still. Suyun did not lower his guard, continuing to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, a shrill, high-frequency sound emanated from the depths of the wilderness. Suyun recognized it as the call of a special zombie and prepared to advance. Following this, a deep, guttural roar echoed as countless shadows surged from all directions. Ordinary zombies clawing and rushing towards the convoy. Suyun, witnessing the sheer number of zombies, thought, so many. I shall wait until they draw nearer to fire, conserving ammunition. As the zombies approached, the rifle squad opened fire first. The cacophony of gunfire shattered the night, each bullet finding its mark with precision against the advancing horde. The horde of zombies surged relentlessly, with no signs of retreat. Suyun, while firing his weapon, commanded his troops through the vehicle's communication system. Conserve ammunition. Aim for the head, and have the rocket and grenade teams on standby, ready to engage when the zombies drew near. Observing the impending crisis, he showed no signs of faltering. He switched to a heavy machine gun and joined the fray, shell casings raining down upon the vehicle's steel roof. The cacophony of gunfire resonating painfully in his ears. As he watched the zombies fall like wheat before the scythe, Suyun's demeanor grew increasingly exuberant, his score rapidly climbing. Excitement and confidence sparkled in his eyes, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. Keep it up. These zombies are our score dispensers. Suyun shouted through the communication system, his voice brimming with fervor. His troops, invigorated by his enthusiasm, rallied with renewed morale, their weapons spitting fire with intensified ferocity. With each zombie vanquished, the score on their wristbands flickered, the ascending numbers resonating like a victory trumpet, inspiring all. However, just as Suyun and his troops began to stabilize the situation, a chilling chorus of hisses echoed around them. Agile and lithe, several lickers emerged from the throng of zombies, their long tongues slicing through the air like blades, swiftly bringing down an unprepared soldier. Suyun immediately dropped to the ground. Stunned, weren't these lickers supposed to be absent? The appearance of the lickers intensified the already precarious situation. Beware the lickers. They move with astonishing speed, remain vigilant, and evade. Heavy machine gun fire suppresses them, while the rifle squad engages in accurate shots to disrupt. Suyun shouted loudly, adjusting his aim towards the lickers. Yet, the lickers' velocity was so formidable that conventional bullets struggled to inflict fatal damage upon them. Before anyone could regain their composure, a resounding boom reverberated through the earth. A towering, formidable figure emerged, reminiscent of the tyrant from a biopunk film. Its entire body was encased in thick armor, and with each swing of its colossal fists, it sent nearby zombies flying. The tyrant advanced step by step towards the convoy, leaving deep imprints in the ground with each footfall. Faced with such a powerful adversary, the soldiers did not display fear. However, Suyun's complexion drained of color, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. The appearance of both the lickers and the tyrant, these formidable mutated entities, made him acutely aware that this so-called zombie horror event was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, Suyun did not falter. He swiftly devised a counter-strategy. Everyone stay calm. Rocket team, aim for the tyrant's head and fire. Grenade team, throw grenades at its feet to disrupt its movements. Snipers, look for opportunities to target its head's weak spot. Suyun commanded. The rocket team was the first to act. A rocket propelled with a whistling tail soared towards the tyrant, detonating upon impact and obliterating its head into a shower of red viscous liquid and flesh. The surrounding zombies and lickers were thrown into disarray by the sudden explosion. With renewed confidence, Su Yun felt an exhilarating surge. No carbon-based life form could withstand the onslaught of heavy firepower. The riflemen and machine gunners unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the tyrants, while snipers intermittently dispatched precise rounds, sending tyrants crashing to the ground in their path. Yet, Su Yun remained oblivious to the lurking lickers, who, with their agile forms, snatched away 2 soldiers. By the time Su Yun realized, those 2 lickers had vanished into the depths of the zombie horde, leaving his expression a mask of fury. However, the battlefield's exigencies allowed him no time for contemplation. He swiftly recalibrated his focus, addressing his wrist communicator. Heavy fire team, continue suppressing the zombies. Sniper team, maintain vigilance of your surroundings. Urgently, Su Yun conveyed, we cannot adhere to conventional tactics. Rocket team, after downing the tyrants, concentrate your fire to disrupt the lickers' offensive rhythm, forcing them away from the convoy to mitigate further harm to our personnel. The rocket team promptly acknowledged his command, launching several rockets toward the cluster of lickers. The violent explosions billowed clouds of dust, toppling several lickers, yet a few nimbly evaded and pressed onward toward the convoy. Grenade team, obliterate their landing points, preventing their approach. Su Yun shouted, swiftly directing grenades toward the path of the advancing lickers. The ensuing detonations indeed hampered the lickers' movements. Following closely, the rockets retaliated, striking precisely amidst the throng of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions resounded, immense fireballs engulfing the remains of zombies as they ascended into the sky. The shockwaves propelled the surrounding undead several meters away, disrupting their ranks and shattering the once orderly formation into disarray. Maintain the firepower, ensuring they have no chance of return. Su Yun commanded, his voice resonating with determination. The troops, invigorated by his words, unleashed their weapons without pause, the might of heavy artillery vividly displayed. Those once menacing and clawing zombies fell like fragile ants under the relentless barrage of steel. The lickers, previously agile, found their movements hindered by the sudden onslaught. They dodged amidst the hail of bullets yet could not entirely evade the onslaught, with several being struck down by stray shots. In the face of such ferocious firepower, the tyrant attempted to resist the incoming bullets, but its efforts proved futile. Its form was shattered by the relentless assault, fragments of limbs and armor scattering in every direction, some even embedding themselves into the bodies of nearby zombies. Suddenly, a piercing, high-frequency sound wave emanated from the wilderness, causing Su Yun's heart to quicken. He understood that a special zombie was about to make its entrance. Observing the lopsided battlefield, he felt a measure of relief, yet continued to direct his forces to swiftly eliminate all remaining zombies in pursuit of the special one. With the most formidable adversary eliminated, the task of clearing the remaining undead became significantly more manageable. The troops, fueled by their momentum, systematically vanquished the remaining zombies one by one. Before long, the battlefield was devoid of any traces of the undead, and this heart-stopping conflict finally drew to a close. Urgently, he directed his course towards the direction of the special zombies, aware that lingering too long would attract more of them. Su Yun noted the time. They had been engaged in fierce combat for an entire hour, and their ammunition was running low. He resolved to procure some supplies en route. The soldiers transferred their points to Su Yun, and upon accessing the marketplace, he discovered a total of 3,621. For points, Su Yun was perplexed. How could it only be a little over 3,000 points? After some contemplation, he realized that whether it was the licker, the tyrant, or the ordinary zombies, each one was worth only a single point. His brow furrowed deeply, a surge of indignation rising within him. How insidious, Su Yun muttered under his breath. He pondered the complexity of the event. It was far more intricate than he had initially surmised. Opening the regional channel to gauge the circumstances of others, he discovered a multitude of varying experiences. My sister was terrified. Suddenly, hundreds of zombies appeared, including zombie dogs. Wow, that's impressive. I took down hundreds of them. Hundreds. I barely managed to handle a few zombies myself. I hastily retreated. How many did the guys upstairs manage to take out? You haven't been stuck at level 1 with your vehicle until today, have you? Goodness, I find it astonishing that even when I battle ordinary zombies and lick spawns, I only earn a single point. Is it truly this disappointing? It must be dreadful for those with level 3 vehicles. I only encounter ordinary zombies. Who will join me in vanquishing the special zombies? Let us form a team. The special zombies are ours to conquer. Do not even think about it. Just watch how we handle it. The audacity. Chapter 34. The armory module. Su Yun gazed at the channel, feeling increasingly despondent. Cursing under his breath, he opened the marketplace, but upon seeing his points, he felt a flicker of hope. Teams Su 1 and Su 4 had sent messages inquiring whether to transfer points to Su Yun, but he chose not to accept. Instead, he instructed them to allocate the points among themselves. Random rifle X1 selectable bullets 100 rounds fragmentation grenades X2. 1 point. Purchase limited to once. Ordinary supply card, gray. X1 selectable bullets 10 rounds. 1 point refined supply card, green. X1 selectable bullets 100 rounds. 10 points excellent supply card, blue. X1 selectable bullets 1000 rounds. 100 points superb supply card, purple. X2, 1000 points. He quickly browsed the goods in the marketplace, weighing how to maximize the utility of his limited points. He first purchased 4 purple cards, spending 2000 points, and exchanged them for 10 excellent supply cards along with 10,000 rounds of ammunition, placing an order for the limited purchase as well. As Su Yun continued to operate, he muttered to himself, uncertain whether this ammunition would suffice to meet his needs, while still reserving some points for emergencies that might arise at critical moments. Currently, there are still 2 gifts remaining. Su Yun intends to utilize one and reserve the other. He loaded all firearms, ammunition, supply cards, and unused gifts onto Li Shiping's off-road vehicle. Upon seeing the results, Su Yun's heart overflowed with an indescribable joy. After engaging in activities for an hour, he amassed 20 purple cards, 50 blue cards, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 4 vehicles worth of materials. Upon opening a purple card, he received a self-selected bullet production blueprint X1, a weapon module production blueprint X1, 2 military-grade drones, a vehicle-mounted drone platform, a vehicle-mounted Gatling gun X1, 500 basic self-selected materials, and a level 4 vehicle module, unlocked for the first time through an excellent supply card. Su Yun opened the purple and excellent supply cards, and the generous rewards significantly bolstered his confidence. He meticulously examined the bullet production blueprint, contemplating how to leverage it to resolve his ammunition concerns in the future. Although materials are currently scarce, this undoubtedly provides long-term assurance. Su Yun possessed profound knowledge of the combination of drones and Gatling guns, fully aware that this would greatly enhance his team's long-range attack and reconnaissance capabilities. The vehicle-mounted Gatling gun would be a formidable asset. Though it consumes a vast amount of ammunition, the availability of the bullet production blueprint seemingly alleviated this issue. Upon reading the information that stated, bullet production blueprint, after learning various types of ammunition can be produced in the arsenal, Su Yun felt a deep sense of confusion regarding the nature of this arsenal. After reading the information regarding the vehicle loading production module and the establishment of an armory, Su Yun couldn't help but express his frustration, exclaiming, "Why is everything so intricately interconnected? It's truly troublesome." Just as he felt overwhelmed, a sudden burst of inspiration struck him. He excitedly slapped his thigh and declared, "Of course, I can simply activate another card and utilize the alteration skill." Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved another purple card and activated the alteration skill. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped the purple card, and after completing the activation, he eagerly observed the card, filled with anticipation as he awaited the outcome. As the light dissipated, he couldn't contain his excitement and promptly opened the purple card, only to be greeted by a wave of delight. Acquired. Production Module Blueprint X1. Acquired. Armory Blueprint X1. Acquired. Basic Selectable Materials X500. Acquired. Fully Automatic Material Conversion Center Blueprint X1. Acquired. 50 barrels of gasoline. Acquired. Rifle Production Blueprint X1. With these bountiful rewards, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Yun's face. Unable to suppress his joy, he decisively opened the remaining purple cards and premium resource cards. At this moment, a clear plan began to form in his mind. He intended to integrate Production Module Blueprint X5 and Armory Blueprint X5 into the vehicles. He turned to glance at the convoy behind him, consisting of a total of 15 vehicles. Among them, one was a logistical transport vehicle for cultivation. 3 were troop summoning vehicles, and the remaining 11 were yet to be designated. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately selected 5 vehicles and loaded several crucial modules onto them. In no time, these 5 vehicles transformed into 5 agile mobile armories. As the blueprints were put to use, the fundamental materials were consumed at an astonishing rate. and the interior of the vehicles resonated with the clamor of machinery in operation. Once the tumult subsided, Su Yun, filled with anticipation, boarded one of the vehicles to inspect it. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Within the vehicle's rear compartment lay a mysterious underground chamber. Remarkably, this chamber seemed to be a folded space, for from the exterior of the vehicle, there was not the slightest indication of protrusion, perfectly concealed from view. Stepping into the underground chamber, he found brand new equipment and an orderly production line, alongside a spacious storage area. This storage space was designed to accommodate wood or metal, transforming into individual storage boxes, all exuding an air of professionalism. However, Su Yun's elation was short-lived, as a hint of worry soon crossed his face. He was acutely aware that the most pressing issue at hand was a severe shortage of manpower. Initially believing that over 30 individuals would suffice, he now realized that with so many vehicles and equipment at his disposal, there simply weren't enough hands to facilitate production, despite the advanced equipment and production lines before him. Without operators, they were merely an assemblage of costly ornaments. Undeterred by the challenges, Su Yun swiftly recalibrated his mindset and immersed himself back into his work. He utilized Rifle Production Blueprint X5 and Custom Bullet Production Blueprint X5, subsequently arranging for a vehicle dedicated to the manufacture of rifles, while 4 others were tasked with producing various types of ammunition. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. When attempting to produce bullets, the equipment unexpectedly displayed a message: insufficient materials. Brass required. Upon seeing this notification, Su Yun remained composed, understanding that he merely needed to convert common metal into the necessary brass through the Material Conversion Center. Having resolved the issue of brass, a new challenge swiftly emerged. How would he procure gunpowder? Su Yun muttered to himself as he quickly accessed the introduction to gunpowder. After a thorough examination, he learned that gunpowder required the synthesis of potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal at the synthesis center. The acquisition of potassium nitrate and sulfur was equally arduous, necessitating the conversion of soil, compost, or stone at the material's center, with stone transforming into sulfur or post-conversion. It dawned on Su Yun why Eavesdrop had instructed him to collect these materials. Chapter 35, Production of Weapons and Ammunition. Turning to observe such a convoluted process, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, and he couldn't refrain from complaining. What a hassle. Only I possess the patience to study this. If it were anyone else, they would likely be unable to produce even a single bullet in a considerable amount of time, with all these materials and conversions. Su Yun quickly focused his thoughts on the synthesis center, contemplating the automated production process. He utilized a significant amount of basic materials and received the following rewards. Altered, Purple Card, acquired. Synthesis Center Blueprint X1, acquired. Basic Selectable Materials X800, acquired. Grenade Machine Guns X10, acquired. Grenades X20, acquired. High Energy Water Collector X1, acquired. Planting Module Blueprint X1. The upgraded fully automated Material Conversion Center proved to be remarkably convenient. Simply placing the materials within the compartment caused them to vanish, only to be transformed and subsequently output from the material center. However, this seemingly seamless production process was fraught with connectivity issues. The converted materials required manual transportation by troops to the synthesis center, where, after producing gunpowder, they had to be combined with brass and placed into the machinery for production, ultimately culminating in the transfer of the finished bullets into storage crates. Although a preliminary production system had been established, the manual handling procedures not only consumed labor but also led to inefficiencies. The process for producing rifles was relatively simpler, requiring only the input of metal, plastic, and rubber into the machinery. Nevertheless, it still necessitated the assignment of personnel to oversee the material input, exacerbating the already strained manpower situation. Observing the inefficient production methods in the armory, Su Yun furrowed his brow, filled with concern. Given the current circumstances, the lack of manpower was indeed alarming. Even if new recruits could be summoned by midnight, a strategy to endure until then must be devised. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with urgency. Su Yun was acutely aware that if production efficiency could not be swiftly enhanced, it would be arduous to contend with the impending onslaught of zombies. With 15 level 3 vehicles at his disposal, he was uncertain how many zombies might be drawn to his location. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to utilize the modification once more. Fortunately, the reserves of resources were ample. Otherwise, the cost would have been insurmountable. He silently recited, "Automation, Automation, robots. Acquisition, automation plugin X1. Acquisition, basic selectable materials X800. Acquisition, gasoline X50 barrels. Acquisition, communication system X1. Acquisition, communicators X10. Acquisition, vehicle-mounted handling clause X2. Gazing at the newly acquired automation plugin, Su-Yun couldn't help but express his disdain, remarking on how he had to fight for plugins. The design of this system was truly exasperating. While grumbling, he hastily seized the plugin and began employing it one by one. As he activated the plugins, additional mechanical arms emerged on the production line. The arms deftly extended and grasped, transporting materials from the fully automated material conversion center to the synthesis center, and precisely delivering the synthesized gunpowder and brass to the production equipment. The laborious task of transporting materials, which once required the soldiers to dash back and forth, was now effortlessly managed by the mechanical arms. The completed bullets were automatically conveyed to the storage area. The production of rifles also achieved automation, with metal, plastic, and rubber being fed into the equipment in accordance with the established program, resulting in a significant surge in production efficiency. The tension that had gripped Su-Yun began to dissipate at last. However, Su-Yun was not content with this. He understood that the activities of the undead were fraught with unpredictability. It was imperative to utilize the existing resources to forge an array of weaponry to confront the potential crises that lay ahead. Having recently been occupied with establishing the production line, he now had the opportunity to assess the other supplies. Su-Yun reallocated the convoy based on the available resources, ensuring that each vehicle fulfilled its designated role: 1 logistics vehicle for planting, 5 for the armory, 5 for combat, 3 for troop summoning, 1 for transporting oil, and 10 military-grade drones. He picked up one of the drones and examined it closely, marveling at its design. It was truly the quintessential tool for battlefield reconnaissance. The drone's body was compact yet intricately designed, equipped with high-performance surveillance capabilities and ultra-high-definition zoom cameras, providing a panoramic 360-degree field of vision. Coupled with the 5 drone platforms mounted atop the combat vehicles, it facilitated real-time information transmission among troops, enabling coordinated multi-drone control. Operators could simultaneously maneuver multiple drones, deftly adjusting their operational strategies in response to the ever-changing battlefield conditions, and the drones could autonomously ascend for reconnaissance and return for recharging. Regrettably, it lacked a combat system. After familiarizing himself with the drones, Su-Yun stood beside the vehicle, gazing upwards in awe at the slowly rising Gatling gun mounted atop the vehicle. His eyes filled with astonishment and delight. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Goodness, this contraption truly is our savior." The Gatling guns, stored atop 5 vehicles, would emerge from their concealment when deployed. What surprised Su-Yun the most was the enemy identification module, which functioned like the intelligent brain of a Gatling gun, capable of accurately distinguishing friend from foe. On the battlefield, where circumstances change in an instant and enemy forces may be intermingled, this module allows the automatic targeting system to precisely lock onto adversarial targets, thus preventing collateral damage to allied personnel. Moreover, it features a manual operation mode for direct control. The ammunition compartment is cleverly situated beneath the vehicle's roof, allowing for convenient access. One merely needs to gently open the hatch to swiftly replenish ammunition, ensuring a sustained output of firepower. However, the consumption of ammunition is quite substantial, as it can unleash up to 6,000 rounds per minute when fully activated. He reached out to caress the gun's body, as if handling a rare treasure, murmuring repeatedly, "The craftsmanship, the configuration, with these 5 Gatling guns, we possess the strength to confront the zombies head-on." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, his face radiating an uncontrollable sense of exhilaration and confidence. The vehicle-mounted handling clause X10 further optimized the production process at the armory. While there had been similar tools before, now with the addition of 10 claws that could be installed across various vehicles, they facilitate the transportation of large materials or equipment, significantly conserving manpower and enhancing overall production efficiency. Su-Yun meticulously examined the 5 newly acquired communication systems and discovered their ingenious design. Each vehicle was equipped with an additional small antenna connected to a newly installed communication device inside. Furthermore, they were supplied with 50 compact and portable communicators, boasting an effective communication range of up to 50 kilometers. Despite the existence of communication bracelets in the past, they were unable to facilitate real-time communication and required constant attention. significantly hindering combat effectiveness. Now, with the advent of this device, long-distance communication can be achieved through the bracelet, while short-range interactions utilize a communicator. He picked up a communicator, noticing its sturdy and durable exterior, with operation buttons that were straightforward and intuitive. The communicator boasted stable signals and clear audio, unaffected by noise or interruptions even during vehicle movement. Su-Yun contemplated that in actual combat scenarios, long-distance communication could rely on the bracelet, which was particularly convenient for reporting positions or exchanging general intelligence in relatively safe environments. Conversely, in short-range situations, such as between convoys or during team operations, this communicator proved invaluable. Troops would no longer need to constantly monitor the bracelet. By simply attaching the communicator to their person, they could receive and convey information at any time, thereby significantly enhancing focus and the efficiency of information transmission during combat. Chapter 36. Encounter with survivors. Each individual receives one of these communicators. Do not misplace them. In future operations, our communication will depend on the synergy between these devices and the bracelets, ensuring seamless information flow. Su-Yun instructed Su-Chi. Su-Chi nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy, fully aware that the integration of this communication system would facilitate tighter and more composed collaborative efforts. The high-capacity water collector and planting module blueprints would be allocated to the planting vehicle. The remaining 50 blue cards were exchanged for submachine guns, rocket launchers, ammunition, grenades, as well as blueprints for helmets, digital appliances, and explosion-proof tires, among other materials. Items such as digital appliances were put up for trade as well. After addressing all matters, Su-Yun glanced at the time. Half an hour had elapsed since the peculiar zombie emitted its sound. Upon concluding his thoughts, he summoned the remaining 27 units. Embarking once more on their formidable journey, the convoy carved a sweeping arc across the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, the tires kicking up clouds of dust that resembled a golden dragon. Su-Yun's gaze was fixed on the vehicle's screen, where drones had already soared into the sky. Dispersing around the convoy, their high-definition images synchronously projected onto the display. Suddenly, the radar revealed 2 red dots. Su-Yun promptly directed the drone to investigate. Soon, the screen illuminated 2 indistinct black shapes, which became clearer as the drone approached, ultimately revealing 2 vehicles parked ahead. A sense of vigilance surged within Su-Yun, prompting him to issue a decisive command. The convoy should converge on the 2 vehicles, with everyone remaining alert and ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As they drew nearer, the night vision goggles faintly revealed that one vehicle was a Level 3 off-road Jeep, while the other was a Level 2 pickup truck. Both vehicles bore the scars of wind and sand erosion, their windows shrouded in a thick layer of dust, presenting an image of desolation and age. The units swiftly surrounded the 2 vehicles, ensuring the surrounding area was secure before cautiously approaching for inspection. Just as they were about to examine the condition of the vehicles in detail, the door of the Jeep suddenly rattled, and a wary man, trembling with apprehension, cautiously emerged from within. In an instant, Su-Yun's senses heightened, his eyes sharp as an eagle, as he swiftly raised his hand to signal for caution. In that fleeting moment, all units uniformly elevated their weapons, the ominous barrels aimed squarely at the Jeep and the pickup truck. The sudden action left the man as though struck by lightning, his eyes bulging nearly from their sockets, his trembling hand clutching the rifle with palpable trepidation. His visage a canvas of bewilderment and fear. His frantic gaze darted between Su-Yun's team and the array of weapons, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, Su-Chi approached, equipped with a communicator, prompting the man to retreat further. Observing this, Su-Yun inhaled deeply and spoke into the device. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. We heard the sounds of zombies nearby and came to investigate. We happened upon your vehicle here in this desolate expanse. Have you encountered any unusual zombies? The man's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly. You don't understand. I have nothing here. Truly. My wife and I have barely managed to survive until now. I implore you, please. His words dripped with despair and entreaty, his body instinctively shrinking towards the vehicle, seeking a semblance of safety. Su-Yun furrowed his brow, his tone sharpening. Rest assured, I am not interested in your meager possessions. I merely wish to ascertain the situation. If you speak truthfully, we might be able to assist you. After a moment's hesitation, the man's eyes revealed a glimmer of resignation as he slowly confessed. I did indeed hear the sounds of zombies and came to investigate, hoping for a fortunate encounter. On the way, I stumbled upon a convoy, thinking it would be safer to follow them. However, they opened fire without warning, forcing us to flee for our lives. Fortunately, a horde of zombies suddenly appeared and drew their attention away, but my wife's vehicle was struck, leaving us stranded here. The man spoke, his eyes filled with weariness and despair. Upon hearing his words, Su-Yun gained a clearer understanding of the surrounding convoy situation and replied, I have a vehicle repair kit that can assist in fixing your car. However, resources are precious, and I cannot offer it for free. What do you have that could serve as a trade? A glimmer of hope flickered in the man's eyes at this proposition, yet he soon fell into hesitation. Instinctively, he glanced back at the pickup truck and, after a moment of contemplation, said, I have some bullets left, though not many. Additionally, I possess a few cans of food. While there are only a handful, they are all quality items. Would these suffice for a trade? His voice carried a hint of trepidation, clearly concerned about the success of this exchange. Su-Yun stroked his chin, his gaze shifting between the man and his vehicle as he pondered the value of these provisions. Bullets and canned goods were indeed useful, but the specific quantities needed to be assessed. Please present them for our inspection. Should they meet our requirements, the trade will proceed, he stated, his tone measured and unhurried. In this world, each transaction of goods must maximize benefits. The man nodded, cautiously opening the pickup's trunk and retrieving a worn box containing several boxes of bullets and a few cans of food. He placed the box on the ground and stepped back, indicating that Su-Yun could examine its contents. Suchi approached, carefully inspecting the bullets and checking the expiration dates and seals of the cans. After a thorough evaluation, he straightened up and declared, This will not suffice. Unless you can add some points, it barely meets the threshold for exchanging the repair kit. The man furrowed his brow, pondering deeply for a while. I possess a blueprint for canned goods production. Perhaps you could consider exchanging it for a repair kit? Su-Yun weighed the worth of the blueprint against the value of the vehicle repair kit in his mind. The crops cultivated henceforth could be processed into canned goods, thereby extending their shelf life. After a brief moment, he replied, This blueprint is indeed exchangeable. The man, overwhelmed with excitement, expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you. Thank you. Su-Yun disregarded him further, hastily tossing a repair kit to Su-Chi for the man, before grasping the blueprint as the convoy resumed its journey. Once Su-Yun departed, the man's wife gradually emerged from the rugged jeep. Her figure appeared somewhat fragile, and her face bore signs of weariness, yet her eyes radiated resilience. She approached her husband, gazing in the direction of the receding convoy, and softly remarked, Darling, we truly encountered kind souls today. Without them, we would have been left to endure in this desolate wilderness for who knows how long. The man nodded in agreement, inhaling deeply. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, encountering such reasonable individuals is exceedingly rare. His wife furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of concern passing through her gaze. However, now that they have left, we must remain vigilant. Danger lurks everywhere. We must expedite the repairs on the vehicle and seek a safe haven. The man tightened his grip on his wife's hand, resolutely stating, Rest assured, with this repair kit, the vehicle will soon be as good as new. We must exercise greater caution moving forward. We cannot afford any more mishaps, for we still need to find you. The two individuals consoled each other, gazing at the departing convoy, their hearts heavy with both apprehension for the future and a sense of relief at having survived the ordeal. If Su-Yun were to hear them speak of him as a good person, he would likely scoff. Though he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent, he would not hesitate to defend himself when threatened. Chapter 37. The terrifying horde of zombies. If only there were a soundtrack to accompany the pursuit of the special zombies. As Su-Yun observed the footage transmitted by the drone, he suddenly recalled how wilderness short videos used to be embellished with background music. Now, fixating solely on the visuals felt rather monotonous. After some time, the high-pitched sounds of the special zombies echoed once more. Su-Yun listened intently to the proximity of the noise. I found you. He gestured towards the screen, instructing the drone to approach the indicated area. The footage revealed a horde of zombies, densely packed together. In the vicinity of the special zombies lay at least several 100,000 of them. Strangely, they remained eerily still, resembling a puppeteered army paused mid-motion. What troubled Su-Yun further was the presence of numerous tyrants, lickers, zombie dogs, and an assortment of unidentified zombies, the largest towering over 10 meters. Su-Yun's brow furrowed deeper. This was indeed a significant predicament. This truly is a major hassle, he murmured to himself. Given the current strength of the convoy, Confronting them head-on would be tantamount to futile defiance. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Swiftly, Su Yun resolved to make his escape. He closely monitored the drone's imagery, ensuring no large-scale horde was in pursuit before allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Yet, he remained vigilant, refusing to afford himself any slack, and sought out a secure location to establish a new encampment. The drones were dispatched once more to survey the surroundings, ensuring a state of safety. Su Chi, do you have any insightful commentary? Su Yun inquired, gesturing towards the horde of zombies displayed on the screen. My lord, I believe we could utilize fire. Su Chi responded candidly. Su Yun concurred with this notion. Indeed, it is a sound idea. Although the Gobi Desert lacks ample combustible materials, we can employ wooden planks and gasoline. We have 500 barrels of gasoline, so let's extract 200 barrels. At that moment, the communicator crackled with the voices of Su Yi and Su Si. Earlier, Su Yun had equipped them with communicators and an arsenal of weapons. My lord, we are nearing a special zombie zone and request to rendezvous. Su Yun promptly acknowledged their message before continuing his discussion with Su Chi. However, it was not long before the communicator relayed Su Yi's urgent report. My lord, a convoy is trailing us. We are engaged in combat. Su Yun swiftly grabbed the communicator. We are on our way to assist you. Exercise caution. He glanced at the radar and noticed over 30 additional red dots appearing. Instantly, he picked up the intercom. All personnel, prepare for battle. 2 drones ascended into the air, and the convoy gradually began to accelerate towards Su Yi's position. Meanwhile, Su Yi was frantically maneuvering the vehicle, while 2 soldiers stood atop, firing at the pursuing vehicles behind them. The driver of the 3rd-level vehicle behind was flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with madness as he spoke into the intercom. Ha, brothers, whoever catches up to the vehicle ahead first shall claim ownership. His gaze was frenzied, his foot pressing the accelerator to the floor, the car charging forward like a wild stallion, heedless of all else. The intercom crackled with chaotic sounds once more. Ha, Biao. Watch me. It's time for me to upgrade to a 3rd-level vehicle as well. Amidst this cacophony of fervent shouts, another car in the pursuing fleet surged forward with sudden acceleration. Wang Er, who had previously spent his days either lost in the haze of gambling or wandering the streets, had found a prospective bride through the efforts of his family, who hoped it would anchor him. However, little did they know that his gambling addiction would drive him to unleash his frustrations upon his wife, subjecting her to violence whenever he lost. Within 2 years, she could no longer endure the torment and returned to her family in tears. This incident turned Wang Er, already concerned with appearances, into the subject of ridicule among villagers, and the scornful gazes intensified his possessiveness. Not long after, Wang Er unexpectedly married again, yet he remained unchanged, indulging in both gambling and domestic abuse. Ultimately, during a fierce argument, when his wife declared her intention to leave, he lost all control, gripping her neck with a vice-like hold. By the time he regained his senses, she had already succumbed. Thus, he was imprisoned for murder, awaiting his death sentence. To his surprise, amidst the global descent of survivors, he reinvented himself as Wang Biao, celebrating the resumption of his fierce life. Gradually, with a combination of tenacity and fortune, he established a small fleet in this new world. At first, everyone was captivated by Wang Biao's ruthless demeanor, but it soon became apparent to others that something was amiss. Wang Biao not only disregarded advice, but also relished in impulsive decisions. Under his leadership, the convoy lacked a clear objective and discipline, often meandering aimlessly across the desert, surviving by robbing other survivors. Without Li Shiping's strategic mind, their existence remained precarious, and as of now, the convoy consisted of only 3 level 3 vehicles. Although a couple of thugs idolized him, many others yearned to escape his grasp. Wang Biao was exceedingly greedy, possessing an almost pathological possessiveness over everything. He forbade anyone from leaving or opposing him. After brutally killing a few members who dared to attempt escape, he instilled fear in the remaining individuals. Within half a day, more people began to contemplate departure. Eventually, upon acquiring several C4 remote-controlled bombs, he indiscriminately affixed them beneath the convoy's vehicles. Anyone who defied him would face a cataclysmic explosion, leaving them uncertain about which vehicle harbored the deadly devices. Thus, they had no choice but to submit to his will. From that moment onward, he effectively seized control of the entire convoy and commenced a reign of terror. Today, as he followed the peculiar sounds of zombies, he inadvertently overheard the gunfire from Su Yi and others as they engaged the undead. Instantly drawn to the sound, he covertly dispatched secondary vehicles to observe. Upon confirming the presence of only one vehicle, he pursued with his subordinates, only to witness Su Si and Su Yi converge, and upon spotting two level 3 vehicles, he was consumed by madness, recklessly charging forth in an attempt to claim them as his own. Wang Biao squinted his eyes, revealing a set of large yellow teeth, and sneered, "Humph, there's no escape. Today, all these guns and vehicles belong to me." Su Yi drove recklessly across the Gobi Desert, with bright lights trailing behind him as Wang Biao's convoy pursued relentlessly. Wang Biao, seated in a level 3 vehicle, wore a manic expression, howling, "The vehicles are accelerating, everyone. Pursue. Whoever catches up first gets to drive the level 3 car." "Biao Gu, the vehicle ahead lacks acceleration skills," one of his subordinates shouted excitedly. Wang Biao narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "They cannot escape. Today, the guns and vehicles are mine." Sui listened to the report from Su Er, who was firing from the car's roof, his voice nearly drowned out by the gunfire. Suyi's heart sank as he realized these people had gone mad. There was no way to shake them off. Gritting his teeth, Sui gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes bloodshot and sweat pouring down his face. Chapter 38. Rescue Su, you want to run? Not a chance, keep up. Wang Biao laughed maniacally. At that moment, one of Wang Biao's vehicles had activated its acceleration, closing in on them while firing incessantly at the tires. Su Yi barely managed to evade the attack. Fortunately, the protective shield activated just in time. "What is that?" Wang Biao asked, his face filled with confusion. His subordinate shouted, "Biao Go, they have a protective shield." Wang Biao furrowed his brows and replied fiercely, "What of the protective shield? Continue the assault. We must shatter their shield completely." The pursuing vehicle unleashed a barrage of fire, and Su Yi, filled with urgency, called out to the soldiers atop the vehicle, urging them to retaliate swiftly, whether by hurling grenades or firing rocket launchers. The two soldiers on the roof sprang into action. One swiftly retrieved a grenade from his pack, pulled the pin, and launched it with fluid precision. The grenade arced through the air, hurtling directly towards the lead vehicle of Wang Biao's convoy. With a thunderous explosion, it detonated just ahead of the vehicle, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, causing the vehicle to screech to a halt, nearly toppling over. How dare they fight back? Wang Biao roared in fury, relinquishing the wheel to his subordinate. Grabbing a heavy machine gun, he ascended to the observation position and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Su Yi's vehicle, the rounds striking the protective shield and causing its blue light to flicker incessantly. At that moment, one soldier raised a rocket launcher. Despite the enveloping darkness, Wang Biao perceived the threat clearly, his pupils narrowing in alarm. "Get down, Biao Ge. They have a rocket launcher," his subordinate cautioned. "Of course I know that. I'm not blind," Wang Biao bellowed in response. He then shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Move." His subordinates frantically swerved the steering wheel, and the vehicle veered sharply to the left, carving a twisted arc across the desert landscape, kicking up a massive cloud of sand. Almost simultaneously, the rocket soared past Wang Biao's vehicle, hurtling towards one at the rear of the convoy. Boom! The rocket exploded nearby, the force of the blast violently shaking the vehicle, sending it spiraling out of control. "Damn it, these guys!" Wang Biao, incensed to the point of fury, unleashed the full might of his heavy machine gun, the barrel glowing red from the relentless barrage. His gaze was fixed on Su Yi's vehicle, as though he wished to devour it whole, his lips moving incessantly in curses. "You little rascal. How dare you use my rocket launcher to attack my car?" Soon, the protective shield could no longer withstand the protracted assault and shattered. Yet the soldiers atop the vehicle did not falter. Braving Wang Biao's onslaught, they readied another rocket. Gripping the launcher tightly, he took a deep breath, aiming at Wang Biao's level 3 vehicle, preparing for another strike. Wang Biao sensed his intent, a tightness gripping his heart as he bellowed, "Quick, disrupt him." His subordinates swiftly seized their submachine guns and unleashed a storm of bullets in his direction. Under the influence of the barrage, the soldiers' aim faltered, and when the rocket was fired, it veered off course, detonating in front of Wang Biao's convoy and creating a massive crater in the sand. Amidst the escalating tension, a series of engine roars echoed from the horizon. Suyi's eyes widened with excitement as he shouted, "It's the Lord. We are saved." En route, drones had already arrived, with Su Yun meticulously monitoring the battlefield through their lenses. He had believed the situation was firmly under control, but the ferocity of Wang Biao's assault caught him completely off guard. In the footage, Wang Biao's convoy unleashed a torrent of fire, shattering the protective shield of Su Yi's vehicle. Su Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet, shouting, "Hurry, increase the speed." Su Yi and the others can't hold out much longer. The soldiers pressed the accelerator, their vehicles racing across the desert, kicking up clouds of dust. Su Yun fixated on the images transmitted by the drone, gritting his teeth and urging, "Hold on a little longer." At last, in a moment of critical urgency, they arrived. Su Yun observed that although Su Yi's vehicle was battered, it continued to resist valiantly, bringing him a measure of comfort. He swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie, commanding, "Everyone, listen up. Surround them and strike fiercely, leave no one behind." At that moment, Wang Biao also noticed the silhouettes of several large vehicles and their headlights flickering in the night, rapidly approaching. The madness that had once consumed his expression was swiftly replaced by a flicker of panic. "Where did these vehicles come from?" Wang Biao exclaimed. Both astonished and enraged, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his gaze betraying a fear he had never experienced before. However, his years of cunning and instinct for survival compelled him to make a swift decision. "Stop firing. Retreat," Wang Biao bellowed, his voice a far cry from the arrogance he had displayed moments earlier, as he frantically gestured for his men to withdraw. His subordinates, already shaken by the sudden appearance of the rescue convoy, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve upon hearing the retreat order. They quickly turned their vehicles around. The convoy descending into chaos, cars swerving and speeding, nearly colliding in their frantic scramble for escape. Meanwhile, on Su Yi's side, the two soldiers atop the vehicle were invigorated by the arrival of reinforcements. Seizing the opportunity, one hurled a grenade towards Wang Biao's convoy, which detonated beside one of the cars, causing it to tilt and deflate a tire. The driver of that vehicle turned pale with fright, nearly flipping the car in his panic, but managed to stabilize it just in time, fleeing clumsily in pursuit of Wang Biao's retreating convoy. As Wang Biao hastily drove away, he stubbornly declared, "This time you were fortunate. Next time, I shall not let you escape." Upon witnessing their flight, Su Yun had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he commanded, "No need to chase. There will be ample opportunities in the future." The convoy came to a halt, and as Su Yun stepped out of the vehicle, Su Yi and the others promptly approached to salute him, exclaiming, "My lord." Su Yun smiled and shook his head, directing his gaze towards the beleaguered yet resolute soldiers. He nodded appreciatively, acknowledging, "You have all endured much. Had it not been for your resilience, we might have faced dire consequences." The soldiers were taken aback by his praise and saluted again, responding loudly, "At your service, my lord." Turning his attention to the devastated battlefield, strewn with wreckage and scattered weapons amidst lingering smoke, Su Yun's expression grew serious as he inquired of Su Yi, "What exactly transpired? How did this group suddenly emerge and pursue you relentlessly?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yi began recounting the events. "Boss, we followed the plan to gather supplies, and the journey was relatively smooth. However, on our return, we were inexplicably pursued by this group in their convoy. Initially, we hoped to shake them off, but they seemed crazed, relentlessly tailing us." Su Yun furrowed his brow and pressed for more details. "With such fierce firepower, breaching your shields, had you encountered them before? Did you notice anything unusual about them?" Reflecting on the encounter, Su Yi replied, "We had not encountered them previously. Although their weapons appeared unimpressive, their tactics were reckless, as if they were fighting for their very lives. Disregard them. This time we shall act in unison, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them." Su Yun's gaze was filled with indifference. "Our immediate priority is to address the peculiar zombies at hand. With your arrival, our manpower has increased." Su Yi and the others returned with 2 summoned vehicles, allowing Su Yun to summon an additional 20 combat units. Chapter 39, The Drone Weapon System. After summoning these 20 units, the current strength of the convoy amounted to 47 personnel. Su Yun divided the convoy into 5 smaller teams, each comprising 9 members, managed by Su Yi through Su Wu, while the remaining Su Qi and Su Ba accompanied Su Yun directly. Understanding the impending crisis, Su Yun recognized that not only manpower was essential, but also a substantial arsenal of weapons. He promptly ordered that all available resources within the convoy be dedicated to the preparation of armaments. In the arms factory, crates of ammunition were meticulously counted, categorized, and neatly arranged. The 200 barrels of gasoline were regarded by Su Yun as a clandestine weapon. He led his team in meticulously establishing a fiery ambush along the necessary route. They strategically positioned the gasoline barrels 5 meters apart, surrounding them with an abundance of dry planks and charcoal piled densely. Standing within the arms factory, Su Yun's gaze swept over the neatly arranged crates of ammunition, offering him a measure of reassurance. Each bullet would be pivotal in the forthcoming battle, and it was imperative to ensure absolute reliability. Having completed the tasks at the arms factory, Su Yun swiftly proceeded to oversee the setup of the fiery ambush. As the 200 barrels of gasoline represented a crucial element of his strategy, with success hinging upon this endeavor. "My lord, is it truly feasible to arrange the gasoline barrels in this manner?" Su Qi inquired anxiously, clutching the tool used for securing the barrels. Su Yun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his expression resolute. "Rest assured, once these barrels are ignited, the resultant wall of fire will be more than sufficient to impede the advance of the zombie horde." As he spoke, he meticulously inspected the positioning of the barrels once more. At that moment, Su Wu, responsible for arranging the barrels, rushed over, panting heavily. "My lord, the flammable materials are all stacked and ready. We await your command. But how can we guarantee that the grenade launcher will accurately strike the barrels?" Su Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before responding. "We must familiarize them with this area beforehand and identify the optimal shooting points. Prior to the operation, we shall conduct a final simulation to ensure everything is foolproof." The troops swiftly sprang into action, shouldering their grenade launchers, taking their positions at the designated shooting points, and acclimatizing themselves to the environment while adjusting their angles. As preparations progressed with urgency, a small team hurriedly returned to the convoy. Leading the group, Sui appeared grave, and upon reaching Su Yun, promptly reported, "My lord, we have discovered traces of another convoy to the northeast of ours. The tire tracks are still fresh," indicating a considerable number of individuals. Su Yun's countenance shifted to one of seriousness, fully aware that as time passed, survivors would inevitably be drawn to this area by the high-frequency sound waves emitted by the special zombies. This already precarious situation had now become even more unpredictable. If the other convoy harbored ill intentions, they could exploit the chaos during the battle with the zombie horde, leaving the convoy vulnerable on all fronts. Alternatively, should these convoys encounter a horde of zombies in a state of panic, they may inadvertently breach their predetermined battleground, thereby not only disrupting the incendiary assault plan, but also potentially instigating greater chaos. Su Yun contemplated for a moment and swiftly devised a strategy. A small team would track the tire tracks from various directions, ensuring a comprehensive understanding of the enemy's situation. A second team was to bolster the patrols and defenses of the base, with all personnel entering a state of heightened readiness, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. After articulating his orders, he cast another glance at the neatly arranged barrels of gasoline and the towering piles of flammable materials, silently hoping that no disturbances would arise. As preparations progressed methodically, a palpable tension enveloped the entire convoy. Under the cloak of night, the desolate expanse lay in oppressive silence. Save for the drones that circled high above, they operated in alternating patterns, employing their keen electronic eyes to meticulously capture every subtle movement in the vicinity, subsequently transmitting critical information back to the convoy through encrypted channels. Time slipped away in this charged atmosphere, and before long, the third hour had arrived. In an instant, a piercing, high-frequency sound wave shattered the stillness, spreading wildly across the barren landscape. This sound wave was the oppressive roar of the unique zombies, and soon, from the distant reaches of the wasteland, the low growls and dragging footsteps of thousands of zombies could be heard, driven by the sound wave and drawn inexorably towards Su Yun's convoy. Amidst the horde of the undead, leading the charge was a pack of agile zombie dogs, exuding a putrid stench yet sprinting with astonishing speed that left onlookers astounded. Their sharp claws carved deep grooves into the earth as they raced forward. Following closely were the lithe lickspittles, their twisted forms capable of remarkable leaps, covering several meters with each bound. Their elongated tongues flailed through the air, attempting to ensnare prey into the endless throng of corpses. Behind this grotesque assembly, a towering figure emerged slowly, the fearsome tyrant, standing at over twice the height of a man. Every step it took sent tremors through the ground. Its arms were immensely muscular, capable of effortlessly overturning a vehicle with a mere sweep, and the overwhelming aura it emitted made the very air seem to solidify. However, the current circumstances differed from previous encounters. The reserves and personnel were no longer inexperienced in facing such hordes. A slight smile graced Su Yun's lips, and his eyes radiated composure and poise. With decisive authority, he raised his arm and issued the command, "Open fire." In an instant, 3 Gatling guns roared to life, unleashing a deafening cacophony. Flames erupted from the gun barrels as bullets poured forth like torrential rain. creating a dazzling spectacle of light accompanied by the relentless thrum of gunfire. 6,000 rounds per minute forming an impenetrable barrage. In an instant, the zombies at the forefront were reduced to a gory spectacle, their remains scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, the three teams armed with rocket launchers swiftly took their positions, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers. Each rocket, trailing a long tail of flame, streaked across the night sky like a meteor, accurately striking the horde of zombies and triggering a series of violent explosions. The flames soared high, waves of heat surged forth, and dismembered limbs of the undead were propelled everywhere. In less than a minute, the battle drew to a close. The once formidable throng of thousands of zombies now lay sprawled across the ground, reduced to a silent graveyard of corpses. This had earned Su Yun over 4,000 points, bringing his total to a staggering 121 points, allowing him to redeem 10 purple cards. Without hesitation, he utilized a gift, converting 2 points into an additional 20 cards. The purple cards in his hand instantly multiplied to 30. Given the limited time, Su Yun activated all 30 cards at once. A radiant glow erupted as a multitude of precious items and blueprints emerged in succession. He swiftly collected the blueprints and materials that were not immediately needed. Among them, the drone weapon system captivated Su Yun the most. Once he completed the installation, the drone before him transformed dramatically. Chapter 40, Fragmentation Grenade. The previously somewhat slender body now sported a shiny firearm and accompanying magazine, while a massive ammunition compartment on the drone platform caught the eye, capable of resupplying the drone's ammunition at any moment, significantly enhancing its endurance and firepower on the battlefield. The gains in weaponry have been remarkably abundant. In addition to various firearms and ammunition, the emergence of a blueprint for the production of fragmentation grenades has instilled in Su Yun a newfound hope for enhancing firepower. Furthermore, the addition of 6 production modules and 6 armories has catalyzed a qualitative leap in the military production capabilities of the convoy. Presently, Su Yun's convoy boasts 11 armories, which will ceaselessly manufacture weapons and ammunition, providing ample support for combat. Additionally, the incorporation of 3 vehicle-mounted Gatling guns and 3 vehicle-mounted rocket launchers has significantly augmented the convoy's combat prowess. Su Yun entrusted these invaluable resources and weapons to Su Ba for meticulous accounting while he remained inside the radar vehicle. At this moment, his brow was furrowed, and his eyes were intently fixed on the flickering screen, his expression grave. Beside him, Su Chi was wholly absorbed in monitoring the survivor radar. With the cursor on the screen pulsating and flickering, each point of light represented a survivor, their movements being tracked in real time. The trajectories of various survivor factions intertwined like an invisible net, ensnaring them within. The movement of each light point could signify the onset of danger or a potential opportunity for collaboration. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, the human heart is inscrutable, and no one can ascertain the true intentions of others. Constant vigilance regarding their positions was imperative. Any abnormal proximity must be reported immediately. Su Yun lowered his voice and issued a command to Su Chi. In this intricate situation, any oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Su Chi promptly straightened his posture and replied emphatically, yes. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Su Ba completed the inventory of supplies and hurried to report to Su Yun. My lord, all supplies have been accounted for. While our arsenal is ample, the consumption of production modules and raw materials cannot be underestimated. If we are to sustain the production of fragmentation grenades and other weaponry, we must expedite the search for additional resources to manufacture gunpowder. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully and after a moment's contemplation, instructed, take a portion of the supplies and, accompanied by teams 4 and 5, venture to the trading market to exchange for materials. Disperse your efforts, do not draw attention. With the command given, Su Ba set off, while Su Yun remained fixated on the radar screen. My lord, a certain group of survivors appears to be moving quite suspiciously. Su Chi suddenly pointed at a flickering dot on the screen. Su Yun's gaze sharpened instantly as he leaned closer to scrutinize the dot's trajectory. It darted erratically, at times halting as if cautiously probing its surroundings, yet it was drawing nearer to their convoy. Keep a close watch on their movements. Have Team 2 deploy drones and summon Team 1 back. Su Yun's voice was low and calm, though a sense of unease stirred within him. He was acutely aware that in a world overrun by zombies, the truly terrifying threat often came from those of his own kind with ulterior motives. At that moment, the enigmatic group of survivors edged closer to their perimeter, heightening the tension in the air. Moments later, the voice of Team 2's leader crackled through the communicator. Report. Target convoy located. consisting of 9 vehicles, all of level 3, and no weapons detected on board. Su Yun's expression hardened as he swiftly replied, "Do not approach, maintain concealment. Utilize drones for continuous tracking and closely monitor their every movement." At that moment, a small team hurried back to the base. Sui, filled with confusion, inquired, "My lord, what has transpired? Why the urgency in summoning us back?" Su Yun pointed to the radar screen and succinctly explained the situation. Sui furrowed his brow and asked, "Could it be that convoy from before? Are they still undeterred?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun responded, "No, all 9 vehicles are of level 3. He then instructed, "You and Su San shall each lead a small team to flank them from the sides and see if we can ascertain their true intentions." Following his orders, Sui promptly set off with his troops, while Su Yun remained steadfast at the radar, scarcely daring to blink. As time progressed, the convoy's light on the screen began to move again, this time seemingly heading straight towards the base. A sudden tension gripped Su Yun's heart, and he quickly seized the intercom, declaring, "All personnel, be alert, raise your vigilance. We have an unidentified convoy approaching." Instantly, the base entered a state of heightened preparedness, with troops arming themselves and rushing to their defensive positions. The soldier in charge of the Gatling gun poised his finger over the ignition switch, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, Su Yi's voice crackled through the intercom, "Boss, they have halted approximately 5 kilometers from our location and seem to be in discussion." Su Yun pondered for a moment before commanding, "Do not reveal our position. Continue observing and await further instructions." Meanwhile, he was also contemplating strategies to confront the enigmatic convoy. Faced with this ambiguous group, he knew he must proceed with utmost caution. He had no desire to engage in conflict unless absolutely necessary, preferring instead to focus his energies on the horde of zombies. Yao Gang, once a formidable presence in the special forces, had traversed the tumultuous battlefields and navigated treacherous jungles during his military tenure, with each mission serving as a harrowing test of life and death. Armed with an iron will and exceptional military prowess, he had earned remarkable accolades, becoming a hero in the eyes of his comrades. However, fate had unwittingly cast him into this alien realm. Undeterred, Zhao Gang drew upon the specialized skills and robust physical condition he had honed in the military. In the chaos of the initial days, he fought tenaciously for survival. Enduring the first harrowing night, it dawned upon him that to thrive in this world, uniting all possible forces was imperative. Thus, Zhao Gang tirelessly sought out fellow survivors who shared his yearning for life, forming a convoy. His military background and unwavering convictions led him to impose strict management over the group. He understood that in this world, only a disciplined and well-trained team could hope to secure their survival. To bolster the overall strength of the convoy, Zhao Gang adopted a strategy of concentrating resources to achieve significant objectives. At that time, the convoy comprised merely 4 level 3 vehicles and a dozen level 2 ones, with resources scattered and ineffective in forming a cohesive fighting force. He decisively commanded the disassembly of certain vehicles, consolidating all resources to fully upgrade the convoy's equipment. After a considerable effort, the convoy finally possessed 9 third-tier vehicles. These automobiles became their robust bastions for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, with the team members dispersed among the vehicles, united in their resolve. Chapter 41. Zhao Gang's convoy. However, danger was never far away. That night, the convoy was besieged by 2 waves of thousands of zombies. Initially, Zhao Gang believed it to be a mere horde of ordinary zombies, and with the convoy's firepower and tactics, they were fully capable of handling it. Yet, as the battle commenced, he realized the situation was far more intricate than anticipated. The horde was intermingled with various types of mutated zombies, some agile, others immensely strong, and still others possessing bizarre methods of attack. Despite the convoy's fierce firepower, they gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament against such formidable foes. They had scored few points when the team members were compelled to retreat. Amidst the hail of bullets, Zhao Gang led the convoy in a strenuous breakout from the encirclement of thousands of zombies, having narrowly escaped with their lives. The team members were still shaken. At this moment, one member proposed a suggestion. "Captain, there must be other convoys nearby attracted by the special zombies. Why not seek them out for cooperation? Strength in numbers might yield a way to combat the zombies." Zhao Gang pondered for a moment and deemed the suggestion worthy of consideration. In this perilous world, relying solely on individual strength was evidently not a sustainable strategy. Only through unity could they enhance their chances of survival. Thus, Zhao Gang made his decision. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggested. Let us embark on a quest to find other convoys and collectively confront the zombies. The convoy set forth, heading towards the direction of the peculiar zombies. It progressed slowly along the rugged terrain, with dust swirling freely beneath the dimly lit sky. Zhao Gang occupied the driver's seat of the lead vehicle. His gaze fixated intently ahead, his grip on the steering wheel causing his knuckles to pale. The atmosphere within the vehicle was stifling and oppressive, with only the deep rumble of the engine resonating in their ears. Along the journey, they meticulously avoided several clusters of zombies, pausing intermittently to assess the situation ahead. Observing the traces on the ground before altering their course, gradually approaching the territory of the unique zombies, just as they halted to deliberate on whether to advance further. A keen-eyed observer from within the convoy spotted a small group of vehicles led by Sui. "We have a situation. There are unidentified vehicles over there." His exclamation shattered the tranquility of the convoy, prompting those engaged in discussion to swiftly return to their vehicles. The 9 cars quickly converged towards Sui's direction. Upon realizing their cover was blown, Sui immediately signaled his team to stop, preparing for a defensive stance. The members, armed with assault rifles, stood atop their vehicles, their weapons trained on the encroaching convoy. Zhao Gang's convoy surrounded Sui's group, with 1 to 2 individuals atop each vehicle brandishing various firearms. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" shouted one member from atop a vehicle, gripping his rifle tightly, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance and menace. Sui refrained from responding immediately, awaiting instructions from Su Yun while carefully observing the movements of the opposing group. The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with an unmistakable scent of gunpowder, as if the mere drop of a pin could ignite a ferocious exchange of fire. Fortunately, Su Er and Su San arrived without delay to provide support. They encircled the convoy from different directions, effectively surrounding it. As the encirclement tightened, the Gatling guns mounted on Su Er and Su San's vehicle slowly rose, their ominous barrels trained on the convoy. Simultaneously, drones buzzed overhead, whirring rapidly as they circled and surveyed the scene, relaying real-time footage back to the base. This sudden turn of events threw the members of the convoy into a state of panic. They had not anticipated such a swift counter-encirclement. Witnessing the formidable Gatling guns and the menacing drones above, fear etched itself onto their faces. Zhao Gang stood at the forefront of his convoy, unperturbed by the dark muzzles surrounding him and the circling drones. He slowly lowered his weapon, signaling to his team to remain composed. His extensive career in special forces had instilled in him a calm demeanor in the face of danger, enabling him to analyze situations swiftly. "Let us not act impulsively. We are not your enemies," Zhao Gang called out, his voice resonating powerfully across the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert. His gaze swept over the surrounding individuals. "We merely seek passage to the area affected by the special zombies. We harbor no ill intentions." Su Yun, observing Zhao Gang's every movement through the drone's feed, discerned his composure and steadiness, which suggested he was not of malicious intent. Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic world, caution remained the foremost principle of survival. He spoke into the intercom. "Do not let your guard down just yet, but refrain from firing indiscriminately. Let us ascertain their true intentions." Zhao Gang felt a slight relief as the other party refrained from immediate aggression. After all, they were compatriots with a common objective. This was a moment that called for mutual support and collaboration to vanquish the peculiar zombies, for otherwise, the future of this region would be even more daunting. His voice was earnest, and his eyes reflected a yearning for cooperation. Su Yun fell into contemplation, understanding that to eradicate the horde, every additional strength translated into greater hope. However, the origins of the approaching convoy remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the question of their trustworthiness unanswered. "I will not attack you, but I implore you to maintain distance from our perimeter," Su Yun conveyed through the intercom, his tone cold and resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang comprehended Su Yun's caution. Yet it left him feeling somewhat helpless. "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek collaboration," he reiterated sincerely. Su Yun, however, chose to disregard Zhao Gang's words and commanded his team to return to their encampment. At that moment, he keenly perceived that as time quietly slipped away, more and more convoys were converging upon the vicinity, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. The situation was urgent. To safeguard the team's safety, retreat became the only viable option. Noticing Su Yun's silence, Zhao Gang called out to his comrades, brothers and sisters. "We shall take an alternate route and investigate the position of the peculiar zombies." The team members nodded in agreement, swiftly organizing themselves as they set forth towards their objective. Upon finally arriving at their destination, the sight before them rendered everyone speechless. Before them loomed an immense horde of zombies, a sight that obscured the very sun and sent shivers down their spines with its terrifying density. Good heavens, how many zombies could there possibly be? One individual exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. Zhao Gang's expression turned grave. He gripped his weapon tightly and urged in a hushed tone, everyone, remain calm and composed. Yet, despite his reassurances, a wave of terror washed over each member of the group. Captain, let us swiftly seek a safe haven, suggested one of the team members. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly, and replied, very well, we shall retreat and establish a secure location. As they retreated, Zhao Gang caught sight of the vast scale of Su Yun's encampment. The fuel they had saved was astonishingly utilized by others to set up hundreds of defensive lines, with towering vehicles arranged in a protective circle, manned by soldiers wielding an array of weaponry, along with several drone platforms stationed atop a few vehicles. Chapter 42. The astonishment of the crowd. He could not help but marvel. This convoy is truly formidable. Beside him, team member Xiao Wang widened his eyes and remarked, Captain, perhaps we should find a similarly advantageous spot to set up our camp. After careful consideration, Zhao Gang slowly replied, no, we shall camp not far from Su Yun's encampment. Their strength provides an added layer of security in this vicinity, and there may even be opportunities for future collaboration. Upon hearing this, the team members expressed their unanimous agreement. Thus, Zhao Gang led the convoy to a location close to Su Yun's base and commenced the construction of their camp. Subsequently, it appeared to evolve into a peculiar routine. Each convoy that ventured to investigate, upon witnessing the chilling horde of zombies, retreated in terror, none daring to fire the first shot. Upon encountering the encampment of Su Yun and Zhao Gang, they unanimously opted to establish their own positions nearby. Gradually, this area became a congregation of dozens of convoys, with more vehicles arriving intermittently. These convoys seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. Those with resources would reinforce the defensive lines that Su Yun had meticulously prepared, while others sought refuge behind these barricades. Su Yun found himself in a quandary. He could not simply expel everyone at once. Stealthily eliminating individuals was an option, but he could not incite public outrage, which would be detrimental to his interests. Through drone reconnaissance, he even discovered acquaintances from earlier transactions, such as Xiao Meng and Tang Yao. Most astonishing was the revelation that the formidable Wasai Mei was, in fact, a leader of one of the convoys, leaving Su Yun perplexed and in awe of her capabilities. Although this territory spanned less than 10 kilometers, the sheer number of convoys and solitary survivors was striking. All were acutely aware of the nightmarish zombie horde lurking not far off, and driven by a shared fear of danger, they maintained a mutual restraint and distance. The majority were awestruck by the scale of Su Yun's operation. 17 Level 3 vehicles stood imposingly in formation, their steel bodies gleaming with a cold sheen. In contrast, the surrounding camps primarily boasted only a handful of Level 3 vehicles, with most convoys possessing merely Level 2 ones. Only Zhao Gang's convoy managed to muster 9 vehicles, while others were limited to 4 or 5, not discounting the possibility of dispersed actions among some convoys. Not far away, the members of the convoy to which Xiao Ming belonged huddled together, their faces etched with astonishment, eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Su Yun's fleet. One young man could not help but exclaim, incredible! 17 Level 3 vehicles. What an enormous expenditure of resources and effort it must have taken to amass such a force. Beside him, Xiao Ming slowly shook his head. After all our efforts, we have only managed to gather 2 or 3 Level 3 vehicles. They present a staggering 17. It is simply incomparable. And look at all those weapons, Gatling guns, drones. Such overwhelming power creates an insurmountable disparity. In an effort to intimidate this group, Su Yun elevated the Gatling gun, its cold barrel exuding a menacing aura. Above, drones armed with formidable weaponry circled, their keen eyes surveying the surroundings. On the rooftops, several soldiers clad in standardized uniforms stood at attention, their forms upright, wielding artillery, rocket launchers, assault rifles, and heavy machine guns, tools of destruction. Some members of another convoy attempted to maneuver the drones to clandestinely observe Su Yun's camp, but upon drawing near, they were thoroughly cowed by the formidable presence before them. In a separate convoy, one individual furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, I had intended to seek opportunities here, but it seems I must refrain from acting recklessly for the time being. His companions nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting apprehension. Meanwhile, another convoy, just having emerged from a horde of zombies, was equally struck by the sight of Su Yun's fleet. A burly man, perplexed, inquired, which convoy is this, anyway? I hadn't heard a whisper of it before. A petite girl, her eyes brimming with envy, whispered, "If only it were ours." The older man cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Stop daydreaming. Quickly find a safe spot to hold your ground and see if you can manage to sip some soup." An old acquaintance, Wang Biao, trembled slightly from anxiety as he uttered, "Why does this feel so familiar?" Beside him, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was equally astonished, eventually stammering, "It seems like the people we just chased are among them. I recognize those clothes." The members of Wang Biao's convoy fell into a profound silence, their faces etched with terror. A young team member's voice broke through the stillness, "Captain, perhaps we should retreat far away. If we are discovered, there will be no escape." Wang Biao ground his teeth, filled with reluctance, yet fear ultimately prevailed. Su Yun remained unaware that others from the convoy were already speculating about him. Gazing at the multitude of vehicles, a wave of apprehension washed over him. It was nearly the 4th hour, and with so many cars clustered together, he could only imagine the number of zombies. Why had all these people gathered in this place, with such an extensive horde? A flicker of doubt arose within him. Soon, Su Ba provided an explanation. "My lord, it is possible that someone is alerting others through the regional channel." It was then that Su Yun recalled the existence of a regional chat channel, a detail he had entirely overlooked in his haste, prompting him to quickly access the chat history. "Brothers, take a look at this image. By heavens, which team is this? It remains a mystery. Observe their defensive line. There are hundreds of fuel barrels. Is no one mentioning the tens of thousands of zombies? At the scene, these zombies terrify me. Numerous teams have gathered here, instilling a profound sense of security. If someone could share the coordinates, I would join the fray and see if I could partake in the spoils." Previously, someone had already broadcasted the details of Su Yun's convoy and defenses in the regional channel, resulting in an increasing influx of teams seeking refuge or attempting to take advantage of the situation. Su Yun, however, is not afraid of the zombies, as the saying goes. The cunning of the wicked cannot be outmatched by the folly of the foolish. What he truly fears is the unpredictable behavior of these disparate survivors amidst the chaotic horde of zombies, which could potentially disrupt his plans. Many are aware that such a large congregation of vehicles will inevitably attract numerous zombies, yet they cling to a sense of false hope, believing others will bear the brunt of the undead's assault while they sneak in for a share of the bounty. Just a few minutes before the 4th hour, a sudden explosion erupted from the direction of the zombie horde, followed by a sharp and eerie howl that sliced through the night sky like a blade, abruptly pulling everyone from their fleeting tranquility. Su Yun sprang to his feet, rushing to the drone surveillance screen, where he beheld the densely packed throng of zombies, surging toward the camp like an overwhelming black tide, with a vehicle desperately fleeing ahead of them. "This is bad. The horde is upon us." He swiftly grasped the walkie-talkie, his voice cold and powerful. "Attention everyone, a massive horde of zombies is approaching. Prepare for battle." Meanwhile, other convoys, alerted by the drone's footage, detected the imminent threat of the undead. In an instant, chaos erupted among the various teams as headlights blazed to life like beacons in the night. Chapter 43, The Zombie Horde Strikes. For those convoys without drones, witnessing this scene, the astute quickly surmised that calamity was at hand, prompting them to seek out information. Within the drone's surveillance, a vehicle was being pursued relentlessly by the horde, inside of which sat 2 diminutive figures. The young man in the passenger seat, his complexion pale and voice trembling, ventured to inquire once more, "Brother Ho, what exactly are we doing this for?" His eyes darted in terror towards the rearview mirror, where the encroaching zombies loomed ever closer, his hands gripping the edge of his seat tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Brother Ho, seated at the wheel, wore an expression of impatience. He slammed his hand down on the steering wheel, cursing vehemently. "Look at those people, armed with such fine equipment, yet they cower like turtles, refusing to confront the zombie menace. How can we hope to scavenge anything if they continue in their cowardice? If they persist in their inaction, our future will be all the more arduous. Since no one seems inclined to resolve this properly, they cannot blame me for turning the tables." A glint of madness and resolve flickered in Brother Ho's eyes as he abruptly jerked the steering wheel, the vehicle skidding violently to evade a massive boulder ahead. With a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, Hogu exhibited a disdainful smirk. "I've already made my escape. Who knows? Perhaps I can still gather some points amidst the chaos. Then, I could upgrade to a level 3 vehicle," he mused, his eyes shimmering with a hint of longing, as if envisioning himself commanding a majestic level 3 vehicle, gallivanting freely through the apocalyptic landscape. Suddenly, the weapon systems of 2 drones overhead were activated, emitting a faint buzzing sound as they aimed at the vehicles below. The two men sensed something amiss and instinctively looked up, but before they could react, a burst of flames engulfed them, resulting in their immediate demise. Blood and flesh fragments splattered across the cockpit, and the vehicle spiraled out of control, flipping over. Meanwhile, after dispatching the two men, Soo-Yoon remained intensely focused on the surveillance footage relayed from the drones. At that moment, the drones descended, illuminating a small area ahead with piercing white lights, revealing a scene that was nothing short of chilling. As the drones moved, more zombies surged into view, densely packed together, their bodies colliding and contorting as they moved with alarming speed, forming a terrifying black tide. Amidst the horde, a colossal, unidentified giant zombie stood out remarkably. Towering at over 10 meters tall, its robust form resembling that of a small mountain. Suddenly, a swift and agile licker entered the illuminated area, its elongated body and limbs gliding across the ground in an eerie yet rapid manner, weaving through the throng of zombies. Suddenly, with a powerful kick of its hind legs, it lunged towards the drone like a bolt of black lightning, its tongue grazing the surface of the drone and producing a sound that sent chills down the spine. Failing to make contact, it landed and immediately leaped again, while the drone operator, realizing the imminent threat, hastily ascended. Abruptly, another high-pitched noise pierced the air. It was already the 4th hour. Meanwhile, within the convoy, the dim light revealed a horde of zombies surging forth, a vast, undulating wave of darkness advancing relentlessly, comprised of tens of thousands of the undead. The stench of decay became increasingly pungent, saturating the atmosphere and inducing nausea. As the zombies encroached upon the barrels of gasoline, Soo-Yoon ceased to conceal his strength and decisively commanded, "Open fire." Instantly, the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts intertwined, illuminating the night sky with brilliant flames. Ahead, Soo-Yoon had meticulously arranged a perimeter of gasoline barrels, and as the zombies staggered into this deadly trap, their erratic movements exuded a palpable sense of dread, each step resonating like a hammer on the hearts of the living. Soo-Yoon fixated on the surveillance feed, a glimmer of resolve dancing in his eyes, and he shouted into the intercom, "Prepare to ignite." The team, already poised for action, swiftly raised their grenade launchers and unleashed a barrage of grenades towards the barrels of gasoline. In an instant, the entire array of gasoline barrels was ignited, and a series of explosive detonations erupted like thunder, illuminating the darkened apocalypse with brilliant flames. The shockwaves from the explosions hurled the zombies into the air. Some were blasted skyward, only to crash heavily to the ground with a dull thud, while others were sent careening sideways, colliding with their fellow undead, limbs and remnants scattering in all directions. Yet, the horde seemed oblivious to pain, exhibiting no fear or hesitation as they relentlessly surged toward the defenses. Those behind trampled over the corpses of their comrades, their advance unyielding, driven by a frenzied vigor that instilled dread. Gatling guns whirred madly, unleashing torrents of lethal fire that mowed down the leading zombies. The soldiers, firmly braced with their heavy machine guns, succeeded in repelling large swathes of the undead with every pull of the trigger. Soldiers wielding rocket launchers precisely targeted the tyrants and lickers within the throng, igniting the air with explosions that sent surrounding zombies flying several meters, their dismembered parts raining down. As the battle escalated, colossal zombies encroached upon the gasoline barrel perimeter. Their heavy footsteps reverberated through the earth, each step causing a slight tremor. As they approached the array of gasoline barrels, their immense forms were instantly engulfed in flames ignited by the gasoline. A rocket propelled toward them, and the resultant shockwave from the explosion caused even their mountainous bodies to sway slightly. The once formidable giant zombie, charging forward with great ferocity, was abruptly thrown off its rhythm by a sudden explosion. Fragments from the blast carved deep gashes into its flesh, oozing blackened, tainted blood that streamed from the wounds as it unleashed an enraged roar, intensifying its assault. Meanwhile, the agile skinners found themselves equally troubled by the barricade of gasoline barrels. Typically relying on their speed and nimbleness to penetrate defenses, the skinners were severely hindered after the barrels erupted, leaving the ground littered with flames and debris that curtailed their swift maneuvers. What once would have been a straightforward leap over the fortifications now posed a perilous challenge. Confronted by the raging inferno and scattered wreckage, many were inevitably reduced to ash by the searing flames. Some skinners, attempting to navigate through the barricade, were caught in the explosive shockwaves, their bodies hurled into the air only to crash heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. The gasoline barrel barricade not only impacted individual zombies, but also altered the entire offensive formation of the horde. The obstruction and subsequent explosions disarrayed their attack routes, scattering what had once been a concentrated point of assault. Simultaneously, drones flitted above the throng of zombies, machine guns flashing with bursts of fire as a relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon them. Once the ammunition was depleted, the drones swiftly returned to the supply point to replenish their cartridges before re-engaging in the fray. However, as the battle wore on, the efficacy of the gasoline barrel barricade began to wane. The remaining barrels dwindled, rendering them incapable of inflicting the large-scale devastation they had initially wrought. Initially, the convoy, nearly paralyzed by the terrifying spectacle of the zombie horde, found renewed confidence as Su Yun's team unleashed a barrage of firepower, effectively utilizing barrels of gasoline. This convoy is formidable. Should we not join in to earn some points? A young member broke the silence, his voice tinged with trepidation. Indeed. What are we here for if not to engage? Another echoed, his tone gradually solidifying with determination. After a brief exchange, the members of the convoy rallied one another, tightening their grips on their weapons, inhaling deeply, and slowly advancing towards Su Yun's team. Initially hesitant, they cautiously surveyed the situation ahead. But as they drew closer and witnessed the brave figures of Su Yun's team valiantly battling, their apprehensions dissipated. Observing the advancing vehicles, the other convoys swiftly organized themselves, forming lines as they began to move forward. Some took charge of operating weapons, while others assisted in transporting ammunition, each fulfilling their roles with precision and order, united in the fierce struggle against the relentless undead. In an instant, a more concentrated barrage erupted towards the zombie swarm, akin to a tempest unleashed. The anguished howls of the zombies intertwined with the thunderous roar of gunfire, creating a cacophony that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens of this apocalyptic realm. A sound both deafening and terrifying. Recognizing their approach, Su Yun disregarded any lingering doubts. This crisis was far too great to be tackled alone. In that moment, the only path to hope lay in uniting all available forces, pooling their collective strength to repel the overwhelming tide of zombies before them. To Su Yun's astonishment, although some vehicles in the convoy were of modest rank, their capabilities were anything but insignificant. He even witnessed formidable artillery such as mortars, self-propelled howitzers, and rocket launchers, leading him to perceive that heroes were as numerous as fish crossing a river, and each individual should not be underestimated. Conversely, some convoys boasted superior vehicles but lacked strength, like Zhao Gang's convoy adjacent to Su Yun's. Though both possessed level 3 vehicles, they were devoid of heavy weaponry, relying solely on a few heavy machine guns. Their defensive line, while maintained, was far from secure, as some weaker convoys trembled in fear at the terrifying onslaught of the zombie horde and had already begun to flee. Meanwhile, other convoys harbored ulterior motives, covertly seeking opportunities to seize resources from their counterparts, further exacerbating the chaos of the situation. At that moment, a strange red light illuminated the rear of the zombie horde. Towering and robust pursuer zombies slowly emerged, each standing as tall as a 3-story building. Their bodies enveloped in thick, uneven black scales that shimmered with a chilling glow under the flashes of lightning. A colossal rocket launcher rested upon its shoulder, exuding a deadly aura, while each hand wielded a powerful Gatling gun. The pursuer zombie unleashed a deafening roar, hoisting the rocket launcher and unleashing a fierce barrage upon the defensive line, the red light marking the fiery trails of the rockets. Several rockets, trailing long flames like shooting stars, accurately struck parts of the convoy's defenses. The suddenness of the assault caught many off guard before they could activate their shields. They were struck. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, flames soaring high, as the fortifications were instantaneously reduced to a state of chaos, with metal and fire scattering in every direction. Immediately, it raised its hands and wielded a Gatling gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage of bullets. The projectiles rained down upon the vehicles like a torrential storm, rendering the occupants unable to lift their heads. While the sturdy level 3 vehicles could brace themselves against the assault, the unprotected level 2 cars were shattered, cleaved in two by the onslaught. Under the overwhelming firepower, the defensive line's vehicles were compelled to retreat, and the fortifications began to tremble precariously. Although Su Yun's convoy was formidable, it too had no choice but to activate its protective shields and gradually withdraw in the face of such ferocious aggression. As the battle raged on, the effectiveness of the gasoline barrel formation diminished, with fewer barrels remaining to inflict the initial devastating damage upon the horde of zombies. The chaotic scene spiraled into utter disarray, with some vehicles overwhelmed by the terrifying onslaught of the undead, recklessly starting their engines in a desperate bid to flee. The vehicles, which had been huddled together, quickly became entangled in a frenzied escape, creating a bottleneck that obstructed all movement. Collisions erupted amidst the cacophony of metal crashing and glass shattering. In the midst of the turmoil, one car, in a panicked reverse, collided violently with the vehicle behind it, leaving both fronts severely crumpled and billowing thick smoke. A woman emerged from the wreckage, clutching another woman, her voice rising in despair. Who will come to our rescue? As the relentless assault from the pursuing zombies escalated, the situation spiraled further out of control. A rocket struck Su Yun's vehicle, but fortunately, he had already activated his protective shield. Observing the chaotic flight of the convoy, Su Yun realized the dire gravity of the situation. If this continued, everyone would perish here. Su Yun swiftly issued commands to the members of his team via the intercom. We can no longer hold our position. We must retreat. Without a hint of hesitation, his team members promptly maneuvered their vehicles towards Su Yun's. With a firm press on the accelerator, Su Chi's vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, closely followed by the others. Amidst the chaos of their breakout, Su Yun caught sight of Zhao Gang, who was still steadfastly holding his ground not far away. The determination and resilience radiating from Zhao Gang impressed Su Yun, prompting him to extend a gesture of goodwill. He instructed the nearest vehicle to sound its horn a few times as a warning to Zhao Gang. Upon hearing the horn, Zhao Gang, through his car window, was belatedly struck by the harrowing scenes unfolding before him. He called into the intercom, "Follow the convoy, we are retreating." He quickly directed his own team to align with Su Yun's vehicles. At that moment, Zhao Gang heard cries for help and immediately turned to see two women in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove his vehicle towards them. Stopping just short of the women, he shouted, "Hurry, follow me." One of his team members leaped from the car, scooping up the injured woman while shielding the younger one with the other arm, and they swiftly returned to the vehicle. Su Yun's retreat triggered a domino effect, prompting those who had been merely spectators to begin their own escape. The teams that had previously remained in the shadows, hesitant to advance, were the first to react. Witnessing Su Yun's convoy retreat, they hastily started their engines and fled in various directions. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the cacophony of revving engines as vehicles weaved through the turmoil. "Damn it, don't block my path." A man, his face adorned with stubble, leaned out of the car window, furiously shouting at the congested vehicles ahead, brandishing an assault rifle in his hand. "If you don't move aside, I'll start shooting." Yet, the only response he received was the cacophony of revving engines and the shouts of others. In the ensuing chaos, vehicles collided, the sounds of metal crunching and glass shattering ringing incessantly. "Help! Someone please! My car won't move." A young girl found herself trapped in a severely crumpled sedan. Desperately pounding on the window, her voice hoarse from pleading, tears welling in her eyes. But those around her were too preoccupied with their own plight to extend a hand. Chapter 45. A desperate escape. At that moment, the horde of zombies finally breached the defenses. They surged forward like an unstoppable tide, flooding into the survivors' convoy. Towering giants among them stomped heavily, each footfall shaking the earth as they swung their massive arms, toppling cars as if they were mere toys. The tyrants displayed their terrifying might, effortlessly tearing apart the exteriors of vehicles to drag out the terrified occupants and feast upon them. Meanwhile, the agile lickers darted between cars, using their sharp claws and tongues to snatch away lives in an instant. Panic spread like wildfire, the cries for help and curses growing ever more anguished. "No. Save me." A vehicle driven by a middle-aged woman was lifted by a colossal zombie, her desperate struggles accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Those nearby could only watch in horror, hastening their steps or fleeing in their cars. However, they witnessed a chaotic scene behind them as vehicles collided and halted due to the frantic escape, resulting in a massive traffic jam. Activating the protective shield and accelerating, Su Yun decisively ordered the convoy to break through. As the shield deployed, the lead vehicle of Su Yun's convoy rammed into the obstructing cars, paving the way for the following vehicles. Amidst this tumultuous retreat, some convoys successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the zombies, vanishing into the night, while others were less fortunate, overtaken by the horde and engulfed in a cacophony of screams and roars. It was terrifying. Thankfully, I ran fast. What on earth activated the zombie horde so swiftly? What is happening? I do not comprehend. Conventional weapons should have given us an advantage over carbon-based life forms. No, my friend, look closely. Are those ordinary zombies? They are towering over us, armed with rocket launchers. And you fools, you've descended into chaos. What a farce. Did not that mysterious convoy escape as well? Why do you not mention that? The night enveloped the wilderness, and a long line of vehicles trudged forward with great difficulty, comprising the convoy that had narrowly escaped the zombie swarm just 15 minutes prior. The beams of their headlights flickered in the darkness, akin to a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Su-Yun sat in the driver's seat of the command vehicle, gazing through the window at the lengthy procession behind him. His brow furrowed deeply. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the intercom and, with a voice both somber and resolute, declared, "The last vehicle. Halt," and informed the following cars not to approach. He prepared to upgrade the vehicles and currently had 4 modules, needing only 3 blueprints along with materials to complete the enhancement. However, the congregation of so many vehicles posed a significant target and an increased risk. A response came through the radio from the driver of the last vehicle. "Understood, my lord." Soon, the vehicle came to a slow halt, blocking the way for those behind it. Zhao Gang's vehicle approached gradually. He rolled down the window, wearing a puzzled expression, and inquired, "What is going on? Why have we suddenly stopped?" The driver of the last vehicle, with an expressionless demeanor, informed them, "There are too many people now. The target is too large. You should not follow us any longer. If anything happens, I'm afraid we cannot guarantee your safety." Without further ado, he drove away. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Zhao Gang's face as he sighed softly. "Alas, it would have been better to travel together for mutual support. Now we part ways." At that moment, a young member of Zhao Gang's team could no longer contain his complaints. "The road isn't theirs. Who do they think they are? Deciding whether we can follow or not." The other team members echoed his sentiments, their faces reflecting discontent. Zhao Gang turned his head, his expression calm yet imbued with a touch of gravitas, and reassured them, "Let us refrain from complaints. They undoubtedly have our best interests at heart, given the current dangers. Acting independently may indeed mitigate risks. We must also remain vigilant. The road ahead is still long." Listening to Zhao Gang's words, though the team harbored lingering dissatisfaction, they gradually quieted down, silently accepting the reality of the situation. Under the cover of night, Su-Yun's convoy gradually departed, the sound of the engine fading into the darkness, while Zhao Gang's convoy set off in another direction. After Su-Yun's convoy left, it continued along the road ahead. Leaning against the bed, Su-Yun wearily rubbed his temples, then opened the system panel, gazing at his nearly 14,000 points. A wave of uncontrollable joy surged within him, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. With nearly 14,000 points, he could exchange for nearly 28 purple cards. He murmured softly, his voice brimming with excitement. Unfortunately, the gift had been exhausted, and replication was no longer possible. Yet these 28 cards were all unique. With a stroke of luck, he could potentially unlock 3 blueprints. Even if the initial few cards could not be upgraded, he could still utilize modification to transform the card materials into those he desired. Perhaps after upgrading to a level 4 vehicle, he might discover a method to eliminate special zombies. With these thoughts in mind, he accessed the marketplace and expended all his points to acquire 28 purple cards. Soon, the 28 purple cards materialized in Su-Yun's hands. Observing the cards, he altered his strategy. He resolved to maximize his benefits by first using modification to unlock 3 blueprints, anticipating that after midnight, the resulting quantity would be exceedingly substantial. As he spoke, a significant amount of supplies vanished. He obtained 3 blueprints, one for a level 4 vehicle engine upgrade, one for a level 4 vehicle transmission upgrade, and one for a level 4 vehicle chassis upgrade, along with a considerable quantity of basic materials and gasoline weaponry. In addition, the number of drones increased by 2. To Su-Yun's astonishment, the team had also acquired a formidable weapon, the ability to produce rockets. The vehicle-mounted rocket launcher was no longer merely ornamental, now equipped with ammunition. They could unleash devastating firepower without restraint. Currently, there were 11 armories, and production schedules were rearranged to focus on crafting fragmentation grenades, rockets, rifles, and ammunition. Moreover, the establishment of a planting chamber, made possible by the agricultural module, brought immense joy to everyone. Upon entering the planting chamber, the spacious and well-lit environment was striking, with a scientifically sound layout that allowed for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits from various seasons simultaneously. Coupled with the newly acquired food production line and the previously exchanged canned food blueprints, the prospect of food abundance was no longer a distant dream. Su-Yun smiled as he placed 2 chickens into the planting chamber and joyfully remarked, "In the future, not only will we enjoy an abundance of vegetables and fruits, but we will also have free access to eggs." However, when Su-Yun picked up the upgrade blueprints, he discovered a serious issue. Utilizing the Level 4 vehicle engine upgrade blueprint enables the enhancement of a Level 3 engine to Level 4, necessitating materials such as 2,000 units of metal, 500 units of plastic, and 100 units of rubber. The required materials have increased several-fold compared to the upgrade to Level 3. However, the current supply of materials remains woefully inadequate. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the market is in dire need of weapons and ammunition. While others do not possess the advantage of numerous armaments factories, like Suyun. Chapter 46. Upgrading to Level 4 vehicles. Suyun placed the produced ammunition and a portion of food onto the trading platform, aiming to exchange them for a substantial quantity of materials. Unfortunately, there was little interest in the food. Perhaps the populace has already mastered the means of acquiring sustenance. Thus, he opted to list oil instead, as it is a valuable commodity. Observing the channels, it became apparent that some individuals possess plastic and clothing production lines, necessitating vast amounts of oil, which renders the current oil market remarkably promising. Indeed, after 2.5 minutes, a plethora of essential supplies manifested in the vehicle compartment. Suyun was not merely selling to the local region. He was engaging with the entire world. Currently, the global community is grappling with a diverse array of zombies, leading to a critical shortage of weapons and ammunition. Nevertheless, Suyun learned that only 2 regions have confronted the unique zombie hordes led by formidable leaders, while other regions are still in the process of establishing their defensive perimeters. The thought of those 2 individuals being shot down so easily infuriated Suyun. According to his plan, others would gradually set up their defenses, thus avoiding such passivity. However, given the circumstances that have unfolded, Suyun found himself devoid of time for further lamentation. He was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was to effectively utilize the resources available to him, thereby enhancing the strength of the fleet to confront any looming crisis. In no time, Suyun employed the materials at his disposal and completed upgrades on the 3 core components of the vehicle. With everything prepared, all that remained was to extract the modules and officially commence the vehicle upgrades. Suyun retrieved 4 modules, and the dice reappeared, drawing the 4 pieces closer. Oh, how intriguing. This upgrade presents a novel twist, Suyun remarked in astonishment. The various units, witnessing the upgrade for the first time, exhibited a sense of curiosity. Meanwhile, the 4 dogs nearby wore expressions of disdain and pride, as if to suggest that the units had never encountered such a spectacle. A torrent of fine powder erupted from the 4 modules, and under the scrutiny of a microscope, one would discern that these were the fabled nanobots, resembling a silver swarm, densely converging upon Suyun's Level 3 vehicle. Although minuscule in size, these nanobots harbored immense energy and intricate programming, serving as the pivotal force behind the vehicle's enhancement. Upon contact with the Level 3 vehicle, the nanobots sprang into action, scuttling along the surface of the car and meticulously executing modifications. First, they deposited the materials into the Material Conversion Center, initiating the transformation of the required substances for the vehicle. Suyun had indeed perused the detailed classifications of fundamental materials. Metallic substances could be transformed into aluminum alloys, while plastics could metamorphose into polycarbonate, polyoxymethylene, and the like. As for rubber, it included butyl rubber and ethylene propylene rubber, among others. Each material boasted distinct properties, rendering the subject quite intricate, which Suyun chose not to delve into further. He merely needed to ensure an adequate supply of basic materials, entrusting specialized tasks to professional systems, as excessive detail strained his intellect. Simultaneously, another faction of nanobots commenced the transportation of new materials. These materials were meticulously placed by the nanobots in areas requiring reinforcement and enhancement. As the nanobots tirelessly executed their tasks, the vehicle's contours began to evolve, the body gradually becoming more robust and expansive. Within the core of the vehicle, the nanobots were upgrading the internals, incorporating a conversion system that transformed gasoline into a unique form of energy. Furthermore, a novel specialized device was implanted within the engine, capable of generating a more formidable energy output to provide the vehicle with enhanced power. Concurrently, the nanobots optimized the transmission and drive systems to better accommodate the new energy demands. As the upgrades progressed, the energy fluctuations surrounding the vehicle intensified. A faint scent of electricity permeated the air, a testament to the energy signals emitted by the nanobots during their operation. The metallic sheen of the vehicle's surface became increasingly resplendent, as if it were absorbing the ambient energy. Overall, the nanobots laid down a layer of nanoprotective coating, This protective layer not only exhibited exceptional toughness and wear resistance, but also possessed the remarkable ability to self-repair damaged areas once the vehicle comes under attack. The nanobots within the protective nano layer swiftly converge upon the damaged area to effect rapid repairs, ensuring the vehicle's optimal functionality. Furthermore, in terms of the vehicle's weaponry systems, the nanobots have enhanced the onboard rocket artillery and other armaments, augmenting their range and precision while also recalibrating their positioning. Ultimately, the vehicle has successfully transitioned from Level 3 to Level 4. A colossal steel behemoth, measuring 36 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 15 meters in height, now stands before the onlookers. The vehicle's body, slightly inclined, gleams with a mysterious metallic luster reminiscent of a battle-hardened armored vehicle, a result of the special protective layer formed by the nanobots after their task was completed. Every detail of the vehicle emanates a formidable sense of advanced technology, as if it were a war machine traversing through time from the future. After the vehicle's ascent from Level 3 to Level 4, the once familiar Level 3 vehicle has vanished, replaced by this towering steel giant. The spectators gazed in wide-eyed disbelief and astonishment, their mouths agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Su-Yin slowly raised his hand, yearning to touch this dreamlike masterpiece, yet his hand trembled slightly in midair. His mind replayed the image of the vehicle prior to its upgrade, merely an ordinary transport with some defensive and offensive capabilities. Now, however, every facet of this vehicle exudes an intimidating aura of immense power. The metallic surface glistens like flowing mercury, reflecting a cold brilliance under the sunlight, as if proclaiming its indestructibility. Su-Yin found himself irresistibly drawn forward, slowly meandering around the vehicle, his gaze captivated by the intricate lines and complex mechanical structures adorning its body. Upon beholding the enormous wheels, each towering over a story high and adorned with sharp, serrated patterns, he could not help but gasp in awe, envisioning the formidable crushing power such wheels would possess in motion. Is this truly our vehicle? Su-Yin murmured to himself, his voice laden with astonishment and delight. He lifted his gaze towards the towering chassis, a profound sense of pride swelling within him. His thoughts drifted to the future, imagining himself barreling through hordes of zombies in this vehicle, crushing them one by one. Su-Chi and the others exclaimed in wonder, "This is simply astonishing, my lord. Why don't we go take a closer look?" At the sound of Su-Chi's words, Su-Yin regained his focus. Let us proceed and explore. Stepping into the interior of this formidable steel beast, now upgraded to Level 4, felt akin to entering the core of a mobile fortress where futuristic technology and practicality harmoniously coalesced. Chapter 47. Internal structure ascending from the lowered lift at the base. One arrived at an entrance chamber, flanked by doors at both ends. Pushing open the forward door led to a spacious area reminiscent of a command center, dominated by a massive conference table at its center, surrounded by comfortable seating. The left wall was embedded with multiple displays, continually streaming surveillance footage from various angles within and outside the vehicle, ensuring that the command personnel could maintain an omniscient awareness of the surroundings. Su-Itsu stepped forward, gazing at the screen in astonishment. The surveillance coverage is remarkably comprehensive, providing a clear view even beneath the vehicle. The interior on the right side is equipped with a specialized weapon control room, where all weapon system control terminals are centralized. Each terminal is furnished with intelligent control devices and screens, allowing operators to assist in the operation of various weapons or engage in self-targeting firing. Directly ahead lies the driver's seat, endowed with an external high-definition camera that offers a panoramic 360-degree view and night vision capabilities, while also being resilient against various attacks. In front of the driver's seat is a massive touchscreen that displays the vehicle's parameters in real time, including speed, energy reserves, weapon status, and a real-time map of the surrounding environment. Upon accessing the large screen at the front of the vehicle, the information immediately appeared. Name, antiquity of the interstellar era level. For energy, gasoline 20,000 units, 50 units km, 50,000 by 2, electricity 1,000 units, 10,000 units loadout, intelligence system, air filtration system, high-energy solar panels, complete set of onboard appliances, Gatling gun, drone, arms factory. Traits, item stacking LV4, 96 identical items can be stacked together. Vehicle shield LV2, energy can be consumed to activate a protective shield with X100 defense, nano energy absorption LV1, when attacked. The released energy from the attack is converted into energy for 1 minute. The trait has activated once more, yet Suitso felt a tinge of regret, as it was yet another defensive skill. Several level 3 modules have directly elevated the foundational multiplier of the protective shield to 50, and upon reaching level 2, it will ascend to 100. The driver merely needs to lightly touch the screen to observe the vehicle's status, speed, and various weapon systems. Su Yun, accompanied by Su Qi and others, navigated the entire layout. It was then that Su Qi spoke. "My lord, this resembles a command center. It seems that it would require the collaboration of multiple individuals to operate effectively. I find it somewhat perplexing." Su Yun also recognized this concern. "I too am baffled. If other survivors encounter this colossal machine, how will they manage to operate it? It appears that in the future, some survivors may lose their vehicles. Or perhaps they will be controlled by an intelligent system or even by androids." After pondering for a while, Su Qi proposed his hypothesis. Su Yun listened to this conjecture in silence for some time before gradually responding. "Regardless of the circumstances, as long as I have you, that suffices. You are the most trustworthy individuals I could hope for." In his heart, Su Yun also silently considered the presence of the dice. The faces of Su Qi and the others instantly illuminated with excitement, their eyes glimmering with fervent enthusiasm as they collectively exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord, for your trust. We are willing to brave fire and water for you, without hesitation." Su Yun harbored another suspicion. The future may not be confined to automobiles. Given this method of upgrading, it is difficult to predict what lies ahead. After examining the command center, they entered the living quarters designed to meet the needs of personnel. The interior of the vehicle featured a well-appointed living area, segmented into multiple independent rooms, each equipped with comfortable bedding, storage space, and private sanitary facilities. The bed features a foldable design, allowing for convenient storage when not in use, thus conserving space. On the walls of the room, compact entertainment screens are installed, providing personnel with a means to unwind amid the rigors of intense combat. Su Yun felt nothing, while the soldiers curiously glanced around, unable to suppress their admiration. Resting will be much more comfortable now. With the entertainment screens, it feels reminiscent of the past. Beyond the living quarters lies a vast warehouse for vehicles, meticulously organized with various supplies, including food, water, and ammunition. Regrettably, the central shelter core has already been upgraded to a secondary stone platform. To the left of the warehouse, a staircase leads to the upper and lower levels. The lower level houses the production space, munitions factory, and storage area for products. Further down is a small vehicle parking area, accessible via a lift, which accommodates various parts required for vehicle maintenance. The workshop is equipped with advanced automated repair machinery capable of swiftly servicing small vehicles. Enormous mechanical arms can effortlessly lift various components of the vehicles for replacement and repair. Yet, Su Yun still felt little excitement. Driving a small car was preferable to operating this larger vehicle. After exploring the lower level, he ascended to the upper level, which features an expansive cultivation area, albeit larger in scale. At the center of the cultivation chamber lies a small ecological recirculation pond, where a variety of fish and aquatic plants thrive, creating a unique ecological system. To ensure the healthy growth of the plants, the cultivation area is outfitted with an advanced intelligent monitoring system. However, at present, there exists neither efficient cultivation facilities nor specialized vehicles, which currently remain idle here. Ascending further, Su Yun was astonished to discover a series of interconnected ammunition depots flanking both sides and the center, specifically designed to supply ammunition for vehicle-mounted weaponry. Presently, only the rocket artillery is in operation, featuring a lifting and rotating platform atop, alongside a Gatling gun affixed to a retractable spherical platform on the left front of the vehicle and a drone compartment at the rear. Su Qi gazed up at the ammunition depot, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Although the firepower is formidable, the consumption of ammunition poses a significant challenge. "We must find ways to stockpile more." Su Yun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must invest further efforts into the resupply of weaponry and ammunition. Moreover, there are currently only 2 weapons, while the ammunition depot accommodates 12, not to mention the drone." After spending a brief period touring the entire vehicle, Su Yun stood resolutely in the spacious command center, his gaze unwavering, having already made a definitive decision internally. He slowly turned around to face the assembled troops and declared, "I intend to return and eliminate that unique zombie. I invite everyone to share their thoughts." After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi stepped forward and articulated, Following the recent chaos, it is highly probable that the horde has dispersed, pursuing other survivors. In my view, we can utilize this newly upgraded vehicle as a vanguard to forge a path ahead. We shall accompany it with 7 additional armed vehicles, employing mounted rocket launchers specifically to counter those assailants wielding firearms. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, Su Chi promptly added, for the larger zombies, we can deploy Gatling guns to shatter their knees, rendering them unable to advance. Continuing, Su Chi suggested, as for the ordinary zombies, let's divide the troops into 2 groups. One segment will utilize rocket launchers and howitzers for long-range assaults to disrupt the dense formations of the undead, while the other will maintain suppressive fire with firearms to prevent the zombies from closing in. Chapter 48. Confrontation with the unique zombie. Their thoughts aligned with Su Yun's strategy. In the battle against zombies, understanding the distinct characteristics and vulnerabilities of different types of zombies is crucial. Only by adopting targeted tactics can we maximize our combat effectiveness with limited resources. Everyone's suggestions are quite commendable, Su Yun remarked. We shall proceed according to this plan. You 5 captains, please allocate the remaining 7 combat vehicles and the logistics vehicles judiciously. After Su Chi and Su Ba replenished the ammunition for the vehicle, they took control of the weaponry system while I was responsible for driving. The group responded in unison, and soon after, they departed from the command vehicle to methodically arrange various preparations. Once Su Yi and the others disembarked, they instructed the logistics personnel to swiftly replenish ammunition and supplies. Simultaneously, they gathered all members to elaborate on the situation and delineate each individual's responsibilities and tasks. When everything was in place, a steel behemoth stood at the forefront. With other vehicles lined up in orderly fashion across the expansive field, the roar of the engines deafening. Su Yun, stationed in the command vehicle's cockpit, gazed through the window at the uncertain path ahead. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the intercom and declared, "Attention everyone, we commence our journey." As they advanced, dust billowed in their wake, and the headlights sliced through the darkness, resembling a sinuous steel dragon gliding through the night. After traveling for over 20 minutes, they were met with the high-frequency sound of the 5th hour. They finally approached the original defensive line. As they neared the area, an overwhelming stench of decay assailed their senses, inducing nausea. This place resembled a battlefield, littered with damaged vehicles, some of which were severely mangled, their twisted metal seeming to groan in agony. Certain windows lay shattered, shards of glass strewn across the ground, glinting ominously under the moonlight. The chaotic tire marks crisscrossed the ground, resembling a vast spider-esque web, chronicling the fierce chases and collisions that had transpired. Scattered haphazardly across the ground were the remnants of zombies, their dismembered bodies exuding a repulsive odor. The remains of humanity have long since vanished, leaving only patches of dark red stains on the ground, perhaps the remnants of survivors or the marks of the undead. As Su Yun and his companions observed, the sound of the engine gradually attracted the lingering zombies, who swiftly converged. The first to arrive were dozens of lickers. Su Yun's mounted Gatling gun whirred to life, seamlessly coordinating with its auto-targeting system, reducing the lickers to mere fragments within moments. Yet, more zombies continued to pour forth, drawn by the gunfire, while hordes in the distance began to advance. Witnessing this scene, Su Yun seized the radio, urging, "Stay close to me. We shall charge forward and eliminate the special zombies." No sooner had his words left his lips than he slammed down on the accelerator, propelling the command vehicle like a frenzied steel beast, roaring ahead. Wherever it traversed, be it the agile lickers, the colossal and formidable tyrants, or the countless ordinary zombies, anything that dared obstruct its path was ruthlessly crushed in an instant. The vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, steadfastly racing towards the direction of the special zombies. The trailing vehicles followed closely behind, their occupants unleashing a barrage of fire from their weapons. With unwavering focus, they targeted the flanks of the vehicle, accurately shooting down every zombie that dared to approach. Amidst their advance, a tyrant breached the line of defense, swinging its massive arm violently towards the side of the command vehicle. Nevertheless, the vehicle continued its stable progress. Despite a slight dent, it was swiftly repaired by nanobots. Meanwhile, the Gatling gun mounted on the roof pivoted rapidly, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the tyrant. The relentless barrage of bullets struck the tyrant, erupting in a spray of crimson blossoms. Its body swayed for a moment before collapsing with a thunderous crash. As the convoy pressed onward, the swarm of zombies grew increasingly formidable, their attacks intensifying. pursuers emerged from the left, brandishing rocket launchers and unleashing a volley of projectiles that trailed long, fiery tails. In a flurry of urgency, Su Yun activated the protective shield, retaliating with the vehicle-mounted rocket launcher and Gatling gun, while accelerating to maximum speed to evade the onslaught. After all, the vehicle's shield could barely withstand 3 rocket hits, and the incoming projectiles vastly outnumbered that threshold. The vehicles behind screeched to a halt, seeking refuge as the pursuers' rockets detonated behind Su Yun's vehicle, generating thick clouds of smoke and dust that obscured the view of the trailing vehicles, rendering them blind to Su Yun's whereabouts. Realizing the vehicles had fallen behind, Su Qi urgently reported, "My lord, the vehicles at the rear have not kept up." At that moment, Su Yun finally spotted the unique zombie and decisively declared, "We cannot afford to concern ourselves with them. We must focus entirely on that special zombie." This peculiar creature was diminutive, scarcely reaching the height of a typical person's knee. Yet it was remarkably swift, moving with the agility of a shadow. Its body was clad in black scales, and its mouth was grotesquely large, reminiscent of the legendary slit-mouthed woman, with repulsive green slime oozing from the corners. Su Yun jerked the steering wheel, commanding the vehicle to charge towards the zombie like a frenzied bull, sending ordinary zombies sprawling in every direction. With a sudden turn, Gatling faced the peculiar zombie and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The unique undead sensed the looming peril, swiftly evading the bullets while emitting a piercing shriek that sliced through the night like a razor's edge. In an instant, it surged toward the command vehicle, nimbly weaving through the hail of gunfire in search of an opportunity to strike. Su Yun's expression turned grave as he deftly maneuvered to evade its assault, shouting to Su Qi and Su Ba, "Prepare the rocket launcher and follow my lead." "The rocket launcher is ready," Su Qi promptly replied. "Fire the rocket launcher to disrupt its rhythm," Su Yun commanded. With a series of thunderous booms, the rocket launchers erupted in unison, their fiery projectiles hurtling toward the extraordinary zombie. Reacting with astonishing speed, the creature deftly dodged left and right amidst the explosions, skillfully avoiding most of the onslaught, with only one shell grazing its scales and igniting a shower of sparks. Enraged, the zombie accelerated, recklessly charging toward the command vehicle. Observing this, Su Yun issued another order to unleash a Gatling barrage, restraining its movements. The Gatling gun whirred furiously, bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour, while the rocket launchers continued to fire several missiles, sealing off the creature's path. The extraordinary zombie moved rapidly through the storm of bullets, as if it possessed an uncanny foresight to evade the incoming rockets, charging forward against the gunfire. Though struck repeatedly by bullets, its dark scales exhibited formidable resilience, sustaining only shallow dents. Suddenly, it unleashed a shrill sonic roar that shattered the tranquility of the night, penetrating the minds of Su Yun and his companions, rendering them momentarily dazed, as though their heads had been struck by a mighty hammer. Chapter 49. The Dissolution of the Undead in a Moment of Distraction. The extraordinary zombie seized the opportunity, its forelegs bending as its immense form surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, colliding violently with the command vehicle. The force of the impact was overwhelming, as it struck the protective shield with a resounding crack, shattering the once formidable barrier as if it were mere glass. At this critical juncture, Su Yun, whose mental prowess had reached an impressive level of 31, regained his composure first. He swiftly pressed the nano-energy absorption button on the control panel. Instantly, the point of impact transformed, taking on a jelly-like consistency, exhibiting an astonishing elasticity. Rather than inflicting substantial damage upon the vehicle, the tremendous force was absorbed and converted. The vehicle rebounded like a spring compressed to its limits, propelling the extraordinary zombie away with a force several times greater than the initial impact. The zombie soared through the air, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily into the debris several dozen meters away, sending dust billowing into the air. At that moment, Su Yun, utilizing the drone, discerned the creature's vulnerability located on its back, a small point radiating a faint blue light, flickering with an eerie glow. Drawing upon years of cinematic experience, he surmised that this was likely a critical weak spot. He urgently called out to Su Qi and Su Ba, still in a daze, to launch an attack. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from the intercom, followed by an elated voice proclaiming, "My lord, we have come to provide support." A surge of joy filled Su Yun's heart as he witnessed a fleet of vehicles rushing toward them, resembling a black torrent. Without hesitation, he bellowed into the intercom, "All personnel, heed my command. Unleash all firepower, targeting the blue light on its back. Upon uttering these words, a barrage of rockets was simultaneously launched, aimed directly at the zombie's rear. Sensing the imminent peril, the creature's speed surged as it endeavored to evade the onslaught. Just as the rockets were about to strike, it leapt high into the air, eluding the majority of the projectiles, with only one grazing its back, causing the blue light to flicker momentarily. Meanwhile, the supporting forces rapidly fanned out in a wide arc to encircle the special zombie. The vehicle's weapons roared to life as the rocket launchers leaned out, expertly targeting the creature. Rockets, ablaze with fervent flames, sliced through the night sky, consecutively hitting the special zombie's limbs, causing a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. Simultaneously, the Gatling gun joined the fray, its rapid fire resembling a relentless drumbeat, with bullets surging forth like a tidal wave, tearing open the creature's wounds and splattering its black blood. Another round, do not grant it a moment's respite, Suyin shouted. Seizing the rare opportunity, the rockets whistled through the air, striking the blue light on the zombie's back with precision. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its body thrashing momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. As silence enveloped the battlefield, Suyin exhaled deeply, collapsing into his seat, signaling the end. After the special zombie fell, a beam of blue light swept across the desolate expanse, causing the zombies in the wilderness to dissolve like ice under the summer sun, leaving behind puddles of black liquid and an eerie stillness. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events for what felt like an eternity. Only when the blue light gradually faded did they regain their senses. Suyin slowly spoke, pondering whether this was the manifestation of divine power or the prowess of technology, realizing that the complexities behind it exceeded their imagination. However, at that moment, the elation of victory began to swell within him, and he chose to cast aside his contemplations. After a brief respite, Suyin resumed driving, retrieving the distinctive car that had fallen to the ground and examining it closely. He discovered it bore no difference from the previous one and set it aside, noting that there was still some time before midnight. He planned to utilize the gift after the hour struck, allowing for another round of replication. With several hundred points remaining, Suyin expended them all in one go, acquiring a few blue cards, thus concluding the day's activities. Suddenly, Su Qi stepped forward with a reminder. My lord, on our way here, we encountered numerous abandoned vehicles. Should we not search them? It was then that Suyin recalled the potential to deconstruct vehicles for resources. Having just upgraded to a level 4 vehicle, his basic materials were nearly depleted, and the previous front line was littered with a plethora of wrecked cars, presenting a substantial opportunity for resource acquisition. You reminded me just in time. Let us hasten to dismantle them before midnight, he ordered promptly. Upon their arrival at the front line, the once battleground lay in disarray, with damaged vehicles strewn haphazardly, the air thick with a noxious blend of decay and gunpowder. Suyin and his team sprang into action. Some members stripped the wristbands from the corpses, harnessing their power to dismantle the vehicles at an astonishing pace. Regrettably, there were no level 3 vehicles among them. Had there been, perhaps they could have restored another one. What Suyin was unaware of was that discussions were already underway on the channel, with plans to come and seize resources. Suddenly, the zombie that had been before me vanished. Had the special zombie been eliminated? Is that truly the case? How splendid. This is indeed delightful news. The astute individuals were already en route, for there remained a plethora of abandoned equipment and vehicles. Alas, I have strayed too far and cannot reach the mist in time. Consequently, as their dismantling efforts progressed, silhouettes gradually appeared in the distance. Attention, someone approaches. A sentinel unit, having observed through a drone, became alert and issued a warning, prompting others to cease their activities and arm themselves. Suyin lifted his gaze, discerning that they were likely other survivors, perhaps drawn here by the sight of the zombie's demise. Hoping for a stroke of luck in this area, Teams 1 and 2 advanced to stand guard while the others continued their work, as the mist was poised to rise. Indeed, these individuals were the survivors who had been lingering nearby. After the zombies vanished, they had come to this vicinity, intending to wait and dismantle vehicles once the mist had lifted. Upon seeing Suyun's imposing level 4 vehicle, they stood as if enchanted, frozen in place. A young survivor's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. The vehicle loomed tall, akin to a 5-story building, with sleek and sharp lines that exuded a sense of futurism. Its surface was adorned with a unique metallic layer, glimmering with a cold sheen under the dim light, as if it were a conveyance from the future. Is this truly a vehicle? This is nothing short of a mobile fortress. A weapon slipped from the hands of a survivor, clattering to the ground, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the vehicle before him, brimming with astonishment and envy. Is that a level 4 vehicle? How has it upgraded so swiftly? A nearby onlooker, his face etched with confusion and envy, couldn't help but inquire. This vehicle stood out among the others, proclaiming to all around that it was the most formidable presence on this battlefield. Chapter 50. Infighting among survivors initially. These survivors were wary of Su Yun and his companion's prowess. Although they yearned to partake in the spoils, they dared only to observe from a distance, hesitant to approach and dismantle. Witnessing the rapid dismantling by Su Yun's group, subtle ripples of agitation began to stir within the crowd. As more survivors arrived, the throng grew increasingly restless. A shifty-eyed, gaunt man whispered from the shadows of the crowd, "What are we afraid of? They are outnumbered. We have the advantage." A middle-aged man clad in a tattered coat retorted, "Did they not just eliminate that terrifying special zombie? Their strength is not to be underestimated." The gaunt man scoffed, "I doubt it was solely them. Perhaps others arrived as well. Even so, what does it matter? A few cannot withstand many. If we unite, we shall not fear them." His words ignited a spark, awakening the latent greed within some hearts. A robust man, his face laden with excess flesh, had long coveted these resources. At this moment, spurred on by his companions, he bellowed with fierce intensity, "You already possess such formidable vehicles. These wretched cars should rightfully belong to us." A woman with a ponytail joined in the cacophony, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are already so powerful, yet still hoarding these resources. It is sheer greed." Hearing the chorus of support, the burly man waved his hand dramatically and shouted, "Brothers, rally with me. Let us seize these resources." However, his rallying cry did not elicit the anticipated response. Aside from his own reluctant team members shuffling forward, the others remained rooted in place, their eyes betraying a blend of hesitation and fear. They glanced at Su Yun and his poised team behind him, then at the well-equipped level 4 vehicle, their trepidation overwhelming any urge to advance. Observing this from his vehicle, Su Yun's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smirk. He transmitted a message through the intercom, and his team swiftly comprehended, returning to their respective vehicles. The stout man, misreading the situation, assumed that Su Yun and his crew were too intimidated to act, and with renewed confidence, directed his subordinates, "In front of so many, they dare not strike. Brothers, let us proceed." His facial flab quivered with each word, his eyes gleaming with avarice and wild delight. At that moment, the ponytailed woman, standing nearby, sparkled with cunning in her gaze and shouted, "Let us join in. They are but a handful. We are several hundred. Do we truly fear them?" As everyone rallied together, clamoring to seize the resources, they incessantly urged the members of other teams to advance. Su Yun paid no heed to the man's derisive laughter or the restless crowd. With a serene expression, he took his seat in the driver's position and activated the protective shield. Gradually, several drones ascended from the car's roof, their barrels aimed downward. Simultaneously, the Gatling gun and rocket launcher concealed within the vehicle emerged from their hidden positions, their ominous muzzles directed at the uninvited guests. The man's laughter abruptly ceased. Color drained from his face, replaced by sheer terror. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the sound of engines approached, and a convoy of 9 level 3 vehicles slowly came into view. These 9 cars loomed like colossal beasts of steel, each exuding a formidable sense of oppression. Zhao Gang stepped out from one of the vehicles, his expression one of confusion as he inquired, "What is going on here? What has transpired?" Beside him, a small, wiry figure with sharp features leaned in, eyes darting with excitement, whispering, "Boss, you have finally arrived. Your team is the most formidable here. Look at them, hoarding these shabby vehicles and refusing to let anyone near. It's utterly unreasonable. All you need to do is give the word, and we shall confront them, teaching them the rightful way to distribute these resources." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang grasped the situation, stepping forward with measured confidence. Initially, the crowd assumed he was poised to take the lead, their faces lighting up with eager anticipation as they prepared to advance and claim what they desired. In the next moment, Zhao Gang abruptly turned, facing the crowd, his gaze sweeping over those unscrupulous survivors. With a cold snort, he declared, "What? Do you still wish to engage in the art of plunder?" The burly man, whose face was a canvas of hostility, turned pale with anger upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth, attempting to maintain his stance. These resources do not belong to them. Why should they monopolize them? Zhao Gang scoffed dismissively, responding, by virtue of their previous efforts in organizing the defense lines, and by having just eliminated a special type of zombie, they have alleviated a significant crisis for everyone. As for you, during the zombie onslaught, you either fled or hid. Now you wish to come and reap the rewards? The members of Zhao Gang's convoy began disembarking from their vehicles, positioning themselves behind him, instantly reversing the previously unfavorable situation for Su Yun and his group. Yet, a woman with a ponytail, undeterred, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Humph, it's easy to speak eloquently. Who knows if you are all in cahoots, aiming to hoard these resources for yourselves?" Observing this farcical scene, Su Yun let out a cold chuckle. Were it not for the concern of being outnumbered in a brawl, he would have already drawn his weapon. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang's chest heaved with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly provoked by the woman's words. Just as the standoff reached a tense impasse, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. Why waste words with them? They are merely stalling for the mist to rise. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a man who had inexplicably maneuvered to the right side of Su Yun's convoy, brandishing a heavy machine gun, his eyes glinting with madness and greed. This man was Wang Biao, known for his ruthless nature. In this apocalyptic world, he would dare to do anything for a chance at gain. Not to mention the prior conflict with Su Yun's convoy, he was acutely aware of Su Yun's formidable strength. The mere thought of potential retribution sent shivers down his spine. He must seize this opportunity to eliminate Su Yun. Observing that most were too intimidated to advance, he gritted his teeth and resolved to take a desperate gamble. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Biao pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon Su Yun's convoy. The concentrated firepower shattered the brief tranquility. The jarring sound of metal clashing ringing painfully in the air, sparks flying in all directions. Su Yun's troops were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, hastily taking cover atop their vehicles. "Everyone retreat," Zhao Gang shouted to his comrades, utterly astonished that someone dared to launch a surprise attack in plain sight. Su Yun quickly regained his composure, simultaneously directing his team to retaliate via the intercom and operating the command vehicle's protective shield. Activate the shield if it's available. Those without it, fall back immediately. As the orders were issued, a faint glow enveloped the vehicles, deflecting bullets that struck its surface. Concurrently, several drones hovered above the battlefield, capturing every movement of Wang Biao. An ambush, a reckless choice. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Yun's eyes as he instructed Su Qi to launch the rocket launcher. Su Qi swiftly targeted the position of the assailant with the vehicle-mounted rocket launcher. "Let's see how you handle this." With a resounding blast, a rocket, trailing a long plume of fire, soared toward Wang Biao. Upon witnessing the chaos, Wang Biao's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily maneuvered his vehicle to evade the oncoming danger. As a rocket exploded beside him, the powerful shockwave overturning his car and sending dust and debris into the air. The burly man and the woman with a ponytail, sensing the escalation, seized the opportunity to incite their followers to join the fray. "Charge! Let us seize their resources and capture their vehicles." With that declaration, the duo hastily boarded their respective vehicles. In an instant, the situation spiraled out of control, both parties bracing for an intense exchange of fire. The burly man pressed the accelerator, the tires screeching against the ground as he surged forward with several subordinates, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Su Yun's convoy. Meanwhile, the ponytailed woman remained in her driver's seat, choosing not to advance, but rather to retreat slightly. A glint of cold determination flickered in Su Yun's eyes as he issued a command to his troops. "Show no mercy. Teach them a lesson. Target the man's vehicle first." At Su Yun's command, his forces sprang into action. Su Qi expertly operated the rocket launcher, precisely aiming at the burly man's vehicle. In an instant, a rocket soared forth, exploding beside him. The tremendous force nearly caused him to lose control, and before he could regain his composure, a barrage of shells followed, obliterating his vehicle and leaving no room for regret. As Su Yun observed the fiery explosion, he found himself bewildered by the man's audacity. Unable to suppress a scornful exclamation of "fool," the ponytailed woman, witnessing the devastation, screamed in terror and unhesitatingly slammed the accelerator, swiftly reversing to escape. Su Yun watched the retreating vehicle with a sense of regret, murmuring, "Now, That is a clever individual. Alas, she has managed to flee. Though reluctant to accept the circumstances, one can only confront the present situation. Bullets flew through the air as shouts of battle and curses intertwined, creating a cacophony of chaos. The survivors, previously hesitant, were either frightened into retreat by the sudden eruption of conflict or involuntarily swept into the fray by the tumultuous scene. An increasing number of vehicles approached from all directions, encircling Su Yun's convoy. Blinded by confusion and greed, these individuals sought to claim a share of the spoils, heedless of the formidable strength of Su Yun's team, charging recklessly and unleashing their weapons. The artillery mounted on the vehicles roared, with shells exploding amidst both convoys and various shields illuminating in response. Even anti-aircraft missiles were launched, successfully downing one of Su Yun's drones. Observing the unfolding chaos, Su Yun recognized the futility of further confrontation and decisively commanded a retreat. He remained in position while the convoy swiftly withdrew, surrounded by enemy artillery fire, most of which was directed at him. With the protective shields already shattered, he maneuvered the vehicle to turn away, utilizing the remaining minute of nano-energy absorption to skillfully evade the onslaught, simultaneously directing his forces to withdraw and retaliate. However, the enemy continued to surge forward, their firepower gradually overwhelming. Su Qi, watch out for that artillery vehicle on the left, Su Yun called through the chaos. Su Qi quickly adjusted the rocket launcher's aim towards the left side artillery vehicle and fired, but a flash of blue light indicated that the vehicle remained unscathed. As the convoy faded into the distance and the window of opportunity dwindled, Su Yun chose not to linger any longer with them. He swiftly activated his vehicle to rejoin his own team. Fortunately, his level 4 vehicle possessed a speed surpassing theirs, allowing him to evade their pursuit. However, the survivors, who initially aimed to seize resources from Su Yun's convoy, upon witnessing his escape, greedily redirected their ambitions towards one another. In an instant, the battlefield erupted once more into chaos, filled with the sounds of curses and gunfire. The very crowd that had united against Su Yun's team now descended into a frenzied struggle, driven by the allure of resources, leaving the battleground in disarray until the fog finally enveloped the scene. Unaware of these developments, Su Yun continued to lead his convoy away from the battlefield, moving steadily across the Gobi Desert. Upon noticing the rising mist ahead, he decided to halt and rest. Yet, glancing at the purple card in his hand, he realized the countdown was alarmingly brief. Resolute, he resolved to take a risk and activate it, assigning personnel to keep watch. After ensuring that everyone was prepared and instructing Su Qi to remain vigilant, Su Yun cast a wistful look at the level 4 vehicle, regretting that he could not avail himself of the gift once more. At that moment, the dice began to faintly shimmer. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Su Yun's eyes as he hastily called out to Su Qi, "Transfer all resources onto the vehicle." Subsequently, the soldiers commenced the meticulous task of moving the resources onto Su Yun's vehicle. Once everything was in place, Su Yun rubbed his hands together in anticipation, his face alight with excitement as he summoned the dice. Following the familiar yet exhilarating process, the dice revealed a score of 3, and a radiant glow began to illuminate the desolate wilderness. After the brilliance faded, 3 formidable level 4 steel behemoths appeared before the crowd, causing Su Yun to leap with joy. The military personnel who understood the situation were unfazed, while those who did not were left astounded. Although Su Qi and the others were aware of Su Yun's abilities, they also recognized that replicated items could not be duplicated, prompting them to voice their doubts. "My lord." This in truth, Su Yun was also speculating and explained, "I am unsure. Perhaps the 2 vehicles have diverged, as the level 4 vehicle is not the same as the level 3 new vehicle." Regardless of what Su Qi and the others pondered, their strength had increased significantly, boasting 4 level 4 vehicles and 100 purple cards. Upon hearing this, Su Qi and the others instantly broke into ecstatic smiles, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord." Su Yun led Su Qi and the others to observe the vehicles, which bore no distinction from the originals. He could hardly spare a glance at other scenes. Rushing to the rear compartment, as expected, when the rear door slowly opened, the familiar stone platform of the sanctuary came into view. Su Yun couldn't help but throw his head back in laughter, fully aware of how his army had arrived. However, given the current fog of night, he did not wish to delay for too long to avoid any unforeseen incidents, deciding to summon the troops the following day. Gazing at the 100 purple cards beside him, Su Yun was lost in a blissful smile. After wiping his mouth, he called for assistance to unload the cards from the vehicle, preparing for an unprecedented card-opening event. At Su Yun's command, 2 military personnel swiftly approached, carefully unloading the 100 purple cards and arranging them neatly on a vacant stretch of ground. Su Yun took a deep breath, swiftly grasping 100 purple cards in one go. He expended a considerable amount of resources to employ modification in hopes of acquiring formidable weaponry, then, without hesitation, activated them all. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world had been placed on pause, and a dazzling visual spectacle unfolded before him. As purple light emanated with an air of mystery, illuminating the night. As the brilliance gradually subsided, Su Yun beheld an array of weaponry laid out before him. The screen on his wristband displayed a plethora of item information in intricate detail. His eyes widened in disbelief and exhilaration as he surveyed the weapons. His chest heaved dramatically, breaths quickening, and his hands trembled slightly, as if he could hardly believe the reality before him. Regaining his composure, he began to meticulously tally his gains in weaponry, discovering a wealth of diverse options. Beside him, Su Qi and the others were brimming with excitement, crowding close to Su Yun and pointing at the equipment, exclaiming, "My lord, we have truly upgraded from bird guns to cannons." Su Yun nodded with a smile, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, these are our true assets." The 14 5mm twin-mounted anti-aircraft machine guns were swiftly installed on the spherical retractable platforms on the sides of 4 Level 4 vehicles. When deployed, these anti-aircraft guns could not only fire at aerial threats effectively targeting low-flying dangers, but also suppress ground targets with their formidable firepower. The twin design doubled their output, and in conjunction with the Gatling guns on either side, they could form an impenetrable barrage of fire in critical moments. Su Qi furrowed his brow and expressed his concern. "Commander, there are firepower blind spots on both the front and back. Could this pose a problem?" Su Yun gently patted his shoulder, exuding confidence as he replied, "Do not worry, observe the top." At that moment, the emergence of 4 close-in defense guns on the upper deck compensated for this deficiency. Mounted on a rotating platform, these guns featured 11 barrels, employing a multi-barrel rotating design with a caliber of 30mm and an astonishing firing rate of up to 11,000 rounds per minute, capable of launching approximately 183 shells each second. Their effective range extended to around 3 kilometers, equipped with advanced fire control radar, optical, and infrared tracking systems, enabling simultaneous locking on to over 40 targets, effortlessly intercepting supersonic flying objects exceeding Mach 2. The formidable power of 4 122mm self-propelled howitzers was awe-inspiring. Also installed within the turret, which possessed a full 360-degree rotation capability, granting remarkable flexibility in the firing angles of the howitzers. These 4 howitzers were outfitted with sophisticated automatic loading systems, significantly enhancing shooting efficiency. He slowly extended his hand, softly caressing the air as if touching the cold barrel of a 122mm self-propelled howitzer, feeling its solid and powerful texture. A smile, uncontrollable and radiant, spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "This is truly a weapon of mass destruction." 8 30mm automatic cannons were cleverly positioned atop the turrets of 8 Level 3 combat vehicles. Their rapid firing rate and formidable power inflicted substantial damage upon the enemy with each shot, whether it be formidable fortifications or heavy vehicles. They find it arduous to withstand the onslaught. The 8 mounted rocket launchers serve as pivotal firepower, providing long-range strike coverage atop the additional 8 Level 3 battle vehicles. While the Level 4 vehicles are equipped with their own artillery, the Gatling guns are supplementary, affixed to each vehicle as devastating close-range weaponry. In addition to the onboard armaments, there exist handheld weapons utilized by the troops, such as anti-tank missiles, portable air defense missiles, and rocket launchers, reflecting upon the arduous battles with the zombies. Su Yun is overwhelmed with emotion. Once, faced with an overwhelming tide of the undead, they could only retreat in disarray, but now, equipped with these weapons, the scenario would be profoundly different. The most formidable zombies would be rendered into mere sieves under the barrage of concentrated fire, and a single volley from the artillery could obliterate swathes of the undead. Even the swiftest mutated zombies would struggle to evade the fate of being shattered by the close-in defenses. It is no exaggeration to say that hundreds of thousands of zombies, mere flesh and blood, stand no chance against the firepower of Su Yun's convoy. Naturally, the increase in weaponry necessitates a greater supply of ammunition, and the activation of 16 armament factory modules has established 16 production lines. Furthermore, blueprints for drone production, ammunition compatibility, and various firearms are set to be integrated into the production process, ensuring a constant flow of output. Although the initial allocation of 80,000 basic materials will take considerable time to deplete, Su Yun is contemplating a strategy to utilize the manufactured weapons in exchange for a substantial quantity of basic materials, thereby fostering a virtuous cycle. After reviewing the weapons and materials, Su Yun turned his attention to other items, noting a few devices and tools that would remain temporarily unused. He was left with 4 planting modules, a cultivation chamber, a food production line, a clothing production line, and a brewing production line. The blueprints for level 4 vehicles could be set aside for trade. Just as Su Yun reveled in these acquisitions, his gaze swept over the inventory, revealing a regrettable truth. While essentials such as food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were accounted for, there was a conspicuous absence of medical equipment. He possessed only a few medications. As the number of troops increased in this perilous world, the likelihood of injuries grew, underscoring the critical importance of medical supplies. The lack of medical apparatus and pharmaceuticals was akin to a vital defense line missing from the battlefield, placing the safety of his troops in constant jeopardy. Su Yun sighed softly, mentally noting that he must prioritize medical-related materials the next time an opportunity to acquire supplies presented itself. Observing the distant creatures stirred to life, their indistinct forms becoming more defined, he hastily returned to the vehicle to rest for the night, intending to organize matters come morning. Time passed unmeasured until sunlight streamed through the vehicle windows, warming Su Yun's face. Su Qi gently tapped on the door and called out, "My lord, dawn has arrived." Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, stifling a lengthy yawn and stretching before gradually alighting from the vehicle. As he observed the bustling troops, a thought struck him, and he turned to Su Qi, saying, "Prepare a bit more today. We have new brothers joining us." Upon hearing these words, Su Qi felt a twinge of confusion, soon followed by a moment of clarity. "My lord, are you referring to the new summoned units?" Su Yun slowly replied, "Indeed, that is correct. Moreover, you need not address me as my lord. I have decided to allocate ranks according to the forthcoming military hierarchy, which will facilitate command." After Su Qi received the directive, he departed to convey the orders. Upon his return after delivering the commands, Su Yun invoked the summoning spell, and instantly, 10 new units appeared before the assembly, paying their respects to the lord. Suppressing his emotions, Su Yun nodded and said, "Excellent, excellent, now rise. Su Qi, please arrange for them to familiarize themselves with their surroundings." With no time to linger, Su Yun hastened towards the next vehicle, weaving between them with quickened steps. The other summoned units followed closely behind, continuously welcoming batch after batch of new recruits, explaining and distributing weaponry and equipment. After a series of intense and bustling activities, all vehicles equipped with summoning platforms accomplished their task. A total of 80 units were summoned, in addition to the original 127. Chapter 53. Consumption of special potions in the arena. Rows of agile and well-equipped units stood in perfect formation, their presence infusing the space with vitality and strength. The summoned units exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity about this new world. Observing the units before him, Su Yun felt an irresistible urge to deliver a series of speeches. Standing upon the platform, gazing at the expectant faces in the crowd, he furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, struggling to find the words to express. At present, a decision was made to summon the top 25 soldiers for a meeting, while the others continued with their tasks, hastily descending. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion, as Su Qi and the others swiftly made their way towards the command vehicle. Once everyone settled inside, Su Yun began speaking, as we previously discussed. "We shall allocate ranks according to military hierarchy. There are currently 127 personnel. Su Yi and Su Air hold the rank of second lieutenant, each leading a platoon of 50 men. Su Jiu to Su Shi, 5 individuals, each command a squad in the first platoon, while Su Shi to Su Shi Ba will oversee the second platoon." After taking a sip of water, he continued, "Su San and Su Si will each lead 4 personnel responsible for the logistics of their respective platoons. Su Wu and Su Lu are tasked with the cultivation area and food processing." At this moment, Su Qi and Su Ba interjected, "My lord, what about us? Regarding the remaining 2 individuals, I will later seek 5 more to serve as guards and secretaries for my command vehicle. They must ensure the safety of the command vehicle and assist with various affairs of the entire convoy, including the cultivation area. Su Qi, you shall serve as the squad leader, guiding them to fulfill their duties efficiently." Su Qi straightened up and solemnly replied, "I assure you that we will accomplish the directives of the commander." The others also expressed their commitment. Su Yun then shifted his tone, stating, "There is no need to address me as my lord. Simply call me commander. Future troop additions will be arranged by Su Yi and Su Air, and promotions within the teams will occur upon reaching a specific number. You are responsible for organizing all vehicles and resources aside from the command vehicle. It is imperative that you lead your teams effectively." "Yes, commander." They all responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully within the confines of the command vehicle. Their faces radiated an unmistakable excitement. Once everything was clarified, they were assigned to their tasks. However, within Su Yun's heart lingered an indescribable sensation. This was the first experience of wielding power, an unfamiliar blend of exhilaration and responsibility, accompanied by a sense of confusion and burden. While Su Yun pondered this, the sounds of an argument between Su Yi and Su Air reached his ears. As they approached, Su Yi stepped forward and tearfully implored, "Commander, you must advocate for me. The squad I oversee bears the pivotal responsibility of the vanguard, facing the greatest dangers. Logically, we ought to be equipped with 2 level 4 vehicles to maximize our combat effectiveness and fulfill your directives." He then pointed accusingly at Su Air. Yet he insists on contesting this, claiming we can only be granted 1 vehicle. Is this not a blatant invitation for our squad to meet their demise? Upon hearing this, Su Air immediately grew agitated, stepping forward to retort loudly, "Do not spout such nonsense. The second squad is equally vital. We too bear the burden of combat, and our mission is by no means less arduous than yours. Moreover, we possess only 4 level 4 vehicles in total, without even posing a single inquiry. You demand 2 of them." Listening to their argument, Su Yun felt a slight headache. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand belong to the same body. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Whoever concedes first shall receive a greater share when upgrading to level 5 vehicles. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Air immediately insisted on yielding to Su Yi, acknowledging that as the elder brother, it was only fitting for him to give way. This time, he decided not to compete with the elder. With a roll of his eyes, Su Yi ceased to decline. "I shall graciously accept these 2 level 4 vehicles." After arranging matters for the 2 of them, Su Yun remembered that he still had 4 special cards that had yet to be utilized. He was uncertain whether they would still pertain to attribute potions. As he examined the special cards he had drawn, Su Yun murmured to himself, "Acquired, excellent attribute potion, X1, excellent attribute potion. Upon consumption, randomly increases 1 attribute by 20 to 50 points." Su Yun furrowed his brow once more. It was still an attribute increase, though the augmentation of his mental strength had previously enabled him to swiftly recover from the sonic attacks of the special zombies. If the special cards consistently resulted in mere attribute enhancements, the risks incurred would not justify the potential rewards. Although this was his line of thought, an instinct within him suggested that matters were not so straightforward. Future concerns could wait. He had not had an opportunity to enhance his attributes recently. Taking hold of the blue potion contained in the 4 glass vials, Su Yun drank it in one go. This experience was even more intense than the first. A wave of warmth surged down his throat as if he had swallowed a ball of fire. Following this, he felt his muscles being forcefully pulled and continuously restructured. His bones began to emit a brittle crackle, and as the potency of the potion spread, Su Yun's thoughts became remarkably vibrant. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, and everything around him grew increasingly vivid. Attentively, he sensed the vibrations of distant footsteps from the soldiers, keenly aware of their passage. Suddenly, he felt a pang of emptiness in his abdomen. An overwhelming sensation of hunger surged forth. "Bring me food," Su Yun exclaimed to the soldiers beside him, his voice tinged with urgency due to his ravenous appetite. The soldiers were startled by Su Yun's sudden outburst. Yet upon witnessing his desperate demeanor, they hastened to gather food without delay. Paying no heed to appearances, Su Yun seized the food and devoured it voraciously. In a short while, containers brimming with food were piled before him. The surrounding soldiers gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. They had never witnessed Su Yun consume with such fervor. "Commander, are you all right?" Su Qi approached with a face full of concern, cautiously inquiring. The other soldiers also cast worried glances, anxious that Su Yun might be experiencing adverse effects from the potion. After swallowing the last morsel, Su Yun let out a satisfied belch, and seeing the anxious expressions of those around him, he waved his hand and smiled. I'm perfectly fine, perfectly fine. The enhancement of my physical prowess has simply made me ravenous. I'm content now that I'm full. Upon hearing Su Yun's reassurance, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once satiated, Su Yun felt a surge of strength coursing through his body, unable to suppress his awe at the newfound power, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented brilliance. Upon a moment's reflection, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. I am not engaging in a duel with anyone, so why the need for such formidable strength? After all, no matter how robust one's physical constitution may be, it cannot withstand a single shell from a howitzer. Nevertheless, I decided to examine my attributes and open my personal information panel. Name, Su Yun, Human, ID, 107-261-730-1653 Strength, 85. 2, 10, Constitution, 66. 4, 10, Speed, 45, 10, Spirit, 71, 10, 85 in Strength. Could that possibly be considered a challenge? Su Yun stroked his chin, a glimmer of eagerness igniting in his eyes, and resolved to test it firsthand. He promptly commanded his subordinates to summon Su Yi and the others. Upon hearing that Su Yun wished to compete against them, Su Yi and the others initially displayed unease, filled with trepidation. After all, Su Yun was their commander, and given his esteemed position, any accidental harm befalling him could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 54. A calm morning yet, Su Yun's orders brooked no dissent. After repeated urgings, Su Qi steeled himself and stepped forward to take the first turn. Su Yi stood in the center of the arena, his eyes reflecting tension and uncertainty. In contrast, Su Yun remained composed, a confident smile playing upon his lips, as if the forthcoming contest were merely a leisurely game. As the contest commenced, Su Yi cautiously assumed a defensive stance, attempting to discern Su Yun's strategy. However, Su Yun offered no opportunity for Su Yi to respond. He surged forward with such swiftness that his figure was nearly imperceptible, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. Su Yi's eyes widened, and before he could respond in any manner, he was struck in the abdomen by a swift and forceful punch from Su Yun. The impact was astounding. Su Yi felt as though he had been struck by a speeding automobile, sending him hurtling to the ground with a heavy thud. Su Yun's speed was beyond imagination, each movement accompanied by a rushing wind, darting around Su Yi like a specter. His strength was equally terrifying. Every punch resonated like a hammer striking steel, producing a dull thud. Under the relentless assault of Su Yun, Su Yi was utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to endure the blows passively. He attempted to evade Su Yun's strikes, yet the latter's speed rendered his every motion predictable. How could this be possible? Lying on the ground, terror etched across his face, Su Yi gazed at Su Yun, his heart brimming with shock. He could hardly fathom that, after consuming the potion, Su Yun's abilities had escalated to such an alarming degree. Su Yun dusted off his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he instructed Su Qi, "Get up." Struggling to his feet, Su Yi was overwhelmed by incredulity. Shortly thereafter, 5 soldiers stepped onto the stage at Su Yun's signal. They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, attempting to leverage their numerical advantage against Su Yun. However, their intentions were swiftly and ruthlessly dismantled by Su Yun. He launched another offensive, his speed remaining despairingly swift, weaving through the 5 adversaries with ease, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy. His strength rendered the 5 nearly incapable of resistance, each attack forcing them to stagger backward several paces. Under the relentless assault of Su Yun, the defenses of the 5 soldiers crumbled as if made of mere paper, easily torn apart. In less than a minute, these 5 combatants fell to the ground, stripped of their capacity to resist. They lay there, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with reverence for Su Yun. Though he could not comprehend the future utility of this personal attribute amidst the era of advanced weaponry, the sight of the 4 individuals sprawled on the ground instilled a profound sense of accomplishment within him. Having satisfied his hunger, Su Yun sought to reaffirm his physical strength. His spirit invigorated. Glancing at the time, he called out to his comrades, "Brothers, after you have eaten, gather your belongings. We are setting off." At Su Yun's command, The soldiers sprang into action. Once their preparations were complete, he issued the order, "Let us depart." The roar of the engines erupted, shattering the silence of the desolate expanse. For Level 4 vehicles stood like majestic steel beasts at the forefront, leading an imposing convoy of 16 Level 3 vehicles that advanced steadily behind them. After less than half an hour of travel, Su Yun, seated in the command vehicle, observed the imagery transmitted by the drones on the screen. The vast convoy resembled a serpentine dragon of steel, winding across the barren landscape. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Su Qi, "Convey the message. We shall split our forces, leaving one squad per row, while the remainder will proceed independently." Su Yun's words instantly shattered the tranquility within the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Su Qi promptly seized the intercom, poised to relay Su Yun's directives. However, after a moment's reflection, Su Yun reconsidered and addressed Su Qi, "Forget it, let's act together." Su Qi, taken aback, turned to Su Yun and set down the intercom, responding, "Understood, Commander." Initially, Su Yun had entertained the notion of searching for supplies separately. Yet, upon further contemplation, he recalled that he had utilized the gift to replicate a considerable quantity of resources. There was a possibility that fate might play a cruel jest, leaving those who remained ill-equipped to confront impending dangers, which would indeed be troublesome. Su Yun harbored doubts, recalling the arduous scene from the previous night when they had battled zombies. Could it be a backlash from fate? Moreover, since yesterday, they had amassed over 100 purple cards, a quantity that others typically would not gather in a week, alleviating the urgency to separate their efforts. The convoy continued to race along the desolate roads of the apocalyptic world, the fierce winds howling as they battered the vehicle. After an hour of travel, Su Yun's attention was drawn to an incongruous silhouette ahead. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a solitary little cabin. "Caution, there is a situation ahead. Arrange for a search party," he commanded. As the vehicle slowly approached the cabin, the well-trained soldiers sprang into action following Su Yun's orders. Upon entering the cabin, they retrieved a blue card from the wall and hurriedly made their way to Su Yun's command vehicle, presenting the card with both hands. "Commander, we have just acquired this," they reported. Su Yun accepted the blue card, his fingers gently tracing the edges of the card, his heart flooded with myriad emotions. Reflecting on the days gone by, he recalled a time when he roamed this world alone, grappling with the harshness of survival. Each expedition for resources was fraught with peril, and encounters with wild beasts teetered on the brink of life and death. Now, seated within a well-equipped command vehicle, flanked by loyal and formidable troops, he found even the blue cards somewhat unworthy of his attention. At that moment, a question arose in his mind. Given the current capabilities of other survivor convoys, could they truly gather sufficient supplies if they congregated together? After all, in this desolate wilderness, other survivors lacked his extraordinary card-opening abilities and ample resources. Yet, if they continued to act independently, they risked attracting the attention of other nefarious convoys, facing the imminent threat of robbery and murder. After much contemplation, he found no clarity. Su Yun shook his head, deciding it was best to abandon the thought. He resolved to press on, remaining vigilant. Su Qi transmitted Su Yun's directives via the intercom. The convoy roared back to life, the engines shattering the brief stillness as they advanced toward the unknown, leaving behind the small cottage, a silent witness to their hurried passage. Time trickled by, inching closer to noon, yet the convoy yielded no rewards nor did it uncover any anomalies or threats, leading Su Yun to suspect that perhaps the system was recalibrating, diminishing his advantages as a survivor. With noon having passed and no bounty in sight, Su Yun called a halt, prompting the convoy to pause for rest and nourishment. As his command was issued, the once thundering convoy gradually came to a standstill, with some soldiers leaping from their vehicles to assume a watchful stance. The logistics team began preparing the meal. Su Yun left the command vehicle and stepped outside, where a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a rare touch of coolness. Before long, Su Qi approached, carrying food, and handed it to Su Yun, expressing concern as she inquired, "Commander, do have something to eat?" Su Yun accepted the food and started to eat. During this time, Su Qi remarked, "Commander, once you've had your fill, you should take a nap this afternoon. We will need your leadership tonight." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, and just then, the soldier responsible for monitoring the radar suddenly picked up the intercom to report, "Commander, a convoy has entered our radar range from a distance." A sense of urgency gripped Su Yun, and he froze momentarily, then hastily made his way back into the command vehicle. Chapter 55. The down drone. He swiftly entered the vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on the radar screen. There, a prominent red dot was steadily approaching their location. Judging by the speed and trajectory of the red, it was evident that they were dealing with an organized convoy, likely passing through by chance. He instructed the radar operator to closely monitor their movements, reporting their distance and direction every 30 seconds. Su Yun's expression turned serious as he rapidly issued commands to the radar personnel. Following that, he communicated over the intercom to the entire team. Attention, all personnel. Cease your current activities and assume a state of alert. Weapons are to be uncocked, but no one is permitted to fire without my explicit orders. The troops responded swiftly, the previously relaxed formation transforming into a tense and orderly one. Everyone quickly returned to their combat positions, ensuring their weapons were ready. The vehicle-mounted weapon slowly pivoted its barrel, aiming towards the direction where potential adversaries might emerge ahead of the convoy. The fire control radar of the 4 close-in weapon systems was also reactivated, emitting a faint hum. Poised to lock onto any targets. Su Yun pondered for a moment, acutely aware that inaction was not an option. He needed to swiftly ascertain the detailed circumstances of the opposing forces. He decisively commanded, deploy the drone, ensure I have a clear view of the adversary's convoy's size, personnel composition, and armament. As the command was issued, a drone rapidly ascended from the top of the command vehicle, its propellers whirring with a whoosh as it soared towards the distant convoy. Su Yun's gaze remained fixated on the imagery relayed by the drone. Gradually, the outlines of the convoy became discernible. It appeared that the opposing convoy consisted of approximately 10 vehicles, a mix of types, predominantly second-tier models, including pickups and vans, along with 2 third-tier off-road vehicles, all bearing the scars of battle. Just as Su Yun was meticulously observing the enemy, it seemed the convoy became aware of the drone's presence. A figure atop a pickup suddenly pointed towards the drone, vociferously shouting something. Instantly, the entire convoy came to a halt, and its occupants reacted with urgency. Some sought cover, while others aimed their weapons at the drone. Suddenly, a flash erupted from the enemy convoy as a portable surface-to-air missile, trailing a long plume of smoke, soared directly towards the drone. "This is bad. They are attacking the drone," exclaimed the operator in alarm. Su Yun's expression sharpened instantly, his eyes locked onto the screen, his fists involuntarily clenching with intensity. In this critical moment, the operatives controlling the drone swiftly maneuvered the joystick, attempting to evade the incoming threats. The drone executed rapid turns in the air, skillfully dodging the missiles in pursuit. However, the adversary was relentless, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the drone, bullets raining down like a tempest. The drone's exterior was struck, sparks flying in all directions as the visual began to distort. Despite the operator's utmost efforts to extricate the drone from danger, they were ultimately outnumbered. With a violent tremor, one of the drone's wings was severed, causing it to lose balance and plummet earthward amidst billowing black smoke, the screen abruptly fading to black. Witnessing the drone's descent, Su Yun instinctively commanded through the intercom, "All units, respond. Pursue, but maintain formation. Do not falter." In an instant, the roar of engines was deafening as 4 Level 4 vehicles surged forth like ferocious steel beasts, followed closely by 16 Level 3 vehicles racing towards the opposing convoy. Su Yun occupied the driver's seat of the command vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on the radar screen, his eyes ablaze with fury. He meticulously monitored the enemy's movements through the vehicle's radar system, his brow furrowed in concentration. He observed that after downing the drone, the enemy wasted no time in hastily retreating from the scene. As the convoy sped onward, the radar screen flickered with the signals of the opposing forces. Su Yun observed that the opposing convoy was fleeing at an astonishing speed, its route seemingly erratic, as if deliberately evading their pursuit, yet maintaining a consistent direction. He once again commanded over the intercom, "Accelerate, intercept them." The convoy surged forward, the wind howling past his ears as the scenery on either side rushed by, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Just as they were closing in on the convoy, the radar screen suddenly lit up with additional signals. Upon closer inspection, Su Yun noticed several unidentified signals emerging to the right of the opposing convoy, aligned with their trajectory. What other convoy could this be? A wave of suspicion washed over Su Yun. It was unusual to encounter survivors, yet now over 3,000 were appearing incessantly. standing in the driver's seat. He gazed into the distance where a cloud of dust was rising, indicating another convoy slowly approaching ahead. As the convoy drew nearer, Su Yun issued a command through the intercom. All units, prepare for action, launch all drones and remain vigilant, but do not act recklessly. He then turned his gaze towards the front of the opposing convoy and decisively commanded, fire the rocket artillery at the front. In an instant, several rockets shot forth from the vehicle-mounted launchers, trailing long tongues of flame as they streaked across the sky like meteors. The rockets accurately struck just in front of the convoy, igniting a violent explosion. Flames erupted into the air, and the thunderous roar reverberated, causing a painful ringing in the ears. The shockwave from the explosion stirred up clouds of dust, leaving the opposing convoy in a state of panic, hastily applying their brakes. The tires of the vehicles screeched against the ground, emitting a piercing sound. The opposing party came to a halt. A middle-aged man descended from the lead car, raising his hands in front of his chest to indicate a lack of hostility, and shouted loudly, "We mean no harm. We are merely passing through." At that moment, the soldiers maintained serious expressions, their weapons trained on the strangers, ready to strike at Su Yun's command. The middle-aged man appeared visibly tense, and although many in his convoy refrained from making any sudden moves, they clutched their weapons tightly. Upon noticing the imposing formation of Su Yun's convoy, the man suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the legendary mysterious convoy?" Su Yun furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Yet, he found the man's face oddly familiar. Remaining vigilant, he fixed a sharp gaze on the man through the screen and retorted, "Passing through? Is that what you call it when you shoot down our drone without a second thought?" A flicker of helplessness crossed the middle-aged man's face as he hastily explained, "This is truly a misunderstanding. In this apocalyptic world, our nerves are constantly on edge. Seeing the drone, we mistook it for an offensive weapon and acted impulsively." Su Yun's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Ultimately, it was indeed a reckless observation from their side. If roles were reversed, facing an unknown drone, they too would likely take it down. However, the principle that might makes right was fully embodied by Su Yun. He suppressed the fleeting embarrassment, his demeanor turning cold as he stated, "Very well, since you claim it is a misunderstanding, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, this drone cannot be brought down without consequence. Compensation is the only recourse," the middle-aged man said, his expression troubled. "Brother, to be candid, our journey has been fraught with hardship, and we possess nothing of value to offer in reimbursement." Su Yun furrowed his brow, and the man continued, "But I have information that may prove useful. Would that suffice? I suspect you are unaware of the current situation." Chapter 56. Oasis. Su Yun pondered internally. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "What kind of information do you possess? Speak, but be forewarned. If it bears no value, it shall not mitigate your compensation." The middle-aged man licked his parched lips, a flicker of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes. "Brother, we have news of an oasis. Approximately 200 kilometers in that direction. There lies an oasis with numerous structures," he said, gesturing toward a specific point. Su Yun's heart stirred at the mention of the oasis. Having heard an announcement regarding it on the first day, but never encountering it himself, thus allowing it to fade from his memory, he was surprised to hear it again today. Maintaining his composure, he retorted, "You expect me to accept this information as truth? How can I trust your word to offset the compensation?" The middle-aged man quickly waved his hands, urgency in his voice. "I assure you, it is absolutely true. The news has spread through the channels, and someone has even shared the coordinates. Many have already set out toward it." Su Yun promptly opened the regional channel. Indeed, the information was corroborated. This revelation served as a reminder that the regional channel contained a plethora of information, which he had previously overlooked. It seems necessary to appoint an individual to diligently monitor the regional channel, promptly sifting through valuable information. He finally comprehended that the other convoy encountered on the radar was also heading towards the oasis. After confirming the news, he allowed Wu Mingming to depart. Upon reviewing the regional channel, Su Yun recalled that this man was indeed Wu Mingming, with whom he had previously exchanged antibiotics. At that time, they had traded a long gun when Wu Mingming had encountered wolves. Once the person had left, Su Yun summoned Su Qi. "Come here immediately. I have an important task for you." Su Qi approached and saluted, inquiring, "Commander, what are your instructions?" Su Yun pointed at his wrist device and stated, "From now on, arrange for someone to specifically oversee the regional channel. Should any valuable information arise, report it to me without delay. Su Qi, with a serious demeanor, nodded and replied, "Understood. Commander, I shall attend to it at once." After delegating the task, Su Yun began to navigate towards the coordinates broadcasted on the regional channel. While the flora and water resources of the oasis might not stir Su Yun's heart, the structures piqued his profound interest. Once the convoy set forth, they sped along the route, not pausing even at the sight of small cabins, eager to reach the oasis swiftly. As they drew nearer, Su Yun fixated on the radar screen, constantly monitoring the distance to the oasis. 50 kilometers remaining. Everyone, remain vigilant. Seated in the command vehicle, Su Yun had already pinpointed the oasis's location via radar, where a multitude of red dots indicated survivors. Along the route to the oasis, he noticed some red dots that appeared to be lying in ambush. "Attention everyone, we have detected an ambush." Su Yun issued a hushed command through the intercom, prompting the troops to swiftly activate their weapons. He instructed the convoy to halt, his gaze fixed upon a red dot at the 10 o'clock position. The sight of the distant sand dunes led him to surmise that an ambush lay concealed beyond them. Through the drone's lens, he indeed spotted adversaries lying in wait behind the dunes. They had noticed the drone but had yet to mount an offensive when artillery shells rained down upon them. Realizing that the enemy was poised for a surprise attack, Su Yun took into account the semicircular nature of their protective shield, which was vulnerable at the base. To preemptively thwart the enemy from employing landmines along the approach, he decisively commanded a barrage of fire to cover both the 10 o'clock position and the path ahead. In an instant, various weapons adjusted their barrels, and with a single command, shells and rockets streaked across the sky like shooting stars, accompanied by a piercing whistle as they soared toward their target area. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of deafening explosions erupted, and flames soared skyward. The tremendous shockwave sent sand, gravel, and earth soaring into the air, enveloping the surroundings in a dense cloud of dust. The foes entrenched upon the dunes were thrown into chaos by the sudden onslaught. Before they could react, the shells descended upon them like meteors. In that fleeting moment, the dunes were shrouded in smoke, and the anguished cries of the enemies echoed amidst the chaos. Those who had planned the ambush found themselves utterly defenseless against the ferocious counterattack from Su Yun's convoy, collapsing one after another. In the span of a single, coordinated volley, this brief yet intense confrontation came to a swift conclusion, leaving the enemy sprawled haphazardly on the ground as Su Yun's convoy pressed onward toward the oasis, as if the preceding battle had merely been a fleeting interlude. As Su Yun's convoy finally arrived at the edge of the oasis, a multitude of other caravans had already gathered around it. This vast and boundless oasis shone like a pearl amidst the desert, embedded within this desolate expanse. The crystalline lake glimmered under the sun's rays, its surface resembling a colossal mirror, while a group of weary survivors congregated by the water's edge, clutching various containers as they strained to scoop water, their faces etched with a desperate thirst for this precious resource. Towering trees lined the lakeside, their broad leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. The ground was carpeted with tender green grass, interspersed with vibrant wildflowers that exuded delightful fragrances. Not far off, a herd of herbivorous animals grazed leisurely, creating a harmonious tableau of nature. However, the intrusion of the survivors shattered this tranquility. Armed with firearms and ammunition, they frantically fired upon the unsuspecting creatures, bullets whistling through the air, sending them into a panicked flight. At the heart of the oasis lay a semblance of a small town, with buildings arranged in a scattered yet orderly fashion. These structures, sturdy and well-formed, bore the marks of erosion, yet stood resolutely, their varied shapes suggesting distinct functions. Convoys of considerable strength crowded in front of functional buildings such as clinics, warehouses, and barracks. Some vehicles were laden with an array of weaponry, their fronts marked by craters, as if to warn others that this territory belonged to them, clearly having demonstrated their might through force. Meanwhile, those of lesser strength, the so-called second tier, gathered before what appeared to be ordinary residential houses. Weaker factions are seen preparing meals and engaging in conversation, their eyes furtively fixed on the fleet before the building. Yet, the tension in the air is palpable, evidenced by their vigilant gazes and the firm grip on their weapons. A noticeable distance is maintained among the various groups, each shrouded in suspicion. However, following the chaotic night of the undead, the majority have refrained from seeking personal gain, opting instead for restraint to avoid injury. As Su Yun's convoy approaches slowly, all eyes in the vicinity are drawn to them. Whispers and murmurs ripple through the crowd. Is this the enigmatic convoy? Look, they've even added a few level 4 vehicles. One individual, jealousy and resentment flickering in their eyes, mutters under their breath, "What is so impressive? I heard they seized a substantial amount of resources during the Night of the Undead, taking down hundreds. Such a convoy deserves to be punished." Beside them, another clenches their fists, their face etched with envy and ill intent. Humph, their equipment appears quite sophisticated. We must find an opportunity to make them bleed. Word has it, they annihilated an entire convoy on their way here. Another, lowering their voice, shares with a hint of trepidation, "I heard they wiped out an entire convoy." Meanwhile, a tall woman with an excited gleam in her eyes turns to her companion and states, "This convoy is remarkably powerful. If we could collaborate with them, life would certainly become easier." Her companion nods in agreement, suggesting, "Perhaps we should seek an opportunity to discuss matters with them?" Not far away, a bald middle-aged man heard the conversation between the two and curled his lip, disdainfully remarking, "It's merely a stroke of luck. Now that they are here, they cannot act so arrogantly." These words, tinged with jealousy, ill intent, and anticipation, swiftly spread among the crowd. Despite the murmurs, a palpable sense of fear prevented them from approaching too closely. They merely cast distant glances filled with curiosity and trepidation. Everyone regarded the newly arrived convoy with a complex mixture of intrigue, wariness, envy, and expectation, as if the very air around them was thickened by an invisible pressure, growing ever more oppressive. Su Yun and his companions paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, driving directly towards a building, closely followed by their convoy. The 4-level steel beasts seemed to provide an escort, each vehicle resembling a moving fortress, towering like a skyscraper upon the land. The sturdy, robust frames were outfitted with advanced weaponry and defense systems, emanating an aura so formidable it seemed capable of effortlessly crushing all in its path. The convoy advanced with an imposing demeanor. Their precise formation and relentless momentum silenced the once boisterous crowd, leaving only the sound of the vehicle's passage. All eyes widened in awe as the convoy approached the building. Those who had harbored ulterior motives, contemplating ways to exploit the situation and weaken Su Yun's fleet, found themselves cowed by this overwhelming presence, watching helplessly as the convoy departed, weapons gripped tightly in hand, yet paralyzed by fear to make any rash movements. Those who had initially anticipated collaborating with the Su Yun convoy could only watch its retreating figure, pondering silently how to engage with them in the future. The Su Yun convoy gradually made its way towards the cluster of buildings, and the already tense atmosphere seemed to freeze instantaneously, causing the occupants of the structures to become increasingly agitated. Members of the formidable convoys, who had already gripped their weapons tightly, now exhibited white-knuckled grips, their eyes revealing a mixture of ferocity and vigilance as they fixated intently on the approaching Su Yun convoy. They swiftly aimed an array of weapons at Su Yun and his companions' vehicles, poised for action, while the air became thick with the acrid scent of impending conflict. Su Yun's group, undeterred, followed his command as various weaponry slowly elevated their barrels, the ominous black openings radiating an aura of intimidation. Machine guns and closed defense cannons readied for combat, their metallic bodies shimmering with a chilling glint. Upon witnessing the arsenal of the Su Yun convoy, the faces of the onlookers turned ashen. Some individuals felt their weapons tremble slightly in their grasp, their legs weakened, nearly unable to support their weight, as the overwhelming might of the Su Yun convoy instilled fear in all present. The once fierce-looking man now glistened with beads of sweat upon his brow, his hand shaking uncontrollably around his firearm. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a petite woman stepped forward, her short hair framing a face that radiated determination and resolve, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Unlike the others, she did not aim her weapon at the Su Yun convoy. Instead, she casually hung it at her waist, crossing her arms defiantly across her chest, a hint of disdainful amusement dancing upon her lips. With such a minor display of force, who were they trying to intimidate? Did they truly think that so many would cower before a single convoy? She spoke loudly, her voice clear yet imbued with strength, creating a stark contrast in the tense atmosphere. Although the others remained silent, the weapons they raised and the mounted armaments aimed at Su Yun seemed to echo the woman's sentiments. Observing this, Su Yun did not falter. He drove directly towards the woman. As the command vehicle approached, The woman felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet the experiences of recent days enabled her to swiftly regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back and began to rally the crowd. Do not be afraid. They are merely a convoy. With so many of us, can we truly be intimidated? Steady yourselves. As she shouted, she waved her arms, attempting to unite others to stand with her. Seeing that Su Yun was merely advancing towards the woman's position, the onlookers began to contemplate their options. In this harsh world, survival was paramount, and none were fools. Despite possessing certain protective traits, even the slightest hit could prove fatal. There was no need to jeopardize themselves for an unrelated individual. Rather, they silently wished for the two to mutually annihilate each other, allowing a third party to benefit. The woman continued to urge them on, yet the crowd feigned ignorance, offering no response, merely observing from a distance. The members of the woman's convoy appeared anxious, hastening to grasp her arm, whispering earnestly, "Stop speaking. Can't you see the others remain unmoved? We cannot provoke them." However, the woman shrugged off her companion's grip, steadfastly remaining in place, her gaze resolutely fixed on the slowly advancing command vehicle. Su Yun's convoy came to a steady halt beside her. The leading level 4 command vehicle resembling a mobile fortress, firmly positioned before the woman. The vehicle loomed large, towering over the adjacent buildings, nearly filling the expanse ahead. Behind this formidable level 4 vehicle were several other impressive level 4 and level 3 vehicles. The woman gazed up at this behemoth, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Suddenly, the doors of all vehicles swung open with a thunderous roar, and nearly 50 individuals in matching uniforms poured out in a disciplined formation, their postures erect, exuding professionalism in every gesture. The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, with some murmuring, "Could this be a regular army?" At the forefront was Su Yi, striding purposefully towards the woman's convoy. His gaze was steely, and his voice, though low, carried an unmistakable air of authority. "We will be deploying here. Please vacate the area promptly. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety when we engage in combat, and you may be inadvertently harmed." The woman and her companions stood frozen, seemingly struck by Su Yi's presence, as if grappling with the audacity of his words. After a moment, one member of the woman's team hurried forward, tugging at her sleeve, whispering urgently, "They've given us an opportunity to leave. We should go quickly. We cannot afford to provoke them." With a heart full of reluctance and her face flushed with indignation, the woman forcefully shrugged off the hand and shouted, "If we must go, then we shall." Without hesitation, she pivoted and quickened her pace, leading her group away. Despite being among the foremost of the gathering, equipped with 7 level 3 vehicles and onboard weaponry, she had managed to repel several waves of adversaries. However, when compared to Su Yun, the disparity is vast, though she harbors a sense of reluctance. Engaging in combat would inevitably lead to her side's total annihilation, even if the opponent might suffer losses, not to mention the watchful eyes of others around. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the scene, let out sighs of regret, with one murmuring, "I thought we would witness a fierce battle. How disappointing." Another chimed in, "Indeed. This woman talks a big game, yet she faltered when it mattered most. What a letdown." Yet, soon enough, their laughter would be silenced. After the woman departed, she approached their group directly. Previously, they had shaken their heads, wearing expressions of disdain as if mocking her retreat at a critical moment, shattering the anticipation of an exhilarating spectacle. Little did they realize, their own performance was not commendable either. Once the woman had left, the caravan began to encircle the vicinity, using their massive vehicles to form a robust barrier around the house, ensuring privacy while providing security, allowing Su Yun to disembark with ease. Chapter 58. The Monster in the Lake. As for Su Yun's choice to side with the woman, it was her Red Cross emblem, symbolizing medical assistance, that caught his attention. Though modest in size, it surely promised some medical supplies. Stepping out of the vehicle, Su Yun gazed at the tightly shut door and suddenly understood why the others remained so composed at the entrance without entering. It was simply inaccessible. He hastened to the door and scrutinized this seemingly ordinary, yet enigmatic barrier, noticing there was no visible keyhole. Su Yun reached out, exploring the surface of the door for what felt like an eternity, attempting various methods of forceful pushes and rotations, yet the door remained utterly unyielding. Su Yun could not help but feel a sense of frustration. With his brows furrowed and arms crossed, he paced back and forth in front of the door, his eyes betraying a mix of reluctance and confusion. The sudden message about a hippopotamus at the center of the lake caught him off guard. After all, previous probes had indicated either activity or danger. This time, however, it seemed to revolve around the emergence of a room within a structure. This led him to contemplate that either tonight's event was not of great significance, or the contents behind the door held greater importance than the gathering itself. Yet, the meaning of the message eluded him. What did it mean by a hippopotamus at the lake center? Furthermore, the convoy lacked diving equipment, making direct exploration of the lake impractical. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Su Chi, deploy all drones to survey the lake's surface, particularly the central area of the lake. Shortly thereafter, several drones ascended from the convoy, soaring toward the lake. Equipped with high-definition cameras, they transmitted real-time footage of the lake's surface back to the command vehicle. "Look, the drones from the mysterious convoy have taken to the skies," exclaimed members of other teams. "What are they up to?" Furrowed the brow of another convoy leader, visibly puzzled. "Who knows? They might have discovered something. We cannot fall behind. Let's launch our drones as well," came an eager suggestion. No sooner had the words left their lips than other teams hastily followed suit, with drones rapidly ascending from various convoys. In an instant, the skies above the oasis were filled with the buzzing of drones, creating a truly spectacular scene. Each team, through the lens of their drones, endeavored to uncover the secrets of the lake's depths while surreptitiously monitoring Su Yun's convoy's every move. Su Yun intently focused on the images transmitted by the drone on the command vehicle screen, leaving no detail overlooked. The lake's surface shimmered under the sun, yet the depths remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view. Furrowing his brow, his anxiety deepened as he pondered what secrets lay hidden at the center of the lake and how they might relate to the impenetrable doors. "Expand the search area and examine it more thoroughly," he instructed, turning to the soldier controlling the drone. The soldier swiftly adjusted the drone's altitude and speed, endeavoring to uncover even the faintest clue from the enigmatic lake's depths. Simultaneously, drones from other teams, under their captain's directives, traversed the skies above the lake. Yet the results were uniformly disheartening. Nothing was discovered. Just as confusion enveloped the group, it seemed as if something at the lake's bottom had been stirred by the drone's presence, causing ripples to surge across the surface. The soldier suddenly exclaimed in panic, "Commander, look at the lake." Su Yun jerked his gaze upward, witnessing the tranquil lake's surface inexplicably erupting into colossal ripples. Almost immediately, numerous tentacles shot up from the depths with alarming speed. What was this entity? Su Yun's heart raced before he could fully comprehend the situation. Countless tentacles had rapidly ensnared several drones. The metallic shells emitted a cacophony of creaks under the immense force of the tentacles, their propellers ensnared and abruptly silenced. As the drones were yanked uncontrollably toward the lake's surface, the screen was filled with chaos and terror. The crowd gathered by the lake observed numerous drones scouring the water's surface, their expressions initially filled with curiosity and anticipation, their eyes fixated on the lake. However, as countless tentacles surged swiftly from the depths, the countenance of every onlooker turned as pale as parchment. A fleeting silence enveloped the scene, soon shattered by waves of terror and cries that rippled through the throng. People fled in a frenzied panic, their steps unsteady. Some stumbled and fell, yet dared not linger, scrambling to rise and escape, lamenting their lack of speed as they distanced themselves from the water's edge. What could this possibly signify? Had we unwittingly provoked the deity of the lake? Deity or not, it could very well be a colossal octopus. Just one blast from my weapon will make it feel the might of technology. Look at those tentacles. Their size is formidable. We must flee. This place no longer feels safe. There is no time to mourn the lost drones as fear spreads like wildfire among the vehicles. Some, undeterred, activated their onboard weaponry aimed at the lake. Amidst the chaos, the surface of the water became increasingly tumultuous. What began as mere ripples escalated into towering waves. And with the violent churn of the lake, a massive shadow began to rise from the depths. All eyes were transfixed on the lake, and as the dark figure emerged, hearts raced to their throats. At last, the shadow broke the surface, sending cascades of water splashing down like torrents of rain. It was a colossalite, measuring approximately 20 meters in diameter, its edges adorned with heavy eyelids that were rife with wrinkles. The eyeball emanated a sinister crimson hue, while the pupil at its center resembled a profound black abyss, radiating an aura of dread. Surrounding it, tentacles writhed chaotically. Each movement stirred the lake's surface, sending forth tumultuous waves. As the giant eye emerged from the water, it gradually ascended, floating into the air. Its presence rendered the surrounding atmosphere stifling, as if an invisible pressure was constricting the hearts of those nearby. Su Yun's heartbeat quickened. He had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Yet he knew he must maintain composure. He swiftly called for calm over the intercom, urging everyone to remain steady and not to panic. The combatants returned to their vehicles, operating the onboard weapons with remarkable precision and fluidity. The burly man, who had previously boasted of unleashing technological might upon the lake's denizen, though visibly tense, gripped the weapon controls firmly, locking onto the colossal eye and its thrashing tentacles. He shouted, "Just a mere eyeball, watch me," and, with that declaration, launched 2 rockets toward the target. With 2 resounding explosions, the creature was instantly enveloped in a blaze of fire and thick smoke. The shockwaves from the detonations caused the nearby vehicles to shudder slightly, while people covered their ears, shielding themselves from the splashing water and flying debris. As the smoke began to clear, the crowd anxiously gazed toward the lake, striving to discern the condition of the giant eye. However, the power of this monstrous eye far exceeded the imaginations of the onlookers. In the face of such a fierce assault, the colossal eye sustained not even a scratch. Yet it seemed to retreat in fear, submerging into the depths of the water. At that moment, the burly man's lips curled into a smirk. "Did you see? No creature can rival the might of modern weaponry." Just then, the giant eye resurfaced, emanating a blinding radiance that sliced through the air like a sharp blade, aimed directly at the man's vehicle. The man's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as his hand trembled slightly while gripping the weapon's control lever. How is this possible? Before anyone could react, the light struck, and in an instant, the vehicle was obliterated along with its occupants. The surrounding crowd was engulfed in terror, stumbling backward, with some hastily starting their vehicles to flee. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain a steady voice. "Everyone, remain calm and follow my lead. Let us concentrate our firepower on the target." At Su Yun's command, the troops adjusted their weaponry, locking their sights on the giant eye. Su Yun forced himself to regain composure. "Fire." As his order rang out, multiple howitzers unleashed a volley, their shells slicing through the air with a piercing shriek towards the monstrous eye. The closed defense cannons and Gatling guns joined the fray, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets towards the eye and its flailing tentacles. In an instant, the cacophony of gunfire resounded deafeningly, as countless bullets and shells surged towards the giant eye, shrouding the entire lake in flames and smoke. The water churned violently under the impact of the explosions. However, the colossal eye seemed to have anticipated this ferocious assault, as a faint veil of light suddenly enveloped it, descending into the depths of the water. The smoke still hung over the surface of the lake when the creature burst forth from the haze, charging directly towards Su Yun, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake as it obliterated car after car. A chill coursed through Su Yun, raising goosebumps all over his body. "Retreat, quickly retreat, scatter," Su Yun commanded urgently. Upon finishing his orders, he signaled the driver of the command vehicle to accelerate and swiftly flee, while the convoy hastily began to rush towards the oasis. Yet, the monstrous eye seemed particularly fixated on Su Yun's vehicle, relentlessly pursuing them. Suddenly, it unleashed another beam of light aimed directly at the command vehicle. The beam traveled at an astonishing speed, reaching the rear of the vehicle in the blink of an eye, narrowly missing it. The tremendous force caused the vehicle to shake violently. Su Yun was taken aback, but in that critical moment, he quickly seized the wheel. Utilizing the early warning ability granted by the dice, he keenly discerned the trajectory of the eye creature's impending attack. Just as another beam of light shot forth, he deftly swerved the steering wheel, and the command vehicle narrowly evaded the assault. The eye creature appeared infuriated by Su Yun's evasive maneuvers, intensifying its barrage of attacks. It relentlessly fired beams, dazzling rays of light crisscrossing in the air. Su Yun remained utterly focused, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his hands gripping the steering wheel with determination. With the aid of early warning and his exceptional driving skills, he skillfully dodged attack after attack. Each time a beam of light approached, he reacted with split-second precision, either slamming on the brakes or sharply turning the wheel, as the command vehicle danced like a nimble cheetah, teetering on the brink of death. The other troops maneuvered their vehicles to approach the creature, attempting to divert its attention away from Su Yun, yet their efforts proved futile. The creature seemed unwavering in its fixation on him. Next time, I'll consider it a gift, Su Yun remarked wryly, believing that this was likely the price of such a favor. As he distanced himself from the oasis, the lush greenery morphed into an endless expanse of yellow sand. While contemplating his escape, the creature abruptly halted at the oasis's edge, swiftly retreating into the lake. Its colossal form thrashed within the water, emitting deep growls that seemed to express its displeasure. Su Yun remained vigilant, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as he monitored the creature through the rearview mirror, prepared for any potential resurgence of aggression. After a considerable time had passed without the creature in pursuit, he finally exhaled in relief, notifying the troops in the vehicle. Let's not relax just yet. Stay alert and inform the other vehicles to regroup. One by one, the members of the convoy caught up, forming a loose circle around him. They disembarked, their faces etched with concern. "Commander, are you all right?" they inquired. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was largely unscathed. "The most pressing issue now is how to deal with the monster in the lake. I sense that resolving this could yield significant rewards. Let us exchange thoughts on the matter. Additionally, if we do not address this cost, we remain oblivious to how fortune may treat us next. The known is far easier to navigate than the unknown. How is it that the creature has chosen not to pursue?" "It is quite strange," remarked Su Qi, who was the first to speak. Following this, Sui furrowed his brows and pondered aloud. "I believe this creature may have a restricted range of activity. It can only operate within the confines of the oasis, and once it ventures beyond, it is unable to continue." At this moment, Su Ba, who had remained silent for the most part, calmly analyzed. "It is also possible that our attacks have had some effect on it. Although it appears unscathed, there may be internal issues preventing it from pursuing further. Yet, that protective membrane can deflect even artillery. What sort of issue could it possibly have?" someone challenged. Su Yun nodded slightly, refraining from immediate commentary, his gaze sweeping across the group as he sought additional insights from their discourse. He recalled the scene of the creature's pursuit, its massive form gliding smoothly through the waters. However, once it strayed from the lake's edge, its movements became somewhat sluggish, and during the chase, its exterior seemed to dry out, losing some of its luster. What did the probing information, center of the lake, hippopotamus, signify? As Su Yun listened to the analyses of those around him, he muttered to himself, "I am aware of the lake's center, yet I have not encountered any hippopotamus." Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. He recalled from watching documentaries about the animal kingdom that a hippopotamus's skin requires moisture. Prolonged exposure to dry environments can lead to cracking. Immersion in water keeps the skin perpetually hydrated, preventing excessive moisture loss. Might the creature share a similar need, unable to endure prolonged exposure to the sun? Su Yun spoke slowly. "I believe that the physiological characteristics of this strange creature may resemble those of a hippopotamus. It must constantly maintain moisture on its surface, for prolonged absence from a water source poses a life-threatening risk. Observe how it moves effortlessly in the lake, yet retreats immediately upon reaching the edge of the oasis. Moreover, the changes on its surface during pursuit are quite pronounced." Upon hearing Su Yun's speculation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before engaging in fervent discussion. The commander's assertion seemed to hold merit. No wonder the creature retreated at the oasis's edge. It was indeed fearful of dehydration, they realized. "Then we could use fire to evaporate the lake water," Sui proposed. Setting aside the notion of using fire, consider the materials required, Su Ba interjected. As everyone expressed their opinions, Su Qi suggested, "I believe we could dig a channel to divert the lake water this way and dry it out. The creature cannot survive without water. If we deprive it of the lake for a while, we would have a greater chance of success when we strike." Su Yun's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. "That is a commendable idea. However, the excavation of the channel is no small task. We must plan meticulously. First, we need to determine the route of the water diversion. It must not be too close to the oasis to avoid detection by the creature, yet not too distant to ensure effective drainage of the lake. But where shall we divert the lake water?" someone interjected. "Moreover, this lake appears quite deep. How deep must we dig the channel?" At this, the crowd fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to the depths of the lake. Su Yun fell into deep contemplation, for these matters were beyond his usual confrontational approach, and he found himself grappling with knowledge that lay outside his expertise. In the command room, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the gathering as Su Yun surveyed the group. He broke the silence, stating, "The plan has failed. We must devise a new strategy." At that moment, Su'er suddenly slammed his thigh and exclaimed, "Has anyone noticed that after every attack, it sinks further? I suspect that the high temperatures are accelerating its dehydration." A spark of realization illuminated the faces of the others. Suyin gestured for Su'er to continue. Su'er then proposed, "I have a bold idea. We could spread gasoline across the entire area and lure the creature towards it. Once it reaches the center of the gasoline, we ignite it, transforming it into a desiccated husk." Though this plan sounded perilous, it appeared feasible. Suyin nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, let us proceed. Sui, lead the team in transporting the gasoline, ensure safety, and distribute it evenly across the designated area. Su'er, you will remain on guard while I draw the creature in. Once it is in position, I will signal for ignition." However, the moment the words left his lips, the room erupted in protest. Su Qi furrowed his brow and was the first to voice his dissent. "You are our lord. How can we allow you to take such risks? I shall lure the creature instead." The others echoed his sentiments, insisting, "Indeed, my lord, you bear great responsibilities and should not expose yourself to danger. It would be wiser for someone else to draw it in." Su Yi and Su'er emphasized Su Yun's status, yet Su Yun was resolute in his intentions. Relying on the dice's warning mechanism, he raised his hand, signaling for silence, and declared, "I understand your concerns, but I am fully aware of what I am doing. This is a command. There is no need for further persuasion." As the crowd gazed at Su Yun's unwavering expression, they realized that further persuasion would be futile, and thus they could only nod in resignation. The group swiftly sprang into action, cautiously unloading barrels of gasoline from the vehicles. With great effort, they positioned the heavy containers in the designated area. Following their predetermined plan, they evenly distributed the gasoline across the ground, the acrid scent permeating the air. At that moment, other teams began to return to assess the situation. Upon witnessing Su Yun's actions, they expressed confusion. What were they doing? Were they planning to ambush the creature and burn it alive? If even artillery could not vanquish it, how could fire succeed? This seemed reckless. They feared provoking the monster further and endangering themselves. A woman whom Su Yun had previously slighted joined in mockery, a smirk gracing her face. They don't know their own limitations. It appears they have become overly self-important. Ignoring the onlookers, Su Yun prepared for the next step, inhaling deeply before driving towards the lakeshore. The sunlight danced upon the surface of the water, shimmering brightly, yet beneath its calm facade lay immense peril. Upon reaching the lake, Su Yun honked the horn loudly, simultaneously discharging a barrage of bullets in an attempt to attract the creature's attention. Moments later, the water began to churn violently, and the colossal beast slowly emerged, its enormous eye fixated on Su Yun, brimming with rage and murderous intent, countless tentacles reaching out to ensnare the vehicle. Without hesitation, Su Yun turned and sped towards the gasoline-saturated area. The eye monster relentlessly pursued from behind, its immense rays leaving deep imprints on the sandy ground, stirring up clouds of dust wherever it went. As Su Yun ran, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings and the position of the eye monster. When he drew closer to the fuel depot, he urgently shouted into the intercom, "Fire!" The troops swiftly activated their weapons, unleashing a barrage of shells towards the fuel area. Su Yun activated the protective shield and nano-energy absorption, repelling the initial wave of assault. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in roaring flames, the intense fire reaching for the heavens, creating a vast sea of fire. The eye monster was surrounded by flames. Though it activated its own light shield to deflect most of the shells and fire, it still emitted agonizing roars, thrashing wildly as its massive form twisted within the inferno, desperately attempting to escape the fiery abyss. As the flames intensified, the creature's struggles gradually waned, its body began to wither, while Su Yun seized the remaining time to escape the fiery zone in his vehicle. For a moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent, with only the crackling of the flames echoing through the air. Initially, there was a profound silence among the crowd, followed by an eruption of astonishment. It truly worked. The method was effective. Is this even possible? The shells couldn't kill it, but the fire did? What a joke. The scornful remarks had long vanished, replaced by expressions of shock and disbelief. The woman who had once mocked Su Yun now widened her eyes, her derision completely erased. The crowd stood transfixed, unable to comprehend how the once formidable eye monster had been so effortlessly vanquished. As the crowd remained enraptured by the ecstasy and astonishment of their victory, A softly glowing entity began to emerge from the corpse of the eye creature, ascending gracefully towards the lake's surface. The unexpected occurrence captivated everyone's attention, prompting them to hasten and direct their gaze towards the water. Upon reaching the lake's surface, the luminous object hovered in midair, radiating an increasingly brilliant light. Then, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The once tranquil lake began to churn violently, with the water receding outward, revealing a colossal stone platform that slowly ascended from the depths. Connected to the shore by a wooden bridge, the surface of the platform was etched with peculiar symbols and designs, exuding an aura of ancient mystique. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, some stepping closer to scrutinize the nature of this phenomenon. A tremor tinged the voice of one individual, pondering if this stone platform was the very treasure guarded by the eye creature. Their eyes glimmered with curiosity and avarice. Only Su Yun and his companions exchanged knowing glances. This was indeed the familiar sanctuary platform. The core, also referred to as the territory module, had appeared here, igniting their intrigue. Could it be that the oasis served as the refuge of a previous group of survivors? At that moment, the softly glowing object, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gradually embedded itself into the stone platform. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire lake. Simultaneously, the doors of the distant residences emitted a distinct cracked sound, resonating sharply in the hushed atmosphere. However, the attention of the crowd was firmly captivated by the stone platform of the sanctuary, with none paying heed to the commotion at the entrance of the dwelling. Their gaze was solely fixated on the enigmatic radiance emanating from the platform. Chapter 61. Acquiring the core of the sanctuary. Perhaps it is an artifact of divine origin, exclaimed a young man in the crowd, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Indeed, it might be an ancient relic, possessing secrets of immortality. Another remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Why ponder so much? Let us just go and seize it. As these words were uttered, the crowd became restless, their eyes darting around, filled with vigilance. The path to the platform was solely a rickety wooden bridge, impassable for vehicles, compelling individuals to traverse on foot or swim across, thereby entrusting their lives to others. A single bullet could spell doom. Those who perceived themselves as weaker had already ventured to scavenge supplies from the nearby homes. Yet the majority lingered at the water's edge, keenly searching for an opportunity. Su Yun had only dispatched a small contingent to gather resources, as he was resolutely determined to claim this core. At that moment, a man stepped forward, accompanied by a convoy behind him, alerting the others. He cast a glance at the throng behind him and slowly ascended the wooden bridge, with everyone's gaze fixed intently upon his every move. As the man inched closer to the stone platform, the hearts of the crowd raced, some already gripping their weapons, poised for action. It was easy to envision that should the man secure the treasure, a fierce battle would be inevitable. At long last, he arrived before the stone platform, his heart brimming with anticipation as he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a transparent barrier materialized, thwarting his advance. The man, perplexed, extended his hand and pushed vigorously, then attempted to shoulder his way through, yet the barrier stood resolute, impervious to his efforts. Observing his abrupt halt, the crowd speculated he was merely employing some trick. Someone from the throng called out, "Hey, what's going on? Why have you stopped?" Another voice questioned, "Are you trying to hoard the treasure on the platform for yourself?" The man, in a state of agitation, explained, "It's not that. I cannot proceed. There is a barrier here that I cannot cross." However, the crowd remained skeptical, urging him to descend, insisting, "Stop pretending. Hurry down, don't waste our time. Who knows if you're lying?" The cacophony of voices surged, thick with doubt and discontent. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing the man was not fabricating his tale. Faced with the crowd's relentless scrutiny and accusations, the man, exasperated, cautiously retreated step by step from the wooden bridge. Once he had descended, he turned to the murmuring individuals beside him and, filled with ire, shouted at the assembly, "Enough of this nonsense. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves." The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, yet hesitation lingered in the air. After a moment, one audacious individual stepped forward, thumping his chest, declaring, "I'll go. I must see what this is all about." With that, he strode confidently onto the wooden bridge. The eyes of the assembly once again fixated on him as he approached the stone platform, only to be met by the very same barrier that had halted the previous man. He reached out to touch the barrier, feeling its smooth surface. yet it exuded an undeniable force that was difficult to resist. He attempted to kick it with his foot and even drew his firearm to fire several shots. But all his efforts proved futile. The man shouted towards the shore, "There truly is a barrier." This individual did not lie. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and a flurry of discussions erupted. What exactly was this barrier? Did the treasure upon the stone platform possess some extraordinary protective mechanism? I believe this is merely a peculiar mechanism of the oasis, nothing particularly special. What a waste of time. As the crowd exchanged opinions, no one could ascertain the truth of the matter. Amidst the lively discourse, an enthusiastic voice emerged. "Since we cannot cross the bridge and there are no other routes through the water, let us attempt to swim across." Indeed, perhaps this barrier is semicircular like a force field, only effective on land and absent in the water. The crowd considered this notion, finding a semblance of logic in it, and their gazes turned toward him. He took a deep breath and plunged into the water, vigorously swimming towards the stone platform, leaving behind a trail of splashing water that gradually receded. As he drew closer to the stone platform, the tension in the hearts of the onlookers escalated. However, upon nearing the platform's periphery, a barrier identical to that on land manifested in the water, obstructing his path with equal immovability. With no other option, he was compelled to return to the shore. Someone loudly proposed, "Since swimming is futile, let us use a rocket launcher to blast it. Perhaps this barrier cannot withstand the force of a rocket." Upon concluding his statement, he raised the rocket launcher and aimed it at the barrier. The rocket soared forth with a deafening roar, followed by a tremendous explosion that illuminated the sky and enveloped the area in smoke. Everyone gazed eagerly towards the stone platform. However, as the smoke dissipated, the barrier remained unscathed, standing resolutely in its place. "This is a waste of time," a voice echoed, laced with palpable impatience and frustration. Realizing the futility of their efforts, they decided to depart without further delay. With the evening's activities fast approaching, it would be more prudent to seek out supplies. The peril of disembarking was ever present, although they had all adopted a more cautious approach, preferring ambush tactics to direct confrontation. There were always a few reckless souls inclined to engage in impulsive actions. A single misstep could ignite a second chaotic conflict, leading to devastating losses that none would survive to witness the nightfall. The group redirected their focus towards the buildings, hoping to unearth something of value within. Yet upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. What had once been orderly structures now lay in disarray, doors flung open, and interiors completely stripped bare. Clearly, while they had been preoccupied with devising a plan to obtain the core of the stone platform, someone had outpaced them, absconding with all the supplies. What is happening? Where are the supplies? Have they truly been taken? A voice in the crowd roared in anger. Others began to voice their grievances, cursing those who had left no remnants behind. Meanwhile, the troops dispatched by Su Yun had finished their scavenging and remained stationary, several vehicles idling in front of the building. This sight instantaneously captivated the attention of onlookers, their eyes gradually igniting with a newfound intensity. One by one, individuals began to fixate their thoughts upon them, with some even whispering among themselves, contemplating how they might seize a share of the spoils from Su Yun's hands. The leading soldier, keenly aware of the peculiar atmosphere, stepped forward, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "These supplies are the fruits of our arduous efforts, each serving its own purpose. None shall entertain any misguided intentions." Nevertheless, in the face of such tempting resources, some individuals were evidently unwilling to relent, and discontented murmurs continued to ripple through the throng. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a series of explosions resonated from the lakeside, diverting everyone's attention. Returning to the lakeside, Su Yun, undeterred by the abandonment of others, clung to a glimmer of hope and instructed the soldiers to advance and test the waters. To everyone's astonishment, the soldier effortlessly traversed the barrier that had previously rendered the crowd helpless, steadily approaching the stone platform to retrieve the core. Following this, the barrier dissipated. Was it due to the defeat of the eye monster, or was it that the soldiers shared a bond with the sanctuary, allowing them access? This left Su Yun perplexed. Before he could untangle his thoughts, as the soldier was on his way back with the core, a bullet swiftly struck, piercing through the soldier's skull. The soldier did not even have time to utter a cry before collapsing, the core slipping from his grasp and rolling across the wooden bridge before coming to a halt. Chapter 62. Revenge. Witnessing the soldier's tragic demise before their eyes, Su Yun and his companions could not conceal their fury, especially Su Yi, whose eyes blazed crimson. That soldier was his comrade. The group began to search frantically for the perpetrator. Soon, they identified the instigator across the lake. Before Su Yun and his companions could react, a deluge of artillery fire descended upon them. Thanks to the extensive combat experience of the group, the personnel adeptly operated their weapons at once, while the drivers swiftly activated their vehicles' protective shields. Fortunately, their shields boasted superior base values compared to others, barely withstanding the initial wave of onslaught. Counterattack, Su Yun bellowed, his voice brimming with fury. The close-range cannons and rockets instantly unleashed their full might, saturating the enemy's position with relentless firepower. In a desperate attempt to defend themselves, the adversary activated their shields, but under Su Yun's ferocious assault, their defenses quickly crumbled, rendering their vehicles as mere sieves. However, some of the enemy's vehicles inexplicably entered a state of phasing, sensing impending doom, and swiftly fled the scene. Observing this, Su Yun promptly directed his team to rush towards the wooden bridge, retrieve the precious core, and subsequently led the convoy in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the surrounding buildings were drawn to the cacophony of cannon fire, eager to ascertain the situation and potentially reap the rewards. One individual, having observed through a drone that the treasure in the lake had vanished, was hastily silenced by another. Yet it was too late. That utterance ignited the ambitions of all present. Although the precise purpose of the core remained unknown, its protective measures indicated its undeniable significance. The prospect of trading for critical medical supplies paled in comparison, prompting the crowd to swiftly mobilize their vehicles, fearful of missing the opportunity. The remaining survivors, still covertly observing the medical supplies in the hands of the soldiers, were unaware that Su Yun and his companions had already departed from the lakeside. As they witnessed the other survivors leave, they assessed the strengths of both parties and concluded that during the scramble for the soldiers' medical supplies, our main force might return to encircle the situation. After weighing the pros and cons, they too decided to withdraw. Before long, in the cluster of buildings, the soldiers who received news from Su Air exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they simultaneously exclaimed, "This is not good." They hurriedly made their way toward the scene of the incident. On the vast desert, vehicles raced desperately ahead, while several massive vehicles pursued them from behind. Their cannons consistently aimed at the fleeing targets. Flashes of fire erupted as shells whistled through the air. With a piercing shriek, several rockets soared overhead, hurtling towards the escaping vehicles. A deafening explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. One of the fleeing vehicles was instantly overturned by the shockwave of the blast, scattering metallic debris and burning fragments in all directions. The occupants inside had no time to utter a single cry before being engulfed by the merciless flames. This sudden explosion filled those in the vehicles ahead with sheer terror. The driver's face turned as pale as a sheet, their hands trembling uncontrollably, as they frantically pressed the accelerator in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, it seemed all efforts were in vain. Despite their considerable size, the Level 4 vehicles possessed astonishing speed. Realizing the direct path was insufficient to evade the pursuit of Su Yun and his group, the vehicles ahead could only attempt to evade by making sharp turns. The wheels carved swift arcs in the sandy terrain, stirring up clouds of dust that formed a fleeting smokescreen in a futile attempt to obstruct Su Yun's line of sight. However, Su Yun and his companions remained undeterred. They pressed the accelerator, and the Level 4 vehicles surged forward, instantly closing the gap to their target. The skilled operator adeptly adjusted the angle, and a shell struck the rear of the Level 3 vehicle with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding explosion, the rear wheel of the Level 3 vehicle was blasted off, sending the vehicle soaring into the air due to inertia, ultimately overturning onto the sand. Following the destruction of one vehicle, Su Yun and his team did not pause. They continued to pursue the remaining Level 3 vehicles. As Su Yun's vehicle maneuvered to the flank of a Level 3 vehicle, the operator was already poised for action. He expertly adjusted the weapon, locked onto the target, and decisively pressed the launch button. A shell shot forth, trailing fire and a piercing sound, striking the side of a vehicle with surgical precision. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Level 3 vehicle was violently lifted by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the sand dune. After rolling several times, it was rendered immobile, collapsing into the sandy expanse, from which it emitted thick plumes of black smoke. Observing the dire situation, the remaining level 3 vehicles attempted to scatter in a bid for escape, racing off in different directions, hoping to disrupt Su Yun's relentless pursuit. Noticing this, Su Yun immediately seized the radio. The enemy is beginning to disperse. Listen to my command. Su-e, pursue the vehicle heading east and remain vigilant. The voice of Su-e crackled through the radio, imbued with a tone of vengeance. Su Yun then issued an order. Su-air, pursue towards the west. Understood. Su-air replied, we will keep a close watch on the target and ensure they do not escape. After arranging for the two, Su Yun turned and declared, our team will chase the vehicle heading south. Everyone, maintain your weapons locked on. Among them, Su Yun locked onto a fleeing level 3 vehicle, initiating a straight-line speed contest across the desolate Gobi Desert. The advantages of the level 4 vehicle's speed became evident, as it gradually closed the distance to the level 3 vehicle. When they were sufficiently close, the operator unleashed several rocket missiles in rapid succession. The rockets, trailing fiery tails, hurtled towards the level 3 vehicle, which was unable to evade them and was struck by one missile. In an instant, flames engulfed the car, and propelled by inertia, it careened into a sandpit, rendering it utterly ruined. Meanwhile, the other two, after a fierce pursuit and combat, utilized the formidable performance of their level 4 vehicles to systematically eliminate the fleeing level 3 vehicles. On the Gobi Desert, only the charred remnants of vehicles and the lingering smoke remained. Other level 3 vehicles, weary from their journey, hurriedly approached from behind. Su Yun calmly assigned them the task of scouring the battlefield. At that moment, other survivors, previously gathered by the lakeside, were drawn by the sounds of intense combat and made their way over. Upon witnessing the wreckage of vehicles and the pervasive smoke, they were left in utter astonishment. They concealed themselves at a distance, whispering amongst themselves about the potential treasures within those vehicles. Who knows? We must tread carefully and avoid detection. They dispatched those level 3 vehicles with such ease. Should we ascend and see if there are any treasures? It appears they have discovered nothing. The power of that level 4 vehicle is strikingly evident. Perhaps it is best not to meddle in their affairs. We shall wait until they depart before we investigate. Since no one witnessed Su Yun taking the core, they assumed it had been seized by those individuals, prompting Su Yun to pursue them in an attempt to reclaim it. After waiting for Su Yun and his companions to scour the battlefield, they found that most items had been obliterated, rendering them valueless, and subsequently returned. Chapter 63. The mysterious siege activity. Only after their departure did the other survivors cautiously approach the remains of the vehicles, yet they still found nothing, believing everything had been destroyed in the explosion. While they lamented the lost opportunities, they could not shake a sense of wariness towards Su Yun's convoy, given the circumstances. Meanwhile, on the return journey to Oasis, Su Yun held the core in his hand, examining the information inscribed upon it. Level 3 Territory Module, used to upgrade a Level 2 territory. Requirements: Foundation Level 2, Wall Level 2, Perimeter Level 2. A tinge of regret filled Su Yun's heart. Had he possessed the schematics for the shelter, he could have utilized this core to elevate it to Level 3. However, lacking these blueprints, the core could only serve to upgrade a Level 5 vehicle and be integrated into it. Although this would significantly enhance its capabilities, it paled in comparison to the advantages brought by upgrading the shelter. Observing that there were still 4 uses left for gifts, he decided not to conserve them and activated 2. Feeling somewhat unfortunate, he stored the 3 cores into his ring and led his troops back to the oasis. The sight before them left them utterly astonished. The once vibrant oasis was now gradually fading away. The entire oasis seemed to exist in an alternate dimension, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura that bore a striking resemblance to the small shelter Su Yun had once encountered. Despite Su Yun's significantly enhanced physique, he could not help but tremble in the face of such an atmosphere, his body instinctively yearning to flee. The dice continued to issue warnings, cautioning Su Yun against stepping foot into this enigmatic realm. Other survivors shared a similar sentiment, initially filled with hope to establish a camp in the oasis. They had retreated far away at the first sign of trouble, seeking new resources elsewhere. As Su Yun observed the oasis gradually fading from sight, he resolved to remain here, compelled to verify a hypothesis. According to the patterns observed in the shelter, the oasis would re-emerge at midnight when the mist descended, effectively warding off its encroachment. He felt the urge to venture inside once more for a thorough search. As the clock silently approached 5 p.m., Su Yun raised his voice, suggesting, "After a long day's toil, let us take a break and prepare dinner while we await the activity notification." The others readily concurred, their weary faces softening with relief as they began to prepare the evening meal, quietly anticipating the commencement of the event. Meanwhile, Su Yun pondered the nature of tonight's activity, aware that the previous glimpses provided by the spying mechanism had already offered one insight, leaving him in the dark regarding any further information. Subsequently, he opened a channel to ascertain whether anyone else possessed intelligence on the matter. The discussions within the channel revolved around the upcoming event, and after 3 nights of sifting through participants, only a little over 3,000 remained. The latest revelation regarding the evening's activities had been gleaned from an ancient tome, raising the question of its authenticity. Could it truly contain information about the future? Tonight's event is a competitive match. Cooperation is essential. The coordinates are 2560, 3572. The ancient books upstairs are a ruse. I was deceived by the individual who shared the coordinates regarding my personal photos. Do not trust that person, as they are merely a charlatan. Observing this chaotic channel filled with both the living and the departed, Su Yun realizes that no valuable information can be gleaned. After all, the wristbands can be seized from others, much like the internet, where everyone conceals their true selves. Unrestrained, they broadcast a myriad of statements, saturated with indistinguishable truths and falsehoods. Therefore, he decides to silence the channel and focus entirely on the sumptuous dinner before him, relishing each bite. Tonight's repast is exceptionally lavish, featuring meticulously stewed beast meat, tender and melting in the mouth, accompanied by a rich and flavorful broth. There is also coarsely steamed grain rice, plump grains exuding a delicate fragrance of rice. Complementing the meal are freshly harvested wild vegetables, some simply sautéed to retain their natural sweetness and crispness, while others are transformed into a refreshing and appetizing salad, tangy and spicy. Additionally, a delectable broth crafted from beast bones is enriched with homegrown mushrooms. Everyone indulges heartily, and occasionally, Su Yun tosses a piece of beast bone to the dogs, eagerly wagging their tails beside him, laughing heartily as they scramble for it. It is only when the logistics team provides each dog with a plate of dinner that they finally disregard Su Yun. Time drifted by in such a leisurely manner. When the familiar alert from the wristband resonated once more, signaling, "Global announcement. As of 1800 hours today, the global event Winter is Coming commences. Prior to the event's initiation, all survivors must remain within their vehicles. A blizzard will abruptly descend upon the wilderness, with vehicles maintaining a linear formation. For every 10 kilometers traveled, participants will earn a chance to enter a lottery, while the intensity of the blizzard will double with each 10 kilometers traversed. During the event, survivors' wristbands will enhance their lottery opportunities. Beep. Beep. Global announcement. At 8 o'clock tomorrow, the global event siege and nuclear destruction will begin. Before the event commences, all survivors must remain within their vehicles. This event will be conducted in a cross-regional alliance, with mutual attacks prohibited among the same faction. The regional matching results will be revealed upon the event's commencement. During the event, a leaderboard will be activated, and rewards will be distributed based on the standings at the conclusion of the event, details to be disclosed upon commencement. During the event, those who earn the medals of Vanguard, Assault, Decapitation, and Nuclear Destruction may exchange their medals for an item at the Mysterious Merchant of the Interstellar Trader. During the event, the wristband will enable real-time communication across specific channels: Faction Channel, Nearby Channel, and Team Channel. Conditions for event conclusion: total elimination of our personnel or destruction of the enemy's core stronghold. Following this event, the likelihood of acquiring exceptional material cards, purple, and epic material cards, orange, in the cabin will increase. Upon hearing the announcement, individuals across the globe paused momentarily, before erupting into fervent discussions within the channels. What is the situation? Why does the event allow for mid-course alterations? Indeed, it seems rather peculiar, invoking a sense of a makeshift ensemble. The initial Winter is Coming appeared to be quite manageable. Why has it been transformed into this siege activity? The challenge does not seem daunting. We desire a true test of our mettle. The first phase may not be inherently simple, yet to attain rewards, one must forge ahead. With each 10 kilometers, the intensity of the blizzard doubles. How far can one truly traverse? At the very least, remaining stationary poses no mortal danger, but a siege? Contemplating ancient sieges conjures images of significant casualties. The rewards are bountiful. Just gaze upon those metals and the interstellar merchant's shop. Some may even be piloting flying saucers. I ponder whether this event divides survivors into attackers and defenders, compelling us to engage in mutual slaughter to satiate the sinister amusement of the puppet masters behind the scenes. It is a plausible theory. Perhaps a notable figure has arrived, eager to witness our clashes. Regardless, before midnight strikes, let us hasten to procure additional weaponry. Su Yun observed the myriad messages flooding the channel and began to deliberate with Su Qi and the others regarding the purpose of this event. Chapter 64. Seeking Vehicles. Su Yun was the first to speak. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock provides us ample time. We have sufficient opportunity to prepare. Su Yi, perplexed, queried, will this siege truly divide the survivors into two factions? Su Er scratched his head and responded, it seems unlikely, judging by those for metals. The survivors appear more aligned with the attacking side. Su Yun crossed his arms. Regardless, we must not neglect our preparations. After tonight, we shall possess 80 additional units. The immediate priority is to augment our vehicles and weaponry. Currently, there are 3 opportunities left for gifts from Su Yun. If we can secure 3 vehicles, our inventory shall be significantly enriched once more. Su Yun had contemplated acquiring level 4 vehicles, yet he has yet to encounter any. He speculated that perhaps other survivors are awaiting the right moment to upgrade to level 4 vehicles. Reluctantly, he resolved to lower his standards and focus on level 3 vehicles instead. As Su Yun was lost in thought, Su Qi approached respectfully to inquire, Commander, should we requisition any level 3 vehicles we encounter directly, or? Upon hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment's reflection, he replied with calm assurance, if we encounter other survivors, let us first attempt to exchange our vehicles with them. Should they be unwilling, adapt to the situation. Remember, do not create too much commotion. We must avoid letting this matter spread through the channels. Su Qi and the others understood and acknowledged his instructions. Su Yun's strategy was rooted in careful consideration. He did not wish to sever ties entirely, as cooperation would be essential with these individuals in the future. Gaining a reputation for ruthlessness could render future interactions quite challenging. When one's strength is insufficient to dominate the entire world, reputation, though intangible, carries significant weight. Should force be necessary, it must be executed with finality, leaving no room for retaliation. After deliberations and discussions on the details, they commenced their respective missions, agreeing to reconvene at 11 o'clock tonight. As Su Yi and the others set out under his leadership, Su Yun's level 4 vehicle also gradually embarked on its journey. After wandering through the night for 2 hours, Su Yun felt a sense of novelty. It was rare for him to travel leisurely at this hour. Apart from the first day, however, the absence of other caravans made him somewhat anxious, as only 3 hours remained, and neither Su Yi nor Su Er had yielded any results. Just as despair began to set in, he suddenly recalled a person, Zhao Gang, with whom he had a brief encounter during the zombie night. With this thought in mind, he ceased his wait and began to filter through the contacts in the channel, eventually locating a prominent photograph of Zhao Gang. So his name is Zhao Gang, Su Yun murmured to himself, casually sending a message to him via a wristband. Zhang Xianqian, brother, are you there? Zhao Gang. Hello, what can I do for you? Zhang Xianqian. Do you remember the one who advised you to evacuate during the zombie night? I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Zhao Gang. Ah, it's you. I remember. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Zhang Xianqian. How about a face-to-face meeting? Are you available now? Zhao Gang. We are free, but we would like to understand the specifics of the collaboration first. Zhang Xianqian. It involves a substantial exchange of supplies, valuable in nature. Zhao Gang. In that case, please send me your coordinates, and I will come over. Su Yun promptly sent the coordinates. Returning to the oasis area to await patiently, the other party reviewed the information and noted that it was not far, agreeing to arrive within 2 hours. Meanwhile, a member of Zhao Gang's team expressed concern. Boss, are we really going over there? I can't shake the feeling that this might be a trap. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Gang replied, it shouldn't be. Had it not been for their timely intervention, we might have found ourselves ensnared within the clutches of a zombie horde, with no hope of escape. Another member of the team grumbled under his breath, questioning the necessity of their mission. Why must it always be us who venture forth? It seems a futile expenditure of precious fuel. A comrade elucidated, you misunderstand the strategy. Our presence serves as a rendezvous point for a solitary vehicle. The rest remain at a distance, vigilant, and prepared, should their intentions prove malevolent. A collision upon arrival could spell disaster. Su Yun patiently bided his time for 2 hours, until a distant glimmer pierced the horizon. He swiftly commanded his team to heighten their vigilance, though his radar had long since confirmed the arrival of Zhao Gang's convoy. However, observing only a single vehicle approaching, while the others remained concealed in the distance, he discerned their cautious nature. He narrowed his eyes, musing to himself, in this perilous post-apocalyptic world, such prudence is not only understandable, but also commendable. One cannot fault them for their wariness. With a resounding screech, Zhao Gang's vehicle slammed on its brakes, halting mere feet away. As the door slowly descended, Su Yun beheld Zhao Gang himself emerging, a testament to his courage. Had he been in Zhao Gang's position, he would have hesitated to expose himself to such potential peril. Su Yun extended a courteous invitation to Zhao Gang and his companion, beckoning them to parley within the confines of the Level 4 vehicle. The two acquiesced, eager to witness the inner workings of such a marvel. The moment they stepped inside, they were immediately captivated by the spectacle before them. Within the spacious command room, various surveillance devices and weapon control platforms were meticulously arranged, with personnel diligently fulfilling their respective duties, exuding an air of professionalism that enveloped the atmosphere in an orderly manner. As Zhao Gang observed this scene, memories of his own service days flooded back, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "Are you affiliated with the military?" Su Qi, maintaining a composed demeanor, refrained from answering directly and instead began, "Mr. Zhao, your visit today is to discuss a significant transaction." Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Zhao Gang's eyes as he countered, "Oh? Pray tell, what sort of substantial deal does Mr. Su refer to?" Leaning slightly forward, Su Qi spoke with unwavering conviction, "We are interested in acquiring 3 Class 3 vehicles from your fleet. Rest assured, the price will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction." The moment these words left his lips, both Zhao Gang and his accompanying associates were momentarily taken aback. It was their first encounter with such a transaction involving vehicles. Moreover, with their entire fleet comprising only 9 vehicles, parting with 3 would leave them with merely 6, prompting Zhao Gang to prepare a polite refusal. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Su Qi continued at a measured pace, "Mr. Zhao, I noticed that the weaponry configuration within your fleet is rather limited. The essence of military strength lies not in quantity, but in quality. A surplus of vehicles without superior armaments merely renders them targets for adversaries." This statement resonated deeply with Zhao Gang, who had always advocated for the concentration of resources where they would be most effective. Noticing a shift in Zhao Gang's expression, Su Qi seized the opportunity. "Perhaps Mr. Zhao would care to examine the environment of our Class 4 vehicles?" Following Su Qi's gestured direction, Zhao Gang surveyed the Class 4 vehicles surrounding them and instantly grasped Su Qi's underlying intent. The operation of Level 4 vehicles is intricate, rendering them nearly impossible for a single individual to maneuver. It necessitates the collaborative effort of multiple participants. Su Qi, his demeanor composed yet tinged with disdain, proposed boldly, "Let us venture a speculation. Perhaps, following tomorrow's events, most will inevitably become vassals to others, assisting in the operation of Level 4 vehicles, which can effortlessly outmatch several Level 3 vehicles. As for the remaining Level 3 vehicles, they are likely to be dismantled for their materials." Chapter 65. The surge of vehicles. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang could not restrain himself from inquiring, "With so many vehicles at your disposal, why persistently cling to Level 3 vehicles?" A faint, cold smile played on Su Qi's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "They are merely cannon fodder. We intend to amass a considerable number of Level 3 vehicles, and when the enemy assaults the city tomorrow, we shall send them forth first to secure the glory of the initial assault." In truth, these words were but a fabrication conjured by Su Qi. On one hand, it served to provide cover for the Level 3 vehicles that would soon emerge. On the other, it was meant to convey to Zhao Gang that those seemingly valuable Level 3 vehicles were, in fact, expendable pawns. After a persuasive discourse from Su Qi, Zhao Gang appeared somewhat swayed. However, given the gravity of the matter, he hesitated to commit, stating cautiously, "I must discuss this with others. We should reach a consensus together." Su Qi remained unperturbed, elegantly gesturing for him to proceed, and reminded him leisurely, "Of course, take your time. However, our window is limited. We have but 1 hour, after which we must rush to our next appointment to negotiate further collaborations." Upon hearing those words, Zhao Gang felt a tightening in his chest, and his pace quickened as he hurried back to his vehicle. Once seated, he swiftly picked up the walkie-talkie to establish communication with his team, relaying everything he had seen along with the information provided by Su Qi in meticulous detail. I believe this is feasible, but first, let's inquire about the blueprints for upgrading to level 4 vehicles. This is crucial. Additionally, we must negotiate for a portion of the weaponry. Boss, you make the call, and we will support you. After listening to the discussions among his colleagues, Zhao Gang had already made up his mind and promptly sought out Su Qi once more. With a resolute expression and a steady tone, he declared, "We have deliberated and are open to collaboration, but we require the blueprints for level 4 upgrades along with the corresponding weaponry." A subtle smile of confidence graced Su Qi's lips as he replied without hesitation, "Of course. That is not an issue. We only possess handheld weapons, but we can provide you with some materials. As for the blueprints, that is also feasible. After all, having previously utilized 100 purple cards, they had accumulated a considerable number of upgrade blueprints, which posed no challenge for them." He continued, "However, there is only one set of blueprints available, covering the 3 major components, though it lacks modules. Nevertheless, I trust that with your capabilities, you will be able to resolve the module issue." Zhao Gang extended his hand, stating, "Very well, let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. We will need some time to transfer the goods." Su Qi reciprocated with a handshake and nodded in agreement. "No problem. May our cooperation be fruitful." Following the establishment of their partnership, within half an hour, vehicles began to arrive. After a thorough examination by various troops, no anomalies were detected, and they proceeded to hand over and transport supplies. Zhao Gang clutched the blueprints tightly, his hands trembling ever so slightly. After tonight, they would possess level 4 vehicles, a significant advantage that would enhance their odds of survival in tomorrow's endeavors. Su Yun and his companions were equally exhilarated by the acquisition of 3 level 3 vehicles. While to others these were merely 3, for Su Yun, fortune could transform this into 18. Once Zhao Gang departed, Su Yun stepped down from the command vehicle and gazed at the 3 level 3 vehicles, devoid of any weaponry, and could not help but exclaim, "Zhao Gang's convoy is truly impoverished. They previously had 9 level 3 vehicles, and yet this is the state they've fallen into." He ordered his subordinates to load the newly produced weapons and ammunition onto the vehicles, subsequently installing a series of armaments, including close-range anti-aircraft guns. Once everything was prepared, he retrieved the enigmatic dice, pondering what fortune it might bestow this time. With a quiet murmur, Su Yun resolutely cast the dice, using up all 3 rolls. The results were 3, 6, and 2. As the dice settled, beams of light burst forth, illuminating the entire area in a dazzling display. In the blink of an eye, 14 brand-new level 3 vehicles were neatly arranged, gleaming in their splendor. Observing the vehicles before him, Su Yun felt a sense of calm. It seemed today as luck had reached its limits. After enduring so much, the results no longer astonished him. The only aspect that stirred his emotions was the addition of 14 new vehicle-mounted weapons. With such an arsenal at hand, it is likely that tomorrow's siege will leave nothing but ruins after a single volley. However, he remains less than optimistic, based on past experiences. Every operation conceals unforeseen traps, and this occasion is unlikely to be an exception. At times, Su Yun finds it perplexing. If there are hidden puppeteers behind the scenes, what could their motives possibly be? By the end of the week, all could be dead, leaving him baffled by the underlying logic of such an outcome. Turning his gaze to the array of vehicles, Su Yun increasingly sensed something amiss, abruptly sitting up and startling Su Qi beside him. He vigorously slapped his forehead. How could he have overlooked the notion of elevating himself to level 4 before utilizing the dice? His entrenched mindset had confined him to the thought of upgrading his original vehicles before proceeding to replication, and in retrospect, he felt utterly foolish. He turned to Su Qi. "Why didn't you remind me?" With an innocent expression, Su Qi replied, "I'm not entirely certain how the Lord's abilities work." He hastily assessed how many vehicle upgrade cards remained: 5 level 4 engines, 4 level 4 gearboxes, and 5 level 4 chassis. Regrettably, he was just 1 gearbox short of having enough for 5 vehicles, lamenting the decision to hand the blueprint to Zhao Gang earlier. Currently, he had just enough for 4 military vehicles. He merely needed to disassemble the 4 level 3 vehicles to obtain the requisite materials and acquire 4 level 4 modules for upgrades. Should resources fall short, he could trade ammunition for what he needed. Having a dozen factories, a bit of ammunition was more than sufficient for Su Yun. Once prepared, Su Yun proceeded to upgrade 4 level 3 military vehicles. At that moment, a wave of anxiety washed over him as he suddenly recalled that he possessed 3 shelter cores. He found himself in a quandary. Should he utilize the shelter cores to merge with the new vehicles, thereby increasing the number of military units? Or should he hold off until he discovered the blueprints for upgrading the shelter? Ultimately, he decided to retain them for the time being, opting to reassess his strategy after the conclusion of tomorrow's event. After all, it was advantageous to have options readily available. He chose to upgrade the unit summoning vehicles first. As Su Yun activated the process, a swarm of nanobots erupted from the module, appearing before him as they commenced the transformation of the 4 level 4 vehicles. Despite having witnessed this spectacle before, he was still filled with wonder at the emergence of the nanobots from the module. The number of modules utilized for the newly upgraded vehicles was modest, their capacity not matching the original 4. Nevertheless, Su Yun was quite content, for these vehicles represented a significant enhancement compared to their level 3 counterparts. Upon completion of the upgrades, Su Yun surveyed the newly acquired level 4 vehicles and nodded in approval. He then examined their new attribute, Nanite Devour, level 1, which allowed the release of nanobots to consume any material within a 10-meter diameter radius centered around the vehicle, lasting for 1 minute. While this new trait appeared to have limited utility at first glance, its actual potential was substantial. Any approaching weapon would be devoured, rendering it formidable. Moreover, the ability to consume downwards suggested that within a minute, one might even excavate a beehive. Although there were no activities that night, his power continued to grow. As the clock approached midnight, the strength of their forces was poised for a significant enhancement. Not only would the number of level 4 vehicles multiply, but the variety of summoned troops would also experience a substantial increase. Chapter 66 introduced a new trait, scrying. Glancing at the system time, with just over half an hour remaining until midnight, Su Yun hastily urged everyone to board the vehicles, distributing the 126 individuals across 22 level 3 vehicles and 8 level 4 vehicles. He intended to observe whether this oasis would reveal itself as the former sanctuary had when the mist descended. As time gradually passed, the mist began to unveil itself as midnight approached, and the open ground before them manifested the illusory form of the oasis. Su Yun widened his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing every detail, as the illusion transitioned into reality. Once the clock struck midnight, the oasis solidified into existence, prompting exclamations of wonder from the group. What a marvel! How extraordinary! They exclaimed. The transformation of the sanctuary, now devoid of its core, into such a state remained a mystery to Su Yun, who could not comprehend the underlying principles. He sensed that the night of mist did not belong to their world, as if the coreless sanctuary had become ensnared within the realm of fog. However, the question lingered. Why had the vehicles, stripped of their cores, not succumbed to the same fate? After a discussion among Su Yun and his companions, they reached no definitive conclusion. Subsequently, Su Yun clapped his hands, bringing the debate to a halt. He decided to first venture inside to conduct a search, intending to replicate the vehicles and troops afterwards. The convoy slowly entered the oasis area, which had lost all semblance of the vibrant life it had displayed by day, now appearing in a state of ruin. He halted the vehicles, opting not to rush into replication with the dice, and instead chose to produce a batch of ammunition prior to proceeding with the duplication. Su Yi led a group to the left, Su Er took another to the right, while I ventured forward. Su Yun divided the personnel into 3 factions to explore different directions. After a while, we convened by the lakeside, and, having exchanged words, everyone commenced their explorations in their respective paths. After traversing a stretch, Su Yun arrived at the first chamber, only to find it utterly barren, evidently having been thoroughly ravaged by others. Several successive rooms yielded no treasures, and Su Yun began to relinquish hope, making his way to the lakeside to await news from the other 2 teams. The night air was biting cold, and Su Yun could not suppress a shiver as he gazed upon the placid surface of the lake, only to realize that the stone platform from earlier had vanished without a trace. Soon, Su Er arrived at the lakeside, reporting, "Commander, we found nothing. All has been claimed by the other survivors." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It is the same for us. Where is Su Yi?" No sooner had he spoken than the headlights of a vehicle illuminated the distance, signaling Su Yi's return. As the vehicle came to a halt, Su Yi operated the mechanical claw to retrieve a statue, which stood a towering 3 meters high, oddly resembling the eye creature from today, evoking an unsettling feeling in Su Yun. Struggling against his discomfort, He inquired, "Where did you acquire this statue?" After a moment's reflection, Su-yi replied, "I believe I encountered it in what appeared to be a sacrificial house. Commander, you mentioned being vigilant about statues, so I brought it to you." He then produced a piece of blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Su-yun, saying, "Look, there's a blueprint pressed beneath the statue." Su-yun's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he unfolded the blueprint, discovering it to be a learning diagram. It had been far too long since he had stumbled upon such instructional material. Not only learning diagrams, but even crafting blueprints had become exceedingly scarce. He had assumed that with the introduction of production modules, learning blueprints would no longer be necessary. Hence, he did not study the advanced material card. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a blueprint. Eagerly, he opened it. Starry-Eye Watcher Sacrificial Key Learning Blueprint. Upon learning, one can comprehend various information regarding the Starry-Eye Watcher and conduct effective worship. Upon reading this, the smile on Su-yun's face abruptly faded. What does this even mean? He nearly discarded the blueprint into the lake, but adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he decided to stow it away in his ring, perhaps to deceive someone next time. Turning his gaze back to the statue, it was evident that this grand figure was unlike the ones absorbed by the dice before, and no identification information was forthcoming. It appeared to be an ordinary statue. Reflecting on the efforts expended only to acquire a monstrous statue meant for worship by others, he felt increasingly disgruntled. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Burn it for warmth. If your essence is consumed, you must not lag behind." After incinerating the statue, the chill in the air dissipated slightly. Su-yun and his companions carefully observed the surface of the lake, attempting to glimpse the stone platform beneath. The statue quickly reduced to ashes. A wave of coldness swept over them once more. Realizing that this exploration of the oasis yielded little in terms of reward or result, Su-yun decided it was time to leave. "Let us return to the carriage and rest. We shall conserve our energy for tonight," he commanded. To which the others responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." Suddenly, Su-chi noticed something and spoke up, directing Su-yun's attention. "Commander, look," pointing towards the ashes of the statue. Su-yun halted, following Su-chi's finger, and noticed a faint glimmer flickering among the ashes. At this moment, Su-chi hastily rushed over, clearing the ashes to reveal the object within. His expression betrayed a hint of surprise as he picked it up and trotted over to hand it to Su-yun. Upon receiving it, Su-yun discovered that it was a diminutive glass sculpture resembling an eye, and his face instantly lit up with delight. Starry-Eye Observer, a divine eye imbued with celestial authority, allowing one to observe the subjects and all things beneath the statue through any manifestation of the starry eye. Wasn't this merely a surveillance system? Su-yun found the description utterly absurd. If this were the ancient era, it would undoubtedly serve as a potent tool for religious dominion and intelligence organizations. The irony lay in the fact that Su-yun hailed from the modern world, where this object bore an uncanny resemblance to a surveillance camera. One was a statue, the other a camera. One required a screen, while the other did not. "Let the dice absorb it," he thought, and scarcely had the words left his lips when the dice erupted uncontrollably. Gift. Count 1. Peep. Capture the experiences of others within your temporal stream for your viewing pleasure. Su-yun furrowed his brow at this information. The dice had a penchant for employing such convoluted terminology in presenting insights. Peeping was peeping, yet the grandiose phrasing took him a moment to decipher. In simple terms, it meant that within Su-yun's temporal context, he could observe someone's circumstances in real time without the need for a camera. As for the random duration, it could be as brief as 1 second or longer, but the specifics remained undisclosed, leaving him in the dark. Nonetheless, this capability proved immensely useful, as it would enable him to grasp other situations at critical moments, allowing for strategic deployment, akin to gaining a godly perspective. In just 5 short days, the dice have mastered 6 distinct traits, and Su-yun's prowess has experienced a remarkable enhancement. It feels as if one is in a dream. A firm pat on his thigh confirms the reality of the situation. Destiny. 1. Gift. Each roll of the dice will bestow upon you a quantity of items equivalent to the rolled number. But these gifted items cannot be utilized until after the rolls, 5 times per day. 2. Insight. You are granted glimpses of crucial information for the day, once per day. 3. Warning. You will receive alerts in times of danger or opportunity. 4. Fortune. Luck seems to always be on your side. 5. Alteration. By paying a price, You can modify the original causes of fate to yield different outcomes. 6. Observation. You can extract and witness the random experiences of others within the same temporal stream of fate. With an abundance of skills at his disposal, Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of security, which gradually lulled him to sleep. Before succumbing to slumber, he reminded the troops to rotate the vehicles out of the oasis to avoid being transported to an unknown realm the following day. As for the night watch, such a trivial matter would naturally be arranged by Su Yi and others. Chapter 67. The siege begins a night devoid of dreams. At 7 o'clock the next morning, as the sun ascended, Su Yun stretched languidly and gazed out at the oasis, which had indeed vanished. After a brief morning routine, he noted that time was of the essence and decided not to linger. He utilized 2 rolls of the dice to replicate 2 level 4 vehicles, reserving the remaining 2 for future use. After all, the weaponry carried by the military vehicles was limited, and it was prudent to retain some rolls for the forthcoming activities, allowing for the replication of any precious items acquired. Last night, the weapons and ammunition produced were transported up, and the dice were cast, yielding a 6 and a 2. Fortune smiled upon us, as a familiar radiance flickered, resulting in the emergence of 8 additional vehicles, bringing the total to 16 level 4 vehicles and 22 others. Yet, the day was not over. With today's summoning reset, we could once again summon troops. 16 level 4 summoning vehicles would instantaneously allow Su Yun to manifest 160 additional units. 286 units stood before Su Yun, aside from his secretariat and logistics, which remained stationary. The remainder were entrusted to Su Yi and Su Air for organization, as he directed their efforts. After having breakfast, he took to the vehicle, patiently awaiting the onset of the event. As time passed slowly, Su Yun felt a rare surge of tension, reminiscent of the first time he ventured into a dungeon with his roommate. Glancing at the messages in the chat, why had it not yet commenced? The brothers upstairs were already contemplating an end before it had even begun. I have lost all hope. Wasn't that event marked by a mortality rate of 50%? A few more such occurrences, and this channel may very well meet its demise. Just kidding. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. How could I possibly give up so easily? I shall lead you towards victory. The exuberance of youth is boundless. You, my friend, are quite a handful. Allow me to be your guardian. Are there any ladies around? Share a few photos so that I may indulge in a fleeting moment of charm before my end. Let us seek out those captivating individuals, as they often rise to prominence within certain circles through their images. Su Yun observed the bizarre comments in the chat. Although each remark seemed peculiar, they provided a source of solace, dulling the inner dread. Everyone has undergone a certain degree of enlightenment, comprehending the gravity of ancient sieges, specifically the significance of the death toll. It is precisely this understanding that casts each individual into a state of trepidation. As the clock struck 7:58, all troops had boarded their vehicles and had their weapons and ammunition allocated. The regional channel fell eerily silent, as if everyone awaited the final decree. At exactly 8 o'clock, beams of light descended from the heavens, and countless vehicles vanished without a trace. Power and engines ceased to function. Su Yun gazed at the screen, which had gone dark, leaving him entirely unaware of the external circumstances. In this enveloping darkness, the occupants of the vehicle felt their hearts rise to their throats, and thus 10 minutes passed in palpable tension. Suddenly, a glimmer caught their attention as the vehicles began to regain their composure. Through the screen, the distant sight of majestic mountains unfolded before them. They found themselves amidst a vast prairie, with a grand river stretching forth, coursing through the rugged landscape that housed the city ahead. Su Yun and the other survivors were approximately 10 kilometers away from the city, where a regimented formation of vehicles stood, creating an orderly array. This entire expanse boasted tens of thousands of vehicles, among which were several level 4 vehicles, suggesting that nearly several thousand survivors were present. Gazing towards the city, the terrain was flat and uniform, adorned with meticulously arranged fields, exuding a sense of order. However, no grains were in sight, perhaps already harvested. As Su Yun peered ahead, he could only glimpse a section of the city's towering wall, which rose to a height of 30 meters and extended endlessly to the left and right. Upon activating his wristband, he discovered that the leaderboard had been activated. Area 721, Area 730, Team Contribution Points Leaderboard. 1. Epic Resource Card X15-2. Epic Resource Card X10-3. Epic Resource Card X8 4-10. Epic Resource Card X311 to 50. Epic Resource Card X151 to 99,999. Exceptional Resource Card X10 as he scrutinized the information displayed. Su Yun felt a sense of betrayal. Forming teams was one thing, but the distribution of rewards based on team performance was another matter entirely. He couldn't help but feel disgruntled, realizing that the medals were truly the most coveted prizes. Yet, for Su Yun, these meager epic resource cards did little to satiate his appetite. To other teams, however, this was indeed a sumptuous reward, especially considering that for most, acquiring a single purple card was a daunting challenge without any ongoing activities. Wow, a guaranteed minimum of 10 exceptional purple cards as rewards. How abundant. If our team disperses, wouldn't that amount to several hundred purple cards? It's absurd to fixate solely on the purple cards. True champions aspire for the top. Our team, Aoshi Jutian, is in search of members. It would be more apt to say that cattle and horses gather in herds. Huh? The team of cattle and horses is recruiting. Come join us. I think I shall remain a lone wolf. Joining a team means relinquishing my possessions to the group. Who knows? Perhaps I too might strive for a medal. Su Yun, oblivious to the channel's messages, gazed at the regions 721 and 730 on the leaderboard, murmuring to himself. So this is what cross-regional joint operations entail. I wonder to which region I belong. Suddenly, he remembered his ID, opened his personal information, and indeed, it read, ID 107-261-730-1653. Su Yun was enlightened. It dawned upon him that he was the 1,653rd survivor in Region 730. What do the preceding two digits signify? While pondering these matters, he did not forget to form a team. Initially intending to disperse the members, he soon realized the team limit was 500 individuals and abandoned that notion. The thought of others filling their ranks and climbing the leaderboard through sheer numbers left him feeling despondent. Observing others diligently assembling their teams, he noticed that smaller groups were reluctant to merge, and lone players were not keen on relinquishing their hard-earned possessions. This observation brought him some solace. After all, hastily forming a fully equipped team could be somewhat disadvantageous for him. After watching others for a while, Su Yun began to gather the members of his team into his own group. Recalling the individuals in the region who referred to themselves as the Mysterious Fleet, they decided to adopt this name officially. Taking the helm as the captain, they aimed to establish real-time communication through their channel, not forgetting to deploy drones for reconnaissance. They sought to gather specific intelligence. Once the team was formed, others also recognized the necessity of intelligence gathering, opting to do the same. Instantly, a swarm of drones ascended into the sky, heading towards the city, resembling a locust swarm. Just as the drones were about to approach the city walls, beams of light erupted from atop, and before anyone could discern the figures on the ramparts, they were shot down one by one. Witnessing this scene, the camp channel erupted with exclamations of disbelief. What is happening? Are these laser weapons? This is not right. Isn't this supposed to be ancient times? If it were ancient, we would have overwhelmed them directly. Brothers, we all understand the rules. Let us not hold back, or none of us will survive. Indeed, who can withstand a simultaneous barrage? Upon this declaration, the vehicles began to emit the sounds of launching projectiles, yet all long-range weapons were limited to a range of 3 kilometers, falling and exploding at that distance. What is this? It diminishes our strength. I knew it was a trap, but not this much. We must be so formidable that they felt the need to weaken us. Let us charge forward together and unleash a synchronized assault to secure victory. Agreed. Let us charge forth. Su Yun undoubtedly concurred with this approach, however, urging him to charge forward was utterly out of the question. Moreover, he seized the walkie-talkie and declared, "Everyone, listen closely. Reduce your speed and refrain from advancing too far ahead." The voices of various troops echoed through the device. In Chapter 68, titled Initial Defeat, other vehicles surged forward with fervor, tens of thousands of them launching an assault across the vast, boundless plains towards the distant city. The roar of engines reverberated, and a thick cloud of dust rose, obscuring the sun. From a distance, the scene appeared grand and magnificent, igniting a fervent passion within Su Yun, his blood surging with exhilaration. Yet, his formidable mental fortitude swiftly quelled this impulse, bringing him back to a state of calm. Adhering to the original plan, the vehicles slowed their pace, with some astute individuals sharing Su Yun's perspective. Nonetheless, there were also impetuous youths swept up by the momentum, charging ahead with reckless abandon. And some unadorned survivors, eager to prove their mettle. 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Each moment brought them closer to the city. Suddenly, an array of iridescent orbs, each trailing a lengthy luminescent tail, erupted from the direction of the city, hurtling towards the convoy with alarming speed. Upon impact, explosions erupted, flames soaring into the sky. Provided they were not struck directly, vehicles equipped with shields could withstand the residual force of the blasts. Conversely, those lacking protection were tossed askew, their metallic exteriors warping under the intense heat, emitting a cacophony of creaks and groans. This sudden upheaval sent the remaining vehicles into disarray, colliding chaotically without direction. The halted vehicles were subsequently rammed by those behind, unable to stop in time. In an instant, what was once a coordinated charge descended into utter chaos. The city, requiring but a single assault, forced the survivors to retreat in defeat. Yet, their attacks seemed to lapse into intervals. After the initial wave of fire, silence fell. This allowed the survivors to regroup and swiftly advance to within 3 kilometers of the city. No longer conserving ammunition, they unleashed a relentless barrage of artillery fire upon the fortifications, thousands of vehicles rhythmically launching shells that soared. Boom, 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 each projectile igniting the sky with flames. As the shells exploded above the city, a series of chain reactions illuminated the night, flashes of blue light flickering amidst the chaos. By the heavens, the shield. One voice echoed in the channel, a cry of astonishment. Yet, his exclamation went unheeded. Each individual resumed their bombardment, the planes once more resonating with a cacophony of sound. Despair gripped them as none of the shells breached the city's protective barrier. Whether weakened or simply overwhelmed by the enemies might remain a mystery. I refuse to accept this, one voice declared defiantly in the channel. No sooner had the words left his lips than the others rallied in agreement, once more unleashing a torrent of artillery upon the city. However, the familiar sight that met their eyes evoked ancestral curses from generations past. Yet, the adversary offered little respite. From within the city, countless orbs of light soared into the air. These luminous spheres, brimming with an ominous energy, densely populated the sky, trailing blinding tails as they hurtled toward the survivors with ferocity. As the survivors beheld the overwhelming onslaught of light, their initial fury and defiance were swiftly supplanted by terror. And a desperate cry erupted, "Run, brothers!" Without a sound, numerous vehicles frantically reacted. Some abruptly veered, while others reversed recklessly, desperately retreating. The scene was a chaotic mess, with vehicles colliding and compressing against one another, clouds of dust mingling with the acrid smoke, exacerbating the already tumultuous situation. The thunderous noise of destruction resonated. And perhaps due to proximity, the adversary's aim was unerringly precise. Spheres of light struck their targets with ruthless accuracy, engulfing the impacted vehicles in flames and explosive shockwaves. Metal fragments and burning debris were propelled in every direction, silencing any cries of despair, rendering the scene a horrific spectacle. Upon witnessing the orbs of light, Su Yun instinctively recognized the dire predicament and unhesitatingly issued the command, "Retreat." Now, the team members swiftly complied, narrowly avoiding catastrophic losses. However, the vehicles leading the charge were not as fortunate. They bore the brunt of the onslaught, suffering devastating damage under the relentless barrage of light spheres. Wrecked vehicles lay scattered across the battlefield, engulfed in thick flames and billowing smoke that darkened the sky. Yet, in that moment, there was no time to mourn those lost in this brutal assault. All survivors, gripped by terror, pressed the accelerator to the floor, fleeing in a frenzy. At last, they stumbled back to their starting point. However, having endured the recent brush with death, the fear within many had reached a fever pitch. Some even felt that remaining in the same place offered no semblance of safety. Thus, several vehicles, undeterred by the chaos, continued their retreat. At that moment, tragedy struck. One vehicle collided violently with a barrier, accompanied by a deafening crash, resulting in instant destruction and loss of life. The shattered fragments and splattered blood were harrowing to behold. This abrupt demise struck like a heavy hammer, awakening those still engulfed in panic. More individuals came to a halt, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the scene before them. The vehicles that had retreated to their original positions remained eerily still, paralyzed by the horror they had just witnessed, enveloped in a profound silence. Only the sound of engines cooling punctuated the oppressive atmosphere, resonating with unsettling clarity. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until at last, a voice broke the stifling stillness. A tremulous utterance emerged on the channel, articulating a collective sentiment. We are trapped in this battlefield, with no escape. It is now a matter of their demise or ours. What shall we do? This voice echoed through the channel, striking each heart with a heavy weight, igniting a subdued murmur following the silence. Su Yun and his companions fell into contemplation, confronted by a predicament that loomed before them like an unsolvable riddle. Most critically, they found themselves incapable of launching an effective counterattack, while their adversaries could strike at will. The other survivors erupted in the channel, with some lamenting the fortress's excessive defenses, others proposing a united effort for another attempt. Yet, a greater number remained apprehensive, believing that a reckless assault would be akin to throwing oneself against a wall, hesitating to take unnecessary risks. A few suggested remaining in place until the ordeal concluded, doubting that they would be denied a return indefinitely. Soon, he was met with opposition. The prerequisites for ending the event were the complete annihilation of the survivors and the destruction of the core of the city. Su Yun quietly listened to the discussions around him, his mind racing with potential strategies. At that moment, a suggestion was put forth. Perhaps their shield, like ours, had blind spots beneath it. We could dig a tunnel to enter the city from below. Although this method was feasible, the lack of adequate tools and vehicles meant that relying solely on manpower would be a daunting task, and unforeseen complications could lead to disaster for those working underground. However, this proposal sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Su Yun's mind. His vehicle possessed nano-devouring technology. If it consumed in a single direction, could it not excavate a lengthy tunnel? Su Yun furrowed his brow, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Chapter 69. The Identity of the City Dwellers. At this juncture, his team had no choice but to step onto the stage. If they did not overcome the current predicament, they would be eternally obstructed by the city. With significant losses in personnel, their chance to retaliate would vanish, leading to their total destruction. He shouted into the channel, everyone, listen to me. I have a method." The other survivors were momentarily taken aback, then urged Su Yun to dispense with the suspense and reveal his idea. Without further ado, Su Yun elaborated. "I believe that the level 4 vehicles have acquired an additional skill, one of which is nano-devouring. We can dig a tunnel to approach the shield and, when close enough, consume it." No sooner had he spoken than someone immediately countered. "To be frank, we have conducted experiments, and it has become evident that nanomachines cannot breach the protective shield." After a brief silence, Su Yun once again addressed the channel. "Following the suggestion of that brother just now, let us excavate a tunnel leading into the city. If we can create an opening downward at an angle and then consume in a specific direction, we should be able to carve out a passage without having to deal with the debris." Su Yun refrained from disclosing the other capabilities of the nanomachines, focusing solely on the potential to excavate a tunnel. Those possessing level 3 vehicles expressed their astonishment at such vehicular skills, while level 4 vehicle owners remained more composed. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, several individuals stepped forward, declaring their own skills. However, many others were hesitant to reveal theirs. Su Yun urged everyone, "There is no need for concealment. We are all in this together. If we cannot collectively confront the city, no amount of strength will spare you from doom. Let us not forget, if we sustain further losses, we may not have another chance to turn the tide." The astute among them understood this sentiment well, though they remained cautious. Encouraged by Su Yun's words, they began to step forward. Gradually, those capable of utilizing nanomachines began to announce their presence on the channel, while Su Yun mentally tallied the numbers, ensuring that others did not interrupt their discussions. By the end, including his own 4 vehicles, they totaled 127, a rather modest proportion. Su Yun pondered how to effectively utilize these 127 vehicles to excavate a tunnel extending 10 kilometers without risking collapse. At this moment, everyone tacitly accepted his leadership, as Su Yun was the first to propose this plan and had no better alternatives. Moreover, they all shared a common objective, casting their gazes upon him in anticipation of the next steps. However, Su Yun was not a professional and lacked knowledge regarding tunnel reinforcement. Thus, he decided to present this challenging dilemma to the channel, hoping for collective wisdom to resolve the issue. "Everyone, we are confronted with a significant challenge. How can we ensure that the tunnel does not collapse as we excavate to a depth of 10 kilometers? Once this question was posed, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Would it be feasible to prop it up with timber and metal blocks? Considering the soil quality and depth, Without concrete and steel, ensuring stability is quite difficult. I disagree. Ancient civilizations managed to tunnel through mountains without such materials. You must realize the scale of the tunnel we are attempting to excavate, accommodating numerous large four-wheel drive vehicles. Perhaps we could support the structure at intervals with four-wheel drives and then use timber to brace metal plates. Is that a possible solution? That would necessitate all our four-wheel drives, and the tunnel must also be wide enough for two vehicles to pass simultaneously, making it exceedingly large. Not necessarily. We can position all four-wheel drives on one side for support, allowing space for three-wheel drives to advance. Even in the event of a collapse, the four-wheel drives could still exit. But how will the vehicles at the back continue to move forward during the stabilization process? Ultimately, it was a survivor with construction experience who proposed a viable solution. As Su Yun reviewed the plan, clarity began to dawn in his mind. Under his organized direction, the group commenced their efforts, steadily moving forward to initiate the excavation. In order to prevent the enemy from gaining any knowledge, several Level 4 vehicles were meticulously deployed as barriers. The excavation vehicles advanced steadily, with nanoparticles weaving through the earth, relentlessly devouring soil to create a profound tunnel. Meanwhile, individuals with construction experience closely followed, swiftly utilizing mechanical claws to grasp wooden and metal fragments, erecting sturdy support structures to uphold the tunnel's integrity. Those tasked with observation remained utterly focused, leaving no minute detail unnoticed. Special personnel were designated to monitor for any signs of cracks or instability within the tunnel. As time progressed, the tunnel gradually extended, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. All participants coordinated with the precision of an ant colony. Their collective spirit soaring as they cast aside past grievances, united by a singular belief: survival. Above ground, others vigilantly observed the direction of the city, ready to issue warnings at any moment. At that moment, on the city walls, a handsome young man with golden hair furrowed his brow. Beside him stood an elderly figure cloaked in a mantle, gazing intently towards the distant survivors. After a prolonged silence, the golden-haired youth gravely addressed the elder behind him. "Sir, do you believe we can successfully upgrade to a level 5 city?" His voice carried an unmistakable hint of anxiety. The elder gently placed his hand on the young man's shoulder, offering reassurance. "My lord, there is no need for concern. Have we not, in the face of even the most daunting challenges of the past, emerged unscathed?" The elder squinted his eyes slightly, lost in reminiscence, recalling the moment of their first ascent to the second-level city. At that time, they had said nothing, gazing at the young lord, who was resolute and courageous, leading everyone to repel the invaders, thus achieving the upgrade. As he spoke, the elder's eyes brimmed with trust and expectation for the youth. This time, he firmly believed that the Lord would once again guide them in fending off these iron beasts and successfully realize the upgrade. However, the elder's reassurance did little to dispel the gloom that lingered in the heart of the golden-haired boy. The elder was unaware of these so-called iron beasts, yet the boy, as a first-hand witness of the former technological civilization, was all too familiar with these vehicles and weapons. This familiarity sparked curiosity about the survivors and concern for his own side. The emergence of the survivors served as a key to unlock the floodgates of memory, compelling him to reflect on the bygone days on Solenstar. Back then, he was a high school student in the Meiji Federation, enjoying a life of privilege. Yet, he found little interest in academic knowledge, spending his days engrossed in Harry Potter, lost in the fantastical realms of various mythological texts. From Western European magic to Eastern cultivation, he harbored dreams of becoming an extraordinary sorcerer. Until that fateful day, November 9th, when a thunderous roar shattered the sky and the global Lord competition commenced. In an instant, the entire world was swept into this enigmatic realm. Chapter 70, The Truth of the City. Upon his arrival, he was filled with trepidation, utterly at a loss. It was not until he discovered that the summoned class was that of a sorcerer that he was overwhelmed with joy, even contemplating taking the robed elder before him as his master. Yet, the elder, being the first sorcerer he had summoned, ultimately declined his offer with gentle refusal. Subsequently, he settled for a compromise, taking the elder as his mentor in the hope of acquiring arcane knowledge. Initially, buoyed by an advantageous geographical position and formidable magical troops, he advanced with great momentum. He trained his army, expanded his territory, cultivated crops, and developed industries, swiftly transforming his humble village into a grand city. His subjects numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with 5,000 high-level sorcerers among them. Through a series of thrilling upgrade tribulations, he navigated each challenge unscathed, thanks to his powerful troops and favorable location. Now he faced his fourth upgrade task, just as he prepared, with unwavering determination, to ascend to a level 5 city. He was suddenly informed that all upgrade tribulations would not commence for 3 days. This unexpected turn of events instantly heightened his vigilance. In anticipation of the impending unknown calamity, he expended vast resources, scouring far and wide to amass countless energy stones. He aimed to construct a formidable defense with these stones when disaster struck. To his astonishment, this trial was not the familiar beast tide of the past, but rather the technological weaponry he knew all too well. As the drones approached the city, a sense of alarm surged within him. He quickly commanded the sorcerers to launch an all-out assault, determined to shoot them down and prevent them from surveying the city. Soon after, the survivors charged fiercely, a sight that genuinely startled him. In a state of panic, he hastily ordered the magical cannons to fire, wreaking havoc among the assailants and throwing their formation into disarray. The magical cannon, despite its formidable power, possesses the vulnerability of requiring a charging period, affording the survivors a fleeting opportunity to swiftly recalibrate their strategy. They charged forth relentlessly, launching projectiles toward the fortress. Each shell descended like a torrential downpour, causing his heart to leap into his throat, his palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Fortunately, the energy stones amassed in the early stages were sufficiently plentiful, enabling the robust shield to withstand wave after wave of fierce assaults. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the organization of a counteroffensive. However, such actions swiftly depleted the once abundant supply of energy stones, intensifying his growing apprehension. Yet, the survivors' abrupt retreat provided him a momentary respite. Observing the dwindling stock of energy stones, he dared not delay for a moment, promptly logging into the trading marketplace, intent on acquiring a substantial quantity of energy stones once more. Alas, across the globe, countless fortresses were concurrently grappling with their own upgrade tasks, resulting in an acute shortage of energy stones in the market. He spared no effort, exhausting his resources in a frenzied attempt to procure them, yet the yield remained disappointingly meager. Eventually, having depleted his resources without acquiring a significant amount of energy stones, he found himself in conversation with the elder. "Master, they have remained huddled there. Could they be plotting some nefarious scheme?" The golden-haired youth inquired, his face etched with concern. The elder, shaking his head slightly, gazed into the distance and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Perhaps they are intimidated by our strength, harboring fears that deter them from advancing recklessly. Yet you are well aware that once this barrier diminishes, an inevitable confrontation will ensue. This place still harbors danger. It would be prudent for you to return to the Lord's Manor, where fortified defenses provide greater safety." The elder spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with genuine concern for the youth's well-being. The golden-haired boy tightened his fists slightly, the veins on the back of his hands subtly pronounced, reflecting his inner resolve. "Master, our homeland is besieged by an unprecedented assault. As the lord of this city, I bear the sacred duty of safeguarding this land. How could I retreat to the Lord's Manor and become a cowardly deserter?" A flicker of admiration crossed the elder's eyes, yet it was overshadowed by worry. "My lord, your bravery and sense of responsibility shine like brilliant stars illuminating the masses. However, you must comprehend that your safety is intertwined with the fate of the entire city. Should misfortune befall you, this thriving metropolis and its countless vibrant lives would plunge into an abyss of eternal darkness." The elder bowed slightly, his words earnest. The Lord's Manor boasts the most formidable defenses and comprehensive strategies. By commanding from the rear, you can likewise lead everyone in repelling the external threats. The golden-haired youth shook his head gently, his gaze sweeping over the diligent soldiers and citizens atop the city walls, some reinforcing the defenses with stones, others gazing anxiously outward, their eyes brimming with concern and determination to protect their homeland. He raised his hand in a gesture of resolve. "Each person is pouring their all into the protection of our home, sacrificing everything they possess. If I falter now, retreating into the seemingly secure Lord's Manor, how could I inspire morale and instill in everyone the unwavering belief that we shall triumph over this crisis?" He took a deep breath and, with unwavering conviction, declared, "I must remain here, so that all may know the Lord of the city shares their fate. Together, we shall pierce through the shadows and safeguard our homeland." The elder remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately sighing with a blend of resignation and profound reassurance. His eyes brimming with support and loyalty. Since the Lord of the city has made his determination, we are willing to pledge our lives to follow you and defend this glorious city. Just as their fervent exchange reached its peak, a distant house suddenly collapsed, sinking into the earth and vanishing in an instant, provoking widespread chaos. The cacophony of confusion drew the attention of the golden-haired youth and the elder, who beheld a row of houses crumbling one by one into nothingness. The inhabitants of the city were thrown into a state of panic, fleeing in all directions, their cries and exclamations intertwining, plunging the scene into utter disarray. The youth's complexion shifted dramatically, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. Remain calm." However, amidst the tumult, his voice was soon drowned out by the clamor. The elder's expression grew grave as he leaned closer to the youth, urgently advising, "My lord, something is amiss. You must issue commands to stabilize the situation." The youth took a deep breath, striving to project his voice with strength and clarity. "Soldiers, maintain order. Mages, prepare for defense." As his orders resonated, a number of well-trained soldiers sprang into action, endeavoring to organize the evacuation of the populace from the perilous areas. The mages, too, conjured their spells, erecting protective barriers around the zones of collapse, their gaze fixed with tension and vigilance. Time rewinds to the survivor's side, where a palpable tension intermingles with anticipation in the dimly lit, narrow tunnel. Chapter 71. Breaching the city, chaos reigns. The survivors maneuver their vehicles with utmost caution, inching forward. The confined space of the tunnel makes the massive vehicles feel somewhat constricted. During this arduous journey, they remain vigilant, acutely aware of every sound beneath them to avoid detection. They continuously switch vehicles, gradually making their way to the depths beneath the city. When someone finally estimates the distance and confirms their arrival at the designated location, an uncontrollable cheer erupts within the tunnel. "We've arrived. Finally here." In this moment, exhaustion, tension, and worry seem to dissipate with the jubilant cries, each face radiating joy. This signifies that their efforts have not been in vain. As they prepare to strike at the city, the vehicles come to a steady halt, and upon receiving the operational command, the nano-devourers spring into action. The vehicles resemble an invisible maw, swiftly consuming the earth above at a diagonal angle. Accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, the soil and stones vanish rapidly, forming a substantial breach overhead. However, an unforeseen incident occurs without warning. As the earth above is excavated and its support diminishes, a nearby building suddenly loses its structural integrity. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, it plunges directly toward the breach. "Not good." Someone cries out in terror. In this critical moment, the operator of the vehicle reacts swiftly, immediately activating the nano-devourers. A greater expanse of earth and stone was swiftly consumed, with some of the collapsed buildings plummeting directly into the chasm, vanishing in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, the crowd remained in a state of shock, yet there was little time for relief. Su Yun decisively called out, "Everyone, remain calm. Continue your actions. Use this chasm as the focal point and create additional openings leading to the surface, allowing our brethren to ascend smoothly." The group quickly regained their composure, each person maneuvering their vehicles to initiate the nano-absorption skills at various locations around them. Accompanied by a thunderous rumble, an increasing number of passages were successfully established, forming a crucial route for the forthcoming ground assault. Once the channels were opened, the survivors, eager to be the first to ascend, surged forward with fervor, the scene spiraling beyond Su Yun's control. "Charge forth, brothers. Seize the front line," he bellowed, shedding his usual reticence. In his quest for the lead, he took the risk of leading the convoy to burst forth from the surface, leaving behind a few level 4 vehicles to continue their absorption efforts underground, causing further collapses and disrupting the formations of the surface city. Su Yun was the first to accelerate, smashing through several vehicles in his path without a second thought. In the ensuing chaos, those vehicles remained oblivious to his presence, cursing as they were pushed aside. From the massive chasm, a level 4 vehicle emerged, Su Yun's own. He became the first survivor to enter the city, receiving a notification of his accomplishment. However, at that moment, he had no time to review the information. Addressing the imminent crisis was of paramount importance. Following Su Yun was an astonishingly large convoy of vehicles, surging forth like ferocious beasts unleashed from a breach. Towering above ordinary houses, they emanated a chilling metallic sheen, their massive tires crushing the ground with a thunderous rumble. Their swift advance shattered the previously tense, yet relatively orderly atmosphere of the city. The citizens' gasps grew increasingly sharp, and the soldiers' expressions turned grave, their grip on their weapons tightening instinctively. The golden-haired youth widened his eyes, fixated on the suddenly emerged vehicles, inwardly lamenting the oversight of having excavated tunnels that allowed the enemy to infiltrate the city. The elder, equally somber, murmured, "My lord, the enemy approaches with ferocity. We must organize a counterattack immediately to prevent them from wreaking havoc within the city." The youth swiftly made a decision, bellowing, "Mages, heed my command. Unleash your most potent attack spells to halt the advance of these vehicles." At his command, the mages atop the city walls began to gesture fervently, incanting incantations as brilliant hues flickered around them. A barrage of formidable magical assaults rained down upon the vehicles, igniting a fierce battle within the city. Su Yun swiftly activated the protective shield and nano-devourers, successfully intercepting the initial onslaught before retreating underground. The vehicles bereft of protection were annihilated. However, the survivors retaliated with an onslaught of artillery striking the city walls. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resonated as the walls, devoid of protective barriers, crumbled under the relentless bombardment, bricks and debris scattering in all directions. In but a fleeting moment, the once formidable fortifications were reduced to mere ruins, a cloud of dust obscuring the sky. Amidst this perilous crisis, the sorcerers displayed remarkable adaptability. They invoked flight spells, their bodies gracefully ascending into the air, while simultaneously conjuring layer upon layer of robust shields around the Lord, facilitating the escape of the golden-haired youth. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only ordinary soldiers, struggling to withstand the onslaught of cannon fire. Helpless, they could only watch in horror as their comrades fell around them, a tide of fear and despair surging within their hearts. As the sorcerers took to the skies, a collective gasp arose from the survivors, who bellowed in the channel, "Gods, we have cultivators here. Those ostentatious cloaks are unmistakably the garb of Western sorcerers. What shall we do? Can we possibly prevail? Nonsense. Can they withstand just a few of our cannon shots? Otherwise, they wouldn't flee. Charge forth, brothers. Capture the leader first." It was unclear who ignited such fervor with their shout, but it instantly galvanized the survivors, who surged forward with unyielding determination. In a moment, countless vehicles lined up in the tunnel, while those unable to wait barreled directly across the prairie towards the city. Vehicles that had already entered the city began to disperse, their cannon muzzles trained on the buildings and installations within, unleashing a frenzy of fire. Once leveled, the vehicles slowly rolled over the debris. Some avaricious survivors, unable to contain their greed, leapt from their vehicles, rushing into the structures to plunder. However, they underestimated the unwavering resolve of the townspeople to defend their homeland. Faced with the marauding survivors, the residents were shocked to discover that those emerging from the steel behemoths were, in fact, just like them, yet distinctly different. "We cannot allow these demons to rampage unchecked," a middle-aged man shouted hoarsely, gripping a sturdy wooden club tightly as he charged towards the intruding survivors. "Let us fight back." The surrounding residents echoed in unison. In an instant, they surged forth from every corner, wielding makeshift weapons such as sticks, kitchen knives, and shovels, their eyes ablaze with fury. A group of survivors burst into a narrow street, poised to plunder the homes. The middle-aged man seized the moment, swinging his club with a whoosh, striking one of the survivors and sending him crashing to the ground. "Eliminate them," an elderly woman cried, brandishing her kitchen knife. The townspeople rushed forward, some slashing with knives, others stabbing with farming implements. Despite the survivors' rapid gunfire in retaliation, the narrow passage and ensuing chaos led to their own ranks suffering casualties, forcing them to flee in disarray. Following this encounter, no survivor dared to recklessly disembark in such perilous circumstances again. "Quick, get inside," a young father shouted to his family, swiftly scooping up his young child and dashing towards their home. Inside, most had barricaded doors and windows with sturdy boards and furniture, hiding in corners or basements. "Do not be afraid. Mommy and Daddy are here," the mother softly reassured her trembling child, her eyes vigilantly fixed on the doors and windows. "Let us move to the magic tower and the Lord's manor. It is safer there," the residents called out to one another, informing those in hiding. On a desolate street, several young soldiers scoured for survivors to evacuate. "We must check every house, leaving no one behind," the leader of the group stated gravely. They meticulously searched each home, and upon discovering a solitary elder trapped in a zone threatened by artillery fire, they rushed into the perilous area without hesitation. "Sir, we are here to rescue you," the soldiers reassured the elderly man while preparing to carry him to safety. However, their movements had already been observed by a drone overhead, one of which swiftly adjusted its cannon to target them. With a deafening roar, a shell was unleashed, slicing through the air. They felt an overwhelming force hurl them away, plunging their world into an abyss of darkness, their bodies shattered by the impact of the explosion. Chapter 72. The clash of technology and magic at this moment. Within the city, smoke billowed, and the acrid scent of gunpowder choked the air. Collapsed buildings lay scattered across the ground, with flames painting the sky in hues of crimson. The streets were littered with debris and blood. Survivors rampaged through the city, wreaking havoc. What was once a tranquil and harmonious thoroughfare was now a scene of devastation. Countless civilians and soldiers, determined to protect their homeland, took up arms, confronting the vehicles of the marauders with a resolve that embraced death. Yet their rudimentary weapons were akin to striking a rock with an egg, leaving not even a scratch. Inside their vehicles, the marauders mercilessly pulled the triggers, sending bullets whistling through the air, accurately striking the advancing citizens. The townsfolk and soldiers fell one after another, their crimson blood spreading across the streets, staining the earth in a shocking hue of red. Among the survivors, some still harbored a flicker of compassion. They gazed upon the fearless charge of their compatriots, their eyes flickering with reluctance, hands trembling slightly as they attempted to dissuade the brutality. Yet, others among the survivors regarded this sentiment with disdain. How naive, they thought, to lament the fate of a mere group of NPCs. So many of their fellow beings had already perished, yet they did not urge their adversaries to cease their slaughter. They should stifle their sorrow and join the fray, fighting for survival. At this juncture, the tides of war surged uncontrollably, both sides ensnared in a life-or-death struggle. Faced with the overwhelming circumstances, they felt a sense of disquiet, yet could do little but yield to the current. However, this state of affairs did not endure for long. The Lord's mansion and the magical tower swiftly organized a counterattack, deploying a multitude of soldiers and mages towards the survivors' territory. Upon witnessing the grievous state of the townspeople and the wanton destruction wrought by the survivors, they were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes ablaze with hatred and fury. As the counteroffensive from the Lord's mansion and the magical tower commenced, the earth mages took the lead. With their feet firmly anchored to the ground and arms raised high, they chanted incantations. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, and robust earthen walls surged forth from the earth, winding across the path of the survivors' vehicles. These walls were immensely solid, their surfaces rough and textured, each towering over 2 men in height. They successfully obstructed the vehicle's advance towards the Lord's mansion, establishing a formidable line of defense. The light mages traversed between the townsfolk and soldiers, their figures radiating a gentle and warm luminescence. With a subtle wave of their staffs, healing light enveloped the wounded. Those who had been writhing in pain, their wounds bleeding profusely, found solace in this glow as their injuries healed at a visible pace, their pallid complexions gradually regaining a rosy hue. Meanwhile, the remaining mages unleashed their offensive spells with fervor, conjuring fiery infernos and water arrows aimed at the survivors. Simultaneously, the ordinary soldiers acted with urgency, forming small squads to scour every household, calling out loudly, "Do not panic, follow us to safety." They assisted the elderly, carried children, and guided the bewildered civilians toward the Lord's manor for refuge. In an instant, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The once fierce onslaught of the survivors was effectively quelled. Vehicles became ensnared by earthen barriers, entrapped within a circle of magical assaults, and found themselves in a state of passive defense. After enduring a relentless barrage from the mages, with several vehicles rendered inoperative, the survivors swiftly regained their composure and launched a counterattack. Su Yun decisively commanded the activation of the close-in defense artillery. The artillery whirred to life at astonishing speed, its barrels emitting a chilling drone, with flashes of fire erupting from the muzzles as a barrage of bullets surged toward the earth mages who had just raised their earthen walls. These barriers, in the face of such overwhelming firepower, crumbled like mere paper, disintegrating into a shower of debris and rubble. Subsequently, the bullets redirected toward the mages who were in the midst of casting their spells. The sorcerers hastily raised their protective shields in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught of lethal attacks. Yet one by one, their barriers shattered. Several sorcerers, caught unawares, were struck by high-velocity projectiles, collapsing into pools of blood. Concurrently, rocket launchers and artillery adjusted their angles, their massive barrels elevated high, unleashing a barrage of rockets and shells that soared over the earthen walls, accurately bombing the area where the sorcerers were gathered. The immense force of the explosions obliterated both the sorcerers and the soldiers. In that critical moment, the water sorcerers united to summon a colossal curtain of water, which not only mitigated the impact of the bullets, but also largely countered the intense heat and shock waves generated by the explosions. The water curtain flowed incessantly. Should it be pierced by bullets or blasts, the water sorcerers would swiftly replenish their magical energy, restoring the curtain to its former state in an instant. While maintaining the water barrier, the sorcerers chanted incantations fervently. Outside the city, vehicles, unhindered, launched several rounds of assault against the city as protective shield, causing it to shimmer with flashes and ripple violently. An elderly sorcerer, sensing the strain on the shield, wore an expression of deep concern. He hastily turned to the golden-haired youth beside him and said, "My lord, the situation is dire. We must act decisively to contract the shield, concentrating all our energy to safeguard the Lord's Plaza and the magical tower." Upon hearing this, the young lord furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation in his gaze. His heart ached at the thought of abandoning other regions of the city, where countless citizens struggled amidst the chaos of war. Observing the youth's turmoil, the elder, filled with urgency, urged again, "My lord, we do not have much time left. Once the protective barrier is breached, the enemy will surge in, leaving us defenseless. Only by safeguarding these two critical locations do we retain a glimmer of hope for a counterattack. The citizens will comprehend our plight." Finally, the young man inhaled deeply. His fists clenched until the knuckles turned white, his eyes filled with resignation. He spoke slowly. "Very well, we shall follow your counsel. Let us contract the protective barrier and focus on defending the Lord South Mansion Square and the Magic Tower." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression brightened, and he immediately turned to issue commands. However, the youth continued, "Ensure that soldiers and mages are assigned to evacuate the surrounding citizens with utmost diligence. Every life saved counts. For those who cannot flee, do not engage the enemy. Merely find a safe place to hide." The elder paused momentarily, then nodded solemnly. Swiftly, a series of orders were disseminated. The mages at the Magic Tower adjusted their magical output. The protective barrier, which once enveloped the entire city, began to gradually retract, its radiance intensifying. Concurrently, squads of soldiers rushed to the areas set to be abandoned, shouting loudly to guide the populace towards safety. "Do not panic, follow us. Quickly retreat this way." Their voices rose and fell amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. Chapter 73, Breaching the Lines in a Narrow Street. Several soldiers and men shielded a group of children and women, hastening through the chaos to evade danger. Around the Lord South Mansion Square and the Magic Tower, defenses were being reinforced with urgency and precision. Although the square was vast, it could not accommodate the continuous influx of citizens. The golden-haired youth could only allocate some of the populace to seek refuge within the immense confines of the Lord's castle and the Magic Tower. As the protective barrier vanished, vehicles from outside the city surged in with unrestrained eagerness. The already congested areas, exacerbated by the ongoing battle, were instantly rendered impassable by the influx of these vehicles. Within the city, the mages exerted every ounce of their magical prowess, conjuring earthen and icy walls to impede the advancing cars. However, the vehicles from behind seemed to have lost all reason, recklessly pushing forward regardless of the chaos unfolding. Amidst this tumultuous scene, a few alert individuals sensed the impending disaster and reacted swiftly. They maneuvered their vehicles to the sides of the city, seeking new avenues of escape or waiting for a more opportune moment. At that juncture, Siyun keenly discerned the shifting dynamics and quickly identified a vulnerable point in the earthen defenses. Without hesitation, he commanded over the intercom, "Stay close to me. We will break through from that side." With that, he led his vehicle, directing the cannon's muzzle towards the earthen wall. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the wall was obliterated, creating a massive breach amidst a cloud of dust. Su Yun, rallying his convoy, charged toward the newly created opening. Those slower to react found themselves less fortunate, trapped in a gridlock at the front lines. "Stop pushing. We can't move ahead at all," exclaimed a survivor at the steering wheel of the lead vehicle, frantically banging on the horn and shouting in desperation. Yet, his voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of roaring engines and frantic cries. "Don't keep driving forward. We're completely stuck here," another survivor yelled in frustration. Nevertheless, the vehicles behind continued their reckless advance, further entrenching those at the front in an immovable snare. However, it was not long before those ensnared at the forefront began to emit piercing screams, and once the protective shield dissipated, they became easy targets for the sorcerers. The vehicles behind, still attempting to forge ahead, found themselves in a precarious predicament, helplessly witnessing their companions perish in front of them. As a wave of terror began to permeate the ranks of the survivors. "Do not panic. Those at the back, slowly retreat." At this moment, someone, sensing the dire situation, initiated a rallying cry. The battlefield's dynamics could shift in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun led the convoy in a relentless bombardment against the sorcerer's stronghold, diverting a portion of their attention and firepower, thus alleviating some of the chaos endured by the beleaguered survivors. As the sorcerers approached Su Yun's position, he hastily commanded the close-range artillery to mount a defense. The foremost sorcerers, however, were unprepared for the overwhelming barrage awaiting them. They hurriedly activated their protective shields, but in the face of a barrage of projectiles fired at an astonishing rate, the shields proved as fragile as parchment. In an instant, cries of agony echoed as the relentless bullets tore through their forms, rendering them into a sieve. Blood erupted in the air, blooming into haunting crimson flowers, as their bodies plummeted like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Nevertheless, the sorcerers at the rear did not falter. They swiftly reformed their ranks and, utilizing their exceptional magical prowess, adeptly maneuvered through the air to evade the hail of bullets. The sorcerers unleashed wind magic, harnessing powerful gusts to alter their flight paths. Observing the grim turn of events, Su Yun deployed a multitude of drones for disruption, yet they were systematically downed by the sorcerers' diverse magical assaults. However, the objective of Su Yun's interference had already been achieved. In the brief moment of disruption, Su Yun decisively commanded, "All weapons, commence attack." The mounted armaments of the convoy erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing shells that soared towards the direction of the mages. The projectiles detonated mid-air, igniting a blaze that soared skyward, while powerful shockwaves radiated outward, creating ripples in the atmosphere. Simultaneously, anti-aircraft guns and mounted machine guns unleashed a frenzied barrage, forming a net of fire directed at the mages. In the face of such relentless firepower, the sky was soon shrouded in smoke, with the sounds of explosions and the thunder of weaponry intertwining, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. The mages, caught in this hail of bullets and shells, were compelled to exert every ounce of their magical prowess for defense. Due to the reassignment of certain mages and the reorganization of the survivor convoy, the front line of mages began to bear an immense strain. The protective shield, once maintained by a multitude of mages, had become exceedingly fragile due to the diminished numbers. The earth mages were no longer able to swiftly mend the earthen walls damaged by the survivors' onslaught, causing these fortifications to gradually teeter under the relentless waves of assault. The once formidable earthen barriers were now riddled with gaping holes, in some areas even featuring enormous breaches, allowing the vehicles of the survivors to breach the line. The artillery, which could only previously be used in a limited capacity, was now able to unleash a full barrage upon the mages. Meanwhile, another faction, having already broken through, maneuvered to the flanks to launch an assault on the mages. Faced with this dual onslaught, the mages were immediately thrown into disarray. As the situation grew increasingly tense, the elderly mage, leading numerous high-ranking sorcerers in maintaining the protective barrier of the magical tower, hastily grasped the speaking conch. "My lord, the first line of defense has sustained grave damage, and our forces have suffered significant losses. Continuing to hold the line may prove futile against the enemy's fierce onslaught. To preserve our strength, we must immediately withdraw the personnel from the first line and reorganize our defensive capabilities." The golden-haired youth furrowed his brow as he stood atop the lord's mansion, his gaze sweeping across the distant battlefield. He decisively commanded, "Relay my orders. Swiftly withdraw the forces from the first line and regroup at the second line of defense in front of the square." At that moment, soldiers began to relocate the scattered magical cannons to the second line of defense. Once again, the magical cannons demonstrated their remarkable effectiveness as the gunners, fully focused, maneuvered the enormous artillery, accurately launching projectiles imbued with potent magic towards the survivors. Brilliant beams of light streaked across the sky, and the shells detonated amidst the survivors, instantly triggering violent explosions that shattered their ranks, filling the air with anguished cries. Chapter 74, Breakthrough, into the fray, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos among the survivors. The mages swiftly retreated to the second line of defense, where the ground was already strewn with dense barbed wire. Scattered irregularly between the wires were numerous boulders transported by the magical soldiers, creating formidable obstacles for the survivors' vehicles. The survivors, fiercely determined, attempted to breach the defensive line. Yet they had learned to cooperate wisely, coordinating their convoys to advance together. As the protective shields of the vehicles ahead vanished, they retreated to the rear, while those who remained activated their shields anew. Those without shields took cover behind, preparing to launch their attacks. However, some impoverished survivors, having breached the front line, halted their vehicles to scavenge the fallen mages, clothing, staffs, and jewelry. One survivor, seizing a mage's ring, raised it triumphantly, exclaiming, "The legendary space ring." This declaration astonished the surrounding survivors, who turned their gazes toward him, exclaiming in unison, "What? A space ring?" The survivors began to share the news fervently, leaving no corpse unsearched in their fervor. Meanwhile, those who had been charging forward upon learning the news quickly reversed course, fearing that others might claim the treasure first. The allure of the space ring was irresistible to the modern populace, stirring their innermost desires as they flocked to the bodies of the mages. This scene profoundly impacted the mages and soldiers in the front lines, murmuring in disbelief, "Demons, this is sheer wickedness." In a desperate attempt to protect the dignity of the fallen mages, numerous mages unleashed their magic, incinerating the bodies into ashes. Yet, the survivors, still engrossed in their looting, were caught unawares by the sudden magical onslaught, perishing before they could even utter a cry. "Quick, brothers, run!" Witnessing their comrades reduced to mere piles of ash, the remaining survivors were thrown into disarray, urgently calling for those still lingering to flee. Such a repulsive act, we have not even engaged them. Yet they resort to a sneak attack. "Brothers, charge with me. Let us first vanquish them, and then claim our treasures. Kill, kill." Suyin paid no heed to the frenzied survivors. He was already beneath the city, lying in wait for the opportune moment to assault the Lord's manor. Observing some survivors acquire spatial rings, he too felt a surge of ambition, yet he suppressed this desire. What he truly sought were 4 medals. Having secured only the first, 3 remained elusive. It was this very thought that shielded him from the peril of a mage's assault. At that moment, the survivors began their advance, presenting Su Yun with a golden opportunity. He intended to exploit the distraction of the enemy's main force, launching himself from the Lord's manor to inflict significant damage upon them. This notion was not his alone. Numerous vehicles lay hidden beneath the ground, either seeking refuge or navigating through the depths to plunder or becoming lost in the subterranean maze. In another section of the underground, others were also on the lookout for opportunities. Should Su Yun encounter one particular individual, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that it was none other than the team of Wazii Mei, alarmingly close in proximity. Among those he recognized, Wazii Mei had thrived remarkably well, proving once again that appearances can be deceiving. On the forefront of the battlefield, a multitude of survivors surged forward, traversing several kilometers, obliterating countless ruins in their path as they charged toward the second line of defense before the square. Behind the square stood the Lord's Manor and the Tower of Magic, the twin pillars of the city. Soldiers, mages, and the citizens who had sought refuge here felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet upon casting their gaze toward the golden-haired youth standing at the Lord's Manor, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over them. The golden-haired youth proclaimed, "My people, fear not. Together we shall confront and annihilate the invaders." The crowd below erupted in a unified cry, "Long live the Lord of the city! Exterminate the intruders!" Their voices resonated, echoing through the heavens, reaching the ears of the survivors. What are these NPCs clamoring about? Let them be. Watch me unleash a devastating strike. The impact sent ripples through the protective barrier. In retaliation, the golden-haired youth raised his staff, shouting fervently. In response, an array of magic surged forth towards the survivors, who, undeterred, mounted a counterattack. As the spells descended, They activated their shields and phasing abilities, evading while striking back. The battlefield became a dazzling spectacle of magical brilliance and the fiery glare of weapons, with both sides exchanging blows amid the cacophony of explosions. As the survivors approached the barbed wire and stones, these obstacles proved futile against their advance. With a coordinated volley, the makeshift defenses erected by the townsfolk were swiftly obliterated. As the distance between the two factions diminished, the skirmish intensified, one side fighting for survival, the other for the defense of their homeland, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, Su Yun and his companions initiated their plan. The nanomachines began their devouring process, causing the soil above to gradually vanish. As light streamed through the emerging gap, Su Yun issued his command. Those with shields, charge forth, attack the Lord's manor, then activate your shields immediately. Take advantage of their momentary disarray to strike at their living forces. The group acknowledged his orders through their intercoms. During this tumultuous moment, Su Yun was not idle. He seized the opportunity to commandeer another level 4 vehicle, relentlessly excavating the soil beneath the plaza alongside his companion. Meanwhile, atop the watchtower of the Lord's mansion, a golden-haired youth anxiously surveyed the unfolding situation, his fingers instinctively gripping the edge in tension. Suddenly, a sinkhole materialized in the front left of the plaza, and the youth thought to himself, "This is bad." Just as he prepared to summon reinforcements, a colossal vehicle erupted from the breach, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. This commotion caused everyone to instinctively turn their heads, momentarily freezing in shock, rendering them immobile for a few seconds. The vehicle that had burst forth was none other than the one piloted by Su Yi. While others were still distracted, the rocket launcher and howitzer had already been repositioned, aiming directly at the Lord's mansion. With two resounding explosions, two fireballs ascended from the mansion. After Su Yi infiltrated the enemy's position to attack the Lord's estate, an alert chimed, indicating the acquisition of the breaking the formation achievement. However, he had no time to check it. The enemy mages and soldiers, witnessing this scene, were filled with fury, for it was the very location of their supreme lord. An incensed mage of apparent stature vehemently accused, "Wasn't the ground reinforced? If anything happens to the lord, we will meet the goddess of magic." Without a second thought, he charged towards Su Yi's vehicle in a frenzied assault. After executing his attack, Su Yi promptly activated his protective shield, trampling through the crowd in the plaza, carving a bloody path straight towards the Lord's mansion. From the breach, vehicles from Su Yun's convoy continuously emerged. Without hesitation, they commenced a thorough cleansing of the surrounding area before advancing towards the direction of the Lord's estate. The sorcerers raised their protective shields to withstand the explosions of cannon fire. However, the other townsfolk and ordinary soldiers were not as fortunate. They were caught in the blast, with the square shrouded in smoke and littered with various dismembered remains. As the fortunate survivors waited for the smoke to clear, their grief was swiftly replaced by horror as they beheld the colossal iron beast advancing toward the Lord Mayor's residence. Chapter 75. The Collapse of the Line Not Good. Quickly, we must save the Lord Mayor. The sorcerers cried out in terror, hastily casting flight spells upon themselves. They propelled their speed to the utmost limit, recklessly soaring towards the Lord Mayor's mansion. As they flew, they unleashed assaults upon the vehicles below, under the relentless barrage from the multitude of sorcerers. Two sluggish level 3 vehicles in the rear could not withstand the onslaught, shattering into fragments, along with the complete annihilation of their respective troops. Witnessing this scene, the other soldiers seethed with rage, particularly Su Yi, who led the fallen regiment. He silently vowed to exact a heavy toll from these indigenous foes, pressing down hard on the accelerator as he barreled towards the congested townsfolk. Beneath the surface, Su Yun felt a pang of sorrow and anguish. It was the first time he had suffered such significant losses of troops and vehicles. He hastened his devouring pace, preparing to excavate the ground beneath to cause the entire area to collapse. The battle above raged on, as Su Yi and his comrades' vehicles approached the walls of the Lord Mayor's residence. From a distance, a volley of fire shattered the walls into rubble. Countless townsfolk attempted to obstruct the advance of the vehicles with their bodies, but it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Su Yi and his comrades could hardly be bothered to engage their weapons. They simply plowed forward, crashing through with their vehicles. At that moment, the supporting sorcerers had caught up with the convoy, unleashing spells that resulted in the loss of 3 more level 3 vehicles. The convoy came to a halt, adjusting the angle of their cannons and pointing their machine guns toward the rear. Witnessing this scene, the sorcerers were struck with panic. Demons, how dare you? They began to chant incantations, hastening their steps forward. All weapons were activated as Su Yi commanded the convoy through the communication channel, while underground. Su Yun aimed the cannon at the ceiling above. With a decisive command from Su Yi, the mounted artillery and guns simultaneously targeted the Lord's mansion and the rear, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets and shells. The cacophony of countless explosions and bursts of fire led to the collapse of half the Lord's mansion, engulfing it in flames. Watching the transformation from thatched huts to the present castle, the Lord's mansion, a testament to the passage of time, crumbled before their eyes, leaving countless citizens heartbroken, their faith shattered. The sorcerers, however, continued their incantations undeterred, aware that the absence of any sensation regarding the Lord's disappearance indicated he was still alive. As long as the Lord lived, there remained a chance for renewal. A dazzling array of attacks, fire dragons, water arrows, and storms, began to coalesce before the sorcerers, ready to be unleashed. Meanwhile, on the right side of the Lord's mansion, Wei's Mei and her companions, sensing the moment was ripe, erupted from the ground. Upon emerging, they witnessed Su Yun's convoy obliterating the Lord's mansion and the sorcerers preparing their offensive spells. Without hesitation, they unleashed a torrent of fire upon the sorcerers, interrupting their casting just before it could commence. A resounding voice echoed from the attachment channel, accompanied by laughter. The enigmatic convoy of 730 should not forget the kindness bestowed by our dear Yujia. Su Yi also expressed gratitude to the brothers on the other side. Suddenly, an explosion from beneath caused a chain reaction, leading to the ground of the square collapsing downward, with dust and debris swirling around. Before Su Yi could articulate his thoughts, he witnessed the convoy of Wasai Mei following suit as the ground gave way beneath them. All that remained was a faint sound resonating from below. Su Yun, situated underground, sensed the impending collapse above, initiating a devouring force that absorbed the soil cascading from the vehicle's roof. At that moment, the screen dimmed, and a shadow appeared atop the vehicle. Su Yun swiftly turned to the screen, illuminating the area above, his pupils dilating as he hurriedly activated the protective shield. Vehicles plummeted from above, striking the shield with tremendous force, rendering it dull and lifeless, before rolling away to the side. Fortunately, the foundational strength of Su Yun's vehicle's protective shield prevented it from being breached immediately. As he pondered the unfolding events, a furious voice erupted over the channel. Which fool is digging indiscriminately, unaware that there are people above? A hint of embarrassment washed over Su Yun as he relayed his response to the other side. What do you think? The channel erupted with further complaints. I had no idea you were over there. Through Su Yi's introduction, Su Yun understood that this was the convoy of Wasai Mei, who had recently offered assistance. In exasperation, the other side replied with a terse response, and the matter was quickly set aside as both parties revved their engines, propelling themselves up the incline with fervor. The sudden collapse of the square once again instilled panic among those stationed at the city's defenses, causing several individuals to plunge into the abyss below, momentarily diminishing their offensive capabilities. As the awe-inspiring squad, led by Wasai Mei and Su Yun, ascended back to the surface, they delivered a final, lethal blow to the city's fortifications. This alleviated the immense pressure on the frontline survivors, who seized the opportunity to hasten their advance. Consequently, the city's formation descended into chaos, prompting some mages to ascend into the skies to evade and retaliate. Observing that the enemy had moved beyond the range of the close defense artillery, and realizing that the rocket artillery was ill-suited for aerial targets, Su Yun prepared to steer clear of the impending threat. However, within Wasai Mei's convoy, two individuals brandished devices resembling advanced rocket launchers, aiming them towards the heavens. Could these be anti-aircraft weapons? Su Yun gasped in astonishment, never expecting this team to possess such armaments. The appearance of these weapons bore a resemblance to the man-portable Stinger missiles, yet they exhibited distinct features. Upon hearing Su Yun's exclamation, the opposing forces could not help but feel a twinge of pride. After all, it was indeed an honor to astonish a legendary and mysterious convoy. Of course, behold our trump card, they proclaimed. The missile erupted from the launch tube, flames billowing from its base as it shot forth with ferocity, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. Accelerating at an increasing pace, it soon reached the heights where the mages hovered. Upon witnessing this, the mages presumed they were under attack from rocket artillery and swiftly attempted to evade. However, The missile traced an arc and struck its target with a thunderous explosion, reverberating several times. The mages, suspended in the sky, were instantly reduced to mere ashes, cascading downwards. Upon witnessing the formidable convoy of the Wasai Mei, Su Yun, unwilling to be outdone, commenced the eradication of the terrestrial adversaries. Utilizing close-range defenses, he unleashed a torrent of bullets at an astonishing rate of thousands per minute, directing the onslaught towards the defensive line. The dual close-in weapon systems mounted on the vehicles produced a barrage akin to beams of light. The incessant firing drowned out the cries of soldiers and supportive townsfolk, who were reduced to mere fragments before they could even react, with only the fortunate few left with remnants of flesh. Similarly, the protective shield conjured by the mages faltered swiftly, shattering along with their bodies and painting the ground in crimson. After nearly 2 minutes of relentless fire from the close-in artillery, expending tens of thousands of rounds, the second defensive line lay in utter ruin. This grim scene plunged the surviving members within the Lord's mansion into despair, exacerbated by the ominous absence of news regarding the Lord's fate. Chapter 76. The Forbidden Magic of the City. A mage, observing the relentless advance of the Iron Behemoth, utilized a conch shell to communicate with the cloaked elder, relaying the situation with utmost fidelity. Incensed, the elder berated the multitude of mages, lamenting their ineptitude and scolding them for losing the Lord. You must locate the Lord and escort him back to the magic tower. Should you fail, be prepared to offer your souls to the goddess of magic. Every mage present comprehended his words clearly. An esteemed mage gestured, demanding if they had heard, and promptly instructed them to find the Lord. As the command echoed, everyone dispersed in search, driven by the urgency to locate the Lord before the invaders breached their defenses. While the Lord remained alive, hope still flickered. The elder of the magic tower cast a worried gaze upon the image of the magical eye painted on the wall. Apart from the survivors on the front lines, other solitary individuals and small groups have deemed themselves to be of little significance, scattering throughout the city to commit unspeakable atrocities. "Mother, where are you?" sobbed a little girl as she walked along the blood-soaked streets, surrounded by corpses. An elderly man, clutching a long gun, lamented, "Demon, why did you kill my son?" A mother held her lifeless infant, her eyes silently pleading for understanding. Yet, the survivors regarded these tragic figures merely as NPCs in a game, showing no mercy as bullets swept away each soul, leaving the entire city steeped in resentment. Through the enchanted eye, the elder witnessed the massacre of the townsfolk perpetrated by the survivors, his heart swelling with rage, his eyes ablaze. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his tears, yet he understood that the city lord was now unreachable. He must shoulder the burden of responsibility. "I am so sorry, children," he murmured to himself. After speaking, the elderly man turned coldly to an associate beside him, inquiring, "Have the people and supplies been relocated?" His companion replied, "Everything has been successfully transferred and is now available for use." With a nod, the elder directed the protective shield to contract towards the Lord's manor and the magical tower. As the shield began to shrink, the survivors on the front lines surged forward in jubilant anticipation. They maneuvered around the massive pit in the square, heading toward the right side of the Lord's manor, with the magical tower situated not far to the left. The survivors converged and relentlessly bombarded the protective shield surrounding the manor, yet it stood firm and unaffected. Due to its limited range and low energy consumption, it could withstand the onslaught, bolstered by an ample supply of energy stones, granting the mages within additional time to locate their lord. In the front direction of the Lord's mansion, Su Yun and the Wasai Mei group were not idle. They launched drones into the sky, continuously peering over the edge of the protective barrier, observing numerous magicians seemingly searching for something. Could it be that they were probing the core of the city? This thought arose in everyone's minds. Their vehicle-mounted weapons fired incessantly, and the ground was littered with spent shells, yet the protective barrier remained steadfast. They prepared to continue with their original plan of entering from beneath the ground. However, after enduring numerous encounters, the elderly man was well aware of the survivors' intentions. To eliminate this potential threat, he resolved to employ a certain spell. The elder ascended to the pinnacle of the magic tower, gazing at the sky above the city, where fireworks danced in the air. Yet, his expression remained remarkably calm as he repeated, "I am sorry, children." Then, he soared into the sky, raising his staff high. Reciting incantations, esteemed goddess of magic fire element, in an instant, The sky above the city was engulfed in a dark crimson hue, the temperature around them rising sharply while a fierce wind howled, buffeting everyone. Upon witnessing this scene, even the most oblivious of survivors sensed that calamity was imminent. The boss had unleashed a devastating attack. They had to flee, pressing the accelerator desperately toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, Su Yun, having anticipated the Elder's ascent, received urgent warnings from the dice, inundated with alarming messages. Without further hesitation, he swiftly led the convoy toward the deep pit, laboring to carve out a tunnel that would lead them away from the city, closely followed by Wasai Mei's team. The magicians of the Lord's mansion, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of desolation and sorrow. As magicians, they were acutely aware that the Elder was invoking forbidden magic. They wiped away their tears and steeled themselves as they searched the ruins for the Lord. Within the magic tower, several wizards sat cross-legged around each level, continuously channeling their magical energies into the central column, which ascended to the pinnacle of the tower. The magic emanating from the tower's apex surged into the Elder's body. While he chanted incantations, heavenly fire cleansed the entire city, and its surroundings were increasingly bathed in a dark crimson hue, mirroring the ominous atmosphere of the sky. As the Elder's incantation approached its conclusion, the wizards in the tower began to lose their vitality, their bodies withering as if drained of life. In stark contrast, the Elder's form swelled as if inflated like a balloon. Cleanse the sins of the world, heavenly fire descends. The Elder finally completed the final incantation, his figure growing ever more colossal. The sky transformed into a vast sea of flames, cascading downward with the ferocity of a tsunami, engulfing the city below. Witnessing the descending inferno, the townspeople ceased their weeping and rage, embracing one another in silence as they awaited the inevitable embrace of death. I'm sorry, no, that I have yet to allow others to witness our love before the statue of the goddess. It's all right, my love, I shall not forget you. Father, mother, I have come to find you. Close your eyes, dear, we are returning to the embrace of the goddess of magic. Meanwhile, those who had not managed to escape gazed in despair at the approaching sea of flames, accompanied by an unbearable heat that instilled endless dread and terror within them, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. I do not wish to perish, nor do I desire to meet my end in this place. It is over. It is over. I am bound for my demise. No, I shall ignite. I shall blaze forth. Ha ha ha. Yet another has lost their sanity. Alas, my wife and I have only just wed. I remain unaware of her fate, whether she lives or has succumbed. Farewell, my compatriots. I shall take my leave and descend to reunite with my family. May my journey be smooth, devoid of sorrow, as we traverse the path to the netherworld together. This wretched world, I bid you adieu. We are concealed beneath the earth, uncertain if we shall survive. Despairing cries permeate the airwaves, but soon, silence envelopes all. The Elder cloaked figure, the first to encounter the celestial flames, felt his swollen form instantaneously engulfed, deflating like a punctured balloon, consumed entirely by the heavenly fire. No, teacher. This harrowing scene was witnessed by a golden-haired youth recently unearthed from the ruins, who cried out in anguish. The ensuing sight of devastation within the city caused him to faint from shock. Lord Mayor, the sorcerer frantically called out at the sight. Cease your cries. Let us retreat, urged another mage, rousing the crowd. They hastily lifted the golden-haired youth and made their way to the magical tower. The celestial flames continued their descent. Before they even made contact with the structures, they ignited into fierce infernos. The extreme heat warped the very air, causing everything in the vicinity to rapidly escalate in temperature. Metal began to glow red and soften, wood ignited into flames, and the entire area resembled a descent into hell. Chapter 77. The devastation following mutual destruction. The townsfolk appeared diminutive and powerless in the face of the forbidden magic. They scarcely had time to react before being scorched by the intense heat, writhing in agony until they were silenced. In contrast to the survivors, they were indeed more fortunate. The survivors within their vehicles experienced the suffocating embrace of a heated oven, gradually succumbing to the searing temperatures. The hissing sounds and cries of despair reverberated throughout the channel, instilling a profound terror in those who managed to escape. The celestial fire successfully descended upon the earth, leaving no one unscathed, except for the structures shielded by protective barriers. Everything melted under the extreme heat, and the inhabitants were reduced to ashes. A handful of fortunate souls who fled the city gazed in horror and sorrow at the hellish scene before them, their faces etched with fear. Meanwhile, those who had hidden underground through nano-absorption curled up in the darkness, listening to the cries, filled with dread yet tinged with a sense of safety. After the celestial fire descended, it no longer remained fixed in one location but began to slowly spread, akin to a sea of molten lava flowing outward. Wherever it passed, the ground was scorched to a brilliant red, and even the sturdy city walls billowed with thick black smoke. The survivors outside the city witnessed this harrowing sight, their hearts gripped with terror as they frantically urged their vehicles to flee the area, pressing the accelerator with desperate urgency. A throng of survivors raced across the fiery plains. Yet just a few kilometers into their flight, a vehicle ahead suddenly erupted with a deafening bang, seemingly colliding with something. Its entire form compressed into a flat slab of metal. Alarmed, the survivors slammed on their brakes, resulting in a series of rear-end collisions. "What is happening?" inquired one voice in the channel, seeking clarification amidst the chaos. Before them lay what appeared to be a barrier. Yet one could not help but ponder the reason for its presence in this desolate locale. Would it not behave akin to the toxic zone, contracting further? How could they possibly navigate this predicament? Other vehicles endeavored to find a gap, traversing a stretch of road, only to be thwarted by the barrier. Panic gripped the hearts of all, as they fervently prayed that the flames from the heavens would not advance any further. Yet, it seemed that their supplications went unheard, and despair enveloped them like a shroud, leaving them to gaze vacantly into the distance, their eyes devoid of life. At last, one individual could no longer bear the weight of his crumbling emotions. With eyes aflame and a gaze filled with madness, he trembled as he raised the weapon in his hand, aiming the dark muzzle at his own temple. The sharp crack of the shot echoed, and his body slumped lifelessly against the driver's seat. Blood gradually seeped around his head, saturating the scorched earth beneath. The gruesome scene cast a heavy silence over his companions in the vehicle. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the stillness, raw with anguish as she raged into the channel. "Why did you not take us with you to hide underground? Why do you get to live while we await our demise here?" Yet, the survivors sheltered below paid her no heed, maintaining their somber silence. Ultimately, she could only murmur to herself, "Why did you not take us? Why?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving a trail of sorrow. But the inferno would not cease its relentless advance. Gradually, it encroached upon the desperate, extinguishing what little hope remained within their hearts, leaving the vast expanse of the prairie to be consumed by an unending despair that mirrored the spread of the flames. The hidden figures of Su Yun and his companions remained in a state of silence, analyzing the scant fragments of information from the channel regarding the situation above. They refrained from making any movements until the channel fell into a profound quietude. After a considerable time had passed, Su Yun signaled to the convoy, gradually ascending to the surface. Upon emerging, they were met with a scene of utter desolation. The sky was shrouded in thick smoke, casting a gloomy pall reminiscent of hell itself. The grasslands had been nearly consumed by the raging inferno, with occasional sparks still flickering amidst the charred remains, while the ground was cloaked in a thick layer of ash that stirred up clouds of dust with the slightest step. The once mighty river had evaporated under the intense heat, leaving cracked riverbeds that radiated warmth. The grand city was reduced to mere ruins, permeated by a noxious stench of burnt materials and smoke that threatened to suffocate any who lingered. Su Yun surveyed the remnants of the city center from a distance, where several structures still stood resolutely within a protective dome. He instructed Su Chi to deploy drones for a closer examination. With a low hum, several drones ascended into the air, heading towards the site. As the group observed the footage transmitted by the drones, they discerned a solitary figure atop the platform of a magic tower, seemingly standing guard. Su Yun did not rush to attack. He had already relayed information to the surviving seekers through the channel and was now patiently awaiting the arrival of the remaining survivors. It was likely that the number of survivors had dwindled to a mere handful, and without unity, their endeavors would surely end in failure. One by one, the survivors emerged from the depths, their eyes filled with a bewildered and fearful expression of having narrowly escaped death. Upon sighting Su Yun's convoy, they instinctively gravitated towards it, as if it were a beacon of hope. Observing the stark contrast before them, the number of vehicles had plummeted from tens of thousands to merely hundreds, signifying a staggering 99% mortality rate. As representatives from various fleets communicated through their channels to deliberate on their next course of action, They ultimately decided that some would divert the enemy's attention while others would proceed underground. Moments earlier, far away in the magical tower, a wizard had already spotted the drones soaring above through the magical eye. Anxiously, he exclaimed, "Lord Tam, I have detected the invaders' aerial devices." Upon hearing his cries, the gathered crowd quickly encircled him. They gazed at the images being monitored by the magical eye, witnessing several drones hovering ominously in the sky, and expressed their concerns. These fiends have somehow survived forbidden magic. Their strength must not be underestimated. What shall we do now? A passionate young wizard, filled with animosity, declared, "Let us confront them head-on." Confront them? Another countered, "With what? Unarmed civilians, or merely our handful of fighters?" An elder wizard intervened to quell the rising discord. "Regardless of our differences, we must first prepare ourselves and ascertain how many adversaries remain." Suddenly, a figure rushed in, shouting, "The Lord has awakened! The Lord has awakened!" The assembly exchanged glances, barely concealing their elation. "Come, let us seek the Lord and allow him to guide us." They hastened to the platform, where they beheld a golden-haired youth, pallid and hollow-eyed, gazing vacantly at the sky. Memories of his first arrival in this world flooded his mind, a time when he felt lost and helpless. After summoning the elder, he eagerly sought apprenticeship, sharing in the collective experience of the first upgrade, the initial disaster day, and the first confrontation with rival cities. He reminisced about the children surrounding him, affectionately calling him Brother Lord. Yet, all of this faded away. What he had presumed to be a straightforward victory over ordinary vehicles through magic turned into a nightmare. Upon regaining consciousness after a blackout, he discovered that his city and its citizens had nearly perished. At this thought, the golden-haired youth trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. The mages gathered around him, offering gentle words of comfort. An elder mage, with a tone imbued with sincerity, addressed him, "My lord, this is not your fault. No one anticipated the cunning of these demons. Commissioner Shaley and many mages sacrificed their lives to protect you, hoping you would survive and rebuild Atlantis." After speaking, he handed the young lord a glass of water, softly encouraging, "Please drink, my lord, to regain your strength. We believe you will successfully restore Atlantis. Do not let Commissioner Shaley's goodwill go in vain." These words jolted the golden-haired youth back to reality. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. "Thank you all. I shall persevere. They safeguarded me with their lives. I cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. I will rebuild Atlantis." The crowd looked upon their rejuvenated lord with expressions of delight. Just as they prepared to discuss strategies, a loud explosion echoed outside. The deafening blast instilled a brief panic within the magic tower. Despite their earlier bravado, the imminent threat of the enemy loomed large, casting a significant shadow of psychological fear over them. Moreover, their remaining vitality is insufficient to confront the impending adversaries. At this moment, a golden-haired youth stepped forward, surveying the crowd before speaking slowly. "They are inherently fragile, merely reliant on their vehicles, the iron behemoths. Otherwise, any one of us could easily vanquish them." "My lord, what shall we do next?" inquired a bystander. The golden-haired youth replied, "Follow me, and I shall explain. We will proceed to the Eye of the Demon." He gazed towards the eye, noting that the enemy outside was not numerous. "If I am not mistaken, half of them are underground." Upon hearing this, a wave of panic swept over the crowd, as they had developed a significant psychological aversion to the vehicles emerging from below. The golden-haired youth raised his hands, signaling for calm. Although they are formidable, they possess a singular weakness: electricity. Electricity? Indeed. Electricity can incapacitate their iron behemoths by disrupting their internal systems. Once they are immobilized, it shall be our moment to retaliate. "Is that truly the case, my lord? We have attempted this before without success," one individual expressed with a hint of skepticism. The golden-haired youth patiently clarified, "What you used was mere conventional lightning magic. The vehicles themselves function as a Faraday cage, with rubber tires grounding any electrical charge, rendering it ineffective. What we require is an electromagnetic pulse." The crowd listened, bewildered, exchanging confused glances, utterly lost in the terminology of cages and pulses, having comprehended nothing. The blonde youth declared, "You need not comprehend. Simply execute the spell as I instruct." Although the crowd was perplexed, they chose to place their trust in their lord. The blonde youth commenced his explanation, first shaping and compressing the electric element, transforming the relatively slow fluctuations of electrical energy into high-power pulses within an extremely brief duration. As he continued, he approached the assembly, producing a pin to inscribe onto the ground, elucidating each step. Upon completion, the wizards experienced a moment of enlightenment. So this was another method of invocation. "My lord, could it be that you are the legendary genius sorcerer?" they inquired. The youth interjected, "These are merely the theories of my predecessors. When the opportunity arises, I shall elaborate further. The paramount task at hand is the adversary before us. I require you to channel sufficient magical energy into the tower for storage, and once we reach a certain threshold, we shall unleash it." "Yes, my lord." The wizards collectively affirmed before settling on the ground to direct their energy towards the tower's pillar. Meanwhile, the blonde youth anxiously observed the magical eye, as the survivors desperately battered against the protective barrier. He murmured, "I hope the divine grants me ample time." However, this scene of deliberation was entirely visible to Su Yun, thanks to his ability to gaze. Long before, while surveying with a drone, he had noted the youth standing on the platform, surrounded by a throng, and realized that this individual was quite extraordinary. Subsequently, after employing gaze to scrutinize the youth's visage, he discerned the unfolding of their discussion. It seems that the time has come to conclude. The corners of Su Yun's mouth curled slightly as he turned to Su Qi and instructed him to arrange 2 vehicles, fully equipped with explosives, along with the deployment of 2 units. Once Su Qi had made the necessary arrangements, Su Yun announced the plan over the channel. However, he refrained from mentioning the matter concerning the golden-haired youth. He was determined to obtain that medal of slaughter. He then inquired of the 2 individuals brought by Su Qi, "You do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you?" To which they responded in unison, "It is our duty to serve the lord of the city. We would not shy away from it." At that moment, Su Yun found himself at a loss for words. He could only pat the shoulders of the 2 men in silence. The duo then accelerated their vehicles, following the 4th-level vehicle as they advanced underground. Soon arriving at the designated location beneath, the 4th-level vehicle adeptly activated its devouring mechanism, swiftly creating a passageway to the surface. The onlookers watched as the 2 third-level vehicles slowly emerged, while the survivors on the channel extolled their virtues. "What noble souls! These are the individuals we ought to aspire to be. They are not merely men. They are the heroes of humanity. I shall erect a monument for them." As they bravely breached the 9-layer tower, their spirits soaring to the heavens. Of course, it was not just 2 vehicles that emerged. To convince the enemy of an all-out assault, there were more than just the bomb-laden vehicles. Following closely were vehicles capable of phasing through matter, alongside Su Yun's 4th-level devouring vehicle, while others remained concealed underground. As they approached the surface, the vehicles surged forward, breaking through to the ground, charging fiercely towards the magical tower. Initially, they intended to emerge directly beneath the tower, but it seemed there was an unseen repulsive force underground, compelling them to retreat and seek a position not far from the magical tower. The scene of the survivors charging forth ignited a fervor among all the sorcerers. Even the golden-haired youth displayed a countenance of exhilaration, as if the essence of victory lay just within reach, right as they approached the magical tower. The golden-haired youth shouted, releasing an electronic pulse that emanated as an arc of light from the pinnacle of the tower, radiating outward. Upon witnessing this, Su Yun and his companions' vehicles either activated their skills to flee downward or became ethereal. Meanwhile, the vehicles ahead, having experienced a moment of inertia, glided forward a short distance. A pair of thunderous explosions ensued, accompanied by the rise of a mushroom cloud. The golden-haired youth's eyes narrowed as he beheld the oncoming flames. Countless fragments flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on the realization that he had failed to protect what mattered. Perhaps he would never comprehend that it was all due to his actions. Had he considered employing an electromagnetic pulse during the siege, refrained from standing atop the city walls, or avoided rushing to the balcony, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, he would never have the opportunity for regret again. Inside the magical tower, those present were still oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe. They merely witnessed a flash of red before their bodies were engulfed in the tower's shattering collapse. The accumulated magical energy was unleashed in that instant, a shockwave sweeping through everything, flames mingling with lightning, accompanied by dust and debris, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. After a considerable time, tranquility finally returned. With the sound of an alert, the notification of decapitation, core destruction reached Su Yun. He pondered, Could it be that the city lord had placed the core upon himself? It was a source of disappointment for Su Yun that the city's core had been lost. Had it remained, perhaps it could have been reproduced through the bestowed powers. Upon reflecting on the achievement of collecting the 4 prestigious medals, a spontaneous laughter escaped my lips. A joyous double blessing. However, far away in the remnants of the besieged city, the survivors, sensing the absence of their lord, could not help but weep bitterly. Yet, almost immediately, their tears ceased. After the core was destroyed, they felt themselves being inexorably drawn into a bizarre realm, struggling in vain to escape. The core of the city has been obliterated. This event has concluded, and a return will commence in 3 minutes. Please return to your vehicle within the allotted time. Chapter 79. Reward Distribution. The leaderboard has been updated, and rewards will be dispensed upon return. Team Medal Achievements. First to Ascend. Mysterious Team Engagement. Mysterious Team Decapitation. Mysterious Team Core Destruction. Mysterious Team. Area 721. Area 730. Team Contribution Points Leaderboard. 1. Mysterious Team. Epic Supply Card X15-2. Song Tian above, Kuan Kuan below. Epic Supply Card X10-3. Happy Bunny. Epic Supply Card X86. The Standard 6 Words. Epic Supply Card X39. The Watermelon. Not big, not ripe. Epic Supply Card X311. Storm Nebula. Epic Supply Card X1. This wretched system, even accounting for the deceased survivors in the leaderboard, is truly unparalleled. Observing the rankings, Su Yun could not help but voice his grievances, acknowledging the notorious flaws of the system, which, surprisingly, did not spare even the dead. Speaking of the departed, gazing at the desolate surroundings, one could not help but ponder how many souls would remain after this event. A deep sigh escaped him, uncertain of how much longer he could endure. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Once again enveloped in a haze, I found myself back in the wilderness. Gazing upon this familiar landscape, a peculiar sense of nostalgia washed over me, albeit with an unsettling twist. This return to the wild evoked a heightened sense of desolation, perhaps an illusion wrought by the significant reduction in numbers, by as much as 90%. Glancing at the system clock, I noted it still read 8 o'clock. Furrowing my brow, I muttered to the wristband, "You think it's still 8 o'clock? I shall assume you have merely paused time." In truth, there has been an internal reset. The traces upon the ground were unmistakably not the original markings, indicating that considerable time had elapsed. The wristband displayed 3 notifications, one for claiming rewards and another for a global announcement. After perusing the latter, I decided to defer claiming the rewards and instead sought to discern what new developments were afoot in the global announcement. Global announcement. The remaining survivors on this planet total 75, 282, 514. The number does not meet the required standards, thus a mass evacuation operation has commenced. Upon the initiation of this operation, all survivors must reach the evacuation point marked by their wristbands within 48 hours to leave this planet. 10 hours after the operation begins, meteor showers will sporadically descend from the sky. 24 hours after the operation commences, the wilderness will be engulfed in mist, accompanied by zombie activities and the emergence of colossal beasts. 36 hours into the operation, meteor showers will intermittently rain down from the heavens. 48 hours after the operation starts, a great cleansing will commence. During this period, the likelihood of acquiring epic resource cards, orange, will increase, as will the probability of obtaining legendary resource cards, red. Conditions for the conclusion of the operation. Reach the evacuation point within 48 hours. Su Yun. He has begun to feel a profound sense of despair and incredulity towards this world. Just as one event concludes, another immediately unfolds. From the densely packed words above, Su Yun can only discern the notion of death, and upon closer inspection, the essence of hopelessness. However, at this moment, he realizes that they are situated on a planet. Just how vast must this planet be to accommodate so many survivors in an endless wilderness with such infrequent encounters? Who, indeed, has placed humanity on this planet, where the gravity mirrors that of their original world? The enigma of this mass evacuation looms larger. Is it a return to their mother planet or a journey to an unknown realm? The more he contemplates, the more he is engulfed by trepidation. Observing the evacuation point indicated by his wristband, he notes it lies at least 400 kilometers in the direction of 2 o'clock. This implies that one need only traverse 700 kilometers daily. However, it remains essential to allocate ample time, as walking such a distance each day is implausible. Habitually, he would access the regional channel, where, in the past, discussions and boasts would flourish during events. Yet now, an unsettling silence prevails. Su Yun remains uncertain of the number of souls permanently ensconced in the city realm. Yet he is aware that at least one team from 730 has successfully returned. Perhaps reluctant to engage in discourse on the regional channel. Gazing at the hushed channel, an inexplicable sense of bewilderment envelopes him. Shaking his head, he resolves to dismiss such thoughts, recognizing their futility and the potential to sour his mood. It would be more prudent to claim rewards and enhance his strength, enabling him to journey further. He received 4 medals and 15 epic resource cards. Examining the 4 medals closely, he notes their golden hue, adorned with intricate designs symbolizing various significances reminiscent of the Roman numeral I. He ponders their usage, lifting a medal for scrutiny, and discovers an inscription, "Dear Klalu, please allow me the honor of visiting your shop." Understanding their application, Su Yun refrains from immediate use, mindful that he still possesses 3 gifts. Considering he has 2 vehicles remaining, he plans to first transfer the orange cards and medals onto them for replication. Skillfully summoning the dice once more, he rolls a 3. Observing the result, he murmurs, "A fair outcome, quite satisfactory." Looking around, he notes the addition of 3 level 4 vehicles, 45 orange cards, and 12 medals. His lips curving into a faint smile. After each event, substantial improvements were achieved, prompting him to hastily convert his resources into tangible items and accelerate his journey to the evacuation point. He fixed his gaze upon the supply card before him and resolved to open it first. Originally possessing a total of 60 cards, including duplicates, he decided to test the waters by opening one. Acquired. Vehicle-mounted drone Swarm Hive X1. Acquired. Vehicle-mounted high-energy giant battery X2. Acquired. Electromagnetic gun X10. Acquired. Weapon charging platform X1. Acquired. Vehicle-mounted fully automatic anti-aircraft gun X1. Acquired. Gene enhancement potion production line X1. Acquired. Basic self-selected materials X1000. Acquired. Level 5 vehicle module. First time opening of epic supply card. Indeed. Each enhancement of the supply card signified the arrival of more advanced weaponry. Su Yun couldn't help but ponder whether his progress was too swift. He had yet to fully gather the items from the purple cards and realized he could no longer afford to collect them. However, this was merely a jest he made to himself amidst the tense atmosphere. The thought of retracing his steps to gather purple card supplies filled him with reluctance. The drone swarm and laser gun were relatively straightforward concepts. They simply involved launching numerous small and agile drones to attack adversaries. The electromagnetic gun, which he had previously encountered in a science program, utilized a sudden burst of electromagnetic pulses to propel specially designed bullets at an extraordinary speed. With its initial velocity and formidable penetrating power, it could effortlessly pierce through several centimeters of steel, delivering a lethal blow to enemies. Upon reviewing the information regarding the gene enhancement potion, Su Yun found himself uncertain whether it was the kind he had imagined, capable of unlocking genetic potentials, or perhaps something akin to the T-virus. It turned out that this gene potion was not as extraordinary as he had hoped. It merely offered a modest increase of 10 points across all attributes. He pondered why it was not simply referred to as an attribute potion. Observing the required raw materials, which were unavailable in this world, Su Yun felt no inclination to establish a production line. The fully automated anti-aircraft artillery was designed to complement the close-in weapon system, enabling engagement of enemies at medium to long ranges while providing close-range defense. Fortunately, with a multitude of armament factories at his disposal, these 2 formidable assets could be activated without overwhelming Su Yun's resources. No longer hesitating, Su Yun decisively activated the remaining 59 cards. In an instant, brilliance erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of notification sounds. After filtering out notifications pertaining to basic materials and everyday items, he resolved to focus on cataloging the more significant resources. Chapter 80. Inventory of weapons can be skipped. These resources were indeed something Su Yun could choose to overlook without affecting the larger picture, though they would consume time. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to familiarize himself with them. First, he encountered a series of production line blueprints. Armament Factory Upgrade Blueprint, as the name suggests. This blueprint would enhance the current factory, tripling its efficiency or allowing for simultaneous production of 3 different items. The titles, such as Short-Range All-Series Missile Production Blueprint, electromagnetic gun production blueprint, and all types of ammunition production blueprint clearly indicated the outputs of these productions. The series of unmanned systems, whether it be the mechanical canine, equipped with agile limbs that can adapt to complex terrains, advanced sensors, and weaponry to execute reconnaissance, patrol, and assault tasks, or the miniature biomimetic drones inspired by insects or birds, which possess remarkable stealth and are outfitted with high-definition cameras and miniature communication devices for covert intelligence gathering. Both exemplify the need for compactness and high energy density. The micro-high-energy batteries serve as a vital power source for various small arms and equipment, including electromagnetic cannons, all of which rely on this battery technology. Lastly, the medical nanobot injection, comprising numerous tiny nanobots, is capable of swiftly locating injuries or lesions upon entering the human body, facilitating repair and treatment of damaged tissues, thereby providing maximum assurance to wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Furthermore, with the introduction of nanofiber protective suits, soldiers are less susceptible to injuries. These suits employ cutting-edge nanotechnology, offering exceptional protective capabilities, lightweight comfort, and a snug fit akin to skin, along with impressive toughness and shock resistance, effectively repelling attacks with great efficacy. Additionally, the vehicle-mounted weaponry, represented by the Integrated Air Defense Platform and System, combines radar, fire control systems, and air defense weaponry into a comprehensive platform mounted atop a vehicle, requiring the user to equip it with their choice of weaponry. The self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery boasts formidable firepower and a high rate of fire, capable of striking both aerial and ground targets. It is a type of anti-aircraft gun that Su Yun casually familiarizes himself with, without delving deeply into its intricacies. The next item, the nanomissile launch system, is of paramount importance. Distinct from conventional missiles, it is composed of countless nanobots. Once set up, it reaches the designated location to execute precise engulfment, inflicting no damage on surrounding assets, rendering it exceedingly effective. The early warning radar has a range of 300 kilometers, providing detection and alert capabilities. Su Yun does not seek extensive knowledge on this. He merely finds a vehicle to install it. Further along is the tactical-grade laser weapon, which Su Yun has previously encountered in military segments. This weapon belongs to the realm of science fiction, with reports of strategic-grade laser systems mounted on warships capable of obliterating targets with high-energy laser beams in an instant. Such weaponry is characterized by rapidity, precision, and lethality, enabling accurate assaults on both aerial and terrestrial adversaries. Lastly, the sonic weapon inflicts harm upon foes through the emission of high-intensity sound waves. It can induce symptoms such as tinnitus, nausea, and dizziness in the enemy, and may even directly damage internal organs, classifying it as a non-lethal tool that subtly diminishes combat effectiveness. Moving on to individual weaponry, Su Yun merely catalogs those lacking production lines. The powered exoskeleton weapon variant, specifically designed for combat, is constructed from high-strength alloy materials and an advanced power system. Once donned, it significantly enhances the wearer's strength, speed, and endurance, while being equipped with various sophisticated weapon systems. Equipped with a miniature missile launcher capable of carrying several micromissiles on their backs and wielding an electromagnetic gun, one can wreak havoc on the battlefield. The adrenaline injection, akin to that used by the interstellar human race, stimulates a soldier's latent physical potential, enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes within a short time frame. The cruise missile, featuring autonomous flight and surveillance capabilities, can hover in the air for extended periods, swiftly launching attacks upon detecting enemies, a truly advanced piece of technology. Su Yun was most astonished by the final item, the motorized anti-gravity aircraft. Its motorcycle-like design, combined with anti-gravity technology, allows for agile aerial maneuvers, boasting exceptional mobility and speed. It can even form aerial motorized units for combat, exemplifying high-tech innovation. All the aforementioned weaponry is derived from prototypes rather than production lines, indicating that each deployment diminishes their availability. Lastly, there is the Integrated Intelligent Assistance System for individual soldier equipment and weaponry, which, once deployed, can collect real-time battlefield information, provide strategic target localization, weapon control, and manage unmanned devices. Tactically, it assists conventional troops in controlling drones, offering tactical suggestions, aiding in weapon launches, pinpointing targets, and coordinating joint operations. Coupled with the quantum communication system, it enables ultra-long distance communication, transcending geographical limitations. Furthermore, the holographic projection system liberates users from the constraints of two-dimensional screens, rendering radar-detected terrain and enemies in a three-dimensional format. Finally, there are auxiliary supplies, such as the ecological chamber, an advanced version of a planting facility, and the medical pod for healthcare equipment. The repair bay has been upgraded at the vehicle storage area located at the bottom of the Level 4 vehicle. Now, repair vehicles can employ advanced nanotechnology for repairs, and it is perfectly suited for parking anti-gravity aircraft. The automatic ammunition filling bay has been installed at the top and features a folding space, allowing for additional weapon compartments to accommodate a wider variety of munitions. There are also some blueprints for vehicle upgrades. Upon reviewing the materials, it became apparent that there are quite a few. They have been stored away with the intention of gathering all necessary components before proceeding with upgrades. Chapter 81. The Metal Shop, an assortment of peculiar goods. After a thorough inventory by Su Yun, the following supplies were summarized. Firstly, the production line includes blueprints for armory factory upgrades, blueprints for nanofabrication armor production, blueprints for short-range all-series missile production, blueprints for electromagnetic gun production, blueprints for production of all types of ammunition, blueprints for medical nanobot needle production, blueprints for mechanical dog production, and blueprints for miniature biomechanical drone production, which necessitate placement of blueprints for miniature high-energy battery production. Next, for onboard weaponry. The vehicle-mounted air defense platform and system must be paired with weapons such as self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, nano-missile launchers, early warning radar, tactical laser weapons, and sonic weapons. Lastly, concerning individual weaponry, Su Yun merely cataloged the powered exoskeleton weapon variant, without a production line, which can be combined with miniature missile launch pods, adrenaline injection needles, cruise missiles, and motorized anti-gravity aircraft. These items are scarce and can only be utilized by elite forces. There exists an integrated intelligent assistance system for individual combat gear and weaponry, which enhances soldiers' operational capabilities significantly, coupled with a quantum communication system for ultra-long-distance communication and a holographic projection system that transcends two-dimensional screens. It presents both radar terrain and enemy positions in a three-dimensional format. Additionally, there are auxiliary supplies such as an ecological chamber, an advanced version of a cultivation room, a medical pod, a repair chamber for aircraft located at the bottom, and an automatic ammunition loading chamber at the top. The remaining items consist of various daily necessities and food, all of which are products of augmented reality and holographic technology, which Su Yun no longer needed to inventory. There are also schematics for upgrading certain vehicles. Upon reviewing the materials, he realized there were far too many, so he decided to store them away, planning to gather enough resources before proceeding with the upgrades. After completing the inventory of supplies, Su Yun organized his personnel and retrieved the day's focal point, the medal. As he held the medal and recited the inscribed words, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at the necessity of such a ritual. Yet he complied. Honorable Krulu, please allow me to grace your shop. Upon finishing, there was no response, and the surrounding area remained eerily silent. Familiarity breeds comfort. And Su Yun repeated the incantation, Honorable Krulu, please allow me to grace your shop. He glanced around, but several minutes passed without any reaction. Just as he prepared to recite it for a third time, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him. Startled, Su Chi and the others became anxious. Su Yun reassured them, there is no need to panic. I shall return shortly. Before they could respond, he vanished from the spot. Moments later, Su Yun gradually emerged from his dazed state. Each time he was illuminated by that peculiar beam of light, he felt himself descend into a realm of confusion and disorientation. He reached up to touch his head, attempting to dispel the lingering sense of chaos, and then began to survey his surroundings. It was then that he realized he was standing on an immensely vast platform, enveloped in a transparent, glass-like substance, quietly floating amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos. On this platform, enormous areas were delineated, each exhibiting holographic projections of various bizarre and extraordinary objects. Unable to contain his curiosity, he hurried forward to observe them closely. At that moment, a spherical flying object swiftly approached, obstructing Su Yun's path. Subsequently, the object extended a black hand. Su Yun was utterly perplexed by this strange gesture, unable to fathom its significance. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a projection of a metal slowly materialized above the flying object. Upon witnessing this, Su Yun suddenly understood. He quickly retrieved a total of 16 metals from his spatial ring and placed them in the black hand of the flying object. However, upon seeing the 16 metals, the object momentarily malfunctioned, taking a considerable amount of time to regain its functionality. Once it resumed normal operations, it collected the metals one by one, then pointed with a finger towards two specific areas. One area was labeled 1 to 10, while the other bore the inscription 11 to 20, indicating that Su Yun should proceed in that direction. Following the indicated direction, Su Yun strode directly into the area labeled 11 to 20. Standing before the display, his gaze fell upon the holographic projection and the accompanying product description. Strangely, although the script was unfamiliar, he found himself inexplicably able to comprehend it. Remarkably, the text seemed to automatically translate into a language he could understand. The display showcased the Star-Eater beast hatchling, a creature of immense potential, capable of devouring planets upon reaching maturity, which required an astonishing growth period of 8,000 years, after which it would automatically recognize its owner. Price: 15 metals. Upon reading this description, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with questions as he marveled at the existence of such a mythical beast. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement, for possessing a creature capable of consuming planets would undoubtedly be an unparalleled asset. However, the realization of an 8,000-year growth cycle swiftly extinguished that notion. Such a span of time was exceedingly protracted, allowing for a transition from the Stone Age to the Interstellar Era. And 15 metals? How astonishingly affordable! It seemed the metals held considerable value. As Su Yun stroked his chin in contemplation, he proceeded to the next display. Here, the exhibit featured the void-rending beast hatchling, another creature of great potential, capable of shattering space for interdimensional travel and traversing the void with ease. Its growth period was a staggering 20,000 years, and upon purchase, it would similarly recognize its owner. Price: 18 metals. Su Yun gazed in astonishment at the increasingly extravagant information, murmuring to himself, "What an eye-opener. It's akin to reading a novel." At that moment, he realized that the two exhibits he had observed were both biological in nature, leading him to believe that this section exclusively showcased biological artifacts. A swift glance around revealed that each row presented a diverse array of items. Flanking the biological exhibits were sections dedicated to technological marvels and various tools. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to explore the technological area first. Planet-class warship, length of 1,200 meters, equipped with one main cannon and 5 secondary cannons. Unfold. Price: 10 metals. Spatial folding transmission device, capable of instantaneously teleporting a target to a designated location within 1,000 kilometers. Unfold. Price: 12 metals. Su Yun found himself quite intrigued by these two items. However, upon considering the personnel required for maintaining the warship and the energy demands of spatial transmission, he was compelled to abandon the notion. Energy shield generator, capable of withstanding impacts at a planetary level. Price: 15 metals. Continuing onward, Su Yun perused the exhibition area, dazzled by the array of technological products. After completing his exploration, he turned his attention to the tools section and encountered the gravity control gloves, which allowed the user to manipulate the gravitational environment within a 50-meter radius. He also came across the dream key, which could unlock another's dream, enabling the user to enter and eliminate the dreamer within the dream, resulting in the dreamer's death in reality as well. Lastly, there was the telepathy badge, which facilitated mental communication with individuals within 100 kilometers. The time-stopping pocket watch causes time to stagnate within a radius of 20 meters for a duration of 10 minutes. Various objects are available, such as a memory retrieval device, a mindscape generator, and a life-rejuvenating potion, leaving Su Yun in a daze, momentarily unable to decide. After wandering for a considerable time, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Was it not stated that one metal could be exchanged for one item? He recalled the previous announcement. During the event, those who acquire the metals of Pioneer, Assault, Slaughter, and Nuclear Destruction may exchange them for one item at the Interstellar Merchant's mysterious shop. Indeed, it was said that a metal could be exchanged for one item. He had 16 metals, yet he could only exchange for one. His brow furrowed in confusion, and he raised his voice, hoping for an explanation. However, the space around him remained eerily silent, leaving only the echoes of Su Yun's soliloquy. At that moment, Su Yun remembered another area, 1 to 10. Currently, He was in area 11 to 20, and the prices did not exceed 20 metals. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. He couldn't help but voice his frustration. So, ordinary survivors can only exchange their metals in area 1 to 10? How unfair. What a trivial game of words. Su Yun had always found the enigmatic forces controlling this survival game to be rather unfair, and he had not anticipated that the limitations could be even more stringent. Yet, he had no choice but to comply with the rules set forth. At present, he could not clearly determine what he truly needed, as everything seemed useful in its own right. It is rather difficult to choose. Dice, what are your thoughts? After much contemplation, Su Yun recalled the dice in his mind. Chapter 82. The Mirror of Fate Reversal, Peering. 11 to 25 columns 13, 1 to 10 8 columns 4. Let me ask you, did you truly utilize my peering? Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had intended to reserve the peering for a grand retreat, yet unexpectedly found himself employing it now. However, since it had already been used, there was no turning back. He could only follow the path indicated by the dice. Arriving at column 5, he found himself in the props area. The sole advantage of this section was that it did not require the expenditure of excessive individuals or energy to manipulate and activate devices. On display at the 13th booth was a mirror, its ancient design adorned with enigmatic engravings. The Mirror of Fate Reversal grants the user insight when faced with a choice, displaying the current options and their potential consequences over the next 24 hours. It may only be used once per month. With a cautionary note, peering into fate may result in a backlash from destiny. Price: 13 metals this item. Su Yun stroked his chin, scrutinizing it closely, while conveniently ignoring the large red warning at the back. After all, he had experienced enough backlash from the gifts. Since the dice had already made the choice for him, he had no recourse but to follow its guidance. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun pressed the exchange button and then entered a prolonged wait. At last, a circular flying object gradually approached, presenting an ancient box. Su Yun received the box with both hands, gently placing it on the ground, and slowly opened it. As his hand brushed against the mirror within the box, an indescribable and wondrous sensation surged from his palm, reaching deep into his soul, establishing a mysterious and profound connection with the mirror. Is this the recognition of ownership? Why is there no blood sacrifice? Su Yun mused as he scrutinized the mirror. However, the dice conveyed an overwhelming desire, yearning to consume the mirror. Surely you do not wish to devour it, prompting me to make a selection? This is worth 13 metals. More precious than a warship, Su Yun remarked, attempting to dissuade the dice from its impulsive behavior. Yet, his words were merely a formality, as he did not genuinely seek to hinder it. After all, the dice was his sole ally, and allowing it to absorb the mirror might yield even greater results. Upon receiving Su Yun's tacit approval, the dice eagerly sought to manifest and begin the absorption process. However, Su Yun halted it, for they were in another's territory, possibly under covert surveillance. He decided to place the mirror within his spatial ring, intending to absorb it upon his return. Though the dice ceased its attempts to emerge, it remained restless, and the mirror instantly vanished from the spatial ring. Suddenly, it materialized in Su Yun's mind, as the dice commenced its consumption of the mirror. Delving into his consciousness, Su Yun observed this unfolding scene and addressed the dice. So you can remain hidden. Henceforth, do not manifest without my permission. Yet, the dice, wholly focused on absorbing the mirror of fate, offered no response. This absorption process proved to be rather protracted, allowing Su Yun to explore the items in the 1 to 10 range. After examining the wares for a while, he noted that they were relatively inexpensive, either bearing apparent flaws or lacking significant utility for him. What of the starry armor? Healing potions and wisdom elixirs? They are relatively acceptable. However, items such as the emotional resonance necklace, which claims to perceive the emotions of others, seem rather futile. Particularly the storage cube, which at first glance appears to possess a vast capacity of 10,000 cubic units, but each time one retrieves an item, the cube reverts to a disordered state, necessitating a restoration before further use. Not only does it require safeguarding against one's own allies, but anyone capable of reconstructing the cube can access its contents. At a cost of 10 metals, it rivals the price of a planetary-class warship. Upon reaching the provided by the dice, I encountered the Cloak of Invisibility at booth 8, row 4. This cloak is crafted from a lightweight black fabric, its edges embroidered with mysterious silver threads. The moment the wearer drapes it over themselves, the The cloak adheres closely to their form, emitting an invisible energy wave that renders them impervious to detection. No means of surveillance, be it weight sensors, visual observation, thermal imaging, sound waves, or optical detection, can capture the user's presence, achieving true invisibility. The price, 3 medals. Fortunately, I possess exactly 3 medals, which is quite reasonable. I can act with stealth. Naturally, I trust the choice of the dice and proceed to exchange. After a brief interlude, a circular flying object arrives once more, delivering a box. I eagerly open the box and don the phantom cloak, which immediately conforms to my physique. Glancing down at myself, I am astonished to find that I am entirely invisible. A wave of exhilaration washes over me as I experiment by taking a few steps in the item area, deliberately placing my feet heavily, yet making no sound, nor provoking any reaction from the surrounding objects, as if I have vanished from this realm altogether. How astonishing! Su-Yun couldn't help but exclaim, playing with it for a while before stowing it away in his spatial ring. After Su-Yun made his selections, a beam of light descended, and he found himself, somewhat dazed, back in the wilderness. On the arid expanse, the various troops had been anxiously awaiting Su-Yun's return. Upon his sudden appearance, their faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly surrounded him, expressing their concern. Su-Chi, ever thoughtful, handed him some food. At that moment, Su-Yun still felt a bit lightheaded, so he waved his hand, signaling the troops to step back and allow him a moment to recuperate. Observing this, the troops gradually dispersed, leaving Su-Yun alone to focus on his meal, just as the dice had finished absorbing the mirror. Fate. Gifts. Each time you roll the dice, you will receive a gift from Fate, providing you with a quantity of single-type items equivalent to the dice points rolled. The gifted items cannot be utilized during the roll, 5 times per day. 1. Insight. You can glean significant information for the day, once per day. 2. Warning. You will receive alerts in the presence of danger or opportunity. 3. Fortune. You are perpetually fortunate. 4. Alteration. By paying a cost, you may alter the original cause of fate to yield a different result. 5. Glimpse. You can intercept the random experiences of others within the same time frame for your viewing pleasure, once per day. 6. Derivation. After making a choice, you can create a pseudo-parallel timeline for 24 hours, allowing observation, correction, and change. Twice a month, Su-Yun gazed at this newfound ability, pondering whether the dice had absorbed the words spoken previously. The skill this time was easily comprehensible. The time and space derived from its use were not genuine parallel worlds, but rather fleeting branches based on the current timeline, destined to vanish after 24 hours. Su-Yun could observe the unfolding of events within this pseudo-realm and even attempt to alter their trajectory, though such changes would not directly impact the real world. When faced with choices, he could experiment with various courses of action in the pseudo-realm through derivation, confirming outcomes before returning to reality to make his final decision. This offered a tremendous opportunity for trial and error, rendering it nearly flawless. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of any potential backlash. Nonetheless, as long as there were no urgent matters at hand, Su-Yun had no intention of utilizing it. Chapter 83. The arrival of the meteor shower. What astonished Su-Yun most was the formidable power of the dice. Previously, the original item could only be used once a month, and after making a choice, one could merely witness the resultant trajectory. In contrast, the dice allowed for alterations within a 24-hour window, influencing outcomes, and could be used twice monthly. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Incredible!" After finishing his meal, Su-Yun rose to check the time. 3 hours had already elapsed. Approaching noon, the sun over the Gobi Desert grew increasingly scorching, waves of heat rising from the ground, distorting the distant landscape. With only 6 hours remaining before the meteor shower began, it was uncertain whether they would still be able to proceed. Time was of the essence, and there could be no further delays. They needed to hasten to the evacuation point. Any additional crises could lead to regrettable consequences should they miscalculate their timing. The various military units commenced their journey, embarking on a grand expedition across the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. The only sound accompanying them was the hum of the engines, rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate. Gazing at the scenery outside, Su-Yun could only offer silent prayers for a safe arrival at the evacuation point. Despite being an atheist, he found himself murmuring thoughts of ancestral blessings and divine protection, hoping to encounter several wooden cabins along the way, perhaps with a few red cards inside. The convoy accelerated across the Gobi, maintaining its pace until just past 4 in the afternoon. Su Yun, having awakened from a much-needed nap after the exhausting siege activities, rubbed his eyes and glanced at the distance displayed on the vehicle's dashboard. His brow furrowed instantly. They had only covered a mere 200 kilometers throughout the afternoon. Turning to Su Qi, he inquired about the sluggish pace. Su Qi replied, "Commander, we have just traversed a horrific battlefield, with the road riddled with countless craters and traps. The level 3 vehicles are struggling significantly under these conditions, compelling us to reduce speed and wait for them to catch up." Upon hearing this, Su Yun frowned in contemplation. It appeared that the previous survivors were not the most docile of individuals, frequently engaging in conflicts. He assessed his own fleet. Currently, there were 19 level 4 vehicles and only 15 level 3 ones. It seemed imperative to upgrade the level 3 vehicles to level 4, or, in times of dire need, to abandon a portion of them. With the total number of troops, including himself, standing at 235, the level 4 vehicles alone would suffice. However, what is currently lacking is a crucial blueprint for the transmission, unless another purple card can be located for modification. Su Yun swiftly calculated the journey in his mind. It was now 1600 hours, and there remained 40 hours until the stipulated 48-hour deadline. They had already traveled 200 kilometers, with the destination still 1,400 kilometers away. Given the time available, 40 hours should suffice, provided all goes smoothly. He gazed out of the window at the rugged expanse of the desert. Although the terrain was uneven, it posed little challenge for the vehicles equipped with large tires, as long as they did not encounter particularly massive boulders or deep pits. Coupled with the speed of their vehicles, reaching their destination within the prescribed time seemed feasible. After careful consideration, Su Yun decided to search for the blueprint to enhance the vehicle's performance. Thus, he instructed Su Qi, relay the message ahead to deploy reconnaissance vehicles, keeping an eye out for any small huts along the way. Upon discovery, arrange for 2 vehicles to temporarily detach from the convoy to procure the resource card. Su Qi saluted respectfully and promptly set off to carry out the task. Just as Su Qi was about to leave, Su Yun called him back. Before Su Qi could speak, Su Yun said, "Once you have completed this task, you may take a rest." Understood. Su Qi, standing tall, promptly rendered a precise military salute, then turned and strode off to convey Su Yun's orders. After Su Qi departed, Su Yun leaned back in his seat, his gaze penetrating the window, fixated on the horizon distorted by the scorching sun. Approximately an hour later, as the convoy continued its journey, the lead reconnaissance vehicle suddenly reported that a small hut had been discovered ahead. Upon receiving the news, Su Yun's eyes instantly gleamed with determination. He promptly commanded the arrangement of 2 highly mobile vehicles to detach from the convoy and swiftly proceed to the small cabin for a search. The soldiers aboard these vehicles were seasoned veterans, summoned forth by Su Yun for this second wave. They approached the cabin with utmost caution, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, while the weapons on board stood ready to unleash fire at a moment's notice. As they neared the small wooden structure, they discerned a series of low growls emanating from within. The soldiers exchanged knowing glances, instinctively dividing into 2 groups, one tasked with securing the perimeter, while the other prepared to breach the door. Suddenly, a pack of wolves launched an assault, prompting the soldiers to decisively open fire, systematically eliminating each beast. Upon entering the cabin, they discovered a card affixed to the wall, a striking orange card. One soldier stepped forward to retrieve it, swiftly stowing it away, while the others dismantled the remains of the wolf pack to transport back to the convoy. Meanwhile, Su Yun and his companions pressed onward, and thus the convoy advanced for over an hour. Glancing at the time, Su Yun deemed it appropriate to pause for dinner, instructing everyone to eat in the vehicles without disembarking. "Let us all have our meal now. After 6 p.m., we may not have the chance to dine properly," he remarked. The vehicles swiftly prepared their evening repast, taking turns to eat without delay. As Su Yun and Su Qi gathered around, partaking in a simple meal, they noted that the twilight descended earlier than usual today, casting a somber atmosphere. Time passed gradually, and as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Su Yun sensed that the first wave of crisis was imminent. At precisely 6 o'clock, the sky underwent a sudden transformation, as countless meteors the size of bullets descended with a deafening rush, manifesting a spectacular meteor shower. These bullet-sized meteors relentlessly struck the vehicles, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. A wave of unease swept through the crowd, instilling an inexplicable tension within them. Fortunately, The vehicles of grades 3 and 4 within the convoy were relatively robust, possessing a degree of protective capability. Although they sustained some impacts from the meteors, they emerged largely unscathed, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Observing the situation, Su Yun reassured Su Qi, instructing, "Continue onward, maintain speed, activate the radar for early warning, and be cautious of the larger meteors." Under Su Yun's command, the convoy pressed forward through the meteor shower, the sound of impacts persisting around them. Gradually, however, they sensed an alarming shift. The meteors, initially resembling bullets, began to transform. Before long, some meteors grew to the size of fists, crashing down upon the vehicles with a resounding thud, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Su Yun's expression grew grave, a palpable sense of foreboding swelling within him. As time slipped away, he noted the encroaching darkness, realizing that the first wave of crisis was imminent. At precisely 6 o'clock, the sky had undergone a startling change, unleashing a barrage of meteors that rained down with fervor. Fortunately, the vehicles of levels 3 and 4 within the convoy possess a commendable degree of durability, their exteriors offering a certain level of protection. Although they have been struck by meteorites, the damage has been minimal, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Observing that there are no significant injuries, Su Yun instructed Su Qi, "Continue onward, maintain our speed, and activate the radar for early warning. Remain vigilant for larger meteorites." Under Su Yun's command, the convoy pressed forward through the relentless barrage of meteorites, the cacophony of impacts echoing around them. However, they gradually sensed something amiss. The meteorites, initially no larger than bullets, began to transform. Unbeknownst to them, some meteorites had swelled to the size of fists, crashing heavily against the vehicle's body, producing a deep, thunderous sound that caused the entire structure to shudder violently. Su Yun's expression turned grave, a wave of intense unease surging within him. Beside him, Su Qi also perceived the anomaly. "Commander, it seems the meteorites are increasing in size. The situation appears rather concerning." Su Yun nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen ahead, and replied solemnly, "It remains unclear whether they are indeed growing larger. Should that be the case, we may have no choice but to seek refuge underground." Su Qi expressed his concern. "If we retreat underground, we may not reach the evacuation point in time." Taking a deep breath, Su Yun conveyed the order to maintain their momentum. "We cannot afford to halt. We must accelerate." "But Commander," Su Qi protested, "if the meteorites continue to grow, can our vehicles withstand the impact?" Su Yun responded emphatically, "We have no alternative. To stop now would be tantamount to inviting death. We must charge forward if we wish to survive. Maintain your composure, preserve spatial separation, and circumvent the larger meteoroids to the best of your ability. Accelerate forward. I have a premonition that the succeeding ones will progressively escalate in magnitude. Let us advance for a distance before seeking refuge. Expedite our progress while the intensity is still manageable, despite the inevitable attrition to the vehicles. Once the descending meteoroids attain a substantial volume, we shall submerge underground for concealment." The convoy persevered, navigating the torrential meteor shower. As time elapsed, the meteoroids amplified in dimension, and the force exerted upon the vehicles intensified correspondingly. Akin to the impact of artillery shells, certain vehicles sustained concavities, yet the entire squadron sustained its velocity. The frontal collision of the vehicles with the descending meteoroids engendered even more pronounced detriment than a direct impact. Consequently, the Tier 4 vehicles assumed the vanguard, with the Tier 3 vehicles in close pursuit. The Tier 4 vehicles, endowed with more robust chassis and augmented performance capabilities, spearheaded the advance, deflecting the oncoming meteoroids to forge a comparatively secure trajectory for the Tier 3 vehicles trailing behind. The drivers of the Tier 3 vehicles maintained heightened vigilance, meticulously adhering to the Tier 4 vehicles, endeavoring to mitigate direct collisions with the meteoroids. Abruptly, a meteoroid of basketball-like proportions plummeted toward the foremost vehicle of the convoy. Evaded swiftly, the driver exhibited alacrity, executing an abrupt maneuver, narrowly averting the meteoroid, which impacted the ground, generating a concussive wave that induced violent oscillations in the vehicle's chassis. At that moment, the radar operator's terrified voice broke through the tension. "Commander, a colossal meteorite, estimated to be 10 meters in diameter, is hurtling towards us." Upon hearing this, Su Yun's mind raced. The potential devastation wrought by such a meteorite was immense. A direct collision with the convoy would yield catastrophic consequences. Should they evade at all costs, or attempt to intercept it with their available weaponry? While his own vehicle could maneuver away, several others lacked that capability. After all, he had no experience in such matters. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he resolved to intercept it with weapons, planning to evade if that failed, and to test the firepower of their armaments against the meteorite. After issuing commands to his team, the weapons, risking damage, were readied. Su Yun prepared to deploy the rocket artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and lasers, all of which were stocked with ample ammunition. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching meteorite, ready to launch the rockets. The laser's energy charged to completion, ready for immediate engagement. A hint of tension colored Su Yun's voice as he announced, "Rockets primed. Laser energy fully charged and ready to fire. Launch the rockets. Activate the laser," he commanded. A volley of rockets surged toward the meteorite, unleashing tremendous energy upon nearing its surface. Simultaneously, the laser emitted a blinding beam of light, striking the meteorite's exterior. The anti-aircraft guns roared to life, their relentless barrage resembling a torrential downpour directed at the celestial intruder. Under this multifaceted assault, the meteorite began to exhibit marked changes. A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the atmosphere as fissures spiderwebbed across the meteorite's surface, swiftly cleaving it into a myriad of fragments. These shattered remnants dispersed like celestial pyrotechnics, tracing resplendent arcs across the heavens, a spectacle of breathtaking beauty and grandeur. Awestruck, Su Yun and his contingent of soldiers momentarily relinquished their apprehension, their gazes fixated on this ephemeral display of cosmic artistry. "Is everyone unharmed?" Su Yun inquired via the comms. Reporting, "Commander, we are all in good condition," the soldiers promptly responded. "Excellent. Maintain vigilance, inspect vehicles and armaments, ensuring operational readiness. We shall proceed to the evacuation rendezvous," Su Yun commanded. Just as the anticipation of escalating intensity loomed, the meteor shower gradually subsided. The world, moments before saturated with the cacophony of impacts and thunderous reverberations, descended into an eerie tranquility, punctuated only by the hum of vehicle engines permeating the air. "Commander, has it ceased?" Su Chi's exhilarated voice crackled through the comms. "Maintain heightened awareness, preserve formation, advance cautiously, and remain vigilant for any unforeseen contingencies," Su Yun swiftly retorted, his composure unwavering. In this apocalyptic epoch, any anomaly could materialize. Complacency was a luxury they could not afford. Upon reviewing prior announcements, it was discerned that the meteor showers were intermittent and unpredictable. Su Yun felt a lingering apprehension. Grateful that their situation was unpredictable, had it remained constant, it would have been dire. Just as he was preparing to direct the team towards the evacuation point, someone alerted him that his wristband had emitted a notification. Confused, Su Yun took the wristband from the individual and opened the private message, revealing a familiar name, Zhao Gang. Surprised, Su Yun exclaimed, "I can't believe Zhao Gang is still alive." He opened the message, which merely expressed gratitude for the blueprints Su Yun had previously traded, enabling them to advance to level 4. They had been engaged in a siege and, noticing the busyness of Su Yun's convoy, had not found the opportunity to greet him. After a brief moment, another message arrived. "Zhao Gang, brother, are you all safe?" Bored, Su Yun decided to engage in conversation. "Zhang Xiangqian, what's the matter?" "We're doing all right. We just destroyed a meteorite over 10 meters in size." Zhao Gang. "Huh, you encountered such a large meteorite." "We only face small particles, managing to pass through unscathed." Su Yun was taken aback by this information. The smaller particles had been their initial encounters, while later challenges had at least been the size of a fist. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be a gift? "I've only used it once." "Zhang Xiangqian, you are indeed fortunate." Zhao Gang. No, just a bit lucky, not nearly as fortunate as you." "What are your thoughts now, brother?" "Zhang Xiangqian, we'll take it one step at a time. I must go, there is something happening now." Zhao Gang. "All right, then, stay busy." It was not that Su Yun was unwilling to converse with Zhao Gang, but rather that the reconnaissance vehicle had encountered a small building ahead. Moreover, within the detection cabin, a red card was uncovered. Su Chi exclaimed, "Commander, take a look." Su Yi had discovered a red card. Su Yun hastened over, accepting the red card from Su Chi's hands, a wave of elation swelling within him. In this realm, the red card was of the utmost caliber. He scrutinized the card closely. It bore no resemblance to the previous ones, merely exuding a faint crimson glow. Presently, He possessed both a red card and an orange card. Noticing the orange card was nearing its expiration, he resolved to prepare alongside a level 4 vehicle, taking advantage of the temporary respite from meteor showers. After halting the vehicle, he instructed his troops to transfer supplies aboard and commence the dice roll. A roll of 2 yielded 2 additional red cards, 2 orange cards, and 2 level 4 vehicles. Su Yun emitted a discontented sound, neither high nor low. Acquired 2 anti-gravity super-large armed drones. Acquired 1 large drone platform. Acquired 1 small nuclear reactor. Acquired 1 super-strong 3D printer. Acquired 1 fully automated high-performance material conversion center. Acquired 1 production line 10-fold productivity plugin. Acquired 1 electromagnetic cannon. Acquired 2,000 basic selectable materials. Acquired level 6 vehicle module. Unlocked for the first time with mythical material card. Upon witnessing the resources yielded from these red cards, Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, these were cards of the highest echelon. As for the nuclear reactor, he could not comprehend its intricacies, only knowing it required installation. However, the drone, larger than a level 3 vehicle, is equipped to carry a plethora of advanced air-to-ground missiles, cruise missiles, and laser weaponry. It can even function as a hive, releasing numerous micro-drones, transforming it into a veritable airborne artillery platform. Yet, a sense of unease lingers, for it is evident that these resources cannot be accommodated or managed by a level 4 vehicle, which has limited capacity and cannot possibly house such equipment. Currently, there remains a slight deficiency in resources. Upgrading to a level 5 vehicle necessitates 500,000 units of base metals and 100,000 units of other resource types. Otherwise, the cargo could be loaded. But why has he obtained the red card so swiftly? Is it due to his rapid advancement? Upon further reflection, this reasoning seems flawed. Most other survivors likely operate at a level 4 capacity. Should they be fortunate enough to find a red card, they too would face this dilemma. It stands to reason that he is not the sole individual encountering such a predicament. Is there a blunder committed by a hidden hand? Or is there some other undisclosed reason? This entire situation is perplexing, leaving Su Yun's mind in disarray. He resolves to consolidate his thoughts and share them with Su Qi and the others, considering them his secretaries and advisors. After listening to Su Yun, the group falls into a profound silence, each individual bowing their head, lost in contemplation. At that juncture, Su Qi abruptly raised her head, articulating, logically. Tonight marks the 6th day, suggesting that an additional event should transpire, culminating in a substantial augmentation of overall strength. Ideally, the activation of the red card would be perfectly timed thereafter. The premature activation prompts the question, is it conceivable that this cohort of survivors is conspicuously deficient? She glanced fleetingly at Su Yun. Then, cognizant of the potential impropriety of her statement, she touched her nose in a gesture of self-correction, adding with haste, of course. The commander is an exception. Su Yun dismissed her concern with a wave of his hand, signaling Su Qi to proceed. She continued, subsequently, the siege warfare incurred excessive losses among this assembly of survivors, thereby compelling a premature commencement of the evacuation. Consequently, the ultimate red card has been made accessible. Su Yun listened attentively, nodding slightly, discerning a degree of validity in Su Qi's deduction. At that moment, Su Ba, who had maintained silence until then, interjected. Perhaps it is not attributable to the inadequacy of this group of survivors, but rather to their exceptional prowess. The puppet masters behind the scenes did not anticipate such a high survival rate. Su Yun and the others exchanged bewildered glances, turning their attention to Su Ba, inquiring, how do you arrive at this conclusion? Su Ba, unhurried and consistent with his usual demeanor, responded deliberately, upon reflection of the intricacies of the preceding siege. Encompassing the defensive shields and specialized mages, a striking resemblance to the sanctuary emerges. I venture to posit that they are of a similar ilk. Upon the utterance of these words, the room was immediately enveloped in silence. Su Yun furrowed his brow, as he had not contemplated this possibility, having hitherto assumed them to be non-player characters. Su Ba paused momentarily, allowing the others to digest this astonishing notion. Before speaking again, perhaps they never truly considered the possibility of the survivors enduring. Rather, they intended to utilize the survivors as mere resources for the city. They simply did not anticipate that this cohort of survivors would prove so formidable, shattering their preconceived notions. Su Yun quietly absorbed Su Ba's reasoning, her expression gradually becoming grave. Whether it was Su Chi's conjecture that the rules were altered due to the perceived weakness of this group of survivors, or Su Ba's belief that the survivors were regarded merely as resources, both scenarios heralded an exceptionally arduous path ahead. According to Su Chi's hypothesis, if their withdrawal and the opening of the red card were indeed a result of weakness, it was highly likely that team activities would re-emerge, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences due to their frailty. Su Ba's inference was equally disheartening. If the survivors were indeed viewed as resources, subsequent activities would undoubtedly align them with far more formidable adversaries. It seemed that the ultimate goal was to ensure the demise of the survivors. Su Yun murmured to herself, realizing that the only viable path forward was to enhance their strength. Coming to this conclusion, she addressed the group, stating that regardless of the circumstances, their immediate priority must be to navigate through the current crisis and reach the evacuation point before contemplating their next steps. The group responded affirmatively. Just as they were preparing to call for departure, an important detail suddenly struck her. There remained one unused die roll. However, they had no valuable items left to replicate, which posed a dilemma. At that moment, a thought occurred to her, and she glanced down at her spatial ring. In a moment of realization, he lamented his oversight, recognizing the replicability of spatial rings. With that, he summoned the dice, which landed on the number 5. Instantly, several more spatial rings materialized in his hand. He examined the rings, verifying their contents, and confirmed that the items had indeed been duplicated, including the phantom cloak. He distributed 5 spatial rings and cloaks among Su Yi and the others, envisioning the formation of a reconnaissance team. With the distribution complete, they commenced their journey. Chapter 86. The re-emergence of zombies. As Su Yun and his companions continued their drive, time inexorably marched forward. Before they knew it, midnight was fast approaching, yet they had encountered no further incidents. A piercing screech of brakes shattered the silence of the desolate Gobi Desert as the convoy gradually came to a halt. The occupants awaiting the arrival of midnight. Su Yun, his brow furrowed with concern, glanced at the dashboard. They had only covered 400 kilometers thus far. Nevertheless, he resolved to pause and observe any potential changes. If nothing untoward occurred, they would have no choice but to travel through the night to avert the numerous perils that awaited them on the morrow, which would otherwise impede their progress. As midnight struck, a dense fog rapidly ascended, revealing countless colossal figures lurking in the obscure night. Su Yun fixed his gaze upon the indistinct silhouettes, a sense of apprehension welling up within him. After careful observation, he discerned that these figures exhibited no unusual behavior, seemingly posing no more of a threat to the convoy than before. Consequently, he issued the command once more, remain vigilant, and proceed onward. The convoy resumed its advance, slowly navigating through the fog. Seizing the opportunity during the overnight journey, Su Yun finally found time to carefully observe the scenery outside once more. The last time he had done so was during the fog-laden night of their first day. Peering through the vehicle's window, he beheld countless colossal beasts languidly roaming amidst the mist, their massive forms resembling moving mountains, each step seemingly capable of causing the earth to tremble. A sudden thought flashed through Su Yun's mind. Could these be the titanic creatures that are said to be active? He pondered their true strength. For based solely on the pervasive fog and the grandeur of these beasts, their power was evidently formidable, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. The vehicle continued its journey through the fog and the drifting giants for a considerable time without incident. The prolonged state of high tension and driving left everyone utterly fatigued. Consequently, Su Yun communicated via the intercom, instructing the others to take turns resting and conserve their energy. He urged them to awaken him immediately should they encounter a small cabin or a similar shelter. Each vehicle acknowledged his command, and subsequently began to rotate their rest periods as arranged. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, Su Yun forced himself to remain vigilant a while longer, observing his surroundings until he confirmed there was no immediate danger. Only then did he slowly close his eyes and succumb to slumber. In his dreams, he frequently encountered harrowing scenes, enormous meteors hurtling down, ferocious beasts lunging with claws outstretched, and images of his comrades struggling amidst peril. His brow furrowed, and his body occasionally quivered in response. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Su Yun vaguely heard a tremendous noise in his dreams, akin to a heavy object plummeting from a great height and crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds jolted him awake, nearly causing him to tumble from his bed, his forehead beaded with a fine sheen of sweat. At that moment, The sky outside the convoy was filled with a multitude of meteors, trailing long fiery tails that sliced through the dark night, descending toward the earth. These meteors, relatively small, did not inflict any damage to the vehicles, though they caused quite a racket. The soldiers, startled by the unexpected cacophony, anxiously peered out the windows. Everyone remained calm. Su Qi quickly reassured them via the intercom, while keeping a vigilant watch on the meteor shower's trajectory. As time passed, the meteor shower gradually subsided, and the noises began to fade. The atmosphere returned to a tranquil state, save for the lingering dust and the acrid scent in the air. The soldiers' taut nerves finally relaxed as they inspected the vehicles for any potential damage. Fortunately, the night had unfolded without incident. The convoy advanced steadily in the silence, as the terrifying nightmares did not manifest into reality. At dawn, Su Yun awoke languidly. He glanced out the window, noticing that the fog had begun to dissipate, revealing a clearer view of the surroundings. After a night of slow travel covering nearly 500 kilometers, they were nearing 900 kilometers, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive tonight. The system clock read just past 7. It was time for breakfast. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Yun began to summon the troops for the day. Currently, he possessed 21 level 4 vehicles, all designated for summoning, which meant he could call forth 210 soldiers. Alongside the original 235, this brought the total to 445, to be distributed among the 21 level 4 vehicles and 15 level 3 vehicles. On average, each vehicle would accommodate around 12 individuals, which was more than sufficient. With the calculations complete, he hastened to commence the summoning tasks for the day, aiming to finish everything before 8 o'clock. After this hour, a 24-hour evacuation period would begin, heralding the arrival of 2 events: the zombie outbreak and the beast activity. The zombie event was manageable, given his experience. Armed with current weaponry, he could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of thousands of zombies. However, the beast activity left Su Yun perplexed. He hoped that, as a carbon-based life form, it would not be too fantastical. Having successfully completed the summoning and distribution of troops, Su Yun gazed at the soldiers standing ready in the neatly aligned vehicles, each equipped with formidable firearms. He felt a sense of growth and strength and promptly signaled for the troops to board as they set off once more. The convoy departed with great momentum, reaching the hour of 8. Yet, the wilderness remained eerily tranquil. Peering through the screen, Su Yun murmured to himself, the calm before the storm. Suddenly, the silence of the desolate landscape was shattered by a deafening roar and howl, as if an invisible giant hand had torn apart the facade of tranquility. A relentless tide of zombies surged from all directions, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Amidst this overwhelming horde, familiar zombies from the past still lingered. The lickers continued to weave through the mass of corpses, while the tyrant posed little threat. The colossal zombies remained another formidable nuisance. Their immense forms loomed like small hills, their bodies encased in a tough, horn-like exoskeleton. Ordinary bullets merely left shallow indentations upon impact. Yet, confronted by the overwhelming horde of zombies, the troops displayed no fear. Well trained, they swiftly formed ranks atop the vehicles. As the battle commenced, the electromagnetic rifles fired first, their projectiles piercing through the zombies' bodies, sending them crashing to the ground. The rockets, not to be outdone, screamed towards the undead, trailing long plumes of white smoke. Several rockets struck accurately amidst the dense throng of zombies, with a thunderous explosion. A powerful shockwave sent the surrounding undead flying. A significant breach was created within the horde, where the zombies were obliterated, and those nearby were toppled by the forceful blast. The howitzers then unleashed their fury, shells exploding in rapid succession within the masses of zombies. Each detonation was accompanied by intense flames and shockwaves, propelling numerous zombies skyward. The bodies of the undead were torn apart under the explosive force, scattering flesh and blood, while the air became thick with the scent of iron and gunpowder. The mounted Gatling guns and close-in defense cannons belched forth tongues of fire, unleashing a barrage upon the horde. Zombies struck by the bullets were instantly reduced to fragments, the relentless hail of gunfire rendering it impossible for the undead to approach. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, the zombies fell in droves, their bodies piling together to form a gruesome barrier of flesh and blood. The vehicle-mounted laser emitted dazzling beams of light, incinerating the bodies of the zombies in its path, severing them in twain as smoke wafted from the freshly cauterized wounds, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The laser swept back and forth across the horde, leaving a trail of scorched remnants as the undead collapsed one after another. Above, drones danced deftly across the battlefield, their mounted weaponry spitting forth tongues of flame. With their agile maneuverability, the drones continuously adjusted their firing angles, rendering the zombies utterly defenseless. The licker, lithe and agile, wove through the throng of corpses, attempting to breach the defensive line. Yet, before it could approach, it was struck down, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. The tyrant made its entrance with heavy strides, but in the face of such formidable firepower, it was no longer a source of fear. Shells from the howitzer landed with precision beside it, the overwhelming force toppling it to the ground. Before it could rise, a barrage of concentrated fire met it, riddling its body with countless wounds, rendering it immobile. The colossal zombie loomed like a small mountain, its form encased in a hard, keratinous shell, which merely dented under the impact of ordinary bullets. However, even it struggled against such overwhelming firepower. A rocket struck its head directly, resulting in a deafening explosion. The giant's skull was obliterated, its massive frame swaying momentarily before crashing to the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. The most troublesome adversary was the chaser, intermittently launching rockets while unleashing a torrent of fire from its Gatling gun. However, the drone swiftly locked onto its target, launching missiles that obliterated the pursuer, the fiery explosion instantly engulfing it. On the battlefield, the relentless assaults of the zombies were repelled time and again. They were utterly unable to approach. From above, one could witness a panorama of explosions and a hail of bullets. Under the formidable firepower of various weapons, hordes of zombies fell in droves, resembling a grand and exhilarating tower defense game. As time progressed, the number of zombies gradually diminished, and the acrid smoke of war slowly dissipated. Suyun gazed at the scene before him, inhaling sharply. Everywhere lay crumbled remnants and blood pooling into crimson pits. The ground was littered with the bodies of countless zombies, while certain areas were fortified with walls made of their remains. What a stroke of misfortune it was that the point system and marketplace had not been activated. Otherwise, this could have yielded a tremendous profit. Now, it felt as though he had incurred a significant loss. Suyun couldn't help but shake his head in dismay, filled with resentment. After a brief regrouping, he and his companions resumed their journey forward. They proceeded cautiously, ever vigilant against the monstrous creatures yet to appear. After more than an hour of travel, they encountered nothing but the sporadic zombie. No other threats materialized. As the convoy advanced further, the wilderness lay in eerie silence, devoid not only of beasts but even the slightest trace of zombies. This unusual tranquility filled Suyun with an unsettling apprehension, prompting him to pick up the communicator. "Attention all vehicles, remain alert, something feels amiss." Just then, a sudden and violent tremor erupted from the rear of the convoy, as if an invisible giant hand had stirred the very ground beneath them. Immediately, a long trace emerged on the ground, and before anyone could react, a colossal worm burst forth from the earth. Its robust body was cloaked in a viscous layer of black scales, glimmering ominously under the sunlight. Its immense jaws gaped open, revealing rows of sharp fangs that exuded a nauseating stench. Before the crowd could utter a gasp, the gigantic worm swiftly devoured a level 3 vehicle from the rear of the convoy. Subsequently, the enormous creature writhed its massive form and once again submerged into the ground, leaving only a whirlwind of dust and the astonished gasps of the onlookers. Expressions of fury and shock adorned every face. Suyun promptly issued commands through the communicator. "Everyone, remain calm. Drones are to ascend and scout the worm's movements. All vehicles maintain a safe distance and prepare for combat." The military units sprang into action as drones ascended, circling above to capture the trace of the colossal worm. Meanwhile, all vehicles swiftly repositioned to ensure a secure distance, with onboard weaponry aimed at the direction where the worm had vanished, bracing for the impending conflict. Suyun gripped the communicator tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently once more, and a slender trace spread rapidly like a serpentine creature. Wherever the trace extended, the soil bulged slightly, as if some immense entity was traversing swiftly beneath the surface. The colossal worm erupted from the flank of the convoy, targeting a level 4 vehicle. Observing this, Suyun shouted into the communicator, "Fire!" With a roar, a barrage of artillery weapons unleashed a storm of projectiles upon the worm. However, the colossal worm reacted with remarkable swiftness, its immense form twisting agilely to deftly evade the initial barrage. Yet, the shells detonated around it, engulfing the creature in a conflagration of flames and smoke. As the haze dissipated, onlookers discovered that the giant worm had merely sustained superficial injuries to its exterior. Enraged, it emitted a furious roar, its body thrashing even more violently, causing the ground to tremble in response. At this juncture, the mounted Gatling gun and laser weaponry commenced their assault. The bullets from the Gatling rained down upon the massive worm, striking its tough scales and sending forth showers of sparks. Nevertheless, the worm's defenses proved formidable. These attacks were insufficient to inflict any mortal wounds. The beams from the laser weapon jolted its body, eliciting a cry of anguish. In a furious writhe, it burrowed into the earth, leaving a serpentine trail as it swiftly retreated towards the rear of the convoy. Before the onlookers could exhale in relief, it erupted from the ground behind the convoy, its enormous maw snapping towards a level 3 vehicle. The vehicle hastily reversed, narrowly evading the worm's assault. At that moment, reconnaissance units, utilizing drones, identified a vulnerability in the colossal worm. Its underbelly was devoid of scales and appeared relatively soft. This crucial intelligence was promptly relayed to Su Yun. Upon receiving the report, Su Yun swiftly instructed his personnel to concentrate their fire on the worm's abdomen when it next surfaced. The ground heaved in the midst of the convoy, and the giant worm burst forth, shaking nearby vehicles violently. Chapter 88. Sonic weapons. Due to the situation at hand, in order to avoid harming other vehicles, Su Yun commanded the use of close-range cannons and Gatling guns to target the abdomen of the colossal worm. In an instant, its abdomen was reduced to a gruesome mess, oozing copious amounts of green slime that emitted a pungent stench. The giant worm, severely wounded, thrashed about violently, rolling across the ground, shaking the very earth beneath it and causing the vehicles to sway uncontrollably. A soldier, seizing the opportunity, swiftly activated the laser weapon. A powerful beam of high-energy laser shot forth, striking precisely at the wound on the worm's abdomen. The immense energy of the laser instantly vaporized the tissue at the site of the injury, followed by an even more violent explosion. A massive cavity was blown open in the body of the giant worm, and its thrashing weakened momentarily. However, just as everyone believed they had vanquished the beast, it suddenly surged with renewed strength, burrowing into the ground in a startling display, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yun gazed at the spot where the worm had vanished, an unsettling anxiety swelling within him. Despite expending such considerable effort, they had only managed to inflict severe injury upon it. And what if more of them appeared in succession? Through holographic projections, Su Yun convened with representatives from various vehicles to deliberate on strategies for encountering such situations in the future. Amidst the somber discussion, someone proposed, "I have an idea. The exterior of the worm is tough, but its insides may not withstand much. Could we perhaps experiment with sonic weapons? Utilizing high-intensity sound waves might shatter its internal organs." This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Su Yun pondered carefully, realizing that he had overlooked the use of sonic weaponry. It appeared that he needed to experiment more with new types of armaments to better understand their capabilities. Only then could he effectively address challenges during combat. Subsequently, Su Yun engaged in a discussion with his companions regarding the finer details, striving to devise a coordinated plan to eliminate the colossal beast should they encounter it again. After waiting in place for an extended period, his gaze remained fixated on the ground, ever vigilant for the emergence of the gigantic worm. However, as seconds turned into minutes, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Save for the occasional whisper of the wind, the cunning worm seemed to have vanished without a trace. Checking the time, Su Yun contemplated that they had already squandered considerable time in this area and could wait no longer. Thus, he communicated through the device. "It appears that the worm will not surface anytime soon. We must press on." With a rumble of engines, the convoy gradually set in motion, continuing their journey. Throughout the expedition, the group maintained an unwavering vigilance. Drones circled overhead, scanning the environment, while soldiers fixated their eyes on the screens, leaving no anomaly unnoticed. Yet, after traveling for some time, the surrounding atmosphere remained hauntingly calm, with only the occasional sighting of zombie remains, devoid of any other signs of life. Su Yun, sensing this tranquility, silently hoped for it to persist. But fate often defies one's wishes, and from the once serene wilderness arose a low, ominous rumble, as if some colossal entity was drawing near. Su Yun felt a sudden jolt of alarm as he swiftly issued a command through the intercom. "Attention everyone, prepare for battle. Activate the sonic weapons at the 10 o'clock position." The troops sprang into action, swiftly taking their positions. Drones soared toward the 10 o'clock direction to scout ahead. As the thunderous roar drew nearer, the ground began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a colossal beast emerged slowly from the distant mist. This creature was covered in sharp spikes, leaving deep footprints in its wake with each step it took. Gazing at the formidable beast before him, Su Yun quickly formulated a strategy. He understood that the original plan had been devised for a giant worm, and adjustments were necessary to confront this newly appeared creature. However, as long as it remained a carbon-based life form and did not burrow underground like the worm, they could easily manage it with their current weaponry. He spoke into the intercom. Listen carefully. This beast appears to be more manageable than the worm. We will proceed with the original plan and first test the effects of the sonic waves on it. Anti-aircraft artillery and rocket teams, stand by for my command to open fire. The team braced themselves, while the beast seemed to be drawn towards the convoy, gradually advancing in their direction. As it entered the attack range, Su Yun decisively commanded, activate the sonic weapons. The sonic weapon emitted a powerful wave directed at the beast. The creature shuddered violently, as if affected by the assault. Its movements became sluggish, and a hint of pain flickered in its once fierce gaze. Observing this, Su Yun felt a surge of joy within him. It seemed that the sonic waves were indeed effective against the beast. Other weapons opened fire as the convoy unleashed a synchronized barrage, shells and bullets raining down upon the colossal beast. Under the dual assault of sonic waves and conventional weaponry, wounds began to mar the creature's form, blood flowing copiously from its body. However, the beast was not so easily vanquished. It roared in fury, surging forward with a speed that caught everyone off guard. Su Yun shouted, "Continue firing, target its legs." The group concentrated their firepower on the beast's lower limbs. Under the relentless onslaught, the creature's legs gradually faltered, its massive body beginning to sway. Ultimately, the beast let out a desperate roar before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The group then redirected their fire towards the beast's head, and soon, it lay slain. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield as they gazed upon the fallen giant, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. The convoy slowly advanced towards the site of the beast's demise, all eyes fixated on the vast shadow ahead. As they drew closer, the enormity of the creature became increasingly apparent, resembling a small mountain sprawled across the desolate landscape, still exuding an aura of dread despite its lifeless state. The convoy came to a halt beside the immense carcass, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Cautiously, they disembarked from their vehicles, their expressions still laced with vigilance. Su Yun was the first to leap down, approaching the beast's remains with a measure of caution. Though the creature no longer showed any signs of life, its colossal form continued to imbue a sense of overwhelming pressure. As Su Yun meticulously observed the colossal beast's form, a subtle tremor emanated from the bracelet on his wrist, swiftly followed by a prompt, "Decomposable target detected. Would you like to proceed with decomposition?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun decisively clicked yes. In an instant, a radiant beam of light surged forth from the bracelet, enveloping the entire carcass of the giant creature. Beneath this luminous shroud, the beast's body began to disintegrate rapidly, its immense bulk gradually transforming into a multitude of glimmering items. When the light dissipated, an array of meat chunks and a special essence of blood lay before the onlookers, among which was an enigmatic crystal radiating a gentle glow, particularly captivating. Chapter 89. The Evolution of the Great Dog. Gazing at the scattered meat, Su Yun felt a stirring within and casually picked up a piece, utilizing the bracelet's detection feature to examine it. Excellent meat chunk. Consuming it increases strength attribute by 0.1. Excellent beast blood. For every 10 milliliters consumed, endurance attribute increases by 1. Indeed, as expected, Su Yun murmured to himself, though a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Despite the grandeur of such a colossal beast, the resulting items were merely of excellent quality, only one tier above the last beast he encountered. This was evidently far below his expectations. However, Su Yun swiftly recalibrated his mindset. Listen well, everyone. From now on, we shall have these for our 3 daily meals, striving to enhance our physical attributes. After instructing everyone to gather the meat and essence, Su Yun advanced alone, bending down to retrieve the mysterious crystal. He scrutinized the crystal intently, observing what appeared to be a luminous energy coursing within, both enigmatic and enchanting. Beast Core, a mysterious crystal, known as an energy crystal in the realm of technology. A magic core in the world of sorcery, and a beast core when found in colossal creatures. It serves as a source of energy, allowing living beings to absorb it to awaken their latent bloodline powers, thereby facilitating evolution. How astonishing! Suyin could not help but exclaim. However, he pondered the practicality of utilizing it as an energy source. Even if it were to serve that purpose, this single crystal would be inferior to using gasoline, let alone incorporating a nuclear reactor later on. How could one absorb it? Suyin attempted to grasp the beast core, yet it yielded no response. Did it require consumption? A bold notion flickered through his mind, but upon comparing the size of the beast core to that of his mouth, he realized it was utterly impossible. The core was far too large to swallow. Suddenly, he recalled his 4 loyal dogs. Since acquiring his military units, he had seemingly neglected these once invaluable companions, who had been residing in the ecological garden atop the planting vehicle. Suyin mused that perhaps the time had come for them. No, for it to play a significant role. Have someone bring the dogs down. He called out to Su Qi. At that moment, the 4 dogs were reveling in the ecological garden, enjoying their carefree existence. They feasted when hungry, frolicked in the expansive space upon awakening, and occasionally teased the roosters, living a life of delightful leisure. Abruptly summoned down, they appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of what was transpiring. However, upon spotting Su Yun, their spirits soared, and they joyfully bounded towards him. They had not seen their master for quite some time, and now they circled around Su Yun incessantly, their tails wagging like rattles. Go away, go away. Su Yun gently nudged them with his feet. He then crouched down and placed the beast core before the dogs. The canines curiously approached, sniffing incessantly, seemingly captivated by the object radiating an enigmatic glow. Su Yun shooed the other 3 dogs aside, allowing the larger dog to have a try. The big dog sniffed and licked it a few times, and at that moment, the beast core, which had been quietly resting on the ground, suddenly erupted with a blinding light that nearly eclipsed the sun, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Following that, the beast core began to melt rapidly, transforming into a pool of liquid exuding a mysterious aura, flowing like a vibrant stream towards the large dog. The big dog had no time to evade. The liquid enveloped it in an instant and swiftly merged into its body. In that fleeting moment, the large dog let out a piercing scream of agony, its voice echoing despairingly across the silent wilderness. The sudden turn of events startled the other 3 dogs, who turned tail and fled to a distant spot, trembling all over, their eyes filled with terror. Gradually, the large dog's body began to undergo a monumental transformation. Its fur lengthened and thickened at a visible pace. The once soft hair now stood rigid like steel needles, gleaming with a metallic luster, each strand seemingly brimming with boundless power. The body continued to swell, transforming the once robust physique into an even more imposing figure, with muscles protruding dramatically, brimming with explosive power. The intricate fibers of each muscle were distinctly visible, as if forged from steel. The soldiers were drawn by the ancient canine's thunderous roar, ceasing their actions of gathering flesh and essence, turning their gazes towards this direction. Upon witnessing the transformation of the great hound, they swiftly surrounded Su Yun, raising their electromagnetic guns and aiming at the creature, their hearts filled with trepidation. At that moment, the dog's bones cracked ominously, incessantly growing and reconfiguring. Its skull expanded, becoming broader and more robust, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from its jaws, glinting menacingly in the sunlight, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its limbs thickened with strength, and its enormous paws left deep imprints in the ground with each step. A tail, as thick as a python, sprouted from its back, adorned with sharp spines, able to whip through the air and conjure a tempest with a mere flick. In the blink of an eye, the great hound had metamorphosed into a majestic ancient beast, exuding an overwhelming aura. It howled skyward, the sound reverberating with such intensity that it seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The surrounding air trembled with its roar, lifting clouds of dust from the ground into a swirling haze. Meanwhile, the 3 dogs trembling in the distance were now prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by fear, unable to move. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the imposing figure of the ancient canine emerged before the astonished crowd, leaving everyone frozen in place. The evolved ancient dog was of an unimaginable size, standing over 3 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 9 meters long, resembling a compact truck obstructing their view. Its limbs were as robust as the trunks of mature trees, with each toe comparable in size to an adult's fist, sharp claws protruding from between them, glinting ominously. A mere swipe could carve deep furrows into the hard ground. Its colossal head exceeded 1 meter in length, with 2 sharp tusks jutting from the corners of its mouth, each half a meter long. A thick neck connected to a broad and sturdy body, its back arched high, muscles rippling like small hills. The powerful tail, nearly 2 meters long, was adorned with sharp spines, each as thick as a forearm. After its transformation, the ancient dog commanded an overwhelming visual impact and an oppressive presence. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment, though they struggled to conceal their shock. Despite their outward amazement, they tightened their grips on their weapons, remaining vigilant to the creature's every movement. Yet, after unleashing its power, the ancient dog slowly began to move towards Su Yun. Each step was heavy and deliberate, causing the ground to sink slightly beneath its weight. Witnessing this, the crowd instantly tensed, swiftly clutching their weapons and shielding Su Yun behind them, their expressions filled with wariness. Chapter 90. The terror of the great dog. Su Yun gazed into the clear eyes of the great dog and called out to the crowd, "Put down your weapons." Who could have anticipated that this imposing creature would transform upon approaching Su Yun? It submissively lowered itself, its massive form curling beside Su Yun's feet, affectionately nudging him, nearly toppling him over. Su Qi swallowed nervously, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Commander, it won't suddenly lose control and attack us, will it?" His face was etched with concern. Observing the dog's endearing demeanor, Su Yun gently reached out to stroke its head, feeling the coarse yet sturdy fur. He then smiled at the others, reassuring them, "Everyone, lower your weapons. There is no need for concern. It is still the same great dog we knew, merely altered in appearance. It will not harm us." As he spoke, he affectionately rubbed the dog's ears, causing it to squint its eyes in pleasure, a deep, contented rumble emanating from its throat, while its tail joyfully thumped against the ground, creating a delightful vibration. Intrigued by the formidable presence of the great dog, Su Yun was eager to discover the extent of its newfound strength. He raised his hand and patted the dog's head, calling out loudly, "Dog, demonstrate your capabilities." The dog, having evolved, seemed to possess greater intelligence, as if it comprehended Su Yun's words. It stood up, ears perked high, letting out a low growl. The great dog slightly lowered its forelimbs, its muscles taut and poised for action. In the next instant, it darted forth with such swiftness that its form was nearly imperceptible. Within mere blinks, it had traversed several hundred meters, only to swiftly return to Su Yun's side. This entire sequence unfolded within a matter of seconds, leaving the onlookers in awe, having barely registered the event. Coming to his senses, Su Yun pointed towards a massive boulder weighing several tons not far away and addressed the large dog, saying, "Show me your power." With a resounding howl that reverberated through the air, the dog charged towards the boulder. Throughout its sprint, its gaze remained fixated on the stone, exuding a fierce determination. As it approached the boulder, it leapt high into the air, its robust forelegs poised with tremendous force, striking down upon the boulder with a tremendous blow. In midair, its limbs extended straight, muscles rippling with power. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered into countless fragments as if struck by a cannonball. Upon landing, the dog unleashed a ferocious bite, its sharp fangs glinting ominously as it targeted a larger fragment of stone. With a powerful snap of its jaws, the stone was crushed effortlessly, crumbling to dust beneath its might. Astonishingly strong, it showcased an attack that rivaled firearms. Even a multitude of us would be no match. The onlookers stood agape, utterly taken aback by the dog's display of strength. Su Yun gestured to the soldiers, instructing them to test the dog's defensive capabilities with conventional rifle ammunition. After a moment's hesitation, the soldiers grasped their rifles and aimed at the formidable creature. The large dog stood its ground, neither dodging nor flinching, its gaze imbued with a hint of disdain, as if mocking the insignificance of the attacks directed at it. When bullets struck its form, they merely sparked and fizzled, leaving the creature utterly unscathed, not even a hair out of place. It simply shook its body lightly, as if dislodging dust from its coat. Shortly thereafter, a soldier hurled a grenade towards the dog. The grenade detonated nearby, sending up a cloud of smoke and debris. Unperturbed, the dog merely squinted slightly, scratching the ground with its front paw until the haze dissipated. To everyone's astonishment, the dog remained perfectly unharmed, its fur billowing gently in the aftermath of the explosion, yet not a single mark marred its body. Su Yun gently petted the dog, contemplating whether to test it with heavier weaponry or a laser. In an instant, the dog's proud demeanor transformed into one of pure clarity as it excitedly nudged Su Yun, seeking his favor. Reluctantly, Su Yun dismissed the idea of testing, instead pondering where to accommodate the massive creature. The dog was simply too large. The plan was to house it in the repair room or the rear compartment, yet when the others attempted to guide it inside, the dog displayed evident reluctance. It turned its head, emitting a low growl, its sturdy legs firmly planted, refusing to budge an inch. Su Qi scratched his head in exasperation, wondering aloud if the space was insufficient. The dog nodded in affirmation. Su Yun furrowed his brow in thought, his gaze drifting to the roof of the vehicle. He pointed at it, suggesting to the dog, "Why not try resting up there for a change?" The dog leaped up to inspect the roof, finding it satisfactory, and thus expressed its approval. Successfully ascending to the pinnacle of the vehicle, it lay down slowly, its colossal form nearly enveloping the entire rooftop, exuding an imposing presence. However, a new dilemma arose. It dawned on Su Yun that when the need arose to elevate the onboard weaponry, the large dog would be in the way. He addressed the canine, saying, "Dog, during a skirmish, kindly move to the side to assist. Do not obstruct us, or you shall be confined." The dog seemed to comprehend, its ears twitching and tail gently wagging, as if in response. Once the large dog was settled, Su Yun noticed several other dogs and suddenly smacked his forehead. How could I forget to utilize the dice to replicate some beast cores? Yet it was too late. Having exhausted that option, he resolved not to dwell on it. Next time they encountered a gigantic beast, he would decompose a few cores for the dog's use. As the vehicle resumed its journey, the large dog atop the roof welcomed the wind, its fur billowing gracefully. It held its head high, occasionally emitting a low, resonant growl. The convoy advanced slowly across the desolate terrain, enveloped in silence, save for the roar of the engine and the crunch of wheels upon the earth. When the vehicle approached a seemingly tranquil area, the once quiet dog suddenly perked its ears, its gaze sharpening instantly, and its fur bristling slightly. It scanned the surroundings with vigilance and released a deep growl, then propelled itself powerfully with its limbs. Like a bolt of black lightning, its massive form leapt from the rooftop, landing firmly on the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Yun and his comrades promptly ceased their vehicles and disembarked to assess the circumstances. Su Yun hurriedly approached the large dog, inquiring, "What is happening? Is there danger?" The dog offered no reply. Instead, it lowered its head, incessantly sniffing the ground, occasionally pawing at the earth, its demeanor alert. Its movements grew increasingly frantic. With its nose pressed to the ground, probing incessantly while emitting a deep, rumbling growl from its throat. After a moment, the dog halted, raising its gaze to Su Yun, its eyes brimming with warning. Chapter 91. Slaying the worm once more, it bowed its head, barking fervently at the ground, seemingly attempting to convey to Su Yun that something perilous lay hidden beneath. A furrow formed on Su Yun's brow, an unsettling sensation swelling within him. He turned to his comrades, stating, "Everyone, exercise caution. Get back in the vehicles and ready your weapons." The soldiers nodded in unison, swiftly returning to their vehicles to activate their armaments, their eyes scanning the surroundings and the ground with heightened vigilance. At that moment, the air around them seemed to thicken, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily, each person gripping their weapons tightly, poised for the impending unknown threat. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble subtly, tightening the hearts of all present. "It's a worm," Su Yun shouted, swiftly directing his comrades. "Follow the previous plan. Prepare for battle." The soldiers sprang into action, with some rushing to the vehicles to engage the weapon systems. The large dog positioned itself at the forefront, its body slightly crouched, limbs taut, fixated unwaveringly on the ground, emitting a low growl that revealed its sharp fangs. As the tremors intensified, the ground suddenly split open, and a colossal worm emerged from the depths below. Its massive form shimmered with a nauseating sheen under the sunlight, with viscous slime continuously dripping from its body. The brave dog, undeterred, leaped forward and sank its teeth into the worm's head. The worm reacted with remarkable swiftness, its body twisting like a colossal spring as it deftly evaded the dog's lethal strike. Simultaneously, it opened its maw, lined with sharp teeth, and unleashed a jet of black slime towards the dog. With agility, the dog sprang back, propelling itself into the air, tracing an arc that allowed it to effortlessly dodge the corrosive substance. Upon landing, The slime created a large pit in the ground, releasing a noxious fume. Observing this, Su Yun promptly instructed his troops via the intercom. Target the worm's joints to impair its mobility and provide cover for the dog. Due to the dog being entangled with the creature, the convoy could not deploy large-scale weapons or sonic devices, so they resorted to lasers, which shot towards the worm. Under the assault of the lasers, the worm's body quivered slightly, and its movements at the joints became noticeably sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, the dog launched another attack. It circled to the side of the worm, leveraging its speed to inflict a series of wounds upon the creature. Enraged, the worm writhed violently, attempting to dislodge the dog. Yet, the dog clung tenaciously to the worm's body, its claws deeply embedded in the worm's flesh, refusing to let go despite the creature's frantic struggles. The vehicle-mounted lasers continued their relentless assault. However, the worm possessed extraordinary resilience, and despite its numerous injuries, it persisted in its attack. Moreover, the mucus on its body continuously mended its wounds, rapidly healing minor abrasions. Abruptly, the worm reared its body high into the air and then slammed it forcefully onto the ground. The immense force of the impact caused Great Dog to release its grip, and it was flung away. Su Yun's heart clenched with anxiety. At that moment, Great Dog regained its balance mid-air, landing gracefully on its feet. It shook its head and charged towards the worm once again. This time, Great Dog altered its strategy, abandoning direct frontal assaults in favor of swiftly circling the worm. Seeking out its vulnerabilities, the worm, disoriented by Great Dog's agile movements, could only writhe its massive body in an attempt to thwart the canine's advances. Observing Great Dog's actions, Su Yun immediately grasped its intention. He shouted to his troops, "Attention, everyone! Coordinate with Great Dog's maneuvers and concentrate your fire on the worm's left flank to divert its attention." The soldiers responded swiftly, unleashing a torrent of bullets from all their projectile weapons towards the worm's left side. The dense barrage forced the worm to focus the majority of its energy on repelling the assault, causing its body to gradually lean to the left. Seizing the opportunity while the worm's attention was diverted, Su Yun yelled, "Great Dog, return to the convoy immediately." Upon hearing Su Yun's command, Great Dog promptly rejoined the formation. Activate the sonic weapon. The worm writhed in agony, emitting a piercing shriek as it struggled frantically. Gradually, its movements became increasingly sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yun decisively commanded an all-out assault. The troops intensified their firepower, unleashing a barrage of shells, bullets, and beams of laser that intertwined and cascaded toward the worm. Under the combined onslaught of the crowd and the Great Hound, the worm's body began to falter, swaying precariously. Ultimately, it emitted a reluctant roar, its massive form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the battle concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. The Great Hound lay exhausted nearby, its tongue lolling out as it panted heavily. Su Yun rose and approached the Great Hound, gently stroking its head. The Great Hound lifted its gaze and affectionately licked Su Yun's hand. Subsequently, the troops moved to dismantle the worm, but this time, they found scant meat. With more essence than expected, there was also a putrid slime, one of the essential materials for crafting medicinal potions. Su Yun cast a glance at it, dismissing it from further concern, instructing the others to collect it for future use. He then stepped forward to retrieve the worm's beast core for replication. With a flick of his wrist, 3 beast cores materialized in his hand, and he promptly called for the second hound to be brought over. Su Yun gently patted the second hound's head, signaling it to relax. When he presented the worm's beast core, glowing with an eerie luminescence, the previously curious second hound fell silent, its gaze fixated on the core as if drawn by an invisible force. At that moment, the worm's beast core began to tremble slightly, transforming into a liquid state. Arguzi's body began to tremble slightly, his breath becoming rapid, and a low, guttural sound emanated from his throat, a blend of excitement and anxiety. Gradually, he transformed into a pool of mysterious liquid, which slowly advanced towards him, merging with his being at the moment of contact. His body involuntarily stretched, as if being pulled by an unseen force into a sausage-like form. A faint glow appeared on the surface of his skin, a sign of the beast core energy permeating him. The blue radiance spread from his head, enveloping every inch of him. Arguzi whimpered in agony, his limbs frantically clawing at the ground in a futile attempt to resist the overwhelming force. Encased in this energy, his form began to twist and contort. His limbs elongated and thinned, while his muscles continuously restructured. His head became increasingly flattened, his mouth slightly agape. revealing sharp teeth that seemed to morph, growing more serrated and barbed. As time passed, peculiar patterns emerged on his body, resembling ancient runes that exuded an air of mystique. Ultimately, Urguzi underwent a complete metamorphosis, the shadows of a worm and a dog faintly discernible within his new form. Chapter 92. Unidentified Flying Object. Urguzi slowly opened his eyes. Once clear, now shimmering with an eerie light, as if harboring boundless power. His evolutionary transformation was starkly different from that of Deguzi, his body elongated, mimicking the form of a worm, and his skin appeared smooth and slick. This is likely due to the distinct beast course, which leaves Su Yun in a quandary about whether to utilize the other three. Urguzi, let us first assess your abilities. Su Yun resolved to test Urguzi's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Urguzi swiftly burrowed into the ground, astonishing everyone present. The evolutionary creature of this beast core is remarkably powerful, thought Deguzi, who, upon witnessing this, began to scan the surroundings as Urguzi vanished from sight. Moments later, Urguzi re-emerged, playfully tapping Deguzi, who yelped in annoyance and scampered off to prepare a sneak attack. Once again, Urguzi appeared precisely behind Deguzi, delivering another playful tap while emitting a mischievous bark. Su Yun, observing this spectacle, began to comprehend that Urguzi's abilities extended beyond mere burrowing. It likely possessed the capacity to sense ground vibrations, enabling it to discern Deguzi's location with remarkable accuracy. Su Yun intervened to halt the playful antics, stating, "Enough of your frolicking. Urguzi, let us evaluate your defense." He then called out, "Prepare to fire." Upon hearing this, the soldiers raised their rifles and aimed at Urguzi. The sound of gunfire erupted. Yet Urguzi's defense proved insufficient, though its regenerative capabilities were notably robust. Its surface developed a hardened, exoskeletal structure akin to that of a worm, capable of withstanding a certain degree of assault. Nevertheless, the viscous secretion it produced possessed extraordinary regenerative properties, allowing it to swiftly heal wounds and even regrow lost limbs despite sustaining considerable damage. Following the assessment, it was evident that Urguzi was indeed quite formidable. However, Su Yun deemed it excessive to create so many, as the redundancy offered little margin for error. Staring at the three remaining beast cores in his hand, he decided against fusing them with the three dogs for the time being, opting instead to observe what peculiar creatures might still lie ahead before making any further decisions. The troops had completed their material collection and were prepared for departure. The large dog expertly leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, and Su Yun inquired of the second dog, "Where will you stay?" The second dog promptly burrowed underground, causing the ground to swell as it advanced into the distance. Before long, it resurfaced nearby, its head peeking out from the earth. Su Yun understood its intent and called out, "Then stay underground and follow us. Do not get lost." The second dog nodded in acknowledgement, and Su Yun ceased speaking, directly boarding the command vehicle. Subsequently, the convoy of numerous vehicles gradually set in motion, once again heading forward, with the second dog scouting the path ahead beneath the ground. As they traveled, stopping intermittently, the sun had risen high in the sky and began to slope towards the west. Before they knew it, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, and only then did they begin to take turns having lunch. Due to the presence of the two enormous dogs, they had to halt the vehicles to feed them. Su Yun sat to the side, watching as the two dogs devoured the chunks of meat voraciously, his brow furrowing slightly. The consumption of these two evolved dogs was truly astonishing, as they consumed a considerable amount of meat in a single meal. After everyone had eaten their fill, the time had reached 4 o'clock. If all went according to plan, they would arrive at the evacuation point by nightfall. After a brief regrouping, the vehicles resumed their journey, steadily traversing the desolate roads of this post-apocalyptic world. Along the way, the surrounding landscape was devoid of life, presenting a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the wasteland. Su Yun harbored intentions to hunt 2 colossal beasts and procure their cores, yet unexpectedly found himself devoid of any sightings along the way, not even encountering a single zombie. There were no living creatures to be found. Even the small cabins seemed to have vanished, with the landscape presenting a monotonous vista. Just as the group was on the brink of apathy, a sudden, piercing roar shattered the oppressive silence, slicing through the air. Instinctively, he looked up and beheld 2 ordinary planes engaged in a fierce chase across the sky. One was an olive-green vintage fighter, while the other, a rusted transport aircraft adorned with peculiar insignia, bore the marks of numerous battles. The convoy, captivated by this unexpected cacophony, halted their vehicles, and all eyes turned skyward. Expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. How could there be planes in this desolate place? and such antiquated ones at that, which they had rarely, if ever, witnessed. Su Yun furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Qi echoed his sentiment, remarking on the aircraft, "I've only seen drones and anti-gravity motorcycles. How could there be planes?" However, this was not the moment for pondering. Realizing the urgency, Su Yun quickly relayed orders through the intercom. All units, stand by for air defense weaponry, maintain close surveillance on the unidentified flying objects, and if any threat emerges, retaliate immediately. At that moment, the aerial confrontation intensified. The fighter jet, utilizing its agile maneuverability, relentlessly assaulted the transport aircraft, with its mounted machine gun rattling as bullets streaked through the sky, igniting sparks against the metal shell of the transport. The transport, undeterred despite its cumbersome size, retaliated fiercely, armed with an anti-aircraft machine gun at its rear. As the gunner unleashed a barrage of fire that compelled the fighter to evade frequently, the aerial combat intensified as a fighter jet executed a nimble roll, deftly evading the barrage from the transport aircraft's rear-mounted anti-aircraft guns. Swiftly, it adjusted its position, and the missile launch bay beneath its wings opened, unleashing 2 missiles that screamed toward the transport plane. The transport pilot, seasoned and perceptive, sensed impending danger and immediately maneuvered the aircraft into a steep dive, followed by a sudden ascent, attempting to disrupt the missile's tracking trajectory. However, the fighter pilot appeared to have anticipated this move, monitoring the transport's every action via radar. He directed the missiles to alter course just before they were set to miss their target, relocking onto the transport plane. The transport pilot's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he frantically operated the controls while simultaneously pressing the flare's release button, unleashing a torrent of chaff and heat flares from the aircraft's rear. Just when it seemed that the missiles would be successfully thwarted, one of them unexpectedly pierced through the countermeasures, striking the transport's right wing with precision. A deafening explosion ensued, obliterating the wing and sending the aircraft into a violent tremor, teetering on the brink of losing balance and plummeting from the sky. Seizing the moment, the fighter jet dove sharply, launching another missile. A smirk involuntarily crept onto the fighter pilot's lips. The outcome was already determined, and his relentless pursuit for several hours had not been in vain. The fighter pilot, named Li Hong, was once a passionate player of aerial combat games before the fight for survival began. At that time, his greatest aspiration was to personally pilot a genuine fighter jet, soaring freely through the vast expanse of the sky. However, fate played a cruel trick on him. His severely nearsighted eyes mercilessly shattered his dreams of flying. Chapter 93. The Airborne Survival of the Apocalypse. No one anticipated the capriciousness of fate, as the apocalypse of survival descended abruptly, casting everyone into an endless ocean scattered with numerous island airports. Here, each individual was assigned an aircraft. Li Hong was fortunate to acquire an antiquated fighter jet. This novel world possessed its own unique survival rules. They could obtain resources and coins by colliding with cards suspended in the air. Resources were crucial for sustaining basic survival, while coins could be utilized at the airports for necessary operations such as aircraft repairs and layovers. With a stroke of good fortune, aided by the system's imparted piloting manual, Li Hong quickly mastered the art of flying the fighter jet after a brief period of practice. In the days that followed, he successfully struck several resource cards, reaping a bountiful harvest. Initially, life was quite leisurely for him, as he not only fulfilled his dream but also enjoyed the freedom of the skies. However, the thrill and tranquility of flying soon dissipated. When midnight arrived, a dense fog enveloped the atmosphere. Those who failed to land at the airports, still navigating through the mist, faced utter annihilation. No one survived, leaving everyone under immense pressure. This sudden brutality struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all, awakening them to the perilous and ruthless nature of this new world. Each day, they are compelled to ensure that a sufficient quantity of gold coins is delivered to the airport as a fee for their stay. As the level of the aircraft escalates, the requisite payment of gold coins increases exponentially. This undoubtedly shackles everyone with a heavy burden, instilling a profound sense of urgency and diligence. On the evening of the following day, while Li Hong was meticulously counting the supplies of the day, an event named Escape the Storm abruptly commenced. This perilous event nearly cost him his life. Yet, as the adage goes, high risk yields high rewards. Having endured this life-or-death trial, he emerged with significant gains, successfully amassing the resources necessary to upgrade his fighter jet to level 2. The upgraded fighter jet did not disappoint. Its overall performance and combat capability experienced a remarkable transformation, doubling in efficacy. However, this enhancement also brought about a steep increase in operating costs, which soared to twice the previous amount. This escalated burden weighed heavily on Li Hong, compelling him to remain in constant motion to sustain both his survival and the aircraft's operations. By a stroke of fortune, Li Hong stumbled upon a swift avenue for resource acquisition. By defeating other players, he could seize their resources and gold coins. This revelation felt akin to unlocking the gates to a new world, propelling him into a relentless pursuit of success. After equipping his radar, he began scouring the skies for fellow survivors, initiating a campaign of hunting. The cargo plane he had previously pursued had now become his fourth aircraft. Typically, a cargo plane requires several operators, usually comprising 2 to 4 individuals, often matched by familial ties. They share profound emotional connections, work in seamless harmony, and possess unwavering conviction. 2 full hours had elapsed, yet he had been unable to capture the transport aircraft. The adversary's aerial skills and personnel proved to be exceedingly formidable, gradually eroding Li Hong's confidence and sanity as he frantically unleashed his assaults upon the transport plane. Subsequently, the individuals aboard the transport utilized a teleportation card acquired during their activities, attempting to escape Li Hong's relentless onslaught. Observing this, Li Hong swiftly deployed a blockade card, sealing off the surrounding space to thwart their escape, and the fierce confrontation ensued. At that moment, a tempestuous thundercloud unexpectedly drifted overhead. To their astonishment, the previously sealed space shattered inexplicably. The 2 aircraft, liberated from the constraints of space, found themselves transported to an enigmatic location. Gazing downwards, they beheld an endless expanse of land. This sudden revelation filled them with ecstatic joy, as they believed they had finally returned to their original planet. In this instant, the occupants of both aircraft momentarily ceased their hostilities, embarking on a quest to locate other human beings. Before long, they discerned a convoy below. However, as they approached, the realization dawned upon them that this was not their original planet, for on their home world, it was impossible for anyone to be present, much less venture into the perilous wasteland. Simultaneously, the convoy became aware of their presence and came to an abrupt halt. Li Hong intended to inquire about the situation here, seeking to land in the wilderness to gather information, yet he found no suitable landing spots throughout the entire area. Just as they searched for an appropriate place to descend, the convoy suddenly launched several missiles, causing the radar systems on both the fighter jet and transport aircraft to emit frantic warnings. The aircrew of both aircraft were taken aback and promptly took evasive maneuvers. Confronted with a mutual peril, the 2 aircraft determined to momentarily set aside their previous animosity and collaborate to eliminate the convoy. However, they underestimated the convoy's capabilities. The convoy's defensive firepower was exceptionally formidable, and their launched missiles were intercepted and destroyed by the convoy's armaments before they could approach. As for the aircraft, they were preoccupied with evading the missiles launched by the convoy, leaving them with no alternative but to withdraw temporarily and seek other opportunities. Having extricated themselves from the perilous situation, the 2 aircraft continued their flight. Nevertheless, discord arose among the personnel on the transport aircraft. Ought we not to maintain our collaboration for the time being? Before we comprehend the intricacies of this locale, we must refrain from precipitate actions, a man earnestly asserted. If we do not strike now, the opportunity shall be lost. Are we to await their annihilation of us? A woman retorted vehemently, her eyes gleaming with indignation. Let us observe further, shall we? Refrain from such impetuosity. The man entreated. Brother, you have undergone a transformation. Father has perished, and mother is gravely wounded. Yet, in the face of our adversaries, you exhibit such timidity and pusillanimity. Is this truly the brother I once knew? The woman's words pierced the man's heart like a dagger. The man gazed upon his parents, who lay in a pool of blood, struck by the fighter during the preceding skirmish. Due to the intensity of the battle, there had been no time to attend to them. His father had already succumbed, while his mother was in a critical condition, her breath faint and shallow. The man reminisced about the blissful days of his family, only to be reminded of his parents' choice to operate the weapons from the rear cabin out of fear for their children's safety. It was unimaginable that just a moment ago they had been discussing dinner plans, and in the blink of an eye, everything was lost.